In their previous lives, Su Yin, her mother, and her aunt met a tragic end at the hands of a brutal mob. In the blink of an eye, the three of them are reborn and manage to escape from Xinghua village before the rioters invade. During their harrowing journey, they encounter a foolishly filial father whom the Su family had abandoned. Initially perceived as a hindrance, he unexpectedly reveals a ruthless cunning and prescient insights. In the capital, they confront their naive, sweet twin brothers, who ultimately transform into a treacherous schemer and a cold-hearted executioner, respectively speak. What were your identities in your past lives? The foolishly filial father replies, a puppet. Emperor. The second brother turns away, 90,000 years. The third brother, with a grim demeanor, states, Master of the Dark Pavilion. Goodness! Su Yin exclaims. They are indeed formidable figures, yet, as they recount their past lives, a sense of unease washes over her. Their memories appear to be dissimilar. Having endured the bloody storms of life, this family yearns for a tranquil existence in this lifetime. However, there are those unwilling to allow them such peace, threatening them with blades. If they are to be deprived of a tranquil life, then let the games be brought to an end. Father, let us revel. Su Yin declares. The foolishly filial father sharpens his blade, yet responds, My daughter, that might not be wise. But in the next moment, he overturns the table. The treacherous second brother remarks, Sister, is it truly wise to make things so bloody? Yet, he swiftly annihilates an army of 100,000. The cold-hearted third brother states, Sister, Mother says we must be gentle in our dealings. And with that, he beheads the leader of the rebels. Su Yin. Chapter 1. Rebirth Together. Under the luminous moon and scattered stars, in a small village surrounded by mountains, within a dilapidated thatched cottage, a frail young girl lies on a simple bed, perspiration beading on her forehead, her brows knitted in distress. Suddenly, she sits up, gasping for breath, her dark eyes filled with terror. The agony of being stabbed repeatedly in the abdomen by the rioters still lingers, causing her body to tremble. Surveying her surroundings, Su Yin quickly realizes she has been reborn, her lost memories flooding back. She is Su Yin, hailing from the Blue Star's Huagua, now reborn into an ancient Su family of farmers. At the tender age of 2, a high fever robbed her of her memories of the Blue Star. It wasn't until she turned 16 that their village was invaded by the mob, leading her family to abandon her and her mother and aunt, leaving them to be ravaged by the rioters. In her act of defiance, she incited the mob's wrath and was brutally stabbed to death. Her spirit hovered above, witnessing the savages dismember her body. One after another, the village's able-bodied men fell into pools of blood as houses burned, accompanied by the heart-wrenching cries of women and children. Young girls suffered torment before death, and after, their bodies were mercilessly dismembered. The rioters, wielding weapons, pierced the bodies of children, stringing them together, displaying them atop a hill to amuse themselves. These savages reveled in the thrill of slaughter. What was once a tranquil village transformed into a hellish nightmare overnight. As dawn approached, a halo appeared overhead, drawing her soul into its embrace. Before being drawn in, Su Yin recalled her memories of the Blue Star. Reflecting on her final moments, she felt suffocated within the room and stepped outside to breathe. Creak. 3 doors opened simultaneously. Her mother, Yang Chunxiang, and aunt, Su Baozhu, froze in surprise. The three exchanged bewildered glances. Su Yin gazed in astonishment at the woman emerging from the adjacent room. Mother, bathed in moonlight, she noticed the beads of sweat on her mother's forehead and the lingering fear in her eyes. Fear? Could it be? A thought leaped forth. As she stood in shock, her mother embraced her tightly, tears streaming down her face as she murmured, We're all still alive. We're all still alive. Su Yin's eyes widened slightly. Bang! The door across the way slammed shut, and her aunt, Su Baozhu, turned to return to her room, her eyes filled with hatred and fear locking momentarily with Su Yin's. Watching the door close, Su Yin redirected her gaze, formulating a bold hypothesis. There was no time to dwell on her aunt. She needed to ascertain her mother's condition. Pulling her mother into the courtyard, they found the outside world eerily silent, with only the occasional chirping of insects. The two women squatted by the edge of the field, the moonlight casting a soft glow on them, yet unable to dispel the unspoken anxiety and trepidation in their hearts. Mother, why did you say we are still alive? Haven't we always been fine? For a moment, Su's mother was at a loss for words. Once her emotions settled, she finally spoke. My dear, I just had a nightmare. I dreamed that we all died. As she spoke, her voice trembled slightly, still haunted by the fear of death. Indeed, her mother had also been reborn. Then, their aunt, who had perished alongside them and emerged from the house, must have also been reborn. Realizing this, Su Yin grasped her mother's hand. "Mother, that was not a dream. It was real." "Real? How is that possible? Aren't we alive and well?" Su's mother murmured, struggling to comprehend. "Mother, I too experienced the invasion of the mob." "What?" Su's mother was taken aback. "You, aunt, and I, all captured by the mob, that I was stabbed to death by them. None of this was a dream. It was a true experience, yet heaven has granted us a second chance to return and alter our fates." Su Yin endeavored to explain in a manner her mother could understand, hoping to convey that this was not merely a nightmare. To Su Yin, rebirth was a concept she could grasp, having lived through an era of information explosion on the Blue Star. Yet for her mother, confined within the mountains and having ventured only 20 miles beyond the town, the notion of rebirth was utterly incomprehensible. She could not fathom why it would occur. Rebirth. Su's mother repeated the term, seemingly trying to digest its meaning. Yes, precisely, rebirth. A chance to live once more. Embracing her daughter, Su's mother wept uncontrollably, releasing her terror and sorrow, the grief of being abandoned by her family. "Mother, do not fear. There is still time to change everything." Su Yin gently patted her mother's back, soothing her softly. Once her mother's emotions calmed, she gazed at her daughter with tear-filled eyes, sensing something different about her eldest daughter, as if she had undergone a transformation. "My dear, we must immediately inform your father, your grandparents, and the villagers." Su's mother urged anxiously. "Mother, please remain calm. How do you intend to tell them? Do you wish to proclaim that you have been reborn and that the village is soon to be plundered? Do you believe they will not consider you mad? Will the villagers believe your words? The village shaman might declare that you are possessed by a ghost, and you could end up bound to a stake and burned alive. Such occurrences were not without precedent. In a neighboring village, a little girl who drowned awoke and began to speak nonsensically, leading her family to deem her mad. The village shaman promptly asserted that the girl was possessed by a wild spirit, and ultimately, she was bound and burned alive by the villagers. Su's mother recalled the fate of that little girl, her body trembling, utterly distraught. "My dear, what shall we do?" "Mother, this matter of rebirth must remain a secret, remember. It must not be spoken of to anyone. If others discover it, both you and I will perish. Do you understand?" Su Yin spoke with grave seriousness. In their previous lives, their deaths were significantly influenced by their grandparents and uncles. Had she remained the original Su Yin, the timid and ineffectual girl oppressed by her family, she would likely have been as lost as her mother, perhaps even foolishly confessing everything to her relatives, as for the present. A glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in Su Yin's eyes. Her mother nodded incessantly. "My dear, if that was not merely a dream, but rather a reincarnation of sorts, what shall we do now?" There remained approximately a fortnight before the refugees would storm the village. In truth, during her previous life, the villagers had the chance to escape, yet regrettably, most of them lacked belief. Before the refugees invaded the village, the second son of the Li family, who had been peddling goods outside, hurried home to inform everyone that chaos had erupted beyond their borders. Regions such as Minzhou, Yunzhou, and Ganzhou were suffering from drought, plagued by locust swarms, leaving the land barren for miles. Numerous refugees had begun to flood into nearby counties, committing acts of arson, murder, and theft, and it would not be long before the turmoil reached their own Meizhou. Chapter 2. A Test of Faith. Regrettably, the majority of villagers remained skeptical and were unwilling to abandon the ancestral home they had inhabited for generations. Most believed that the second son of the Li family, Li Rue, was merely engaging in alarmist rhetoric, among them the elder members of the Su family. Li Rue departed hastily, with only his immediate family and a handful of others. On the day of their departure, many villagers whispered behind their backs, predicting that Li Rue and his companions would eventually regret their decision, branding him as cowardly. However, little did they anticipate that just 3 days after their departure, a horde of refugees would storm into Li family village, transforming that night into a veritable hell. The Su family, being outsiders and residing at the far edge of the village, immediately fled to the mountains upon hearing the commotion. Initially, the entire family could have escaped unscathed, but midway up the slope, the elder uncle insisted on retrieving a box of silver and books left behind in their home, compelling her and her younger aunt to return. Despite their reluctance, they had no choice but to obey the orders of Su Old Lady and Su Old Man, with their mother following anxiously behind. Navigating cautiously back to their home, The three found no trace of the silver or books that the uncle had mentioned. As they prepared to return to safety, they were discovered by the refugees, and the outcome was all too predictable. As Su Yin reflected on this, a bitter smile crossed her lips. There was neither silver nor books in that house. Their uncle had clearly intended to lead them to their doom. Hearing her mother's inquiries, Su Yin realized that her mother still struggled to accept the notion of rebirth, or perhaps failed to comprehend its true essence. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yin spoke. Mother, if you wish to ascertain the veracity of our dream, the answer is simple. When the Li family returns, we shall know. If they speak of the same things we dreamed, then it confirms that our experiences were not mere dreams, but reality. Conversely, if the Li family fails to return and utters none of those words, it implies our dreams were simply illusions. Su Mother nodded in agreement. Let us wait and see. Mother, I wish to visit the town tomorrow to procure some supplies. The chaotic times are approaching, and we must prepare ourselves. Indeed, it would be prudent to gather information. After soothing her mother, they retreated to their respective rooms. As dawn broke an hour later, Su Yin found herself awake earlier than usual. A habit ingrained from years of rising to help her mother and younger aunt with household chores. In contrast, the elder and second houses of the Su family merely awaited their ready-made meals, contributing nothing to the labor. Despite her biological clock rousing her, she remained in bed, contemplating how to navigate the impending turmoil. The arrival of the refugees was an inevitability, and her foremost priority was to ensure her survival and the safety of those she cherished. Daya, where have you been? The sun is already high, and you linger in bed like a lazy girl. The vibrant voice of Su old lady pierced through the morning air, soon followed by her mother's voice. Mother, the child is unwell. What illness? Don't think I don't know. This is no sickness, but pure laziness. How could we have raised such a sloth? The child truly is ill and cannot rise. I wish to summon a physician. Mentioning a physician seemed to strike a nerve with Su old lady, her voice rising sharply. What are you looking at? We have no money. A little rest will suffice. You, who do not manage the household, have no idea how precious grains are. Do not bring me your nonsense. Our Su family children are not so delicate as to require a physician for every ailment. If you wish to summon a physician, you may as well be reborn into a wealthy household. Here, there is no such luxury. The final remark was directed towards Su Ying's dilapidated abode. With that distraction, Su old lady ceased her tirade against Su Yin. After all, in matters of silver, Su Yin was of little consequence. Once the Su family had departed for the fields, leaving the courtyard empty, Su Mother stealthily opened the door. Daya, they have all gone. She produced a handkerchief from her pocket, which contained a piece of silver and several copper coins. Take these with you. Yes. Su Yin accepted the offering, recognizing it as one of her mother's rare savings, which she had kept secret from everyone. Had Su old lady discovered it, she would have devised countless excuses to seize it. Mother, if they come looking for me, tell them I have gone to seek medicine from Dr. Li. Su Yin suddenly recalled something. Where is my younger aunt? She claimed to feel unwell and is resting at home. Your grandmother did not allow her to get up. Mother. Su Yin gestured for her to lean closer and whispered a few words in her ear. Su Mother's eyes reflected confusion, yet she nodded in understanding. I will remember. Be careful on your journey. Yes. With that, Su Yin exited the courtyard, heading towards the county town. Halfway there, she crouched down, glancing furtively at the large tree behind her, where she sensed movement. Calmly, Su Yin stood up, feigning ignorance, and continued walking forward. Once she reached a secluded area, she halted. Come out. She gazed at the figure partially concealed in the grass along the embankment, having already discerned its presence. The person emerged slowly, revealing their identity. Younger aunt, why are you following me? Su Baizhu, a year older than Su Yin and the beloved daughter of Su old lady in her later years, was typically indulged by her parents. Yet, the Su couple held a firm preference for sons, showing little compassion for their daughter. Raised on the milk of Su Mother, she had been nurtured by her as if she were her own. Su Baizhu and Su Yin had enjoyed a cordial relationship until the age of 6, when a quarrel over a meat pie drove a wedge between them. That pie, however, was snatched away by the neighbor's dog, leaving both girls empty-handed and subsequently punished by Su old lady. From that moment onward, their relationship had grown strained. Brushing off the grass from her clothes, Su Baizhu replied, I was not following you. After leaving the village, you trailed behind me the entire way. If you weren't following, there would be no need to hide. Su Yin observed her with a knowing gaze. Before departing, she had instructed her mother to subtly inform Su Baizhu of her plans, testing to see if she would take any action. This simple maneuver had indeed ensnared Su Baizhu. Rather than responding directly, Su Baizhu deflected the question, I just wanted to ask, why did you leave the house last night? Her hesitant inquiry seemed a feeble attempt to evade the more pressing matter at hand. While she appeared to sidestep the critical question, Su Yin recognized the tactic and felt a newfound respect for her younger aunt. And you, younger aunt? What compelled you to venture out? Su Yin effortlessly returned the question. Chapter 3. Procurement. Su Baizhu hesitated, clearly taken aback that her ruse had failed. A flicker of embarrassment crossed her eyes, as if perplexed by Su Ying's unexpected resilience. Noticing her younger aunt's involuntary grip on her clothing, Su Yin remained silent, patiently awaiting her decision. Taking a deep breath, Su Baizhu seemed to come to a resolution. She glanced around to ensure no one was watching before lowering her voice. Last night, I had a dream where we were killed by the refugees. At the mention of the refugees, her body involuntarily trembled, and the fear in her eyes was unmistakable. The torment endured before death had left an indelible mark on her, trapping her in a nightmarish cycle. Su Yin understood then. Su Baizhu, too, had experienced rebirth. Do you believe that was merely a dream? Su Baizhu paused, then shook her head firmly. No, that was not a dream. She could not bring herself to accept it as such. Dreams did not bear such stark realities. The torment of being sliced piece by piece in her dreams remains etched in her memory. An indelible agony compounded by the haunting image of those brutes roasting her flesh over an open fire, mockingly critiquing each morsel, even forcing her to consume her own meat. The mere thought of it sends Su Baizhu racing to the waterway, retching uncontrollably. Su Yin approaches gently, soothingly patting her back. When that horde of vagrants stormed into the village, it was Su Yin who met the grisly fate first, her spirit lingering in the ether. Witnessing the horrors inflicted upon Su Baizhu, her demise was far more tragic, akin to a slow and torturous execution, as she watched her own flesh being cooked and consumed, coerced into partaking of her own body, all the while hearing the vile commentary of those savages. Such a death is a profound torment to both body and soul. But that is all in the past. Everything has faded away. Now, a new beginning awaits, and there is still time to seize it. Su Baizhu lifts her head, her pallid visage contrasting with the unusual brightness in her eyes, as though she has grasped a fleeting insight, along with you, too. The words elude her. But Su Yin completes her thought, rebirth. The word resonates in her mouth, as she chews on it slowly, a mixture of laughter and tears spilling forth as she murmurs. Yes, rebirth. Is this not rebirth? A chance to live once more. After a moment of silence to allow her emotions to settle, Su Yin inquires, what do you intend to do now? Su Baizhu raises her gaze, determination etched in her expression. I wish to live. You and third sister have been reborn. Haven to you? Quick to catch on. Su Yin responds without directly addressing the question. Though I do not know your plans. I suspect you do not wish to remain among those people any longer, do you? Su Baizhu ventures cautiously. Su Yin waits patiently for her to continue. One's strength is limited. It is only in numbers that we find greater hope for survival. I believe I can be of assistance and will certainly not be a burden to you. Her voice steady, her eyes fixed with fervor upon Su Yin. Su Yin extends her hand, welcoming her into the fold. Su Baizhu glances at the outstretched hand, pausing for a brief moment before clasping it firmly. Their hands intertwined. Their fates entwined. The two hasten toward the county town. There are many items at home that are difficult to retrieve, so they must prepare much on their own. Little aunt, you go to the tea houses and such to gather information. Do not ask too many questions, just listen to the conversations of the merchants passing by. Can you manage that? Su Yin asks. No problem. And you? I need to procure supplies, equipment, essentially, what will ensure our survival in the future. Su Baizhu produces a silver hairpin from her pocket, presenting it to Su Yin. This is for you. It will serve no purpose left unused. Better to exchange it for something of value. Su Yin recognizes the hairpin as one Su Baizhu had painstakingly saved from the money she contributed. When she purchased it, it was nearly taken away by old Lady Su, and had it not been for Su Baizhu's desperate pleas, it would have surely fallen into the hands of her aunt. The two part ways at the city gate, each heading in different directions. Su Yin makes her way directly to the grain and oil store, where a sign hangs at the entrance displaying the prices. Most common folk typically enter to inquire about prices, oblivious to the written word outside. Rice, 1 do. 281. Millet, 1 do, 255 won. Jobs tiers, 1 do, 241. Su Yin stands at the threshold, glancing at the characters that bear resemblance to the ancient script of her homeland, and she is able to discern their meanings to some extent. The Su family, since her great-grandfather's generation, had produced scholars. However, by her grandfather's time, none had achieved even the status of a student until her uncle succeeded, bringing pride back to the family. This is why her grandparents favored him so. With a little embellishment, the Su family could claim to be a household of both agronomy and scholarship. Before her memories awakened, she had secretly studied a bit. Now, with the restoration of her memories from Blue Star, she can decipher these characters, making educated guesses with relative ease. Upon entering, she overhears two women grumbling as they carry rice sacks. Yesterday, 1 do was only 221, now it has skyrocketed by 21. It's madness. Let us go to that shop down the street, it's cheaper. The two women curse and depart with their empty bags. The shop assistant scoffs, showing no concern that business might slip away, muttering they should consider the current state of affairs. Having grain at all is a blessing. Su Yin silently observes the scene, her understanding deepening. She surmises that by the time those two women arrive at the neighboring grain shop, they will either find prices unchanged or even higher. With determination, she steps inside, and the assistant glances at her, noting the tattered fabric of her clothing. He promptly states, the cheapest age jobs tiers are 180 won per do. This price is exorbitant, typically. Good jobs tiers would cost around 180 won per do, while aged ones would only be about 81. Now, even the aged variety has doubled in price. Su Yin picks up the aged jobs tiers and inhales deeply, detecting a musty odor. This batch is of inferior quality compared to what she had previously purchased, indicating that the price increase is far more than mere inflation. The rising grain prices serve to sharpen Su Yin's awareness of the impending chaos. She fears that in a few days, prices will soar even higher. Once the vagrants arrive, even this musty jobs tiers will be fiercely contested. Feeling the coins in her pocket, she recalls that her mother had given her about 3 taels, while she herself has only half a tael left. With the silver hairpin from her little aunt, worth perhaps another 2.5 taels, her total assets amount to around 6 taels. 1 tael can buy 5.5 do of aged jobs tiers or 4 do of regular jobs tiers. With a total of 6 taels, even if she spent it all on aged jobs tiers, she could only acquire about 33 do. Yet, she knows she cannot spend all her silver on just this. Shopkeeper, I would like 10 do of jobs tiers and 30 jin of flour, please. The assistant casually inquires, new stock or old stock? Old stock. The assistant promptly measures out 10 do of aged jobs tiers and 30 jin of flour, calculating a neat total of 2 taels and 4 won. The combined weight of 10 do of rice and 30 jin of flour amounts to 150 jin, which Su Yin cannot conveniently carry while purchasing other items, so she decides to leave it at the shop until she has acquired everything else. Chapter 4. Gathering Information. After leaving the grain store, Su Yin heads straight to the general store, selecting essential items for their future escape, such as salt, oilcloth, and water bags. Although she wishes to take these directly from the Su household to save money, all provisions, including salt, oil jars, and foodstuffs, are tightly controlled by Old Lady Su, who inspects daily, able to detect even the slightest discrepancy. Su Yin does not expect to extract much in a mere 10 days. Even if she were to pilfer from the public, she could not gather enough without arousing Old Lady Su's suspicions, which would hinder their clandestine operations. Not wanting to jeopardize their plans over trifles, Su Yin has never considered this route. Emerging from the general store, Su Yin turns her attention to the neighboring apothecary. Though medicine is costly, it can be a lifesaver in dire times, and despite the expense, Su Yin is determined to purchase some hemostatic powder, mindful not to buy in excess or too extravagantly. Shopkeeper, please give me another packet of sulfur powder. Certainly. Su Yin, with a tone reminiscent of casual conversation, inquired breezily. Shopkeeper, why are these items considerably more expensive than usual? The shopkeeper sighed, do not mention it. Yunzhou, Minzhou, and Guangzhou are in turmoil, and the cost of transporting goods has skyrocketed. The price of raw materials has also increased significantly, leading to a rise in costs. Is it truly that chaotic? She asked. Indeed, I have heard that many lives have been lost. Will this calamity affect us here? The shopkeeper chuckled, we are still distanced from that chaos by Yuzhou. I have heard that the court has dispatched high-ranking officials to provide disaster relief. It should not be long before things stabilize. Su Yin nodded, recalling how the villagers in her previous life had dismissed Li Rui's words, likely influenced by such rumors. Shopkeeper, which prefectures lie south of Armejo? The shopkeeper, intrigued, replied with a smile, you have asked the right person. In my youth, I traversed many regions. I ventured northward and even more extensively to the south. From Meizhou, one would first reach. In her previous life, Su Yin had never ventured beyond her county, remaining utterly oblivious to the world outside. To escape, one must possess some understanding of the outside realm to navigate the challenges ahead. Fortunately, she encountered a loquacious and knowledgeable shopkeeper. Whenever she encountered a perplexity, she would pose a question, and the shopkeeper patiently elucidated, candidly admitting when he did not understand something. They ceased their journey at Ruzhou, which, in hindsight, seemed quite regrettable. Shopkeeper, why not take your family southward for a visit? There will always be opportunities to earn money, Su Yin gently suggested. She glanced at the young boy playing by the entrance, recalling the adage that reading countless books pales in comparison to traveling thousands of miles. Exposing children to the world broadens their horizons, making their studies far more fruitful. If the shopkeeper could truly heed her advice, it would be a commendable act. The shopkeeper laughed heartily. You, my dear girl, are quite wise to know that reading extensively and traveling widely is invaluable. Your suggestion is indeed splendid. Once things settle, I shall certainly consider it. After bidding farewell to the shopkeeper, Su Yin departed with her purchases. Her bundles were laden, filling her backpack to capacity, and her silver coins had nearly been exhausted. The call of fresh pork, fine pork leg from a vendor caught her attention, prompting her to glance in that direction. On the path of fleeing famine, having meat could supplement their protein intake. Relying solely on dry rations was not ideal. Smoking the meat to make jerky would serve as excellent provisions. The vendor noticed Su Yin and called out, Miss, would you like a pound? I can offer you a discount. Su Yin felt her nearly empty pocket, shook her head, and sighed. Alas, funds remain insufficient. I can only afford the essentials. Meat is beyond my means. After concluding her purchases, she reunited with Su Baozhu. Observing the bulging sack of rice and the brimming contents of Su Yin's backpack, Su Baozhu wondered whether bringing such items back would attract undue attention. We cannot take them back to the village. Then where shall we store them? Su Yin replied, do you remember that mountain to the north with a cave? I plan to stash these items there for the time being. At the mention of the cave, Su Baozhu's expression shifted, as that cave had witnessed death and was rumored to be haunted. Su Yin looked at her and calmly stated, humans are far more frightening than ghosts. Recalling the scenes of death from her previous life, Su Baozhu hesitated no longer. That cave would serve as the optimal hiding place. The villagers typically avoided it, and the children were sternly warned by their elders to keep their distance. Fewer visitors meant a lower chance of discovery. They needed only to store the items there for 11 or 12 days unless they encountered exceedingly bad luck and were discovered within that time frame. Su Yin covered the items with inconsequential debris for camouflage, and the two shared the burden of supplies, hurrying back home before sunset. What have you learned? Su Yin inquired. In the vicinity of Minzhou, which lies between our two prefectures, locusts have plagued the land, and drought is severe. However, I have heard that the court has dispatched an official. What was his title? A governor, to provide disaster relief. The patrons at the tea house have been discussing this governor. And what else? Su Baozhu shook her head. Nothing more. It seems the plight of the refugees has been kept well under wraps. Just as they exited the city gates, Su Yin noticed a beggar by the roadside. Su Baozhu, alert to the situation, asked, is there something amiss with that beggar? Have you noticed that the number of beggars in the county has increased compared to before? Su Yin remarked, as her visits to the county were infrequent, usually accompanying her father. The last time she had been to the county was during the Lantern Festival earlier in the year. Upon hearing this, Su Baozhu surveyed the cornered beggars, her eyes widening as she realized the truth. Indeed, it appears so. Su Yin's expression grew solemn, hoping the influx of refugees had not surged. The mention of refugees drained the color from Su Baozhu's face, prompting them to quicken their pace. On their return journey, Su Yin and Su Baozhu gathered plenty of grass from the roadside, layering it atop their backpacks to disguise their load as though they were merely carrying fodder. They worried about encountering acquaintances, but until they turned into the mountains, they saw no villagers, which oddly relieved both aunts and nieces. As they approached the cave, Su Baozhu's face turned pale with fear, hesitating to draw near. Yet, seeing Su Yin stride ahead, she gritted her teeth and followed. The cave's entrance was overgrown with weeds, and Su Yin used a stick to clear the area of serpents, insects, and rodents. She set down her backpack, fashioned a makeshift torch by wrapping a cloth around a stick and applying some oil, igniting it as they ventured inside. The cave was relatively dry, and they began searching for a suitable hiding spot. Su Yin's keen eyes spotted a small hole 7 feet high. Climbing atop a stone, she grasped the protrusions on the cave wall to ascend. "Be careful," Su Baozhu called from below. Just as she finished speaking, Su Yin emitted a gasp. "Oh my!" Chapter 5: The Skeleton of a Female Corpse. In the pitch-black cave, a skeleton suddenly came into view, startling Su Yin. The skull's large eye sockets seemed to scrutinize the entrance, as if glaring at the intruders. Su Baozhu, equally startled, asked, "What is it?" Su Yin steadied herself. "It's nothing, there's a skeleton in here." Su Baozhu's face turned ashen, the fear she had struggled to suppress resurfacing. "Su Yin, perhaps we should find another place?" Not receiving a response, Su Baozhu was puzzled until she heard Su Yin say, "Wait a moment." She then saw Su Yin nimbly crawl deeper into the cave, vanishing from her sight. With the flickering torchlight, Su Yin carefully examined the skeleton. Noting that most of the fabric had decayed, but remnants indicated it was silk, suggesting the deceased had once been affluent. The skeletal structure indicated a female, and based on the dental remains, she appeared to be around 30 to 45 years of age. As her gaze traveled downward, it rested upon the wrist adorned with a jade bracelet. Removing the bracelet and dusting it off, she found it smooth and translucent, indicating it was of superior quality, likely worth a considerable sum. Given their current need for funds to procure supplies, this jade bracelet could indeed alleviate their pressing predicament. Oh. Her hand brushed against the inner surface of the jade bracelet, feeling the minute protrusions. Bringing the bangle closer to the torch, she squinted to examine it closely. There seemed to be a pattern etched upon it, somewhat blurred and unclear. After scrutinizing for a moment, she could barely discern that it depicted a design adorned with a qilin motif. It was likely the insignia of a certain jewelry establishment, and such establishments that could produce insignias were surely of considerable worth. Su Yin slipped the jade bracelet into her pocket and bowed respectfully towards the skeletal remains. Since she had taken something that belonged to another, it was only fitting to provide a proper burial for her. Su Yin removed her outer coat, preparing to take the remains for interment. Just as she moved the body aside, a stone from behind rolled down, revealing a wooden box. The box, crafted from precious rosewood, was of fine quality. Upon pressing the clasp below, it opened to reveal a neat row of gleaming silver ingots within. She picked one up, weighing it in her hand. It was approximately 10 taels. Each ingot was uniform in size and shape, of superior purity. Counting the silver ingots in the box, she noted 2 layers, each containing 10, totaling 200 taels. 200 taels was a considerable fortune in the Great Yong dynasty. Su Baozhu had been waiting above for quite some time, growing increasingly anxious about Su Yin. "I'm coming down now," she replied. "What are you carrying?" Su Baozhu instinctively took a couple of steps back upon hearing her response, but her curiosity got the better of her as she spotted the wooden box. "What is that?" "See for yourself," Su Yin replied, with a hint of skepticism. Su Baozhu fumbled for a while before managing to open the box. Upon seeing the rows of gleaming silver, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she stammered with excitement, This silver, so much silver." She had never encountered such a large amount of silver in her life. "This silver belongs to her. Since we have taken her money, it is only right that we help her find peace," Su Yin stated. Su Baozhu snapped out of her surprise and nodded fervently. Her gaze towards the remains now filled with gratitude rather than fear. Yes, you're right, Yinzi." The two found a suitable spot, dug a pit, and laid the body to rest, covering it with soil. By the time they finished, the sun was beginning to set. They could not afford to rest yet. They needed to secure their supplies. Su Yin climbed back up to the opening, first scattering some sulfur powder around the area, laying down some grass, and meticulously arranging their belongings. She then instructed her aunt to fetch a stone to place at the entrance for concealment. Once all was accomplished, the sky was nearly darkening. The two dared not linger, hastily departing for home, leaving the box of silver ingots behind. Old Lady Su was a domineering matriarch, often entering the rooms of her unmarried daughters to rummage through their belongings, fearing they might be hoarding silver. It was far more challenging for them to save money compared to the girls from other families. If old Lady Su were to discover the silver ingots, It could lead to a catastrophic fallout. As they approached Li family village, with the sun setting and the village's smoke curling into the air, Su Yin suddenly halted. What is wrong? Su Yin stepped onto the field ridge, applying mud to her legs and smearing some on her face. What are you doing? When we return, your mother will undoubtedly interrogate us. We need to align our stories first. Su Yin shared her plan, and Su Baozhu nodded in agreement. As they entered the village, Su Yin rested her hand on Su Baozhu's shoulder, limping as they walked home. Curious gazes met them along the way. Eldest girl, what happened to you? Su Yin chuckled sheepishly. I went to the mountains to gather herbs and had a fall, injuring my leg. You must take care of that leg, if not healed properly. It could lead to further troubles. Be cautious when walking in the future. Yes, she nodded obediently. Whatever anyone asked, they maintained the same story. As the aunt and niece neared their home, they heard old lady Su's voice booming from the main room. Those two good-for-nothing girls still haven't returned. They might as well never come back. Do not be so harsh, mother, the aunt interjected. They will come back when they are tired from playing. It is only your concern for them that makes you worry. They should help with some chores at home, otherwise, how will they ever marry? With a creak, the two pushed open the courtyard door. The people in the yard turned their attention towards them. Su's mother was the first to notice her daughter's disheveled appearance. Rushing forward anxiously. Eldest girl, what happened to you? Mother, it's nothing. I just slipped while gathering herbs and hurt my foot. Thankfully I met Aunt. Or I wouldn't have known how to get down. Hearing the commotion, old lady Su emerged from the main room, hands on her hips, and scolded them. You foolish girl. What were you doing gathering herbs? A little headache and you think you're dying? Why didn't you just break your neck instead? Su Yin, as usual, bowed her head like a timid quail, enduring the scolding from old lady Su. Su's mother shielded her daughter, mustering the courage to speak. Mother, it's my fault. Eldest girl only wanted to save some money. Blame me for not having the means to take care of her injuries. She rolled up her sleeves, silently wiping her tears. Returning with firewood from outside, Su Yin's father, immediately set down the wood upon witnessing his daughter's distress and his wife's tearful demeanor, all while glancing at the domineering old lady Su. Mother, what wrong has the child's mother done? If you wish to scold or hit someone, then let it be me. Just don't let your anger affect your health. Chapter 6. The Misguided Brothers. Old lady Su, seeing her third son defending his wife, became even angrier. You, old three. What do you mean by this? I merely spoke a few words. What is your family up to? Do you mean to say I am mistreating you? Old lady Su reprimanded fiercely. Su old three lowered his head meekly, not daring to respond. The corners of Su Yin's lips curled in disdain. It was obvious to everyone in Li family village, and there was no need for further proclamation. Her peripheral vision swept across the courtyard, where her uncles and cousins stood quietly, observing the spectacle, their expressions a mix of indifference and mockery. Su Yin's gaze shifted to her two younger brothers, Su Xinyang and Su Xinguang, twins who had faced great peril at birth, often teetering on the brink of death. It was only through the careful nurturing of their grandparents that they survived, but their health remained frail compared to other children. In the Su household, their treatment was not as favored as that of their cousins from the elder and second uncles' families, yet they fared slightly better than Su Yin, being boys after all. Su old man tapped his smoking pipe, turning to his wife. Enough of this. Old three, take your wife and children back to organize yourselves. Understood, father, he replied. Su Baozhu released Su Yin's hand and walked directly to her room. Su mother assisted Su Yin back to their modest shed, while Su father went to fetch water, leaving only the mother and daughter in the house. Mother, things outside may soon become chaotic. What shall we do? Do not worry. These are merely my speculations, and they may not come to pass. Everything hinges on the situation with brotherly Rue. Nevertheless, we must prepare more thoroughly. Su mother studied her resolve. I will listen to you, my daughter. Su Yin refrained from arguing further. Mother, later on, please tell grandfather and grandmother that I will be staying at my maternal grandparents' house for a few days. They have medicines for treating falls and injuries. Given old lady Su's penchant for taking advantage, she would undoubtedly agree. Thus, she finally had sufficient time to continue procuring supplies. With money in hand, she felt compelled to gather more items to enhance her chances of survival before the impending disaster struck. Su's mother glanced at her feet. Your feet. Su Yin shook her head in response. It's nothing, really. Su's mother sighed in relief. All right then, I will inform your grandmother shortly. Just then, Su's father entered, carrying a wooden basin. Go eat in the main room. I can manage here. He hesitated, glancing between his daughter and his wife. Hurry up. Remember to bring back some food for your daughter. Understood. Just wait for a moment. Su Yin watched her father's retreating figure. He was a good man. Kind to his wife and daughter, yet utterly submissive to his parents. In her previous life, she would have described him as a quintessentially foolish son. One who would wear a pained expression if his wife and children clashed with his parents, merely seeking to mediate peace. He had lived such a submissive life for a reason. The family's sole pillar of support could not provide them with strength, leaving them with little confidence to stand tall. In a feudal society, it was inherently difficult for daughters, burdened by countless constraints, and if the men in the family did not assist, they were left to suffer. Creak. The door swung open, and Su's father entered with a bowl of rice, followed by two younger boys. Su's mother cast a glance at the translucent porridge, with only a few scattered wild vegetable leaves floating atop, and her expression immediately darkened. Su's father, aware of the inadequacy, could not criticize his parents. So he smiled gently at his daughter, saying, "My dear, make do with this for now. Tomorrow, I will go to the mountains to catch some wild rabbits for you. Who knows who will eat them when they are caught," Su's mother muttered, rudely snatching the bowl and chopsticks from her husband's hands. "Mother, you shouldn't say that. It's only right to show respect to your elders," Su Xinyang interjected. Su Xingguang chimed in, "Sister is not an elder. Why should she get to eat? Grandma said girls belong to other families. Giving them food is just a waste." In the past, Su Yin would have lowered her head, consumed by sadness upon hearing such words, but now she only felt the urge to slap those two little boys. How brainwashed had they become under the influence of Su's grandmother? "Don't listen to your grandmother's nonsense. Yin is your sister, not an outsider," Su's mother corrected. The two boys merely shrugged dismissively. "Grandma said, if you don't work, you don't need to eat for free," Su Xinyang mockingly mimicked. "Did your grandmother really say that?" "Yes, she did. Grandma asked father to tell sister," Su Xingguang added. Su's mother was so furious that tears began to flow. Su Yin embraced her mother and whispered in her ear, "Mother, this will all pass soon." Upon hearing this, Su's mother found her tears abruptly cease. Yes, it would soon be over. Once the two ungrateful boys departed, the dull-witted Su's father pulled a black cornmeal bun from his pocket and pressed it into his daughter's hands. Su Yin recognized it as something he had dug out from his own mouth. In the Su household, her father worked the hardest, but when it came to food, he ate the least and the worst compared to his elder and younger brothers. Especially since her elder uncle was a scholar, receiving preferential treatment for all good things. Her younger uncle was sweet-tongued and adept at flattering the elderly matriarch, who often saved the best for him. Only her father, who neither sought to please their parents nor had a sweet tongue, simply toiled away. Su Yin returned the cornmeal bun to him. "You have to do a lot of farm work each day. If you don't eat enough, your health will decline. We will have good food in the county tomorrow." It wouldn't hurt to skip this meal. However, under her father's insistence, they ended up sharing the bun between her and Su's mother. The following day, Su's mother consulted with Su's grandmother, who cheerfully agreed, eagerly anticipating Su Yin's arrival at her uncle's house, as she could no longer work and could only eat for free. Su's mother remained behind to work, while the not-so-healthy Su Baozhu supported Su Yin on their way back. Once they had left the village far enough behind, Su Yin was finally able to walk normally. The two returned to the cave to retrieve the silver ingots and set off for the county. Noticing her aunt's anxious demeanor, Su Yin couldn't help but advise, "Aunt, acting so nervous will only raise suspicion. Stop peeking into the backpack, let us pretend we have no money. I'm just afraid of losing it. Don't worry, it won't happen. What are we buying today?" Su Yin glanced down at her patched clothing and then at her equally shabby aunt beside her. Clothes. Upon entering the county, Su Yin headed straight for a general store and purchased a pair of scissors. 10 taels of silver ingots, still in pristine condition, were extracted from the hands of a shabby farmer girl, which was rather conspicuous and could easily attract trouble. The subsequent items she needed to buy were not suitable for her current attire. The two found a secluded spot, and Su Yin took out a silver ingot from her pocket, then began to cut it into smaller pieces. Chapter 7. Means of Transportation. Su Yin, clutching a handful of small silver pieces, made her way to a clothing store, instructing Su Baozhu to guard the backpack. Upon entering the store, the attendant, upon seeing her attire, ignored her. Su Yin, unfazed, pointed to a set of plain clothes hanging on the wall. "I'll take 2 sets. The attendant glanced at her hand and cautioned, "Miss, although those clothes are plain, They are made of cotton, and the price is not cheap. How much? 301 for one set. 2 sets will be 601. Normally, a bolt of cotton fabric costs 201. More than sufficient to make a full outfit with leftover material for linings. A price of 301 per set is typically beyond the means of ordinary families, who usually buy fabric by the bolt and sew it themselves, ensuring a proper fit while being economical. With no time to spare and money in her pocket, Su Yin found it most advantageous to buy ready-made clothing. Without further ado, she produced a handful of small silver pieces, and the attendant, astonished by the sight of the silver, immediately donned a broad smile and retrieved the garments from the rack. She also purchased linings and new shoes, essentially renewing her entire outfit. Is there a place to change clothes in your store? Yes. Follow me. Finally shedding her tattered attire, Su Yin slipped into the comfortable, clean new clothes, feeling an immediate sense of relief. The attendant observed the transformed Su Yin, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he mused internally. This farmer girl, having merely changed her clothes, seemed entirely different, almost as if she hailed from a prominent family. Su Yin gathered her new outfit and the discarded rags, leaving the clothing store. Before departing, she inquired about the prices of burlap and ready-made cotton quilts to have a rough understanding of the market, ensuring she wouldn't be caught off guard. She did not intend to make any purchases there, as having just donned a new outfit, buying too many items at once could draw unnecessary attention. In times like these, one must exercise caution. As she exited the shop and strolled into the alley, she suddenly heard Su Baozhu's voice calling out, "Don't come any closer." Su Yin's heart raced, and she dashed into the alley, only to find 2 ruffians surrounding Su Baozhu. The latter was clutching the backpack tightly, her eyes filled with fear, glaring angrily at the 2 men. "Don't come any closer." The 2 turned around, and upon seeing Su Yin, their eyes flickered with some apprehension, recognizing her better attire as a sign of better circumstances. "Miss, I advise you not to meddle in our affairs." Su Baozhu's eyes lit up upon seeing her, Yinzi. "Oh, do you 2 know each other?" Su Yin remained unresponsive, advancing directly towards the 2 individuals. Before one of them could utter a word, she launched a sudden and forceful assault upon them, leaving them utterly bewildered. How could this individual act with such a lack of martial decorum, resorting to a sneak attack? You dare." One of them stammered, but before he could finish, Su Yin seized his arm and executed a swift shoulder throw, slamming him forcefully onto the ground. "Ouch!" groaned the man on the ground in agony. The other, upon noticing Su Yin's gaze directed at him, instinctively recoiled, exclaiming, "Stay back." Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. The fallen man, seeing his companion abandon him, hastily scrambled to his feet and followed suit. These unprincipled ruffians were nothing but bullies, only daring to prey on the weak while cowering before the strong. Engaging them in civil discourse would only embolden them further. With the crisis averted, Su Baozhu finally felt her anxious heart settle, her large, sparkling eyes fixed on Su Yin. "You are so impressive." Su Yin waved her hand dismissively. She had exerted little effort in dealing with these 2 miscreants. During her time on Blue Star, she had served in a special department, but after offending a certain influential second-generation heir, she had been compelled to resign. Although this new body could not compare to her former one, years of agricultural labor had endowed her with considerable resilience, allowing her to perform basic defensive maneuvers with ease. Were her physique one of a spoiled individual, unaccustomed to labor, she would have to rely on skill, which would prove considerably more challenging. "Are you injured?" "I'm fine." "That's good to hear." Su Yin handed her the bundle, instructing, "You should change into a different outfit." When Su Baozhu emerged after changing, her gait seemed awkward, as if her limbs were out of sync. "Is the clothing uncomfortable?" "No, not at all." Su Baozhu quickly shook her head. "It's just, the fabric is so exquisite. I've never worn such fine clothing before, and I fear I might soil it." "Clothes are meant to be worn. If they get dirty, they can be washed. There's no need to be overly concerned." Though she understood Su Yin's sentiment, Su Baozhu still felt a pang of distress for her new attire, worried about soiling it. "Where shall we go next?" "Today is the market day for horses." Their county was merely a small one, and the horse market did not open daily. It operated only every few days, drawing those in need of trade to await its opening. In their desperate flight from calamity, a means of transport was paramount, with a horse cart. They could carry more belongings, making their journey comparatively easier. The thought of relying solely on human strength to bear their possessions was a daunting prospect for Su Yin. Upon arriving at the horse market, an overwhelming stench assailed their senses. The market was bustling, with numerous patrons inspecting livestock. A vendor, noticing the two young women, approached them. Although it was rare for women to frequent the horse market, their respectable attire did not go unnoticed. "Ladies, may I assist you in finding something? Do you have any mules?" You've come to the right place. We just received 2 adult mules, and they're quite robust. Let me see them." "Certainly." The vendor led them to a stable. "Here they are. All the animals in the stable belong to us. We have horses, cows, donkeys, and mules. Our selection is quite comprehensive. Look at our mules. Aren't they impressive?" the vendor boasted. Su Yin did not respond, but instead entered the stable to inspect the mules closely. To ascertain their quality, she first examined the sheen of their coats, the alignment of their teeth, and the condition of their eyes for signs of redness or tearing. She then felt along their backs, checking for flatness, indentations, or protrusions, followed by an assessment of their limbs and hooves, concluding with an evaluation of their overall demeanor. After her thorough inspection, satisfied that the mules were in good condition, she inquired, "How much do they cost?" The horse trader, initially assuming the young girl lacked knowledge, quickly recognized that she was not easily deceived after witnessing her meticulous examination. He hesitated to quote a price, 55 taels. "That seems rather steep. How about 50 taels? Su Yin calmly countered. Meanwhile, Su Baozhu was left in a daze, watching the back-and-forth negotiation unfold in a stupor. "That one do. 50 taels would be a loss for us. If you're truly interested, I can offer you a sincere price, 54 taels. That's still too expensive. 54 taels is the absolute lowest. How about this? I'll throw in 3 bags of fodder as a bonus. Let us do this instead. You don't need to lower the price. Just include a cart and 3 bags of fodder. How about that?" After a lengthy negotiation, the vendor reluctantly agreed, visibly pained by the transaction. After finalizing the deal, the horse trader sighed in relief, almost fearing the mules would remain unsold. While mules could carry more than horses and were swifter than oxen, with the endurance of donkeys, they had 2 significant drawbacks. First, they were more expensive than horses. Second, they could not reproduce, making them a poor investment for farmers. Mules were primarily used by merchants and the military. These 2 mules had originally been ordered by a merchant. But after that merchant fell afoul of the powerful and was incarcerated, the mules had been left unsold for quite some time. Selling one was a relief, as the sooner they were sold, the greater the profit. The horse trader swiftly harnessed the mules to the cart and loaded the fodder. The 2 then made their way to a fabric shop, purchasing several warm garments and bedding, along with burlap and an ample supply of oilcloth, before heading to Master Li's apothecary to procure various medicinal supplies. With their food supplies still insufficient, Su Yin made a trip to the grain shop, only to discover that prices had surged. Rice was now 320 won per dough. As a southerner, Su Yin had a penchant for rice, but the exorbitant price made it impractical. Although she had 200 taels, which initially seemed ample, it quickly proved inadequate. She was left with no choice but to buy cheaper millet, opting not to purchase aged millet this time and instead acquiring some inexpensive white flour. The cart was already laden with numerous items, concealed beneath oilcloth and topped with fodder to obscure its contents from prying eyes. "You keep an eye on the belongings. I'll be right back." "Where are you going?" Su Yin pointed towards the blacksmith shop across the street. In their desperate journey, possessing a good weapon for self-defense could deter many and enhance their chances of survival. The blacksmith, noticing the visitors, regardless of their gender, did not neglect them. "Miss, what can I assist you with? Do you have any long knives?" "Indeed, we do. Here they are. Which style do you prefer?" Su Yin surveyed the array of long knives, noting that they all shared a single design, a horizontal knife. As for ceremonial blades, sabers, and halberds, those were not tools for common folk. Ceremonial blades were accessories for the nobility, while sabers and halberds were primarily utilized by military personnel and law enforcers. The average citizen predominantly wielded horizontal knives. These horizontal knives varied in length and weight, with prices reflecting their differences. Su Yin tentatively tested her options and ultimately selected 2 broadswords. "Are there any short blades?" she inquired. "Indeed," came the reply. Su Yin chose 3 short blades, placing the selected broadswords and short blades before her, and also picked out a modest iron pot. "Boss, could you tally the cost for me?" The proprietor of the iron shop felt a surge of joy. Such a significant customer was a rare find throughout the year. The past 2 years had been tumultuous, with rising material costs, and consequently, prices had also escalated considerably. Concerned that the prices might startle the customer, the blacksmith cautiously broached the subject after a preemptive warning. The broadswords are 500 coins each, and for the short blades, I can offer you 260 coins each. As for the pot, I can let you have it for 100 coins. Altogether, that amounts to 1 tael and 80 coins. How about 1 tael? The blacksmith's heart quivered. The young girl was too shrewd in her bargaining. There was little profit to be had at that rate. How about this? I shall waive the 80 coins. He reluctantly conceded, knowing well that 80 coins could purchase several pounds of millet. Observing the proprietor's discomfort, Su Yin smiled and countered, no need to lower the price. How about gifting me 2 chopping knives instead? Each chopping knife was worth around 50 coins, making 2 knives a mere 100 coins. The blacksmith was taken aback by her tenacity and haggling. Very well, he sighed, acquiescing to her request. After settling the payment, she departed with her purchases. Though she had procured the necessary items, one essential element remained, the household registration certificate. Once on the run, possessing a registration would prevent her from being classified as a vagrant. Without it, she would be nothing more than a refugee. Given the substantial load they had acquired, it was inconvenient to travel by day, so they dared to venture into the mountains only after nightfall. Su Baozhu held a torch aloft, illuminating the path ahead, while Su Yin guided the mule cart up the rugged mountain trail. The journey was laborious, and they moved slowly, occasionally using the chopping knives to clear a path for the mule's passage. After considerable effort, they finally organized their belongings. Su Baozhu changed back into her old clothes, aware that upon reaching the village, she would need to devise a plan to obtain their household registration certificates. Su Yin sought a relatively flat and dry spot within the cave, laying down a layer of straw and placing a mat atop it, preparing for a few days of makeshift slumber. Their evening meal consisted of 3 meat buns purchased from the town, accompanied by a bowl of water. A simple sustenance to tide them over. Before retiring, Su Yin drew closer to the fire, utilizing its glow to alter her new garments, sewing on a few patches to make them less conspicuous. On the following morning, Su Yin donned her original attire and set off with the mule cart towards her uncle's home. This served a dual purpose, to practice her driving skills and to assist her uncle's family. Furthermore, she sought allies, for strength lies in numbers. Relying solely on her uncle's family would render them vulnerable to others' predation. Convincing her uncles would provide them with an added layer of security. Su Yin had 3 uncles. Her mother, young Chunxiang, was the 3rd child. She had 2 elder brothers and 1 younger brother, all of whom treated her mother kindly, and their respective wives dared not mistreat her. The eldest uncle was a carpenter, working on woodcraft when business was good and laboring in the fields when it was not. The second and youngest uncles both toiled in agriculture, but were also adept hunters, thanks to their great-grandfather, a renowned figure in the area for his hunting prowess. Upon arriving at the Yang family home, Su Yin was greeted with surprise by her cousin, Yang Taohua, who was washing clothes in the courtyard. Cousin Su Yin, what brings you here? She glanced at the mule cart and inquired, what is this? Su Yin maneuvered the cart into the courtyard. Where is uncle? Grandfather and grandmother passed away 2 years ago, so now it's just the 3 uncles, each with their own families, but still living under the same roof. My father, the eldest uncle, the second uncle, and my mother are all in the fields. It hasn't rained for days. The river is nearly dry. My father says if it doesn't rain soon, this year's harvest will be lost. She sighed, a small frown creasing her brow. In the household, it was just she and her younger cousin, with the older members working in the fields. Yang Taohua brought her a bowl of water. This weather had been dry for 3 months without a drop of rain, not just here but across the entire Meizhou region. Yang Taohua called out to her younger brother, Yang Hu, who was playing outside, instructing him to inform their mother that cousin Su Yin had arrived. Young Yang, who acknowledged her and dashed off to the fields. Before long, their 3rd aunt returned, her expression curious as she eyed the mule cart. Where did this cart come from? And where's your mother? Mother is at home. I've come to discuss something with uncle. Your uncle is still busy in the fields. If it's not urgent, he'll be back for lunch. And you can talk to him then. Very well. Su Yin assisted her 3rd aunt and cousin with some household chores, and by noon, all 3 uncles, their wives, for male cousins and 1 elder cousin had returned. Little Yin, where is your mother? At home. She sent me to discuss a matter with you. Seeing the serious look on her niece's face, the three uncles became attentive. Chapter 9. Li Rui has returned. As the three aunts busied themselves with the younger cousins, the living room was left with just the four of them. Speak, what is it? The eldest uncle prompted. Has your mother been bullied by that family? The youngest uncle asked anxiously. Su Yin quickly interjected to prevent her uncles from jumping to conclusions. No. Eldest uncle, second uncle, youngest uncle. I visited the county town the other day and encountered a merchant from Yuzhou. He informed me that chaos has erupted around Yunzhou, with many refugees heading towards our Meizhou. These refugees are robbing and killing indiscriminately, driven mad by hunger. I heard several villages have been slaughtered. The merchant suggested that they might soon invade our Donghu County. We must take precautions. What do your grandparents say? The eldest uncle, Yang Dashan, inquired. Su Yin lowered her head in disappointment. Grandfather and grandmother do not believe me. They have never taken my words seriously. The three uncles, recalling the Su family's past behavior, harbored no doubts. Mother is worried that you might not inform us. Which is why she sent me to relay this information early, Su Yin continued. The suddenness of the situation left the three uncles somewhat bewildered. This matter is too significant. I cannot guarantee the merchant's words are true. If you have time, perhaps you could inquire with other traveling merchants in the town to gather more information. This news is too abrupt. We haven't heard any rumors, the second uncle remarked, his expression grave. Indeed, it is too sudden, the eldest uncle concurred. What does your mother say? She wishes for you to make your own judgment, Su Yin added. Since the refugees have not yet arrived, we still have time. Within 7 days, please ensure someone comes to inform me of your decision. The purpose of her visit was to first allow her uncles to digest the information and gradually accept it. Once Li Rui returned and provided his confirmation, she believed her uncles would reach a decision. If they chose not to leave, she would have no choice but to accompany Li Rui. For escaping alone would be perilously dangerous. Understood. Third Anne invited Su Yin to stay for lunch, but she declined, needing to return home. Once she departed, the three uncles summoned their wives, bringing up her earlier statements. The three aunts turned pale. It cannot be that serious. Perhaps little Yin misheard. If what their niece claimed were true, they would have to leave. The thought of uprooting their lives was daunting. In this era, no one wished to abandon their homeland unless absolutely necessary. Indeed, if the refugees were truly causing such havoc, why have we heard no rumors? In the living room, everyone was reluctant to believe Su Yin's alarming news. When the second aunt spoke up, she suggested that even if the refugees arrived, if the villagers united, they could simply block them out. She assumed that those desperate souls would not dare to force their way in. However, the eldest uncle disagreed. Having heard tales of the brutality exhibited by famished individuals who were capable of committing any atrocity. On the way back from the uncle's home, taking advantage of the early hour, he stopped by the market, heading straight for the pork stall. On that day, he could not afford meat. But now he had the means to buy it. Su Yin felt a surge of happiness within her. The vendor, not recognizing Su Yin, inquired as usual. Would you like to purchase some meat, young lady? Our pork is priced most reasonably in the town. Su Yin's gaze fell upon the meat on the counter. Most of it lean, with only a scant amount of fat. In these times, fatty meat was highly coveted, while lean meat attracted fewer admirers. Uncle, what is the price? 35 won per pound. Would you like some? I'll take all of this, but can you offer a discount? The vendor was taken aback. You want all of this? Yes. If you take it all, I'll reduce the price by 2 won per pound. I'll take it all. The vendor, elated, weighed the meats, 56 pounds, totaling 1 tael and 8 chien, which is 48 won. Su Yin promptly paid and loaded her purchases onto the cart. Uncle, I also need 2 hind legs. 30 pounds of fatty meat. I'll set it aside for you. Just come back tomorrow to collect it. However, you'll need to pay a small deposit first. Just 2 or 3 won. The vendor spoke cautiously, as if worried she might mind. No problem, Su Yin replied, handing over the 2 won as a deposit before returning home. Early the next morning, Su Yin set off alone, carrying her basket and some cut silver coins, making her way back to the market. Upon spotting her, the vendor greeted her with a smile. I've saved your meat, 2 forelegs and some choice fatty meat. The vendor retrieved the meat from a basket behind the stall and neatly placed it in her basket. After she paid, as she turned to leave, she noticed her uncle Su Xiaoyong and his wife, Lu Shi, standing across the street. She hurriedly hid behind the vendor's stall, seeking refuge from their sight. Su Xiaoyang, noticing his wife's gaze, casually asked, "What are you looking at?" Lu Shi leaned towards the street. "I could have sworn I saw that girl, Su Yin." Su Xiaoyang followed her line of sight, but saw nothing. "You must have been mistaken. That girl is still at her uncle's house. How could she be at the market? Stop dawdling, hurry and buy what you need. Whether you can pass the examination this time depends on it." With the mention of such an important matter, Lu Shi dismissed her suspicions about Su Yin. Once Su Xiaoyang and Lu Shi departed, Su Yin emerged from behind the tree and quickly left the market. Encountering the Su family again would be disastrous. Upon returning to the mountain, her first task was to render oil, chopping the 30 pounds of fatty meat into uniform pieces before commencing the rendering process. In no time, the forest was filled with the enticing aroma of rendered lard. After completing the rendering, she divided the fat into 2 clay jars, sprinkling a bit of salt to preserve it. The leftover cracklings, which Su Yin would have previously shunned, now held no resistance for her in this body. At noon, she relished a dish of stir-fried vegetables with cracklings, accompanied by a bowl of millet rice, an exquisite meal that left Su Yin thoroughly satisfied. In her 15 years of reincarnation during the Great Yang Dynasty, this was the first time she felt such contentment. In the afternoon, Su Yin busied herself making jerky. She cut the meat into uniform strips, first blanching them to remove blood and impurities, then rinsing them again to further cleanse them. Next, she seasoned them with salt and other spices to marinate for an hour. The subsequent steps involved drying and smoking the meat. However, she lacked sufficient oil for frying. Oil was precious, and despite her unexpected windfall of 200 taels of silver, her recent purchases had diminished her funds to just 60 taels, reserved as an emergency stash. With no oil for frying, she resorted to drying it using smoke, hastily preparing it as time was of the essence. In 2 days, it would be the anniversary of Li Rui's return to the village to deliver news. Su Yin began preparing flatbreads, a simple task of kneading dough, adding some salt, then spreading and drying the dough to create a flatbread. Such flatbreads were convenient for consumption and durable. In the Great Yang Dynasty, these flatbreads were commonly consumed by travelers, differing from one another in ingredients and flour used. Su Yin discovered a patch of wild scallions in a shaded area, washed them, chopped them finely, and kneaded them into the dough, transforming it into fragrant scallion flatbreads. Su Baozhu often came up the mountain to help under the cover of Su Mu. On this day, Su Baozhu arrived with news: Li Rui has returned. Chapter 10, Persuasion. Su Yin noted that the days mirrored those of her past life, unchanged, which alleviated some of her worries. She truly feared the butterfly effect. Let us go down the mountain. They tethered the mule in a cave and returned to the village, where they immediately sensed a different atmosphere. Do you think what the third son of the Li family said is true or false? Who knows? It's quite peaceful outside. There's no sign of chaos. In my opinion, Li Rui is simply overreacting. What if it is true? What if? Are you prepared to abandon your family and home? Upon hearing this, many fell silent. Leaving would mean becoming a rootless leaf. In front of the village head's home, a crowd had gathered, including members of the Su family. Su Yin pushed her way forward, and upon seeing her, the adults parted to let her through. Her father, upon spotting her, reached out to pull her close but caught nothing but air. Just as he opened his mouth to call her, he was halted by the displeased Su Mu. In the courtyard of Li Zhang's home stood numerous people, including several elders from the Li family. Li Rui, with a face full of urgency, addressed the crowd. "Uncle, we truly need to leave quickly. The situation outside has indeed turned chaotic. If we don't leave soon, encountering refugees will be disastrous." An elder inquired, "Li San, did you witness this with your own eyes, or did you hear it from others?" "I haven't seen it myself, but I have a friend who is a peddler from Yuzhou. He informed me that he has already taken his family south to escape the turmoil. I rushed back to warn everyone to leave this place and head towards the southern province for safety. Uncle, if we don't leave now, it will be too late. I will be moving my entire family at dawn tomorrow. I, Li Rui, would never jest about such matters. Please heed my advice and leave swiftly." Yunzhou, Minzhou, and Guangzhou are situated in the northwestern region of the Great Yang Dynasty, separated from Meizhou by Yuzhou. Naturally, the people of Yuzhou are more familiar with the conditions in these 3 states. To Su Yin, this was a clear indication of the gravity of the situation. In her past life, she had not been able to join the fray, being assigned to cut pig fodder by the old matriarch. and only learned of the events later when she returned home to hear her family discussing it. Hearing Li Rui's explicit warning today, she realized that, despite the clarity of his message, many were still reluctant to leave Li family village and Meizhou. Observing the villagers present, Su Yin couldn't help but recall the horrifying scene of the village slaughter from her past life, where most perished at the hands of the refugees. She did not wish for the Su family to suffer, but the villagers had treated her kindly. Saving some was better than none, depending on everyone's fate. Su Yin limped forward, approaching Li Rui. Her sudden appearance drew the gaze of the crowd. Upon witnessing his niece's reckless approach, Uncle Su immediately admonished Su Yin. The grown-ups are in discussion. Retreat at once. Su's mother felt a pang of anxiety as she observed her daughter stepping forward, instinctively tightening her grip. Among the crowd, Su Baozhu hesitated, ultimately biting her lip and refraining from voicing her objections. Uncle Li Jing, I have something to convey, she declared. Child, do not create chaos, someone retorted sharply. Li Jing, already troubled, found some solace in the interruption, allowing him a moment to contemplate Li Rui's words. What do you wish to say? He inquired, his tone amiable. Uncle Li Jing, I believe that Brother Li Rui is not merely engaging in alarmism. I have heard some matters from my uncle that I wish to share with everyone. Su Yin stated, opting for a guiding approach rather than a definitive conclusion. Has anyone recently visited the town? A voice from the crowd exclaimed, I have. What of it? Turning to the speaker, Su Yin asked Li Bo, have you noticed the rising grain prices? Of course, Li Bo responded promptly. The prices have skyrocketed, more than tripling. I have heard that they're expected to rise even further. These unscrupulous merchants raise prices daily. When the topic of grain prices arose, murmurs of discontent filled the air. Li Bo, have you also noticed the increase in beggars within the town? Su Yin continued her inquiry. Well, I hadn't paid much attention to that, he replied. Before he could finish, another voice chimed in, I have noticed, there are indeed many more beggars in town, and they speak with accents from other regions. What of it? Someone interjected. Is that a problem? Indeed, what is so unusual about that? In recent years, we have occasionally faced droughts, leading to elevated grain prices. Particularly in the Yunzhou area, the situation is far worse. Poor harvests have historically resulted in rising prices and an increase in beggars. But the number of beggars has significantly increased. It is possible that they have migrated from Yunzhou, another voice contended. If that is the case, then Li Rui's concerns are not unfounded. We may be facing calamity here. The villagers engaged in a cacophony of discussion. Some matters cannot rely solely on verbal assertions. Individuals must engage in contemplation to genuinely perceive the looming crisis. Li Jing, deep in thought, turned to Su Yin. What did your uncle say? My uncle encountered a merchant from Yuzhou near the post station. He mentioned that chaos has erupted in Yunzhou, prompting refugees to flee towards Yuzhou. He left with his family in advance. Initially skeptical, he later discovered that grain prices were soaring, much higher than last year. He then observed the influx of beggars from outside, and connecting it with the merchant's words, he fears that Meizhou may be impacted by the influx of refugees. Presenting the facts logically before the assembly, it was now up to them to determine their belief in the truth of the matter. Li Jing's expression grew grave. Could it truly be that we must leave? Our ancestors have lived here for generations. If we abandon this place, all our hard-earned land will be lost. Indeed, we would lose everything. A wave of panic spread amongst the crowd. At that moment, a commotion arose from the back of the assembly. Nonsense. The crowd parted to reveal Su Xiaoang. As a student, he held a degree of influence in the village. In the eyes of the common folk, those who attained scholarly success were esteemed and possessed greater knowledge. Oh, Xiaoang, you have returned, they exclaimed. You understand more than we do. Please enlighten us on the truth of this situation. Are we truly in danger of leaving? The villagers' ancestral livelihoods, painstakingly built over generations, could not be easily dismissed. With the villagers crowding around him, Su Xiaoang entered the courtyard, casting a disdainful glance at Su Yin before shifting his gaze to Li Rui, ultimately resting upon Li Jing and several clan elders, to whom he respectfully bowed. Uncle Li, esteemed elders, I am but a novice. Yet I have some connections in Dongta County and hear more reliable news than mere hearsay. Li Jing and the elders were still deliberating the matter. Xiaoang, please enlighten us on the situation outside, Li Jing urged. The previously clamorous villagers fell silent, eagerly awaiting his words. Su Xiaoang reveled in their attention, clearing his throat to speak. What they say is overly alarmist. The court has dispatched a governor to Yunzhou, Guangzhou, and Minzhou for disaster relief. The appointed governor is Marquis Wei Yuan, the emperor's nephew. Renowned for both martial prowess and exceptional wisdom. Li Rui frowned. What relevance does this have to us? Displeased, Su Shaoang shot him a disdainful look. Fool. Just as Li Rui opened his mouth to respond, Su Shaoang turned away, continuing to address the elders. Marquis Wei Yuan is known for his disdain for corruption and his fierce opposition to greedy officials. He is a rare upright minister. 5 years ago, the notorious corrupt official, the Duke of England, was brought to justice by Marquis Wei Yuan. The villagers, unfamiliar with these details, appeared taken aback. I have received the latest intelligence. Our governor is preparing to address the corrupt officials in Yunzhou and those merchants who inflate prices. As a result, many unscrupulous merchants have fled upon learning of this. If they do not leave, they will face the governor's wrath. The crowd began to understand, finding his reasoning compelling and developing a curiosity and admiration for the governor. Li Rui sought to interject but struggled to articulate his rebuttal. Su Yin furrowed her brow. Her uncle's assertions resonated deeply with the crowd, yet they were also misleading, effectively transforming her and Li Rui's concerns into mere panic-driven escape. Uncle, how can you be so certain that what you heard is genuine news and not mere hearsay? Su Yin questioned, unwilling to see her and Li Rui's efforts go to waste or allow the villagers to tread the same misguided path for generations. Seeing the unfolding scene, Su's mother, filled with urgency, exclaimed, I believe in what Yin and Li Rui have said. Su Shaoang was taken aback that the first to challenge him was a family member, and one who was least esteemed in the household, the third daughter-in-law. His expression darkened. Third daughter-in-law, this child is merely ignorant. As her mother, you should not indulge her. Is this how you teach your children? Do you not respect your elders? Su's mother felt a mix of frustration and anger, her mouth opened to retort, but Su's father interjected, Brother, do not misconstrue. They may be clumsy with words, but they mean no disrespect. Su Yin disagreed with her father's attempt at reconciliation. Uncle, we are discussing matters that pertain to everyone's fate. As a member of this village, and given that Uncle Li Jing permitted me to speak, I merely asked a question. Why must you react with such anger? Is it because I am exposing a fabrication? If it is not a fabrication, why the need for indignation? Why not engage in discourse instead of silencing me with accusations? Su Shaoang glared at the incessantly chattering girl before him, astonished by her audacity to elevate herself in discourse and craftily undermine his position. Could he truly be speaking nonsense? Li Rui was not one to lack discernment. Su Yin's uncle's analysis was not without merit. Alas, I truly do not know whom to believe, Su Shaoang thought, feeling his temper rise as he overheard the villagers' murmurs. The information I received comes from the county magistrate's nephew. Do you all trust their hearsay or my information? Truly nonsensical. The final remark was directed at Su Yin and Li Rui. Upon hearing that he was the nephew of the county magistrate, the hearts of the onlookers immediately tilted towards Su Shaoang. Su Shaoang addressed the village chief and several clan elders, stating, with the presence of Marquis Wei Yuan, the matters concerning Yuzhou will surely be resolved, so there is no need for excessive worry. We are separated from Yuzhou by a province. And even if the flames of disaster rage fiercely, they cannot reach us here. Relocating the entire family would be a devastating blow. Though we too face drought, we still receive occasional rain. If we endure, the coming year will undoubtedly bring favorable weather. I implore you, respected village chief and esteemed elders, to deliberate with utmost caution and not to forsake your homes and livelihoods due to mere rumors, lest you become rootless wanderers. After finishing his speech, he turned to the villagers who had doubted him, his tone icy. You may choose to believe or disbelieve. If you do not trust my words, you may depart with Li Rui. With that, he flicked his sleeve and strode away, embodying a demeanor of disdain for foolishness. The villagers murmured among themselves, uncertain of whom to trust. Village chief, what shall we do? Should we stay or leave? Someone inquired, and others echoed the sentiment. The village chief and elders found themselves in a quandary. The gravity of the situation made a swift decision implausible. Return home for now. We will inform you once a decision is reached. In the meantime, reflect on this matter. The villagers dispersed, their conversations rife with uncertainty about whether to depart. Li Rui observed the departing villagers with a furrowed brow and addressed the village chief. Uncle, I speak the truth. I hurried back not only to gather my family, but also to shield the villagers from impending calamity. Yet, since no one believes me, I shall not insist. I can only hope that my words are unfounded. He bowed to the clan elders and hastily left with his family. Just as Su Yin was about to speak, her uncle Yang Dashan rushed in. He had arrived at the agreed time, but upon reaching the entrance of Li Jia village, he had heard the ominous tidings and hurried over without delay. Upon seeing her uncle, Su Yin preemptively said, "Uncle, I just informed the village chief and the others about your encounter with the traveling merchants and your assessment that refugees may flock to our village." Yang Dashan paused, then quickly grasped the situation, naturally attributing the encounter with the merchants to himself. The village chief promptly asked, "Is the situation truly that dire?" Before coming, Yang Dashan had already believed 6 or 7 parts of the rumors. Now, after hearing the news from Li Rue in Li Jia village, he was convinced that chaos was on the horizon. Yang Dashan noted the hesitance of the village chief and the elders. There were some decisions he could not impose upon outsiders. "I cannot be certain, but I dare not gamble. If their suspicions prove true, it will be a source of great regret. If not, then all will blame you for leading them astray. Human nature is such that not everyone reflects on their choices. Most will place the blame on others to absolve themselves." This was part of the reason the village chief and the elders found themselves in such a predicament. Chapter 12. Family Visit. Yang Dashan exchanged polite gestures with the village chief and the others before departing with Su Yin's family. On the way back, Su's father could no longer contain himself. "Uncle, do you plan to leave as well?" Yang Dashan nodded. "But my elder brother says it is not as serious as it seems." Su's father furrowed his brow, uncertain of whom to believe. Su's mother interjected, "I trust my brother's judgment. We should return home today to pack our belongings and leave as soon as possible." But Su's father hesitated. "I fear that my parents may not agree. I will speak with them." Upon returning to the Su household, Su's father initially intended to confront his third brother's family. But upon seeing Yang Dashan, he restrained his temper, though his demeanor remained unfriendly. Su's father and mother, who had initially wanted to chastise the third brother's wife, swallowed their words due to Yang Dashan's presence. "Greetings, Su father-in-law and mother-in-law." "All is well," Su's father replied with a forced smile as they moved to the main hall. After taking his seat, Yang Dashan got straight to the point. "I have come with news. It appears there may be unrest outside East 2 County borders Yuzhou, and it may not be safe." His words were gentle, yet the meaning was unmistakable. "I wonder how Su father-in-law intends to proceed." The smile on Su's father's face faded slightly. "To be honest, my eldest son has already inquired and found nothing alarming. Although we too face drought, there is still a glimmer of hope. We are not yet at our wits' end. If we leave recklessly, we may lose everything. We cannot abandon our homes and livelihoods based on baseless rumors. When I pass on, how shall I explain to our ancestors?" His intentions were clear. They would not leave, as they trusted their son's information more. Yang Dashan could not help but continue persuading. "Su father-in-law, have you heard the saying, better to believe it exists than to doubt it? If it turns out to be true, regret will come too late. I urge you to consider this carefully." Su Xiaoyi, the second son of the Su family, could not restrain himself. "Your fears are excessive. My elder brother obtained this information from the county magistrate's nephew. The magistrate holds a significant position. His news is surely more credible than yours." Su Xiaoyang wore a self-satisfied smile. "I tell you, Brother Dashan, do not take every whisper to heart. Just keep your peace. There is nothing of great concern." Su's mother interjected, "I trust my brother's judgment." "Father, mother, we should leave." "What are you saying? Do you think my husband would harm us?" Su Xiaoyang's wife, Lu, retorted indignantly. Second Ently was always one to fan the flames, and she seized the opportunity. "Sister-in-law, how can you say that? Would my elder brother spread falsehoods?" "Your words are deeply disheartening." Su's mother hurried to clarify, "That was not my intention." "Then what do you mean?" Lu pressed. Yang Dashan observed the expressions of those in the main hall, his gaze landing on the third brother, who lowered his head in silence, feeling a surge of frustration. "Brother-in-law, what do you have to say?" called upon Su's father. Su Xiaozheng hastily lifted his head and stammered, I don't know either." Yang Dashan's disappointment flickered in his eyes, though he concealed it. Turning his worried gaze towards Su Xiaoyang, "Su Tongxing, could you share how the county magistrate's nephew conveyed this information?" Su Xiaoyang recounted the words he had spoken at the village chief's home, embellishing them further, leaving the listeners in astonishment. Did the county magistrate's nephew truly say that? Indeed. If there were any real danger, he would have fled long ago. Why would he indulge in revelry with us? If that is the case, It seems to be a misunderstanding. Su brother, I was too abrupt earlier. I hope you can forgive me. Alas. It was the words from that traveling merchant that left me in a state of unease. Brother Dashin, you can rest easy, Su Shaoang replied confidently. There is no need to abandon your homes. That would be most fortunate. Yang Dashin appeared greatly relieved. Su's mother wished to speak but was interrupted by Su Yin, who subtly gestured for her to remain silent. Yang Dashin glanced at Su Yin, then turned to Su's father and mother. Today, I also have another matter to discuss. The day after tomorrow is our grandmother's Memorial Day, and I wish to bring my sister and her family back to stay for a few days. Su's grandmother was reluctant, thinking of who would manage the household chores in her absence. She looked at Su's mother. What do you say, daughter-in-law of the third branch? The inquiry seemed innocent, yet the warning in her gaze was unmistakable. Su's mother, feeling the pressure, replied, in my youth, my grandmother treated me very well. On her Memorial Day, I should return with my husband and children to pay my respects. She turned to glance at her two sisters-in-law, expressing gratitude for their diligent care of her parents over the past few days. In 3 days, I shall return, she declared. Both Su's mother and Su Yin were acutely aware that there would be no opportunity to return in 3 days. Su's grandmother seemed poised to say something further, but Su's grandfather interjected, you should take the children back and conduct the proper rites. The matters at home will be taken care of by your sisters-in-law. So do not fret. With his words, Su's grandmother, despite her reluctance, found it difficult to counter his assertion. The second branch of the Su family harbored their grievances, but refrained from speaking out. The elder Su couple politely insisted that Yang Dashin spend the night, yet he declined. I must gather my belongings, he stated. Su's grandmother directed her elder and second daughters-in-law assist the third branch in their packing. Su Yin and Su's mother exchanged worried glances. This was not merely assistance, it was a precaution against Su's mother taking what was not hers to supplement her natal family, an act that required scrutiny. Su's mother attempted to voice her concerns, but was silenced by Su Yin. At this critical juncture, it was best not to complicate matters further. Since they were ostensibly visiting relatives, they could not bring too many possessions, and, even without scrutiny, they would be limited in what they could carry. Mother, just take a few useful items, Su Yin suggested discreetly. She had already prepared many essentials. Even if her mother took nothing, it would suffice. Su's mother had not packed a single change of clothes, causing several sisters-in-law to breathe a sigh of relief. Under Su Yin's cover, Su's mother managed to surreptitiously stuff the most valuable items into her bundle. Before they departed, Su's grandfather instructed them to take a chicken back with them, for any additional items were out of the question. This chicken was a concession made in favor of Yang Dashin. As they approached the exit, Su Baoju's eyes reflected urgency. Su Yin stepped closer, lowering her voice. Find a reason to come out. We will be waiting for you in Xinghua village. Su Baoju nodded, reluctantly lingering at the gate, watching her family leave. Baoju, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and stoke the fire to prepare the meal, came the sharp voice of Su's grandmother from within the main room. I understand, she replied begrudgingly, moving slowly back inside. On the journey back to Xinghua village, they would pass by the hillside where she had hidden her supplies. However, Su Yin refrained from retrieving them, as she was still uncertain about a particular matter. Chapter 13. A surge of anger upon returning to Xinghua village. Several brothers from the Yang family rushed forward, intrigued to see the elder brother returning with his sister's family. Second uncle, little brother, Su's father greeted them warmly. As soon as Su Xinyang and Su Xinguang arrived at the Yang household, they were pulled aside by their cousins. Elder brother, what transpired? Yang Dachuan inquired. Yang Dashin briefly recounted the events that had unfolded in Li family village. Whom do you find more credible? Yang Dashin asked, directing his gaze at the two brothers. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Dachuan spoke first. I still place my trust in Li Rue and Yinin. Yang Daha nodded in agreement, adding, Su Xiaoyang is known for his tall tales. He rarely speaks the truth. As soon as he finished, he remembered that his younger brother was present, and an awkward expression crossed his face. Su's father chuckled sheepishly. Since our thoughts align, it is prudent to act without delay. Let us prepare, Yang Dashin proposed. I shall visit the village chief. He could not guarantee that the residents of Xinghua village would believe him, but it was imperative to inform them of the situation. Very well, Su's father replied, bewilderment etched on his face. Once Yang Dashin departed, he slowly regained his composure. Second uncle, what is your intention? He asked, still in shock. To leave this place and escape to Nanzhou, came the reply. But isn't the elder brother saying that Su's father, despite his simplicity, has finally grasped the situation? It dawned on him that they were deceiving his family into coming along for an escape. No, I cannot abandon my parents, Su's father declared, panic and uncertainty evident in his demeanor. He attempted to step outside, but Su's mother blocked his path. Do you not understand? Your parents will not leave. Returning will not change that. Springseeing, they are my parents. I cannot forsake them. If you cannot forsake them, must you then abandon us, your wife and daughters? She questioned, her eyes brimming with tears. He instinctively lowered his gaze, unable to meet his wife's eyes. Who could predict if they would ever have the chance to see each other again? In this moment, those without memories, like Su Yin, could never comprehend why her father acted this way. However, having lived in this raw feudal environment for 15 years without memories, she understood the root of her father's behavior. This was an era where filial piety overshadowed all else. Filial devotion was the most significant measure of a man's character. Even if one were unfilial, it had to be concealed, otherwise, one would be vilified and ostracized by society. Her father was honest and upright, his filial piety ingrained in him. It was not something that could be altered overnight, nor could it be swayed by mere words. Convincing him to leave with them would be arduous, if not impossible. Su Yin had already communicated to her mother that there was little hope, yet her mother still wished to make an attempt. Observing her father's demeanor, Su Yin sighed internally and took her mother's hand. Father, allow me to speak with mother. All right, he acquiesced, as she led her mother outside. Yin, I cannot bear to watch your father walk into death. You are the most sensible. Please help your mother persuade him, her mother implored. Mother, have you forgotten? Even if they do not leave now, they can depart safely on that day. Neither our grandparents nor our father will perish at the hands of those wandering refugees. In fact, it is we who may be at risk from those beasts. Her mother's emotions began to settle, and Su Yin continued. I will inform father of our intended direction. Once they escape, they will find a way to reunite with us, and we shall be together again as a family. Her biological father might accept her, but the rest of the Su family would not. She could only hope that after some time in hiding, he would recognize the truth and instigate change. If he continued to drag her and her mother into foolish filial devotion, allowing the Su family to exploit them, she would not mind being without a father. Life is too short to endure such grievances for the sake of others. You are right. I was hasty and confused. At that moment, 2 younger children rushed into the main room. Father, cousin said we must leave our hometown and go far, far away. Is that true? Su Xinyang asked. Su Yin and her mother entered the room, but Su's father remained silent. Instead, Su's mother spoke first. Isn't it better for you to stay with your cousins? Receiving a definitive answer, Su Xinyang's expression darkened. I won't go. Su Xinguang echoed, neither will I. The ensuing words stunned everyone present. Grandmother was right. Mother, you're abandoning the Su family. How could you be so cruel? Su Xinyang's face was flushed with anger. We are Su family members. We refuse to follow you. Who knows if you'll sell us off? Su Xinguang added, prompting a noticeable shift in the expressions of their 2 uncles. Who told you that? Grandmother did. Su Xinguang replied defiantly. She spoke the truth. Uncles, you did not bring us here with good intentions. Su's mother was rendered speechless with indignation. Su Yin stepped forward and slapped Su Xinguang across the face. He was momentarily stunned, but the next moment, his eyes brimmed with tears, and he began to wail. Eldest sister, what are you doing? Su's father exclaimed. Father, mother, and uncle have treated them with such kindness, yet this is how they perceive mother and uncle. Shouldn't they be punished for this? She turned to the 2 younger ones, her expression darkening. You both call her grandmother so freely. Do not forget that we are truly a family. Su Xinguang cried out in protest. We are not. You belong to another family. Very well, very well. So we are not a family, are we? You 2 fools. Let me enlighten you. In the eyes of grandfather and grandmother, do you truly believe you can compare to Su Xingji, Su Xingyong, or Su Xingshuang? You are not even worth as much as Su Yao and Su Tiao, those 2 girls you claim will one day marry out. Do you think grandfather and grandmother genuinely care for you? You are merely tools they use to exploit father and mother. Not only are you blind to this, but you also foolishly act as their accomplices. You truly are astonishingly dim-witted. If one day the Su family finds themselves in dire straits, believe me, you 2 will be the first to be discarded and sold off as mere tools. You blind, foolish children, you consider them family. Yet others only seek to drain your lifeblood and feast upon your flesh. What is a family? A family is one that supports one another. That is what constitutes a family. Those who only wish to use you, those who only seek to exploit you, are not family. They are parasitic leeches. The room fell silent, eyes wide in shock. Even the wailing Su Xingguang ceased his cries, rendered speechless by the reprimand. Yang Dachuan initially felt proud of his niece's scathing words, but gradually sensed an unsettling undertone, as if she were indirectly chastising someone else. He discreetly glanced at his dazed brother-in-law. Chapter 14. Until you return home. Alas, this brother-in-law, he did not know how to assess the situation. These two children were indeed beyond words. Yang Dachuan looked at his sister with a heavy heart. Had it not been for his brother-in-law's honest nature and the life-saving grace he had shown his sister, their family would never have married her into the Su family. Su Yin gazed at the two younger ones. I shall ask you one last time. Do you truly wish to follow grandfather and grandmother rather than mother? As Su Xingyang opened his mouth to respond, Su Yin's serious demeanor halted him. Think carefully before you answer. Perhaps it was the gravity of Su Yin's expression. Or perhaps it was the peculiar looks exchanged among the adults, or maybe they sensed something amiss. The two children ceased their previous chattering and fell into contemplation. They exchanged glances with their parents and then with their sister, their faces reflecting a rare conflict and confusion. The adults remained silent, allowing the two children to ponder their decision. Even Su's mother, usually so sympathetic towards her children, was unusually quiet. I don't want to choose. I want both grandfather and grandmother and mother, Su Xingyang whimpered, tears streaming down his cheeks. Su Yin, however, did not relent due to their tears. You must choose one. Woo, sister is a bad person. Su Xinguang sobbed, his nose running. Su father, unable to bear it, reached out, but was met with a fierce glare from Su Yin, causing him to retract his hand immediately. Su Yin turned to her second uncle. Uncle, you may tidy up. I will handle this. She added before Su father could speak. You can return tomorrow, there is still time. Su father did not question further, but her little uncle understood the implications. Su Yin summoned her cousin Yang Taohua and little cousin Yang Gui, instructing them to keep a close watch on the Su Xingyang brothers. Think carefully. If you wish to follow grandmother, then return with father tomorrow. With that, Su Yin paid them no further heed. She approached her little uncle. Come with me to a certain place. To where? He inquired. A very important place. As her little uncle observed their path, he realized they were not heading towards Li family village. Where is this? As he posed the question, he saw Su Yin take a turn onto another path. Ascending the mountain. Emin, where are you taking your uncle? We will arrive shortly. Upon seeing the mountain's peak and the cave that appeared ahead, astonishment washed over him. Emin. We cannot go there. Little uncle, humans can be far more terrifying than ghosts. Witnessing his niece's audacity, Yang Dae steeled himself and pressed forward. Upon reaching the cave and seeing the mules inside, he was taken aback, but that was not the most astonishing sight. When he saw Su Yin emerging from the cave with bags of grain and pots and pans, he was utterly speechless. Where did this come from? Yang Dae stammered. I found a bag of silver a few days ago and used it to purchase some food. I stored it here, thinking that if we ever lacked food at home, I could occasionally come up the mountain for a feast. After hearing about the traveling merchants, I thought it wise to buy more, just in case it would be needed. Yang Dae was at a loss for words, raising a thumbs up in admiration for his niece. With both mules and an abundance of supplies, it was evident that the bag of silver was substantial. Yang Dae felt nothing but envy, but no other thoughts crossed his mind. He immediately set to work helping her load the goods onto the mule cart. By the time they finished, the sun had set, and the two, bathed in moonlight, hurried towards Xinghua village. Little uncle, if father asks, just say these are your belongings. Yang Dae gazed at her for a couple of seconds before nodding in agreement. Whether it was his imagination or not, he felt that his niece had changed. She had matured, no longer displaying the blind loyalty of her brother-in-law. This transformation was something Yang Dae welcomed. Under the cover of night, they returned to Xinghua village, where the lights shone brightly, and the villagers were abuzz with chatter. This scene bore striking resemblance to Li family village, as everyone discussed the astonishing news that had just come to light. Su Yin was unaware of the fate that befell Xinghua village in her past life, but considering its proximity to Li family village, she surmised that if the latter fell, the former would not fare much better. Are we truly leaving? We will lose our fields and home, lamented a woman, wiping her tears. Alas, life is paramount. Those wealthy families have fled. If we do not escape, We too will meet our demise. Out there, perhaps there is a chance to survive. Let us go. Let us go. As long as we are alive, we can rebuild. If life is lost, then all is lost, an elder addressed the crowd. Xinghua village was more resolute than Li family village. After discussions among the clan elders, they resolved to migrate south to evade disaster. The village mobilized, determined to depart by dawn, for if the county magistrate learned of their exodus, he would surely prevent their escape. It would be seen as his dereliction of duty, incurring punishment from superiors. Yang Dashan watched in surprise as his younger brother and niece returned with the mule cart, but he said nothing, busying himself with preparations. In the kitchen, the eldest aunt and younger aunt busily prepared rice and pancakes, each with their defined roles. Su father assisted, glancing around at the bustling activity, his heart filled with unease. That night, Xinghua village was abuzz with energy, but a somber atmosphere loomed over the small village. Once everything was organized, everyone retired early, for they would set off at dawn. Few could sleep soundly that night, all feeling a sense of uncertainty regarding the future. As dawn broke, Su father rose and awakened his sons. Su Yin had already been up. The eldest aunt had prepared a pot of thick porridge, for one needed nourishment to sustain the journey. Are you certain you want to follow father back? Su Yin asked once more, looking at the half-grown children before her. Su mother's eyes were red-rimmed, reluctant to part with her children, her gaze pleading, Xingyang, Xingguang, wouldn't it be better to stay with mother? The two children sought refuge behind their father, Su Xingguang, who spoke with unrestrained candor. This is not good, we need our grandmother. She can provide us with delicious food. Unlike you, mother. Su Mu intended to offer counsel but was interrupted by Su Yin. She turned to her father, Father, if anything seems amiss, take the younger siblings and flee south at once, just catch up with us. Sometimes, a touch of selfishness is not necessarily a vice. Father, I hope you understand that we are family, the ones who will accompany you until the end. I entrust you with the care of my younger brothers. If all goes well, we shall return swiftly. But if calamity befalls us, you must prioritize your own safety. Only if you survive will the younger ones have a chance. Remember this. Su Yin harbored doubts about her father's unwavering devotion, but she recognized that she could not alter his or her brother's perspectives. Only through their own trials would they comprehend the essence of family. Forcing them to remain would only breed animosity. From the adjacent house, the sounds of a man and a woman weeping could be heard. Father, mother, please come with us. The elderly couple within gestured toward their children. You must go. We are too old to move. This home we shall safeguard for you. When peace returns, you may come back. Father, hurry. Bow to your grandfather and grandmother. The entire family knelt, offering 3 profound bows to the elderly figures at the heart of the room. Such scenes unfolded in many households. The elders remained behind for 2 reasons. Their advanced age rendered them reluctant to abandon their homeland, leaving them in a state of aimless wandering. And they did not wish to burden their offspring, preferring instead to be a source of support. The elders stood at the village's edge, watching the departing throng, their vision blurred by a mist that seemed to saturate their eyes. The departing individuals wiped away tears, while those remaining stood like steadfast pines, immobile. Even as the procession vanished into the morning fog, they lingered, reluctant to say goodbye. This farewell might very well be eternal. Chapter 15. A Missed Opportunity. Xinghua Village, though modest in size, comprised only 35 households. Among them, 26 opted to follow the village head, while the remaining households harbored their own diverse reasons for staying behind. Inin. Who are you searching for? Su Yin frequently glanced back, yet failed to spot that familiar figure. Before she could respond, a silhouette emerged clearly from the hazy mist. Su Yin's eyes brightened, and her lips curved upward. Su Baozhi sprinted towards them, carrying a basket on her back. Aunt. Inin. Their eyes met, and their smiles blossomed in unison. Su Yin led her aunt to their uncle. Uncle, Aunt will be accompanying us. Have you made your decision? Their uncle inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. I have made my decision. There is nothing in that home worth my attachment. Aunt's intentions to speak were curtailed by her husband's fierce glare. Su Mu wiped away her tears, her thoughts consumed by her husband and 3 sons. She was taken aback by Su Baozhi's sudden appearance, but soon understood. The 3 who had perished in the previous life were now embarking on divergent paths in this one. Their uncle owned an ox cart, and she possessed a mule cart, placing them among the best equipped in the group from Xinghua village. Aside from the village head's ox cart, only the butcher Yang's family had a similar vehicle. The other families relied on men to pull carts laden with their belongings, while the women assisted by pushing from behind or the sides. The children and elderly walked on foot, with the exception of infants who were unable to walk. Inin. I cannot help but feel a sense of injustice. Su Yin turned her head, puzzled. Su Baozhu whispered 3 words, Su Xiaoan. Ultimately, the misfortunes that befell the 3 in their past lives could be attributed solely to Su Xiaoan. Now that they had departed, the instigator of their suffering remained unscathed. Su Baozhu's sense of indignation was entirely natural. Fear not, I shall leave him a parting gift. Instantly intrigued, Su Baozhu leaned in closer. Do tell. In truth, that item would hold little value for others, yet it would be a prized possession for her uncle, the scholar. She arranged for a missive to be delivered to him at the hour of the rooster 2 days hence, inviting him to a poetry gathering at an estate in the countryside under the guise of a friend whose name he often mentioned. The journey from her uncle to that estate would take half an hour, and upon his arrival, he would realize he had been deceived, prompting his return. This round trip would consume an hour, perfectly coinciding with the moment the group of refugees would invade the village. The outcome of her uncle's encounter with the refugees was all too predictable, though she could not take action herself. She saw no harm in using a metaphorical knife to strike. Should her uncle prove resilient and evade them, the days that followed would only become increasingly bitter for him. A man devoid of wealth or possessions, fleeing alone, would endure a fate far more agonizing than a swift death. Thus, regardless of whether her uncle could evade the refugees, his fate was bound to be grim. Su Yin briefly outlined the cleverness of her invitation, and Su Baozhu's eyes widened in astonishment. Inin, you are truly remarkable. The earlier displeasure that had clouded Su Baozhu's expression dissipated, replaced by newfound clarity and vigor. In the Su household, Su Baozhu rose early, claiming she was heading to the mountains in search of medicinal herbs. None of the Su family members harbored doubts, and tranquility reigned. However, everything changed when Su Xiaojing returned with his 2 sons. What did you say? Your wife and daughter left with them? You fool. You just stood there and let your wife depart? I would rather have birthed a roast pig than have given birth to you. You must return immediately and bring them back. The room echoed with the furious voice of old Lady Su. The 2 sisters-in-law took a moment to process the shocking news. Is my sister-in-law out of her mind? The second sister-in-law, Li, ventured hesitantly. Little brother, are you certain your sister-in-law followed them to escape, or are they deceiving you? Intending to introduce her to wealthy widowers? Such words were not without venom. Sister-in-law, what are you babbling about? Oh dear, little brother, please do not take offense. I'm merely speculating. After all, yesterday, Yang's eldest son insisted he would bring her back to honor the ancestors, yet in the blink of an eye, he whisked them away. With all those lies, who can ascertain the truth of their words? What if they are like the family of the second fool from the neighboring village, peddling their daughter? It is not an impossibility. Old man Su took 2 deep puffs from his pipe, while old lady Su seethed with fury. You imbecile! Unable to contain her anger, she seized a nearby wooden stick and struck her 3rd son. Su's father stood still, allowing his mother to vent her wrath. Once the blows had subsided, old man Su tapped his pipe and spoke slowly enough. Quickly go and bring back your wife and daughter. He then turned to his 2nd son, Su Xiaoyi. You will accompany your brother. If the Yang family resists, simply inform them you will report them to the authorities. Reluctantly, the 2nd son nodded. By the time the pair arrived in Xinghua village, it was already deserted. Seeing the closed doors of every household left them questioning the validity of Li Rui's words. On their journey back, Su Xiaoyi could not help but ask, Little brother, do you think what Li Rui said is true? Su's father shook his head. I do not know. Su Xiaoyi felt as though he was striking a cotton ball, his frustration mounting. I should not have asked you. What a waste of my breath. Through Su Xiaoyi's recounting, the villagers of Li family village learned that the people of Xinghua village had departed. Those who had previously hesitated began preparing to leave in search of Li Rui. Their actions instilled a sense of unease among the remaining villagers. The first to break the stillness was the 2nd daughter-in-law, Li. Mother, should we begin preparing as well? I have an unsettling feeling in my heart. Madame Su raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Do you trust outsiders more than your own family? I didn't mean. Under the stern gaze of her mother-in-law, her voice dwindled to a whisper, ultimately falling silent. The words of the county magistrate's nephew were infallible. Those who disregarded her son would inevitably come to regret it. Though Madame Su outwardly expressed her sentiments, a sense of unease lingered within her. Upon seeing her eldest son returning reeking of alcohol, she hurried over with a warm demeanor, inquiring, "My dear child, I must ask, is there truly no cause for concern with what we have left at home?" Su Xiaoyong, with a tongue heavy from drink, reassured her, "Mother, please do not fret. Do not emulate the foolish. By the way, I heard that some land is being sold. Seize this opportunity to purchase a few more acres at a lower price. When they realize their error and return, you shall be the landowner, and they will envy you." Madame Su's eyes sparkled at her son's words, recognizing their wisdom. She instructed her eldest daughter-in-law to assist her son into the house to rest, then turned to her husband to discuss the matter of purchasing land. Chapter 16. The short path on the official road south from Donghua County, a procession of 30 households formed a lengthy line stretching several hundred meters. The road they traversed, while referred to as an official thoroughfare, was primarily a dirt path, albeit wider than the usual trails. After approximately 3 hours of travel, young Li of Xinghua village called for a halt to rest. At this time, it was midday, the sun high in the sky, casting an oppressive heat, and everyone sought refuge under the shade of trees lining the road. Su Yin and her companions found themselves alongside her uncle's family. Having walked the entire morning without pause, fatigue was palpable among the group. They settled down wherever they could, unceremoniously taking a seat. Given that they still had a journey ahead, no one bothered to prepare a meal. In farming households, outside of the busy season, meals were typically limited to breakfast and dinner. After such a long trek, the bowl of thick porridge consumed at 5 in the morning had long been digested, leaving them hungry. Su Yin retrieved a bundle from the cart, producing 3 flatbreads and some dried meat, which she distributed to her mother and younger aunt. Seeing the dried meat and bread, Su's mother quickly waved her hands, insisting, "No, I'm not hungry, you all eat." Yet it was clear she was merely reluctant to partake. Understanding her mother's silent plea, Su Yin insisted, gently pressing the food into her hands while lowering her voice, "Mother, rest assured, there is plenty more food in the cart." Su Baozhu, well aware of the provisions aboard the cart, encouraged sister-in-law, "Do not hesitate to eat." With a glance exchanged between them, Su's mother ceased her refusals. After taking a few bites of the dry bread, she approached Yang Taohua and little Yang Gui, offering the 2 pieces of dried meat to the children. Yang Taohua's eyes lit up at the sight of the meat. Su's mother signaled the 2 children to eat quickly. Yang's family, consisting of 3 children, 1 son and 2 daughters, had all married off. The daughters' husbands hailed from a neighboring village and had joined them upon receiving news. Su's second uncle had 3 sons, one of whom was married, while the other 2 were of marrying age. Only the youngest uncle had a son and a daughter. With the eldest, Yang Taohua, barely over 10, and little Yang Gui merely 5. The other older cousins remained silent, while the 3 aunts busily handed out food to their husbands. The men consumed whole pieces of bread, whereas the women shared one among 2, accompanied by water. As more families, including the butcher Yang S, began to eat, a sense of camaraderie grew, with many sharing a bit of their provisions with their men. The labor of pulling the cart was indeed exhausting. "Dear cousin, keep your food close. Do not let anyone snatch it away," little Yang Gui whispered to Su Yin, casting a glance towards a boy of about 5 years old, who was staring intently at them. This child was robustly built, a rarity among peasant households, while the girl beside him appeared frail, resembling a thin reed, as if a gust of wind would topple her. This family comprised 6 members, 2 elders, a young couple, and their 2 children, a son and a daughter, who were stark contrasts to one another. Upon noticing their gaze, the boy made a face and dashed to his mother, tugging at her sleeve, whining, "Mother, I want some dried meat." The mother tried to placate him, "Be good, we have flatbreads. They are delicious too." "I do not want that, I want dried meat," he shouted, tossing the bread to the ground. The mother continued to soothe him, while the girl picked up the fallen bread, dusting it off, but hesitating to eat it, swallowing hard as she timidly approached her mother. "Mother, since my brother does not want it, may I have just one small bite?" Her words seemed to provoke the woman, who raised her hand and struck the girl across the face. "Eat, eat, eat. That's all you think about. Have you been reincarnated as a starving ghost? There's barely enough food for your grandfather and the others, yet you wish to indulge." She commanded her daughter to fan her brother instead. The men and elderly seated nearby appeared oblivious to the scene. The girl, with a swollen face, held back her tears as she picked up a fan to cool her brother. "Such a pity, Little Donghua murmured softly, realizing the harshness of the girl's home life, where the family practiced a severe preference for sons, utterly disregarding their daughter. Yang Jin, the eldest son of the village head, approached. "Deshawn, my father requests your presence." "What is it about?" "To discuss the subsequent route." "Very well." After Yang Jin departed towards another household, Yang Dashan stood up, and Su Yin followed suit. "Uncle, I would like to listen as well. Let us go." Upon reaching the village head's residence, they found several individuals already seated, each household having sent a representative. Once everyone had gathered, the village head gestured for them to form a circle. Yang Lijing began. "Now that we are all assembled, I have an important matter to discuss. Just now, Deshu informed me that there is a shortcut ahead that could have our journey to Fushan County. The path is somewhat treacherous, requiring some mountainous terrain. Will the cart be able to pass?" Yang Dashan inquired, his concern evident. Yang Dashu replied, "Yes, it can accommodate a cart. What do you all think? Should we take the shortcut or stick to the official road?" Yang Lijing surveyed the crowd. "Let us take the shortcut. Even a slight reduction in distance will lighten our burden and conserve our provisions," spoke the butcher, Yang's father, his words resonating with the collective sentiment. "I agree to the shortcut." "I too concur." Suddenly, Su Yin interjected, "Uncle Dashu, how long will it take to reach Fushan County via this shortcut?" "It will take about 8 hours." "And the official road?" Su Yin pressed further. "Approximately 14 hours." This comparison revealed the shortcut to be nearly half the time. As the crowd began to murmur, Su Yin continued, "However, embarking on the mountain path at this hour means we shall need to spend the night in the mountains." Young the butcher chuckled, "Do not worry, Su girl. The mountains may be perilous, but with so many of us, we shall be safe." "Indeed," echoed another, "haha. Girls are always so timid." Yang Dashan shot a fierce glare at the speaker, silencing him instantly. With more than 20 individuals voicing their support, the majority were in favor of taking the shortcut. The journey was discussed and agreed upon, and the village head called everyone to set off. In this era, few individuals could venture out of Donghua County, yet Yang Dashu was more fortunate than most, having traveled to several neighboring counties. He was thus more familiar with the route, leading the way ahead. Chapter 17, The Nightmare. After turning off the main road onto a narrow path, they walked for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Gradually, the path began to ascend. The higher they climbed, the denser the underbrush became, and the road narrowed to barely accommodate a single cart. Those transporting goods were particularly cautious, afraid of overturning their carts with a moment's lapse in attention. Once the ascent began, Yang Dashan took over the reins, adeptly guiding the vehicle as his family was well acquainted with driving cattle, far more skilled than the mediocre Su Yin. Navigating the mountain trails was slow, and the line of travelers lengthened. Su Yin observed the trees on either side. Upon closer inspection, she noticed many shrubs' leaves were turning yellow, indicative of severe drought in the area. The dense forest offered some relief from the scorching sun, but it also harbored bothersome mosquitoes. Su Yin's arms and calves were already swollen from numerous bites, itching incessantly. Her second aunt handed her a simple fan, crafted from vines and broad leaves. "Inin. Take this." "Thank you, second aunt." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the forest grew particularly dim, with faint light filtering through the gaps in the foliage. The village head and Yang Dashu found a relatively spacious spot to halt their journey. "We shall rest here for the night," declared Yang Lijing. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Many were utterly exhausted and finally able to rest. Everyone sought suitable places to settle, and Su Yin found a relatively flat patch, clearing away the surrounding underbrush and tossing aside some protruding stones. She retrieved a straw mat from the cart and laid it down. Once her sleeping area was prepared, she took out some sulfur powder from her bag and sprinkled it around. Her little aunt approached with mugwort in hand. "Xiao Yin, use this to ward off the mosquitoes. Place it aside to smolder while we sleep." "Thank you, little aunt. There's no need for such formality." Su Yin lit the mugwort and positioned it at their campsite, effectively reducing the number of mosquitoes buzzing around. Sumu set up a makeshift stove to prepare a meal, while Su Baozhu ventured into the nearby woods to gather firewood. Her younger cousin and Xiao Yonggui were tasked with feeding the oxen and mules. Everyone was busy, from the adults down to the children. No one was idle, each contributing in whatever way they could. As Su Yin stepped forward to retrieve some jerky from her bag to offer Sumu, she noticed her mother had already scooped some discounted millet into the pot. She quickly called out to her mother, "Wait. What is it?" Sumu asked. puzzled by her daughter's sudden outburst. Use the other bag of rice. Sumu shook her head. No, we'll eat this first. We can save the other for later. Su Yin urgently reasoned with her mother, explaining the advantages and disadvantages. She intended to reserve the discounted millet for dire circumstances when food was scarce. With better options available now, they should indulge in the finer fare. After much persuasion, Sumu finally relented and switched to the better millet. Su Yin handed her the jerky. Mother, add some meat to the porridge. It will nourish your body. Only when we are well fed can we continue our journey. Eating meagerly will leave us unsatisfied, and a poor diet will only harm our health. If we weaken our bodies, our efforts will be in vain. Sumu shot her daughter a sidelong glance. All right, I'll heed your advice. While sorting through their belongings, Sumu finally acquiesced, realizing that, without her daughter's insistence, she would have remained steadfast in her decision. Dinner was simple, consisting of a meager meat porridge paired with flatbread. The millet boiled thickly, sweet and fragrant, while the jerky, infused with a blend of spices, mingled with the savory broth. Xiao Yanggui approached with a flatbread in hand, his nose twitching, his eyes fixated on the pot. Sissy Nin, what are you cooking? Meat porridge. The sound of him swallowing made it clear just how hungry he was. Su Yin, amused by his eager expression, filled a bowl for him. Yin, you're the best, he exclaimed sweetly. Su Yin chuckled, charmed by his innocence. A single bowl of meat porridge had won him over. The little one took the bowl back to share with his little aunt and uncle, who waved him off, encouraging him to share with his cousin instead. Su Yin ate 2 large bowls of porridge along with a piece of flatbread, finally feeling satisfied. With food in her stomach, she felt a sense of comfort. She offered to help tidy up, but Sumu refused. You should rest well. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, Sumu prepared to gather more firewood. Knowing they needed a steady flame through the night, Su Baozhu accompanied her. Not only they, but many children from neighboring families also took advantage of the fading light to collect as much firewood as possible. That should be enough. Su Yin called to her aunt from a short distance. The two returned to the campsite, each carrying a bundle of firewood. As they passed by De Zhuang's family, they saw several adults munching on flatbreads, while a little girl sipped a bowl of wild vegetable porridge, which, despite being called porridge, contained hardly any grains. Unlike her mother's bowl, which was filled with rice. Even with such meager fare, the little girl relished her meal. Su Baozhu nudged Su Yin. Let us go. They continued on their way. Su Yin found Yang Dashan and asked, Elder uncle, will there be someone on night watch? I'm not quite sure. Let me ask. Yang Dashan returned, smiling. There will be someone on patrol, so you can rest easy. That's good to know. With someone on watch, Su Yin felt considerably reassured. The forest was far less safe than the outside world, with wild beasts lurking about. Encountering an uninvited predator, especially at night, would spell trouble for them. After a long day of travel, everyone, including Su Yin, Su Mu, and Su Baozhu, fell asleep fully clothed, the sound of their snores filling the air. Aside from the night watch, everyone else had drifted into slumber. This path is treacherous. Why are there so many stones? This stretch is the most difficult. Everyone, be cautious. Especially those pushing carts. Watch your step. Suddenly, a commotion arose from behind. A piercing scream echoed as a fierce tiger pounced upon the rear of the group. Help! The tiger lunged at De Zhuang, who was helpless as he watched his terrified daughter thrown towards the beast by her frantic mother. The tiger opened its gaping maw and seized the girl, its sharp teeth sinking into her frail body, blood splattering, a crimson hue spreading across the ground. Su Yin jolted awake, her eyes wide open at the dim light of dawn. Many had already risen, preparing breakfast, and everything around the campsite appeared intact. A nightmare? She slapped her face, likely a reflection of her daytime thoughts manifesting in her dreams. Su Baozhu, noticing her expression, asked, What's wrong? Did you have a bad dream? Something like that. Dreams are often reversed. Don't dwell on them. Su Yin replied lightly, not letting the matter trouble her further. Chapter 18. The Stinky Herb. As the 6th watch of the Tiger Hour approached, people began to rise in succession. The once quiet forest bustling with the sounds of sleepy complaints from children and admonitions from adults reverberating through the trees. On their first night camping outdoors, many found it hard to adjust, compounded by the abundance of mosquitoes that made for a restless night. Su Yin was among them, waking early. She stepped into a clearing to stretch her body and perform a series of simple martial movements. Mother Su caught sight of her and exclaimed, Yin, what are you doing? Strengthening my body, Su Yin replied. With a playful reprimand, Mother Su chuckled. Where on earth did you learn that? I learned it from a traveling master in town a while back. Mother Su did not inquire further, aware that she had been away from Xinghua village recently. Her little cousin and brother found it amusing and joined her for a while, but soon lost interest and ran off. Their breakfast was simple. Mother Su had prepared a pot of wild vegetable porridge accompanied by flatbread. The flavor of the wild vegetable porridge was rather ordinary, far inferior to the meat porridge from the previous night, yet it was still quite nourishing for this body. Of course, the porridge was thick, unlike the clear broth of wild vegetable porridge made by De Zhuang's mother. At the hour of the rabbit, the caravan set off as dawn broke. The light was dim in the forest, with branches casting shadows, making the surroundings particularly somber. They treaded carefully, the only advantage being the cool morning air, which made their journey more comfortable than during the heat of the day. Su Yin's family, along with her uncles, occupied a position near the front of the caravan, while many families pulling carts were at the rear. Swat! Su Yin slapped at yet another mosquito, glancing at her arm, which was now covered in more red welts than the day before, a rather alarming sight. These mosquitoes are vicious, Su Yin lamented, feeling a sudden nostalgia for mosquito repellent. Mother Su approached her side, offering her a plant. Yin, wear this. Goodness. It stinks. Su Yin recoiled at the pungent odor that assaulted her senses. Though it smells foul, it repels mosquitoes. Just bear with it for a bit. It's either that or suffer from bites, and between the two, I choose the latter, Su Yin decided. After all, she could always stuff her nose, but the relentless mosquitoes were a constant annoyance. Mother, where did you find this? She asked, puzzled. I spotted it by the roadside ahead. Fortunately, I was quick, or someone else would have taken it. This particular plant was rare. It rooted deeply in the soil, emitting no odor until uprooted, at which point it released a scent that mosquitoes would avoid. This stench would linger for a couple of hours, but once it dissipated, its repellent properties would vanish as well. Being situated near the front of the caravan, if anyone else had seen the plant, they would have likely picked it. Mother Su's acquisition of the specimen was indeed a stroke of luck. Mother, I'll go check further ahead. All right, but if you don't find anything, that's fine. Okay. With that, Su Yin ventured through the forest, weaving past the long line of people to reach the front. Suya too, what are you up to? Yang Lijing inquired. As he was from the same lineage as her maternal family, Su Yin had to refer to him as her third granduncle. Third granduncle, just looking for some stinky grass. All right, just stay behind Uncle Dashi, he advised with a laugh. That stuff is hard to find. We've only spotted 2 or 3 along the way. Girl, keep your eyes peeled, chimed in Yang the butcher. Su Yin widened her eyes dramatically. Uncle, do you think my eyes are wide enough? Very wide, ha ha ha. Suddenly, Su Yin spotted a patch of stinky grass behind a bush. Before anyone could react, she yanked it from the ground. Yang the butcher exclaimed, wow. When your eyes are wide open, you really do find things faster. No sooner had he spoken than Su Yin pulled up another plant. Others, witnessing this, rushed to her side, but despite their searching, they failed to find a third specimen. Everyone returned empty-handed. Overjoyed, Su Yin handed one of the plants to Yang Lijing. Here. Third granduncle, this is for you. Keep it for yourself. I have one, she replied, taking the other plant back to her mother. Mother Su, alongside Su Baozhu, noted that the repellent effect was the same. After delivering the plants, Su Yin dashed back to the front of the caravan. Yang the butcher, seeing her return, chuckled. You've already found 2, and you still want to look? There can't be that many left. It's fine, I'll just keep an eye out. If I find one more, great. If not, no big deal. After a quarter of an hour, Su Yin spotted some stinky grass growing in a crevice between rocks. Once again, before anyone could react, she uprooted it. Her eyes brightened as she noticed a small patch of more than 10 plants. Realizing that the odor began to emanate once the roots were removed from the soil, she wondered if digging them up with the earth would help preserve the scent. She could brush off the dirt when needed. With this thought in mind, Su Yin carefully excavated 7 plants, reasoning that since the roots would begin to stink when uprooted, there was no need to take them all. 8 would be ample for her family. There's some stinky grass here, she called out, prompting many to rush towards her. Wow, there really is. Ignoring the others, Su Yin returned to the caravan with her 8 plants. Yang the butcher was astounded. Su Yatu, your eyes are exceptional. Yang Dashi added, it's strange, while others struggle to find it, you seem to have a knack for it. Perhaps the stinky grass is fond of you? Not at all. It's just luck. Su Yin humbly waved her hand. Cradling the 8 plants, she garnered envious glances from many. She distributed 1 each to her uncles who drove the ox and mule carts, then 2 to her aunt's family and 2 to her second aunt's family. Each family shared 1, which was just enough. As she walked behind her little uncle, her eldest cousin approached, her expression conflicted. Yin, do you have any extra stinky grass? My 2 kids attract mosquitoes like magnets. Su Yin glanced at the children in her eldest cousin's grasp, their cherubic faces marred by multiple welts. Oh no. I completely forgot about my eldest and second cousins who have come along too. I should have considered them. I'll give you this one first. But her aunt stepped forward, blocking her. What are you giving away? She thrust the plant back into Su Yin's arms, glaring fiercely at her eldest daughter before handing her own plant to the girl. The eldest cousin turned to Su Yin with a puzzled expression, but Su Yin waved it off nonchalantly. Casting a glance back at her second cousin's family, she thought, all right, I'll just keep looking. After all, I have a special connection with this stinky grass. Su Yin returned to the front of the caravan. Seeing her come and go, Yang Dashi and the others teased. Siyatu, is that not enough stinky grass for you? With so many family members, it's necessary. You don't need to search along that stretch of road ahead. It's all rocky terrain with no trees, so the stinky grass won't grow there. As he finished speaking, the trees overhead suddenly thinned out, and a flood of sunlight illuminated the path ahead, revealing the grayish stones of the karst landscape. However, unlike a stone forest, there were no towering formations, just a few sharp rocks jutting up, while the rest were knee-high or waist-high. Su Yin gazed at the scenery, feeling an uncanny sense of déjà vu. This path is so difficult to traverse. Why are there so many stones? This section is indeed the hardest. Everyone, tread carefully. Especially those pushing carts. Stay vigilant. Su Yin's eyes widened in shock. The scene and the conversation mirrored her dream from the night before. Chapter 19. The Prophetic Dream. This is utterly astonishing. Could that dream be a warning, or perhaps a premonition? Is it mere coincidence, or a glimpse into the future? Time will reveal the truth. Su Yin contemplated the possibility of a ferocious tiger emerging from the rear of the group and turned to walk in that direction. Yang Dashu, noticing her departure, jested. Su girl, are you not going to search anymore? Uncle, you mentioned there were none in the rocky forest, so there surely aren't any. Your words must be true. This flattery brought a hearty laugh from Yang Dashu. Su Yin's mother, upon seeing her daughter return, remarked, finding so many herbs is already impressive. You cannot expect to find more. Indeed, I shall cease searching. Mother, I am going to check at the back. All right, be cautious. Yes, according to the dream. The tiger would first emerge from the rear. As she approached the back of the group, her gaze swept across the surroundings. They had likely just passed through the stone forest when the tiger would suddenly appear, catching everyone off guard. The families at the back of the group relied on the men to pull their carts, moving slowly, while the women assisted by pushing and the children walked ahead, all engrossed in their own affairs and blissfully unaware of their surroundings. Su Yin ventured deeper, parting the grass, her attention drawn to a particular footprint, shaped like a plum blossom oval, measuring approximately 10 to 18 centimeters in length and 3 centimeters in depth. This was likely the track of the adult tiger from her dream. An adult mountain tiger is ferocious. A single strike from its forelimbs can exert over 1,000 pounds of force, sufficient to shatter the skull or ribs of its prey. Should it strike a human, the consequences would be dire. Even in her previous life, Su Yin could not guarantee she could handle such a beast. She found her second uncle and exclaimed, "Uncle, I have seen the footprints of a wild beast in the jungle." Her uncle, startled, quickly sought a replacement from the neighboring Zhang family. He and her younger uncle armed themselves with bows and machetes. Eldest brother. My younger brother and I will take a look. You remain vigilant here. All right. You both must also ensure your safety. Su Yin led her 2 uncles to the site of her discovery. They crouched down, and her younger uncle measured the footprint, which was 3.6 inches long for 8 inches wide and less than an inch deep. Brother, this is the print of an adult mountain tiger. Since it has left a footprint here, it indicates that a tiger roams this area. Realizing the gravity of the situation, both her uncles did not hesitate and immediately sought out Yang Lijing. Uncle, just now, Yin spotted the footprints of a beast in the jungle. We have examined them. They belong to an adult mountain tiger. Yang Lijing was taken aback. The surrounding people were equally astonished. Young Dashu interjected urgently, impossible. I have never heard of a mountain tiger prowling this road. If there were, merchants and travelers would avoid this path. No one would dare take such a risk. That creature is a mountain tiger, capable of taking a life with a single bite. Young Butcher spoke up. In recent years, this area has experienced calamities. The animals in the mountains are struggling. It is not unusual for a mountain tiger to venture this way. Young Lijing's expression grew grave. Eldest second, you two must quickly spread the word and alert everyone. In matters like this, it is better to be overly cautious than to regret. The young brothers wasted no time in notifying every household. A mountain tiger? That cannot be true. Some remained skeptical, dismissing it as an exaggeration. But the Dachuan brothers had seen it themselves. They could not be mistaken. Everyone remained vigilant. Yang Fu, the eldest son of young Lijing, offered an explanation. Brother Fu, it is just one footprint. Who knows if that tiger has already departed? Yang Fu replied sternly. Regardless of whether it has left or not, it is wise for everyone to stay alert. If you have no fear for your life, then consider my warning unspoken. The villagers, who had initially intended to voice their doubts, fell silent. Such dissenting voices were rare. Most were on high alert upon hearing of the mountain tiger, with many families sheltering their children amidst the adults. Su Yin, too, was uncertain whether the tiger would manifest as it did in her dream. She continued to linger at the back of the group, her younger uncle and second uncle positioned between her and the rear, with Young Butcher ahead, an experienced hunter. As they drew closer to the dream's location, Su Yin tightened her grip on her knife. Uncle, I see something unusual over there, she indicated to her younger uncle. That spot was where the tiger had suddenly leapt forth in her dream. Her younger uncle glanced, but the area appeared calm. However, the stillness heightened his tension. And sensing something amiss, he dared not act rashly, pretending to remain oblivious as they continued forward. At that moment, the mountain tiger, just as in her dream, sprang forth unexpectedly. Her younger uncle drew his bow and shot an arrow that grazed the tiger's head. Despite their mental preparation, the sudden appearance of the tiger sent waves of panic through the crowd, eliciting screams. As the mountain tiger emerged, Su Yin focused on the De Zhuang family. This time, the tiger did not pounce on De Zhuang, but instead lunged at his mother. As De Zhuang's mother prepared to shield her daughter, Su Yin's dagger soared past her, aimed at the tiger. The tiger swiftly turned its head to evade the flying dagger, but it was a moment too late, and the dagger embedded itself in the tiger's neck. The furious roar of the tiger reverberated through the mountains, startling the birds from their perches. Her second uncle and young butcher rushed toward the scene, while the other able-bodied men in the group armed themselves with hoes and kitchen knives, converging from behind. The tiger, now fixated on Su Yin, with its fierce gaze glinting malevolently, bared its sharp teeth and charged toward her. The crowded mountain path posed a significant risk of widespread injury. Without hesitation, Su Yin dashed toward the rocky forest behind her. Her second uncle recognized her intent, filled with dread yet concern for her safety. While her decision was sound, their primary worry was her well-being. Her uncles distracted the tiger, buying Su Yin precious moments. Fortunately, their arrows found their mark. Otherwise, Su Yin would have struggled to match the tiger's speed. Even so, the tiger quickly closed in on her, ready to pounce. Be careful, her younger uncle shouted. Su Yin felt a fierce wind rush past her. She rolled to the side, narrowly escaping the tiger's jaws, which grazed her back. Had she hesitated for even a second, the outcome could have been fatal. Once on the ground, she rolled several times, seeking refuge within the stone forest. Roar! The tiger's roar echoed, a manifestation of its fury. Her uncles pursued closely behind. The tiger spun around, roaring at them, seemingly enraged that they had disrupted its plans. Armed with weapons, the group confronted the tiger, every individual brimming with anxiety. Chapter 20. The Hunt for the Tiger. With their attention drawn to the tiger, Su Yin was afforded a moment to breathe. She surveyed her surroundings. To her left, there were two protruding rocks, each towering to a height of a person, with a narrow gap between them that appeared passable for her petite frame. She peered out and gestured to her younger uncle, following her finger. He spotted the rock formation resembling a pair of shorts and nodded in understanding. Suddenly, the mountain tiger charged toward her second uncle's position. Her younger uncle released an arrow that struck true. Uncle ran towards the rocky outcrop, the mountain tiger hot on his heels. Just as the prey seemed about to escape, The tiger leaped, raising its powerful paw to strike. Uncle compressed his body downwards, rolling to the side in a desperate attempt to evade, but he tumbled awkwardly, leaving several bloody scratches along his arm. The tiger's force was tremendous, crashing into the crevice of the rocky outcrop, sending small stones scattering in all directions as its massive form became wedged. It struggled violently, and although it would soon free itself, Su Yin, who had been waiting, would not allow it to escape. She slid beneath the rocky outcrop, swiftly drawing her blade across the tiger's abdomen. A roar erupted from the tiger, filled with anguish. It writhed in a frenzy, causing the rocks to crack. Vivid crimson blood dripped from its belly. Seizing the opportunity, Uncle shot an arrow into the tiger's eye, while Su Yin swiftly sliced its throat. The tiger's thrashing body gradually stiffened until it lay motionless. It was dead. Finally, it was dead. Yang the butcher looked at Su Yin with admiration, remarking on her remarkable prowess. Many of the older men had trembled at the sight of the tiger. Yet she remained composed. Had it not been for our young Yin's clever idea to trap the beast with that rock, we would not have been able to slay it so easily, Uncle chuckled. Fortune favored us. Su Yin humbly replied, attributing her success to the collaboration of her uncles and elders, asserting that she could not have accomplished it alone. The group joyfully carried the great tiger back. Meanwhile, everyone awaited the outcome, as the forest occasionally echoed with the tiger's roars, each sound igniting worry among the villagers. Su's mother clenched her fists, her gaze fixed intently on the direction of the stone forest. Do not fret, sister-in-law, Su Baozhu reassured her. Yin will be all right. Why would a girl like her put herself in such danger? If anything were to happen to her, how could I possibly live with myself? We must have faith in Yin. Just then, a voice called from behind their back. Everyone surged forward, immediately noticing the group carrying the massive beast. Excited children shouted, "The tiger is dead!" Su's mother rushed over, her heart racing as she saw her daughter covered in blood. "Where are you hurt, my child?" she asked anxiously. Su Yin smiled, "Mother, I'm fine. This blood is all from that big fellow. I only have a few scratches, it's nothing serious." Still worried, Su's mother inspected her from head to toe, and upon confirming that she was indeed unharmed, she playfully smacked her arm, muttering, "You reckless girl. How could you be so brave? That was a tiger. If it had bitten you, you would have died. You must never do that again. Do you know how worried I was? If anything had happened to you, how could I live?" Su Yin hugged her mother tightly, resting her head on her shoulder, and sweetly replied, "Mother, it was all so urgent. I didn't think much of it. I promise I won't act so rashly again. I will consider my actions carefully next time." Next time? Su's mother seized upon that phrase. Seeing her mother's impending wrath, Su Yin quickly backtracked, "No, no, no." After calming her mother down, Su Yin was called away by Yang Fu. Upon seeing her stained clothes, Yang the village chief finally believed that this girl had indeed slain a tiger. Among the 9 participants in the hunt, 8 were robust men, with Su Yin being the sole girl. Not only had she participated, but she had also played a significant role, which could not escape scrutiny. However, those who had hunted the tiger echoed the same sentiments, compelling others to believe. "Yin, you should take the lead in deciding how to divide the spoils from this tiger," Yang the village chief stated. After pondering, Su Yin replied, "The tiger was killed through our combined efforts, therefore, each person deserves their share. As for the specifics of the division, I defer to you, my great-uncle." Yang the village chief nodded with a smile and turned to the others. "The young lady trusts me to make the decisions. Do any of you have differing opinions?" "We will all follow your lead," they replied in unison. "Since you all trust me, I will divide accordingly." Thanks to the early warning from Su Yin, we were able to prepare and avoid casualties, which is a significant contribution. During the hunt, Su Yin exerted the most effort. Had it not been for her ingenious idea, we would not have killed it so swiftly and effortlessly. That's another major contribution. The cooperation between Dahi and Su Yin was paramount in subduing the beast, allowing the others to deliver the final blows. Thus, they share in the credit as well. Based on everyone's contributions, Su Yin should receive the lion's share, followed by Dahi, with the rest receiving equal portions. Does anyone have objections? Yang the village chief asked the participants. The butcher Yang was the first to respond. "I have no issues. This distribution is quite reasonable." "I agree," Yang Dashu added. The remaining 5 nodded in agreement. "The tiger's hide will go to Su Yin. As for the tiger's teeth, once we reach the town, We will sell them and divide the proceeds into 10 shares. Dahi will take 2, and the remaining 7 will be divided among the others. The tiger meat will also be split into 10 shares, with Dahi receiving 2, and the rest divided evenly. Su Yin and Dahi can choose first. The others can decide afterward. Different parts of the tiger meat hold varying values, and those who select first obviously have the advantage. Su Yin chose the most valuable hide and was also the first to select the meat, securing the most substantial share. Is this distribution agreeable to you all? If there are any objections, please voice them. If not, we will proceed with this plan. All is well, came the chorus of agreement. In this successful tiger hunt, Su Yin had contributed the most, followed by Yang Dahi, while the others merely assisted and inflicted little damage on the tiger. They all recognized this truth. Without Su Yin, they might not have survived the encounter. Naturally, they held no objections to Yang the village chief's distribution. Chapter 21, Demands. Uncle S' skill in skinning was remarkable, and he expertly peeled off a complete tiger hide, lamenting the few knife marks on the neck area. If it weren't for these cuts, this hide would be worth even more. Su Yin, however, was unconcerned. No matter the price, the hide was an unexpected gain. Butcher Zhang divided the tiger meat into 9 portions, one of which included the tiger's tail, drawing the attention of many villagers. The tiger's tail is a prized item. It fetches quite a sum in the county, appealing to wealthy buyers. Yang the butcher and the others eagerly watched as Su Yin opted not to select that particular portion. One cannot monopolize all the benefits. We must leave some for others, she thought. The group sighed in relief at her decision. Dahi also refrained from choosing that portion, allowing someone else to benefit from the tiger's tail. Yang the butcher grinned at the others. I have a bit of wine left that will pair nicely with this. I'll treat you all to a drink later. With that, he cheerfully gathered the portion containing the tiger's tail into his embrace. We will remember this, Yang Dashi said, laughing as he claimed one of the meat portions for himself, ensuring his family would enjoy a bit more. After the meat was distributed, Su's mother and Su Baozhi joyfully carried their portions home. Many households looked on enviously. Even though tiger meat is tough and chewy, it is still meat. Su's mother divided the meat into 2 portions, one for their family and one for Yang Dashan, while she did not deliver any to Yang Dachuan and Dahi, as both households already had their share. As Su Yin fetched the meat, her cousin Yang Hua from her second uncle's family also brought a portion of meat, while her little uncle's family sent over a share of tiger meat. They had set aside over 20 pounds of meat, which was far too much to consume at once. With the sweltering heat, Su's mother took some salt from the jar, intending to marinate the tiger meat simply, allowing it to last a few days longer. Mother, let us cook the tiger meat tonight. All right. De Zhuang fixed his gaze on the meat and called out to his mother, Mother, I want to eat the big bug. The bug meat isn't tasty. Let us have something else, shall we? No. Why do they all have meat to eat while we do not? Mother, do you not like me anymore? De Zhuang sulkily plopped down on the ground, throwing a tantrum. His grandmother came over to console him. But no matter how they tried to appease him, the child remained obstinate. De Zhuang's mother cast a glance at Su Yin and her companions. Among the 9 families involved in the tiger hunt, only Su Yin's family was the smallest and entirely comprised of women. An idea sparked in her mind. Mother will help you, just stop the fuss. Upon hearing her mother's agreement, De Zhuang quieted down. Mother, hurry. De Zhuang's mother approached Su Yin and her mother and, as she drew near, the 3 of them exchanged glances. De Zhuang's mother flashed a sycophantic smile. Su Demei, I am Yang Laoxi's wife. Is there something you need? Su's mother responded, What is it? Well, my child wishes to have a taste of tiger meat. I wonder if you could spare a little. Just 3 to 5 pounds would suffice. Su's mother frowned, instantly discerning her ulterior motive. She was clearly hoping to obtain meat for free. She had heard tales of Yang Laoxi's wife being quite brazen, always pushing her luck. If she let her take advantage once, it would be as if a leech had latched on. Without hesitation, Su's mother declined. We can hardly spare this little meat for ourselves, let alone share. The smile on De Zhuang's mother's face faded slightly. But you are just 3 women. Surely, there are dozens of pounds of meat to share. The tiger meat is not particularly appetizing, and in this hot summer, it spoils quickly. Wouldn't it be better for our De Zhuang to have a little than for it to go to waste? Even though Su's mother was prepared for this conversation, the shamelessness of De Zhuang's mother left her feeling stifled. How could this woman be so audacious? Expecting to receive meat for free while they ought to be thanking her for consuming it? Su Yin stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of her mother. Having observed the back and forth, she understood that her mother was not a match for De Zhuang's mother. De Zhuang's mother, how could the meat spoil? We eat openly. This little meat is hardly enough. De Zhuang's mother scoffed, there are only 3 of you. How can you possibly finish it all? Girl. If you are reluctant to part with it, just say so, and spare us the nonsense. Su Yin, remaining unperturbed, continued to smile as you say. Besides the 3 of us, we have our eldest uncle, cousin, and second cousin. Even dividing this little meat would not suffice for each family. This was a veiled reminder that they were not merely 3 individuals, but rather a large family, and that attempts to bully them would not succeed. De Zhuang's mother. If you wish for tiger meat, have De Zhuang's father step up next time. That would solve the issue. One cannot expect to do nothing and simply open their mouth to demand meat. Such easy bargains do not exist in this world. If De Zhuang wanted to eat, it was simple enough. Tiger meat was sold in town for 100 coins per pound. 2 pounds would only cost 2 coins of silver. With this retort, Su Yin left De Zhuang's mother momentarily speechless, infuriated. If you want to give it, then don't. De Zhuang's mother fumed. Just then, De Zhuang's aunt stepped forward. Hands on her hips, De Zhuang's mother, how can you shamelessly come here? When the big bug lunged at you, if it weren't for my niece's timely intervention, you would have met your end in its jaws. And now you come without offering thanks, demanding meat with such audacity? De Zhuang's second aunt and little uncle's wife followed suit, their glares directed at De Zhuang's mother, exuding an air that warned her against bullying Su Yin. It was as if they were ready to brawl at the slightest provocation. Feeling the pressure from the group, De Zhuang's mother wilted, stammering, I just came to ask. I didn't really intend to take any. With that, she fled in haste. Bah! De Zhuang's aunt spat in the direction she departed. What a disgrace. Many onlookers had been watching the scene unfold, and upon witnessing this, their fleeting thoughts of scheming were quickly extinguished. Su Yin turned to her 3 aunts, admiring their strength. Aunt, you were magnificent. De Zhuang's aunt chuckled. In the future, do not be polite with such people. They are experts at taking advantage of kindness. Indeed. If she dares come again, just call us, and we shall ensure she leaves empty-handed, added the second aunt. I'll remember. Next time I will call upon my aunts without hesitation. After being rebuffed by Su Yin, De Zhuang's mother returned home, irked by her son's incessant whining. And in her agitation, her eyes landed on her daughter squatting nearby, resembling a perfect outlet for her frustration. She stepped forward and kicked the girl over, cursing. You worthless thing. Don't you know your brother is hot? Why don't you come over and fan him? The little girl scrambled up. Her palms and arms scraped and bleeding, but she paid no heed to the pain and hurried to fan her brother. In the midst of his tantrum, De Zhuang shoved her down once more. Get away, you harbinger of doom. Chapter 22, In a Rush. Su's mother observed the child and sighed, poor thing. Born into such a family. Su Yin felt sympathy for the girl, though she was not favored by her grandparents. With Su's mother protecting her and Su's father caring for her, she would not be subjected to unwarranted violence. Compared to that girl, she considered herself fortunate. With the mountain tiger dealt with, the group resumed their journey. Su Yin was now certain that the dream she had the previous night was indeed a prophetic one. She pondered whether this sudden onset of precognitive dreams was random or if external conditions needed to be met for them to manifest. The underlying patterns eluded her for the moment, and she would have to explore them further in due course. For now, she could only wait for it to reoccur. The appearance of the mountain tiger had delayed their journey by half a day. They were originally supposed to arrive in Fushan County by evening, but that was no longer feasible. Before sunset, the group descended the mountain, needing to walk another 55 miles to reach Fushan County. After deliberation, they decided to rest for the night at the foot of the mountain and set off early the next morning. At the mountain's base, there was a waterhole where water flowed from the crevices of the stone wall, forming a small basin. This source would not last long. Since there was water here, Su Yin refrained from using the water from the barrel, preferring to conserve it for later. Everyone lined up to take turns fetching water. After the first 10 people had drawn water, the level in the basin dropped several inches, and when it was Su Yin's turn, it was nearly dry. Unperturbed, Su Yin squatted nearby, drawing a little at a time. Many lacked her patience and scooped up muddy water instead. Carrying her water back to the camp, she found Su Baozhu had already prepared their sleeping area, while Su's mother was busy preparing food. Seeing Su's mother washing rice from a cloth bag, Su Yin quickly intervened. After 2 days of porridge, she felt as if the gurgling in her stomach was audible. continuing to eat like this, alongside the strenuous travel, would surely lead to their downfall. Many perished on the road from famine or due to their bodies being too weak and depleted. Mother, let us skip the porridge today and roast some meat instead, Su Yin suggested, eager to provide something nourishing to replenish their strength. No one knew when misfortune might strike. It would be a pity to leave without having finished their food. As long as there is an ample supply of provisions, reaching Linzhou Prefecture is entirely feasible. Everyone is aware that there is meat available at their household, and they are not the sole possessors of it. Consuming meat now is not particularly conspicuous, rather. It would be more noticeable to refrain from eating it, only to bring it out when others have nothing left. I am not particularly skilled at roasting meat. I am. Su Yin volunteered to take on the task. She selected the most tender cuts from the tiger, specifically the belly, which contains a higher fat content compared to other parts, an ideal choice for roasting. Constructing a suitable height for roasting using stones, she cut the tiger meat into evenly sized chunks for ease of cooking. Gathering some wood from the forest, she skewered the meat. This process required some effort, but it posed no challenge for the resourceful Su Yin. Her uncle, intrigued by her roasting, came over to observe. Their method of roasting involved placing a whole piece of meat on the fire, continuously turning it and sprinkling some salt midway. Unfortunately, they lacked honey. If they could have smeared some on, the flavor would have been exquisite. Your method of roasting is rather intricate. Complexity is of no concern. What matters is the taste. Life is so arduous that one must seek out a touch of sweetness for oneself. As Su Yin spoke, her hands remained busy, and as the meat skewers sizzled over the flames, aromatic oils began to ooze, filling the air with a tantalizing fragrance. She crushed star anise, cinnamon, and salt together, sprinkling her secret blend of seasonings on the skewers just as they were about to be taken off the fire. In an instant, a burst of fragrance wafted through the air. The star anise and cinnamon had been purchased from the apothecary earlier. These two ingredients were typically used as medicinal herbs and spices during the Daong dynasty, rarely incorporated into food. Su Yin was thus setting a precedent. Both items were rather expensive, so she had not purchased them in excess. When sprinkling the seasoning, she was cautious, fearing waste. She dared not use too much. Just a hint to enhance the aroma and flavor. How fragrant! Her little cousin Yang Taohua and Yang Gue were drawn to the enticing aroma, each clutching pieces of meat roasted by their father, yet their eyes were fixed on the meat in Su Yin's hands. Yang Gue leaned closer to Su Yin, gazing up with his large, glistening eyes, and innocently asked, "Sister, your meat smells wonderful. I wonder if it tastes as good as it smells. May I have a taste?" His intentions were all too clear. Su Yin, amused by his eagerness, handed him a skewer, cautioning him about the heat. Upon receiving the skewer, the little fellow wasted no time, eagerly stuffing the meat into his mouth, even as it burned, unwilling to spit it out, making sounds of delight. Su Yin offered a skewer to little Taohua as well. The first batch of skewers was limited, totaling only 20. 5 were given to Su's mother, 5 to Su Baozhu, and Su Yin kept 5 for herself, distributing the remainder to the 2 greedy little ones. When her aunt approached, she could only shake her head at the sight of the 2 children. "You 2 little rascals, isn't there roasted meat at home? Why are you here mooching off your aunt?" Yang Gue replied innocently, "Mother, Sister Yin's roasted meat is delicious. Father's meat is not tasty at all." Little Taohua nodded in agreement. Her aunt found herself both exasperated and amused, returning with a sizable skewer of meat, weighing at least 5 or 6 pounds. "Very well. Let your sister Yin roast it for you." The 2 little ones clapped their hands in delight. "If you want to eat, you must put in the effort." Su Yin chuckled. Su Baozhu took on the task of guiding the 2 little ones in skewering the meat, while her aunt joined in to help, leaving the uncle, feeling neglected, to sulkily bring over the remaining tiger leg. Thus, both families roasted together. Perhaps due to the irresistible aroma of Su Yin's roasted meat, many were drawn over. Primarily those households fortunate enough to have tiger meat, each coming to learn her technique and subsequently returning home to replicate her method. The Yang Dashu family, initially preparing meat porridge, found themselves swayed by the children's insistence and the occasional waft of roasted meat, leading them to join in the roasting. As for the pot of meat porridge, it was now reserved for breakfast the following day. The Dazhuang family, residing at the rear of the group, deliberately distanced themselves from Su Yin and her companions, hoping to prevent their son from noticing them enjoying better fare and causing a ruckus. However, they did not anticipate that even from such a distance, they would still be enticed. Dazhuang was once again stirred by the aroma, And had it not been for the earlier incident, Dazhuang's wife might have shamelessly approached to ask for a skewer of roasted meat. After the earlier events, however, she resolved against doing so, not out of fear of Su Yin and her family, but rather because she understood that if she were to ask, they would not oblige. Engaging in such self-degrading behavior was not something she would entertain. Su Yin's roasting skills garnered unanimous acclaim from all. As they feasted on the roasted meat while gazing at the stars, if only this were not a time of fleeing. And if they had a jug of wine at hand, life would be splendid. What a pity it was not. Having eaten their fill and warmed by the fire, the flames were not for warmth, but to ward off wild beasts. The night passed without incident, and the anticipated prophetic dream that Su Yin longed for did not manifest. At the 5th watch of the tiger hour, as dawn began to break, the camp awoke to the sound of clanging and clattering. As several women had already risen to prepare breakfast, Su's mother had also risen early. By the time Su Yin awoke, the meal was already prepared. Glancing up at the sky, she noted that it was not yet time for the rabbit hour, indicating they had risen around 4. Each day, they arose before dawn to prepare food, only resting at sunset. Given that summer sunsets are later than those of the other 3 seasons, such rigorous and burdensome labor can easily take a toll on their bodies. Neither she, her mother, nor her aunt were particularly robust, and they needed to replenish their strength, consuming more nourishing foods to build a solid foundation. Now that everyone had sufficient rations, she resolved to fortify her family's health and needed to act swiftly. Otherwise, in the later stages, even if one possessed good provisions, one would be unable to display them, as that would draw too much attention, which is not a desirable outcome. Breakfast was simple, consisting of porridge paired with pickled vegetables, the latter provided by her aunt. After the morning meal, the group set out at the rabbit hour, heading towards Fushan County. As the convoy reached the official road, a sudden sound of hooves echoed behind them, and a convoy of horse-drawn carriages rushed past them. Initially, no one paid it much mind, but soon after, more and more carriages followed in a hurried manner, which felt somewhat unusual. The dust kicked up by the carriages was bothersome. What was going on? Why were the drivers moving at such a speed, unconcerned about colliding with pedestrians? Some villagers grumbled in discontent. Su's aunt held onto a child with one hand, anxious that they might be struck by the carriages. Su Yin, observing the procession of carriages passing by, approached her uncle. "Uncle, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss." Young Dashin also sensed that something was indeed off. It felt as though something was pursuing them from behind. Yes, that's precisely the feeling. The sound of hooves echoed once more from behind, and in the distance, another group of horsemen approached, having spotted their convoy and slightly slowing their pace. Su Yin stood to the side, waving her hand at the convoy, taking a chance. To her surprise, they actually came to a halt. The leading guard looked at Su Yin with caution. "Is there something you need?" Listening to his accent, it seemed to be from the Yuzhou region. Su Yin spoke. "Excuse me, brother, has something happened in Yuzhou?" The man did not respond. "Please do not misunderstand. I merely inquired upon seeing you all in such a hurry." The lead guard glanced at their group, then at the motley crew before him. Though their clothing was tattered, they were clean and neat, each face radiating a certain vitality, starkly contrasting with the refugees encountered from Yuzhou. In the regions of Eunuch and Ganzhou, the victims of disaster found themselves amidst a rebellion in Yuzhou as a horde of rioters approached Meizhou. Young Dashin and his companions were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. Hadn't he the court dispatched a governor to quell the unrest? Why then had a rebellion erupted? The leading guard shook his head, indicating that they were unaware of the details. That band of rioters had already slaughtered numerous towns and villages. It would be prudent for you to leave this place swiftly. "Thank you," Su Yin bowed in gratitude. As the leader mounted his horse and led the convoy away, the families nearby who had overheard the conversation were thrown into a panic. "What shall we do now? Should we also hasten our departure?" Young Dashin and Su Yin sought out young Lijing and recounted the situation. Young Lijing's expression grew grave. Su Yato was astute. "I too sensed something amiss earlier, but I never anticipated the situation had escalated to such a degree. This rebellion signifies the impending chaos of a turbulent era. Throughout history, whenever a dynasty faced such turmoil, it heralded its potential demise. We cannot afford to dawdle. We must quicken our pace." Indeed, young Lijing informed every household, and upon hearing of the rebellion in Yuzhou, no one could remain calm. Those who had previously harbored grievances about leaving hastily felt a wave of relief, no longer daring to voice their opinions. Everyone quickened their steps, determined to cross Fushan County by day's end. For families with children unable to keep pace, adults were urged to assist them, ensuring no child lagged behind and slowed the group. Commands echoed from the front of the line to the rear. The adults' anxious demeanor infected the children, who followed closely behind. Emin, do you think your father and the others are safe? According to the timeline, tonight is when the rioters will descend upon the villages. The affluent have access to information far surpassing that of common folk, allowing them to escape early and evade calamity. The commoners, often late to realize the danger, sometimes cling to a false sense of security, treating the situation with indifference. Mother, they will be fine. Last time they were safe. They will surely be safe again this time. They were expected to reach Fushan County within 2 hours, but they arrived in just an hour and a half. Upon their arrival, they saw a group of constables emerging from the city gate, shouting, "Close the city gates! Close the gates!" Many in the queue waiting to enter the city were bewildered, and before the gates could close, a throng surged forward into the city. Su Yin and her companions noticed the commotion at the city gates as a crowd rushed towards Fushan County. From a distance, they could not hear the constable's shouts and only saw the throng advancing, unaware of the unfolding crisis. "What is happening?" Su Mu asked nervously. Su Baoju's face mirrored concern. The Lin family's daughter-in-law, walking ahead, voiced her apprehension. Could it be that Fushan County is also experiencing a rebellion? This remark instantly ignited panic among the group. Enin. Su Mu instinctively reached for her hand. "It's not a rebellion, don't worry," Su Yin exclaimed. The restless crowd calmed slightly. Su Yin noticed the constable's actions and realized the gravity of the situation. "Uncle, Fushan County is about to close its gates." "What?" "Our convoy must pass through Fushan County. If the gates close, we will be forced to detour through a narrow path around the county, adding half a day's journey to our plans. With rioters in pursuit, those behind could catch up at any moment. Every minute of delay increases the danger. We must leave, quickly." Not only did Su Yin realize this, but young Li Jing and the others did as well. "Run!" The previously orderly line was thrown into disarray as everyone rushed forward, terrified of falling behind. However, they were too far from the gates, despite their desperate sprint. They could not reach them in time. A few constables remained at the entrance, loudly urging the crowd to disperse. Some complied and left, while others stubbornly refused to depart. "Sir, it's not yet the hour of you. Why are the gates closing?" A dissenting voice inquired. The constable, provoked by their obstinacy, retorted harshly. "How should I know the orders from above? Even if I did, I wouldn't say." The man was left speechless, sensing the constable's ire and daring not to say more. "You all, disperse." "Please, sir, I must enter the city to fetch a doctor for my grandson," an elderly man pleaded. The constable shoved him away. Go. Even if you enter, you won't be able to come back out." Young Li Jing stepped forward, discreetly slipping a few coins into the constable's hand before he could chastise him. The constable's expression softened considerably. "Sir, I am the village chief from Xinghua village. Those behind are our villagers. We intend to head to Yongqing County. Might you allow us passage?" The constable shook his head. "It's not that I refuse to help, but an order has been issued from above. No one is to enter. Could you at least divulge the reason for this sudden closure?" Young Li Jing pressed, offering another few coins. The constable, recognizing his understanding, lowered his voice. "There has been a rebellion. The county magistrate has made this decision to ensure the safety of the townsfolk. You must leave quickly to avoid encountering the rioters." Thank you, Young Li Jing bowed in gratitude. Upon returning, the group surrounded him. "What did they say? Can they let us through?" Young Li Jing shook his head. "Then why the sudden closure?" someone inquired. Su Yin had already surmised the reason. Young Li Jing spoke. "This is a precaution against the rioters. It is perilous here. We must depart at once." Chapter 24. Letting Go. The crowd was in an uproar. Previously, upon hearing of the rebellion, many had harbored hope that it was merely speculation or an exaggerated concern. However, Fushan County laid bare the stark reality, dispelling any lingering illusions of safety among the hopeful. Su Yin observed the numerous carts laden with belongings, all solely reliant on human strength to transport them, which would inevitably slow their escape. She approached Young Li Jing. "Great uncle." "Siatu, what is it?" Su Yin nodded. "The convoy we encountered on the road moved at great speed, suggesting that the rioters are not far behind. We are burdened with families. Many rely solely on human effort to pull their belongings. At our current pace, It is only a matter of time before the rioters catch up with us. Even though they left earlier, if we continue to dawdle, being caught is inevitable. Once they catch up, how many of us will survive? How many will retain their possessions? Yang Lijing surveyed the carts filled with goods and the weary faces of the young adults. You are right, Su Yatu. It is time to make some choices. With resolve. Yang Lijing wasted no time gathering everyone together. Chief, we need to be on our way. Yes, we must hurry. What if the riders catch up? Yang Lijing raised his hand, silencing the murmurs. You have all seen the urgency of our situation. The wealthy have fled. But we common folk must rely on our own legs to escape. We cannot compare our pace to that of the affluent in their carriages, especially since we are dragging our belongings by hand. After these 2 days of travel, we are all exhausted and burdened. The situation is dire. The rioters could pursue us at any moment. If we proceed at a sluggish pace, we will inevitably be overtaken by the mob at that point. Not only our belongings, but even our lives may hang in the balance. Am I not speaking the truth? Someone could not help but murmur softly. Awakening before dawn and resting only after darkness falls, scarcely finding respite during the day. Even this arduous journey is proving difficult, and yet we must hasten our pace. If the adults are struggling, what of the elderly and the children? Do you value your life, or do you wish to burden yourself further? Yang Lerzhang cast a glance at the individual speaking. The person immediately fell silent. Yang Lerzhang was aware of the hardship, yet for the sake of survival, one could only grit their teeth and endure. For the past couple of days, they had been seeking a place to rest after the hour of Yu. He resolved to extend their traveling time, resting only after the hour of Su. Lerzhang, are you asking us to abandon our belongings? Another voice interjected. Yang Lerzhang shook his head and nodded, clarifying that he did not wish for them to discard all their possessions, but rather to relinquish what was unnecessary and retain only the essentials. Dazhuang's mother spoke up, asserting that all these items were indeed vital, and discarding any of them was out of the question. Her words resonated with many. Prior to their escape, countless items had already been forsaken, and the sentiment of loss was still fresh in their hearts. The belongings they managed to load onto the cart had been painstakingly reduced from their family's possessions. To be asked to part with them again was met with resistance from many. Farmers, accustomed to a life of frugality, had accumulated these items over a lifetime. Asking them to let go is akin to drawing blood from their veins. With Dazhuang's mother leading the charge, others began to chime in. Indeed, these items are indispensable. There's nothing we can afford to relinquish. At worst, we can push faster. It won't delay our journey. The women chattered incessantly, uncertain whether they were convincing Lerzhang or merely themselves. Silence. Suddenly, a furious roar quelled all voices. Yang the butcher directed his ire at the most vocal of the women, saying, if someone at home lacks discernment, you must possess it yourself. Carrying so much, how fast can you possibly go? And let us not forget, you are responsible for the elderly and the children. To speak bluntly, should we be pursued, the belongings you cling to may not guarantee your survival. Items are inanimate. Lives are not. If you lose your possessions but retain your life, there will be opportunities to acquire anew. But if your life is lost, nothing remains. Weigh what is light and what is heavy in your hearts. They understood his reasoning, yet resolute decision-making was no simple task. Dazhuang's mother scoffed. It's easy for you to say, but does acquiring new items come without a cost? If you can provide the funds to replace them, I shall dispose of them at once. Yang the butcher was visibly enraged. Yang Lerzhang, maintaining his composure, turned to Dazhuang's grandfather, Yang Laolu. Has your household now fallen under the dominion of a woman? The weight of his words was unmistakable. Dazhuang's grandfather hurried forward to admonish his daughter-in-law, be quiet. He then turned to Lerzhang with a smile. Dear brother, please do not take offense. Dazhuang's mother is simply a woman of limited experience. We comprehend the rationale behind your actions. You do this for our benefit. We shall act as you advise and promptly discard the less important items. Though others harbored reluctance, they were compelled to make a decision. Having traveled since dawn without pause, the current moment presented a chance to reorganize their belongings, allowing the children and the elderly a brief respite. To prevent anyone from dawdling, Yang Lerzhang established a clear time frame. Once it passed, the group would set off, and no one would be waited for. To avoid being left behind, they had to make quick choices. Su's mother also began to organize, asking Yinin, which items can we discard? Su Yin replied, the items on the mule cart are all necessities, and if we adjust things a bit, there will still be space for us to take turns resting on the cart. No need. We won't fall behind. The families with livestock were not the ones burdened by excess weight. Rather, it was those relying solely on human strength. Dazhuang's mother looked mournfully at the items discarded by her husband. This cannot be tossed. Dazhuang's father set down his belongings and threw aside Dazhuang's tiger-headed stool. This is what Dazhuang wants. It cannot be discarded. Father, that is mine. It must not be thrown away. Dazhuang protested, pushing him aside and clutching her toy protectively. Dazhuang's father affectionately ruffled his son's hair. Very well, I want to toss it. He then pulled out a rolling pin. Dazhuang's mother stepped forward, shielding the item. That will not do. Dazhuang loves the noodles I roll out. We must keep this rolling pin. This was her dowry prepared by her parents, now that they were gone. Her dowry was nearly depleted. Retaining this rolling pin was a way to hold on to a memory. What one thinks in the heart is one matter. Yet what is spoken is quite another. Fine, then I shall find a different one. Upon seeing him withdraw another item, Dazhuang's mother stepped forward once more. That one to do. Dazhuang's father grew irritated. What can be discarded? This won't do, that won't do. Dazhuang's mother felt wronged and, unable to argue, caught sight of a worthless item, her eyes lighting up as she decided to discard the useless girl's belongings. Dazhuang's father glanced at the frail girl, his eyes brightening as he rummaged through the boxes for her items. Chapter 25. Put it on your cart. Dazhuang's father searched for a long time but could not find the girl's belongings. He turned to the child's mother. Where did you put the worthless girl's things? Dazhuang's mother replied curtly. They are right there on the table. Come and find them yourself. Dazhuang's father, growing impatient, shouted, Don't make me ask you twice. Dazhuang's mother dared not retort and obediently searched for the luggage, but after a long time, she still could not find anything. How strange, where could it be? She mumbled, turning to see the girl being ridden like a horse by her brother. You worthless girl, hurry up and find your belongings. Sighing, she coaxed her younger brother, Dazhuang. Let your sister help our parents first. Later, I'll be your horse, all right? No, no, Dazhuang insisted. Wait until I find the things, wherever you want to ride. I will take you, okay? Dazhuang suddenly grabbed her hair and yanked it hard, pulling at her scalp and causing her to gasp in pain. I will go wherever I want. Do you dare not carry me? I will tell father and mother, and they will beat you. Yes, yes. It was sister who spoke wrongly. Despite the pain, she dared not utter a word, still gently coaxing him. Once father and mother find your things, they will throw away all your belongings, and then you will be discarded too. Dazhuang dismounted from her back, a smug expression on his face. She lowered her head, her eyes filled with grievance and sorrow, unnoticed by anyone. She hurried to her parents, and Dazhuang's mother seized her ear. I've called you for ages. Don't you hear? Are you deaf? They, as always, selectively ignored the sight of her being ridden by her brother, unable to move, and did not see the bullying she endured. The small ear in her hand gradually reddened, blood seeping from her fingernails. The little girl dared not speak, nor could she cry out in pain. The more she cried, the harder her mother's grip became. Enough. Hurry up and have the worthless girl find her things. Only when a man spoke did Dazhuang's mother finally release her grip. Kicking her, hurry, don't dawdle. We're running out of time, or I'll beat you. The little girl approached the cart, pulling out a small bundle from the very bottom corner, the contents of which she had surreptitiously packed away herself. Dazhuang's mother was well aware that the contents within were of little value, yet she opened the package to inspect it. Inside lay a tattered set of clothes, remnants of her past, utterly unwearable and thus given to the girl, who unexpectedly decided to don this ragged attire. What a dismal sight! Dazhuang's mother, with a face full of frustration, tossed the items to the ground and inquired, Are there any other belongings? No, none at all. The young girl shook her head repeatedly. What possessions did she have? The only item of worth was that set of tattered clothes, which even her mother deemed unworthy. It seemed her mother had forgotten this fact. Foolish child. Dazhuang's father surveyed the chaotic mess of their belongings and declared, all of these must be discarded. Just as Dazhuang's mother opened her mouth to protest, he preempted her. If you continue to complain, we will all be doomed to perish. In such dire times, acting alone was tantamount to courting death. Dazhuang's mother felt a pang of sorrow, but could only watch helplessly as their possessions were gradually discarded. What accursed fate! The heavens are truly blind. A woman could no longer contain her grief and wailed. They were all suffering souls, How could those people revolt? Why did the blade of rebellion not turn against those corrupt officials? They only bully the weak. Don't overthink it, old woman. Quickly pack up the belongings. We must depart soon. I cannot bear to part with those items. They have been our companions for many years. Alas, life is of the utmost importance. Once stability returns, we shall acquire more. In a world where no one can survive, one must not mourn over material possessions. De Zhuang's mother joined in the cursing, and as she did, her peripheral vision caught sight of Su Yin and her companions, resting and eating pancakes nearby. Her gaze shifted to their mule cart. She tugged at her husband's sleeve, signaling him with her eyes. De Zhuang's father followed her gaze, feeling a strong desire for the cart. Yet he hesitated at the thought of Yang Dashan and his large family. You go speak to them. He nudged his wife with his elbow. De Zhuang's mother shot him a disdainful look and approached Su Yin and her companions. As she drew near, her face instantly transformed into a mask of flattering smiles. Upon seeing her smile, Su Yin sensed trouble. Su girl, as we've traveled together, I must say, you are the most capable among us. My husband pales in comparison. If he possessed your abilities, I would be laughing in my dreams at night. Su Yin remained silent, treating her words as mere background noise. De Zhuang's mother, undeterred, continued to press on. These days are tough. The little possessions we've managed to bring from home were painstakingly gathered. Isn't it a pity to discard them? Su Yin still said nothing. Su's mother and younger sister, Su Baozhu, also ignored her. Frustrated at their indifference, De Zhuang's mother forced a smile. Su girl, could we come to an arrangement? We have excess luggage. May we store it on your cart? It seems there's ample space. Neighbors should help one another, right? You are kind-hearted. Surely you would not refuse. De Zhuang's mother elevated Su Yin to a moral pedestal. But what is morality? Can it be eaten? When faced with the petty, speaking of morality is simply foolishness. Su Yin was not swayed. I refuse. De Zhuang's mother's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated such a blunt refusal, devoid of any subtlety. Despite her overtures, the girl remained stubborn. Clearly, worthless goods do not reflect well on their owner. You ungrateful child, how can you be so oblivious? De Zhuang's mother's smile vanished, hands on her hips, glaring fiercely. Are you speaking of yourself? Su Yin replied with a light laugh, her relaxed demeanor more infuriating than any insult. De Zhuang's mother, you are once again bullying my niece. The maternal uncle appeared, his eyes sharp with discontent. Accompanied by her sister-in-law and another maternal aunt, they formed a formidable trio. At such times, men ought to remain absent. Women should resolve women's matters. You clearly did not heed my previous warnings. As long as we are here, you shall not bully my Inin. Seeing the three fierce women closing in, De Zhuang's mother dared not confront them and retreated in fear. If you refuse to let go, then so be it. What are you all so fierce about? How can you call yourselves neighbors when, in times of trouble, you offer no support? De Zhuang's mother huffed as she strode away. De Zhuang's father observed her retreat with a smirk, offering no comfort, instead reproaching her. I told you it wouldn't work. Yet you insisted on seeking trouble. De Zhuang's mother was not one to passively endure. If only you were capable, you wouldn't let your wife suffer indignities. How can you still blame me? As the couple prepared to quarrel, De Zhuang's grandmother intervened, having been a silent observer of their antics. Enough bickering. Do you not realize the time? We are in the midst of fleeing. De Zhuang's grandmother cast a disapproving glance at her daughter-in-law. If you were capable, you would do as Li Er's wife from Hohot village did and return home to fetch money for your husband to buy a mule or an ox. De Zhuang's mother turned away in silence. Their commotion attracted little attention. Everyone else was too busy with their own affairs to concern themselves with the trivialities of their family. The others placed their unwanted items along the roadside for anyone in need to take. The journey commenced. With the weight lightened, the pace of the group quickened significantly. They walked continuously, having left Fushan County for 2 hours without rest. Many wished for a break, but Yang Lijiang would not allow it. Along the way, Su Yin felt blisters forming on her feet, each step becoming increasingly painful. When she could bear it no longer, she climbed onto the mule cart to rest for a while. The three of them took turns resting, managing to endure. Those without carts had their children too weary to walk, requiring adults to carry them or place them on handcarts. From sunrise until sunset, the people of Xinghua village pressed on without pause. I'm so tired. When can we rest? Su Baozu wiped the sweat from her forehead, took a sip from her water pouch to moisten her throat, careful not to drink too much. Su Yin glanced at the sky. noting it was past the hour of when the village chief would typically seek a resting place. Today, however, given the current momentum, they would need to continue. Just a little longer, we will soon be able to rest. After walking for about another hour, young Lijiang would surely call for a break. Firstly, the sun would set completely, making travel hazardous. Secondly, everyone was fatigued. Not only the people, but even the mules and oxen could hardly endure. At the hour of Su, with no sign of stopping, Su Baozhu began to pound her legs in exhaustion. Su's mother also rubbed her legs from time to time. "Inin, how much longer must we walk? It should be soon." Indeed, shortly after she spoke, the front of the line came to a halt. Upon realizing they could rest, everyone hurried to find a suitable spot to set up camp. Every family, as long as they were able, began busily preparing, eager to settle in and rest. Su Yin swiftly organized a sleeping area for the night, while her mother set up a fire to cook. Su Baozhu teamed up with others to gather firewood in the woods along the roadside. The three worked in harmony. "Mother, let us have something dry to eat tonight." If simplicity was the goal, porridge would have been most suitable, but given the day's exertions, they needed something more substantial. Porridge is easily digested and does not satisfy hunger. "All right, Mother, when cooking the rice, add a few pieces of tiger meat," Su Yin suggested. For modern individuals, consuming plain rice can be rather unpalatable. However, for the common folk of ancient times, the mere availability of steamed rice was sufficient without the need for side dishes. Su Yin wasn't averse to plain rice. Rather, she felt compelled to consume the meat, lest it spoil if left uneaten, particularly as saving it for later would be quite conspicuous. Placing meat directly atop the rice while cooking would impart a rather fishy odor to the rice. Su Yin decided to experiment by rubbing salt and a small amount of spices onto the tiger meat, allowing it to marinate briefly before steaming it alongside the rice. This method bore some resemblance to the modern practice of preparing steamed spare ribs with glutinous rice, albeit in a much simpler and more rudimentary manner. Observing her technique, Su Bao couldn't help but inquire, "Will it taste good?" "I'm not sure. Let us find out," Su Yin replied, admitting her own uncertainty. As time passed, the rice and meat began to cook, releasing a delightful aroma that melded the fragrance of the rice with the savory scent of the meat and a hint of spices. The smell was quite promising, and Su Baozhu found herself anticipating the flavor, wondering if it would surpass that of roasted meat. The three had long been famished, and as soon as the dish was ready, they eagerly indulged. Surprisingly, what initially appeared to be a culinary disaster turned out to be delectable, with the rice infused with the essence of the spices. "Delicious!" Su Baozhu exclaimed, unable to contain her praise. "Yin, you truly possess culinary skills." Su Yin, equally pleased with the dish, couldn't discern whether it was due to her extreme hunger or the inherent tastiness of the meal. Ultimately, all three found the food delightful, devouring the entire pot of rice without leaving a single grain, even licking the pot clean. Upon noticing that Su Yin's family was enjoying meat, De Zhuang began to stir up trouble. His commotion disrupted the tranquility of the family. De Zhuang's mother started to scold him, though her voice was kept low. "Eating meat every day, you'll surely come to no good. Not a single one of the Su family is worth a dime. Behave, De Zhuang. When we reach the next town, I'll buy you meat buns, far tastier than what they are eating now," she reassured him. Su Baozhu rubbed her stomach with a satisfied expression. Suddenly, a small figure approached them. "Aunt Baozhu, is it really that delicious?" Upon recognizing the young Gue, Su Baozhu remembered that he hadn't come to mooch food today. "It's delicious. Why didn't you come today?" she asked. The mention of this caused young Gue to nearly burst into tears. "Mother wouldn't let me. She threatened that if I went to Aunt's place to mooch food again, she wouldn't acknowledge me as her son and wouldn't share any good food or drink with me in the future." Su Yin, seeing the pitiful look on young Gue's face, smiled and said, "Next time, I'll save some for you. Your mother surely won't mind." "Really?" The little fellow's eyes widened with delight. "Of course." Yang Gue beamed, eagerly helping them tidy up their belongings. By the fire, Su's mother sat with needle and thread, tending to the blisters on Su Yin's toes. "Once we drain the fluid, they'll scab over and heal just fine." It wasn't just Su Yin who had developed blisters. Both Su's mother and Su Baozhu had also suffered from them. Traveling from dawn until dark, burdened with their loads, it was only natural for blisters to form. After tending to their blisters, all three were utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the grass mats, fully clothed, and drifting into a deep slumber. After a long day of travel, Everyone was fatigued, and the campsite was filled with thunderous snores. Some slept soundly, while others struggled to find rest, burdened by worries for their families. Not everyone had the resolve to leave. Many clung to a sense of hope, unwilling to believe the ominous signs they had heard. Those who found sleep elusive Su Yin, Su Baozhu and Su's mother were also restless, for tonight marked the anniversary of their tragic demise in their previous lives. Chapter 27. The Fire Dragon Arrives. Yin. Do you think your father and the others will escape in time, just like in our past lives? Su's mother could not shake the worry for Su's father and the two children. Although the path had been chosen by the children themselves and they had been raised by the formidable Su matriarch rather than by her, they were still pieces of her heart, not easily cast aside. They will, mother. Try not to dwell on it. We must continue our journey tomorrow, so it's best to rest. They had already altered their fates, along with the destinies of many others who would have surely perished. As for whether the Su family would also change their fate, Su Yin was no oracle and could not foresee. Once Su's mother fell asleep, Su Baozhu, who had kept her eyes closed but was still awake, softly spoke. Yin, will he die? The he in question was understood without further clarification. Death might be the most merciful release for him. A fate worse than death would be the most fitting punishment. How so? Su Yin quietly analyzed the situation, causing Su Baozhu's eyes to brighten with understanding. Then I hope he doesn't die so easily. In Li family village, at the hour of you, Su Xiaoang received an invitation, filled with elation. Though he grumbled about the messenger's delay, his spirits were buoyed enough to reward the bearer with a few coins. The household had been deeply troubled by the departure of many villagers, but upon seeing the invitation, all their worries dissipated, and they no longer doubted Su Xiaoyang's words. In recent days, families that had planned to leave changed their minds upon witnessing the Su family seizing the opportunity to purchase land at a reduced price. The once lively village now felt desolate, half its population having departed, resulting in an unsettling silence. In this eerie stillness, unease began to settle in. They sought reassurance from the Su family, and each time they heard Su Xiaoang's resolute declarations of safety, they would leave feeling relieved. After receiving the invitation, the wives of the first and second households, Lu and Li, excitedly rushed to share the news with the villagers. If something truly had gone amiss, those officials in the county would hardly have the leisure to host a poetry gathering. The villagers, upon hearing the news, wore smiles. Particularly those who had purchased land from the Su family at bargain prices, their delight evident. Once they hear back, they'll surely regret their decisions. One woman chuckled maliciously. Indeed, the Li family and several relatives from the Su family will likely be scorned for their actions. Their future days will not be easy, another added. They deserve it. For believing hearsay and endangering themselves, someone chimed in. Those who followed suit are foolish, ignoring Su Tongxing's words in favor of a girl and those uncultured young family brutes. They brought this upon themselves. Previously, when hearing that Su family's third daughter-in-law and daughter, along with Su Baozhu, had left with the others, I was concerned and nearly followed suit. Thankfully, my husband chose to stay. We are indeed wise, knowing whom to heed. Indeed, Su Tongxing is a scholar. His words are undoubtedly true. In the Li family's home, Li Lijing had not departed. He couldn't bear to leave his home. Yet the desolation of Li family village weighed heavily on his heart. Father, news just in from the Su family. They sent their eldest to the poetry gathering. If those wealthy young lords in town have time to host a poetry gathering, it surely indicates that everything is fine. Li Lijing's son, who had been reclining in a rocking chair, sat up straight. When did this happen? Just a little while ago, someone delivered the invitation. The Su family's eldest has already gone to attend. His eldest son expressed joy. In recent days, our family has been in constant debate over whether to leave. The third and fifth sons insist on departing, while the fourth son and I wish to stay. Father has been indecisive, leaving us without any clear direction. Now, you can finally rest easy, he said, casting a glance at the third and fifth sons, complaining, in my opinion, we should never have listened to you. We wasted a considerable amount of grain on the mountain. Now that the matter is settled, we must still exert ourselves to retrieve the grain and belongings. Eldest brother, have you not heard the saying, prepare for the unforeseen? The third brother retorted. You two are merely fretting unnecessarily, the eldest brother dismissed. The head of the Li family furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling apprehension that something ominous was about to transpire. I truly do not know what to say about both of you. You're as timid as mice, the eldest brother scolded his younger siblings. Third brother, fifth brother. The eldest of the Su family has gone to attend the poetry gathering. His judgment must be sound. You should set your minds at ease. The third and fifth brothers exchanged glances with their father, who regarded them intently. You too, along with your wives and children, should retreat to the mountains for a few days. Come back when you feel it is safe down below. Father. The third and fifth brothers exclaimed in shock. So be it, their father replied, turning to his other sons. If your children wish, allow them to accompany you to the mountains for a few days. As they departed from the main hall, the third and fifth brothers exchanged worried glances. The closer it drew to night, the more their hearts raced with unease. Their wives had already packed their belongings, ready to ascend the mountain at dawn while the villagers were still unaware. I think we should leave for the mountains tonight. The brothers spoke in unison. Their eyes widened in surprise before they shared a smile. With their decision made, they informed their father and, holding torches, set off towards the mountain with their wives and children. The village was eerily quiet at night, with only the occasional bark of a dog breaking the silence. The third brother led his wife and 3 children, while the fifth brother followed with his wife and 1 child, both families carrying their burdens up the mountain. Wouldn't it be better to leave in the morning? The third brother's wife complained. It doesn't make much difference to wait a night. You don't understand. The third brother reassured her. The sooner we reach the mountain, the more at ease I will feel. Oh you. I truly do not know what to say to you. If nothing happens, the villagers will surely mock us later, his wife lamented. Though she mentioned the villagers, her true concern lay with the other families who would undoubtedly take pleasure in ridiculing them. Let them laugh. Just don't take it to heart, the third brother comforted her. The fifth brother, carrying his 3-year-old child, chimed in innocently, Daddy, there's a dragon down the mountain. Upon hearing this, the fifth brother turned, his eyes widening in alarm. Third brother, look down the mountain. He shouted, causing the third brother and his wife to cease their bickering and gaze towards the foot of the hill. What they saw was not a dragon, but a multitude of people brandishing torches, forming a long line as they traversed the narrow village path. Their numbers evident in the sheer volume of flames, and they were hastily approaching Li family village. Chapter 28. The Mob. The fifth brother's wife trembled as she spoke. Is this what the Yang family mentioned? The refugees have come. The thought of refugees descending upon them in the dead of night could only lead to calamity. The expressions of the 4 turned grave. I will go down to alert the others in the village, the third brother declared, turning to descend the mountain. However, as he took a step, he felt a firm grip on his arm. His wife, tears brimming in her eyes, implored, Don't go. If you go now, you will only be walking into death. They had already ascended halfway. Descending now would mean they could not warn the villagers in time. The mob, on flat ground, had a shorter distance to cover and would arrive first. But we cannot just stand here and watch, he faltered. At the foot of the mountain, in the courtyard of the Su family, the father contemplated his daughter's parting words. It was the 3rd day and all remained calm, no disturbances had arisen. And even a joyous event had occurred, as the eldest son was invited to the poetry gathering. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Yet his mind frequently wandered back to his daughter's ominous warning. Just as he stepped out of the courtyard, he noticed distant flames approaching, like fire dragons drawing near. The father recalled his brother-in-law's mention of a village slaughter, and a chill ran down his spine. He hurriedly knocked on the door of his parents' room, exclaiming, Father, Mother. Something is amiss. There was movement inside, and the candlelight flickered to life. The elder Su emerged, draped in his robe, and asked, What is the matter? A large group is heading towards our village. The elder Su was taken aback and rushed to the village's edge, where he indeed saw flames approaching. This is bad. He gasped, shouting at his still-dazed son, Quickly, wake everyone and gather your things to flee to the mountains. The father hurried to knock on the doors of his second brother and sister-in-law. Before they could speak, he relayed the situation. And the expressions of the previously irate group shifted to alarm, particularly that of Lu. Quickly gather your things and run, they all urged. Seeing their sluggish movements, the elder Su shouted, Just take valuables and food, leave everything else behind, and move quickly. Under the elder's direction, the third family's members hastily gathered their belongings and loaded them onto the ox cart, preparing to depart. Su Yao grasped her mother-in-law's hand. Mother, what about father? He hasn't returned. What will we do if we leave? It was only upon Su Yao's reminder that they realized one family member was still missing. Lu seized her mother-in-law's hand, insisting, "No, we cannot leave. What if Xiaoyang does not return? What will happen to him?" Li grew angry. "Sister-in-law, you cannot be so selfish. Do you wish for us to wait here and die? If you want to wait for death, do so alone. But do not drag us down with you." Lu said nothing in response, tears in her eyes as she looked at her in-laws. "Father, mother, that is our Xiaoyang. He is the hope of our Su family. If he returned and found us gone, what would become of him?" The elder Su and his wife, pained for their beloved son, were at a loss when they spotted the third brother leading the ox. "Third brother, you stay here and wait for your eldest brother. If you see him, bring him to us." Just as the father was about to agree, his daughter's words echoed in his mind. And he looked at his young son. "Only if you are safe will your brothers have a chance at life." That phrase reverberated in his mind. "Father and mother, we must leave now. If we linger here, we won't escape when those people arrive." For the first time, the father outright rejected his parents' wishes. Li quickly concurred, "Yes, we should leave first." She nudged her husband, and the second brother chimed in. "If the third brother stays here and is discovered by that mob, his life is forfeit. We cannot wait for the eldest brother. Let us mark our path so our elder brother can surely follow," the second brother proposed. Lu wanted to argue, but Li cut her off. "Sister-in-law, if you are worried, you can stay and wait for the eldest brother." Lu instantly fell silent. After some deliberation, the elder couple gave in. "Let us go." The Su family, leading their ox cart, moved under the moonlight towards the mountains. Households with light sleepers awoke to the barking of dogs at the village entrance, and some emerged with lanterns, only to be struck with terror upon seeing the flames approaching. "This is bad. The refugees are here." Men dashed into their homes to rouse the sleeping inhabitants. The commotion awakened neighboring families, who lit their oil lamps. "What has happened at Li Irma's house?" "I don't know. I'll go take a look." A man ventured out with his lantern, straining to see into the neighboring yard, where Li Irma's family was frantically packing, urging one another to hurry. He leaned against the wall and inquired, "Irma, what has transpired?" Upon hearing the commotion, Li Irma hurriedly responded, "The refugees have arrived." Just those few words jolted him into alertness, instilling fear that compelled him to turn and flee. Pounding on the door of the main house, urging his family to rise. "Hurry and pack. There are boys outside the courtyard checking." A long trail of fire is only a few hundred meters from the village. "Father, mother, they're almost here." Li Irma shouted at the women still gathering their belongings. "Stop packing. Let's go, we must leave at once. We cannot take any of these things." Each person hastily shouldered their burdens and fled in panic. The neighboring household, seeing Li Irma's departure, dared not linger, abandoning their possessions in pain, taking only valuables to follow suit. When Li Irma saw a man holding a torch, he swiftly knocked it from his hand, extinguishing it. Without waiting for a response, he barked, "Do you wish to become their target?" He addressed those who followed. "If you wish to survive, remain silent and keep a close watch on your children. If their cries draw attention, do not blame us for leaving you behind." At that moment, no one dared to dispute him. The women clutched their children tightly, hastening towards the mountains. The distance of 100 meters was traversed in an instant. The first household to hear the commotion had just stepped outside when a sharp blade swept past them, and before they could utter a sound, they collapsed to the ground. The women inside the house and the sons and daughters-in-law in the side room, hearing the ruckus, rose in alarm. Bang! The door was kicked open, and the man fell to the floor, blood streaming from him, as the screams of women echoed through the house. Help! The slaughter has begun." The rioters surged into each household, some cursing the empty homes, igniting firewood and houses in their wrath, flames soaring into the sky. "Damn it! Some have fled this village too. Move on to the next. Do not let others seize all the benefits." They descended upon their prey like ravenous wolves. The once quiet village erupted with piercing cries and wails. Just as Li Irma and his group ascended the mountain, the screams from behind them tightened everyone's hearts. "Run, hurry!" Chapter 29. Regret is too late. They were too close to that horde of demons, making it easy for them to be pursued. Everyone rushed up the mountain recklessly, thorns tearing at their sleeves and piercing their skin, yet nothing could slow their frantic pace. The further they distanced themselves from the village, the greater their chances of survival. The anguished cries from the village faded into the distance, yet the towering flames remained visible. When the Su family reached the halfway point up the mountain, They could clearly see the village ablaze, the inferno starkly illustrating the brutality of those below. Who? A sudden voice sent a chill through the Su family. The third and fifth sons of Li Lijiang held torches, warily watching the newcomer. Upon recognizing the Su family, they were taken aback. Uncle Su, what brings you here? As soon as the question was posed, both brothers' eyes widened in realization. Su Xiaoyi spoke, "There's trouble down the mountain. The refugees have come." The third and fifth sons of the Li family glanced over them, looking down the mountain to see Li family village engulfed in flames. "Where are my father and mother?" Li's third son grasped Su Xiaoyi's hand anxiously. "We didn't see them when we escaped, I'm afraid." The unspoken words hung heavy in the air. Understood by all. "Father, mother." Li's third son cried out in grief, with his wife standing by, tears streaming down her face. "Su father," Su Xiaozheng interjected, "Li San. This place is unsafe. You must gather your things and flee." Yes, it's not safe here. We must hurry." The Su family naturally wished for a larger group, believing that together they had a better chance of surviving in these chaotic times. The Li brothers wiped their tears, steeling themselves as they returned to the cave to gather their belongings. The Su family waited outside, also allowing themselves a moment to breathe. With the time, Lu began to sob, "Father, mother, what about Xiaoyang? What will happen to him if we leave like this?" Su Xiaoyi and his wife exchanged glances. With Li speaking first, uncle will have good fortune on his side. Besides, we left a mark for him along the way. When he returns to the village and sees it, he will surely follow. Su Xiaoyi added, "Sister-in-law, please do not worry. Our eldest Su family brother is the wisest. If he cannot handle this, relying on others would be even more futile." The couple effectively silenced Lu's protests. Their reasoning was not out of concern for the third brother, but rather a selfish desire to avoid the burden of the family's possessions falling solely on them, forcing them into servitude. With the third brother present, they could lean on him, sparing themselves from the laborious tasks. Thus, they were resolute in not allowing their parents to leave the third brother behind to await the elder brother's return. Lu, seeing her brother-in-law and sister-in-law arguing against her, felt her frustration boil over. Suddenly, rustling sounds accompanied by heavy breathing emerged from behind. Who? The group stood alert, weapons at the ready, aiming downwards. The figure concealed in the grass recognized the familiar voices and quickly called out, "It's me, Li Irma." The Su family, recognizing his voice, relaxed their tense nerves. Seeing someone had escaped, they hurriedly asked, "What about the others?" Li's third son rushed forward, glancing back repeatedly but seeing no familiar faces. "Where are my parents? Did they not escape?" Li Irma spoke with a heavy heart. "When we got out, it was just us. Everyone else was trapped in the village." Li's third son wept bitterly. "Father, if only you had listened to Li Rui, how much better it would have been. Why did you heed Su Xiaoyang's words?" Mentioning this, the surviving families cast unkind glances towards the Su family, their resentment palpable. Had they not placed their faith in Su Xiaoyang's counsel, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. Now, it was indeed too late for regrets. Down at the foot of the mountain, Li family village had become a hellcape. Compared to the last lifetime, fewer lives were lost, yet the cruelty remained undiminished, perhaps even more savage. As they discovered that some houses in Li family village were vacant, leaving them unsatisfied with their spoils. Their rage fueled their brutality against the defenseless villagers, and the methods of torture grew increasingly frenzied. One rioter, after finishing with a bloodied woman, raised his head towards the mountains, noticing a flickering red light. "Damn it! Those fleeing rats are heading up the mountain." The man sought out the leader. "Sir, I saw flames on the mountain. Those people must have escaped up there. They surely carry wealth and provisions. Let us go. Capture these vermin." The leader rallied a group to venture into the mountains. Those above, noticing the flames approaching their direction, turned pale with fear. Li Irma swatted away the torch from the Su family. "Damn it, they've spotted us. Stop shouting and run." A deadly game of cat and mouse unfolded in the depths of the mountains under the cover of night. Outside Li family village, Su Xiaoyang crawled out of a ditch, rubbing the back of his head, the pain causing him to gasp. 2 hours earlier, Su Xiaoyang had arrived at the rendezvous only to find the gates tightly shut. After waiting in vain, he realized he had been deceived and, filled with rage, began his return journey. On the return journey, his foot slipped, and he fell into a ditch, striking the back of his head and losing consciousness on the spot. When he awoke once more, the sky had darkened. Su Xiaoyong furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings with a look of utter bewilderment, seemingly unaware of how he had ended up in such a place. Upon noticing the towering flames ahead and the familiar mountain village, his pupils dilated in shock, quickly transforming into unbridled joy. What is this? Who's there? A fierce shout echoed as a torch-bearing mobster emerged. The moment the man laid eyes on Su Xiaoyong, a bloodthirsty glint ignited in his gaze. Realizing there was still a fish that had slipped through the net, Su Xiaoyong trembled slightly and took to his heels. "Ha, you can't escape," the mobster bellowed, brandishing his blade in pursuit. As he felt the enemy closing in, Su Xiaoyong recalled words once spoken by someone. In a situation where the enemy is strong and oneself is weak, one must utilize the resources at hand to diminish the disparity. His gaze drifted toward the undulating mountains. Steeling himself, he plunged into the forest, seeking refuge in the cover of the underbrush and the cloak of night to evade his relentless pursuers. In his desperate flight, he could only hear the harshness of his own breath and the rustling of leaves brushing against one another. After running a considerable distance and no longer hearing the sounds of pursuit, he continued onward without pause. As the sun rose on the horizon, what was once Ligia village lay in ruins, drenched in blood and carnage that had obliterated the small mountain settlement. The great willow tree at the village's entrance bore the grim sight of bodies hanging, stripped bare, men, women, the old, the young. Chapter 30. Encountering a Village. On the official road to Yongqing County, as dawn broke, those who had taken refuge along the sides of the road gradually awakened. Throughout the night, Su Yin had dreamt not a single dream. Su Baozhu glanced at the red spots on her arm and teased, "Why are you such a magnet for mosquitoes?" "Perhaps my blood is particularly enticing," Su Yin joked. "Haha, that might actually be true. I slept beside you and hardly got bitten." Su Baozhu showcased her fair hands. Go away, Su Yin laughed, playfully pushing her aside, and walked over to Su Mother, who was busy kneading dough for pancakes. The batch of pancakes Su Yin had previously prepared was nearly depleted, so she was making a fresh batch for emergencies. "Finish the ones we have first." "There's porridge in the pot," Su Mother instructed, her hands never ceasing their work. Su Baozhu stepped forward, eyeing the plain dough without any seasoning, and couldn't help but lament. The scallion pancakes from before were delicious. If only we had scallions now, it would be so much simpler. Su Yin, too, had a fondness for the flavor of scallions. Su Mother, observing the two young ones, remarked with a hint of annoyance, "Having something to eat is already quite fortunate. Why must you be so picky?" Su Baozhu sheepishly stuck out her tongue. During these days of fleeing, she had eaten better than when at home. Were it not for the circumstances, the flavor would rival that of the divine. She felt increasingly certain that following Su Yin had been a most astute decision. Su Baozhu ladled a bowl of porridge and offered it to Su Yin, who declined, pointing towards a small grove behind them. Turning, she made her way into the thicket, deliberately taking a longer route to avoid everyone. As she squatted down, her keen eyes caught sight of a cluster of green scallions swaying gracefully in the wind, morning dew still clinging to their tips. Su Yin quickly attended to her physiological needs and dashed to the stones across the way, discovering only a small handful of wild scallions. "There are wild scallions here, there must be more around," she mused. Indeed, she soon found a few more scattered patches. Though their growth was poor, likely due to the drought, it wouldn't be long before they perished from thirst. Scallions. Su Baozhu immediately noticed the handful in Su Yin's grasp, her excitement palpable. After washing the scallions and chopping them into small pieces, she handed them to Su Mother for making scallion pancakes. As soon as the first pancake hit the hot pan, the aromatic scent of scallions wafted into the air, igniting everyone's appetites. Little young Gue, drawn by the enticing aroma, scampered over. "Auntie, what delicious food are you making?" the little one asked in a sweet, high-pitched voice. "Scallion pancakes," Su Mother replied, handing the first pancake to the greedy little young Gue. Su Baozhu's aunt approached to take her son, teasing, "You little glutton." Unable to resist the aroma, she inhaled deeply and curiously inquired, "Sister, where did you find these scallions?" "I didn't find them, you should ask Yin." Su Yin gestured towards the small grove behind her. "If you walk about 300 meters ahead, you'll see a stone. I found them nearby." "Aunt, you might look around that area. Perhaps there are more." "I only gathered a little, thinking it would suffice, so I didn't search thoroughly." "All right, I understand." The fragrant scallion pancakes smelled utterly delightful. Su Baoju's aunt, along with her other relatives, took their supplies and headed toward the mountains, and several nearby families, upon noticing, followed suit, each relying on their own luck to find more. After a while, Su Baoju's aunt returned, beaming with a handful of scallions. And the others had also managed to find a bit. Those who wished to venture further were not so fortunate. Young Lijing urged the families to pack their belongings and set off. Those who had found scallions had no time to make pancakes, deciding to wait until evening to prepare them. At midday, with the sun blazing, everyone sought refuge in the shade of the trees. In the distance, a village nestled in a valley could be seen, with people laboring in the fields. Su Baoju's uncle gazed at the wheat stalks in the fields, unable to refrain from expressing his dismay. The wheat here is in poor condition, all withered and yellow. Su Baoju's second uncle squatted down, grasping a handful of soil from the field, which was already dry and cracked, lacking moisture. The situation here is even more dire than ours. The laboring farmers noticed them, and soon a group approached. Yang Lijing and the others stood up, instinctively shielding the women and children behind them. Yang Lijing stepped forward, offering a slight bow. I am the village chief of Xinghua village, temporarily resting here. We mean you no disturbance. The elder at the forefront of the group returned the gesture. Please, do not misunderstand. I am the village chief of this village, and we have come not to drive you away. Observing their attire, he continued, Are you all from Minzhou? This suggested a suspicion that they were refugees from Minzhou. You have misunderstood. We are from Donghua County. The villagers, upon hearing they were from Donghua County, were taken aback. Although Meizhou was parched, it still held a glimmer of hope, and the sight of families fleeing was indeed shocking. The village chief quickly responded, Elder brother, could you tell us why you left Donghua County? Yang Lijing looked at them in astonishment. Do you not know? The disaster victims from Yunzhou, Minzhou, and Ganzhou have revolted in Yuzhou and are heading this way. Upon hearing this, the villagers' expressions changed markedly. In the past few days, they had seen large groups hastily passing by in the fields. Typically, the official road was busy with carts, but recently, the traffic had increased significantly. They had paid little attention to it. Now, hearing young Lijing's words, they began to believe it, yet a sliver of hope lingered in their hearts. Unwilling to fully accept the truth. How can this be possible? Why have we heard not a whisper of this? The village chief cast a cold glance at those who had spoken, then turned a forced smile towards Yang Lijing. Is this truly the case? If it were not, why would we leave our homeland and endure such suffering? Elder brother, I must speak honestly. As we traveled from Donghua County through Fushan County, we found the gates of Fushan County closed, all to prevent those marauders. Each of Yang Lijing's words sent tremors through their hearts. Elder brother, you must make plans as soon as possible. Yang Lijing chose to say no more, understanding that some matters are best left hinted at. How they would choose thereafter was their own affair, beyond his control. The village head bowed his hands in gratitude towards Yang Lijing, expressing his appreciation for the elder brother's reminder. They were to return and deliberate on matters, not lingering any longer, hastily departing. Su Baoju approached Su Yin and queried, Do you think they will believe? I don't know. Perhaps they will, perhaps they won't, just like the contrasting fates of Xinghua village and Lijia village. If they believe, there is a glimmer of hope. If they do not, the blade of slaughter looms near. After a brief respite, the group set forth once more. By dusk, they arrived at the borders of Yongqing County. Yang Lijing surveyed the boundary marker, noting the numerous abandoned tea stalls flanking the official road, devoid of anything but withered leaves. We shall rest here for the night and endeavor to enter the city at dawn. Upon hearing the announcement of rest, everyone promptly moved their carts to the side of the road. Su Yin led her mule cart, tethering the mule beneath a tree while also providing it with feed and water. Su Baoju ventured into the nearby woods to gather firewood, while Su's mother busied herself constructing a cooking fire. Yang Lijing conferred with several individuals responsible for the upcoming day's affairs. Chapter 31, High Fever Today. Su's mother prepared a pot of meat porridge, paired with the dry cakes made earlier, a simple meal, yet one that many yearned for but could not obtain. While they dined, Yang Gui held 3 scallion pancakes in his hands. Aunt, sister, mother sent these for you. They're delicious. As he spoke, his small eyes darted to their food, spotting the meat porridge. Though he longed for it, he refrained from asking. Yang Gui believed that the dishes prepared by his sister were far more delectable than those made by his mother. Su's mother graciously accepted the offering, smiling. Please thank your mother for me. Yang Gui departed, elated. A woman approached, cradling a child. Her demeanor timid as she lowered her gaze to the infant in her arms, summoning the courage to inquire, Sister Chuanxiang, may I borrow a bowl of meat porridge? My child has been weak lately, and I wish to nourish her. Having already approached 2 other households and been refused, she could only muster the audacity to ask again. Su Yin and her companions regarded the woman, who appeared relatively young, her child merely 1 or 2 years old, with a flushed complexion and tightly shut eyes. During their journey, Su Yin had acquainted herself with the villagers of Xinghua, yet their interactions had been superficial, lacking familiarity. The woman before them was Su, the wife of Yang Darren. Having married not long ago, Yang Darren was conscripted, and within half a year, news of his death in battle reached her. At that time, Su was already pregnant, and though she eventually gave birth to a daughter, she faced further hardship when Yang Darren's relatives seized the 5 acres of fertile land left behind for the widow and orphan. Fortunately, Yang Lijing intervened, ensuring they retained 2 acres of good land, while the remaining 3 acres were divided among the others. In this time of famine, Su had come along, enduring the harshest of circumstances among all the refugees. A young woman, she was tasked with caring for her child and attending to her sight-impaired mother-in-law. Su Yin had heard tales of Su's trials from her aunt and held great admiration for her. Su's mother quickly ladled a bowl of meat porridge and handed it to Su, deeming it a trivial matter, irrespective of the idea of borrowing. Thank you. Su expressed her gratitude profusely. Sitting nearby, she gently called to her child, Nyo, wake up, there's fragrant meat porridge for you. The child remained unresponsive, and Su Yin noticed the abnormal pallor on the infant's face. Su auntie, may I take a look at Nyo? Of course. Su Yin reached out to touch the child's forehead and cheeks, finding them exceedingly hot. Nyo has a high fever. A high fever? Su's demeanor shifted to one of alarm. They had been traveling all day, and the child had lain quietly in the cart. Due to the sweltering heat, they had failed to notice anything amiss until evening. When resting, the child had shown no appetite and appeared lethargic, initially attributed to fatigue from the heat. What shall we do? First, we must wipe her body with a damp cloth to lower her temperature. Su Yin cradled the child, laying her on a straw mat, unwrapping the clothes wrapped around her. Mother, prepare some warm water. All right. Su auntie, could you fan her? Of course, Su responded hurriedly. Using a cloth dampened with warm water, they wiped the child's neck, armpits, and the inner thighs, hoping to promote heat dissipation. After several rounds of this treatment, Nyo's temperature began to decrease, albeit minimally. What has happened? Yang Dashin gazed at the infant lying on the mat, then at the tearful Su. The child has a high fever. Uncle, could you inquire if anyone has a remedy to reduce her fever? Having lived here for over a decade, his knowledge of the era was limited, and he was uncertain if there were alternative remedies in this dynasty. Many treatments were closely guarded as family secrets for profit. Aunt and others gathered, quickly offering words of comfort. Tomorrow at noon, we will reach a village. We can find a doctor then to prescribe some medicine. For now, we must focus on cooling her down with warm water. In truth, they all understood that the child's fever was severe, and if not managed promptly, it could lead to dire consequences by morning. It was not uncommon for young children in the countryside to succumb to high fevers. In the current climate, all they could do was provide reassurance, hoping for a favorable outcome. Su Yin retrieved a packet of medicine from her supplies, having anticipated such a situation during their journey. In ancient times, a high fever was no trivial matter. It could be fatal. In the wilderness, witnessing a child in such a state, Su Yin could not stand idly by. She produced a packet of antipyretic medicine, which she had procured earlier in the county, anticipating the potential for such issues. I have a packet of fever-reducing medicine. Su promptly knelt, bowing repeatedly to Su Yin in gratitude. Please, get up, Su Yin urged, helping Su to her feet. There is little else I can do. The rest depends on Nyo's resilience. I truly do not know how to express my thanks, Su said, overwhelmed. Aunt, let us prepare the medicine for the child. That is of utmost importance. Yes, you are right. The drowsy infant opened her eyes. Due to malnutrition, her tiny frame seemed frail, with a disproportionately large head and wide eyes. Her innocent gaze met Su Yin's as she softly uttered, Sister, I feel unwell. The way she called out sister melted Su Yin's heart as she gently stroked the little girl's head. Once you take the medicine, you will feel better. When you recover, I will make roasted meat for you. At the mention of roasted meat, the child's eyes sparkled with excitement. Young Aunt brought a bowl of porridge, not overly thick, but better than what Su's family usually consumed. Let the child have a sip of porridge first. She needs nourishment to aid her recovery. The meat porridge is too rich for her now. Thank you, Su expressed her gratitude continuously. Su's mother assisted in preparing the medicine, boiling 3 bowls of water down to 1, letting it cool slightly before administering it to the child. After the child had finished and fallen asleep, Su insisted on taking her back home, not wanting to impose further. Su's mother watched the departing figures of the widow and orphan, sighing softly, this is only the beginning. And already the child has fallen ill. The path ahead will only grow more arduous. Aunt and the others echoed her sentiments with heavy sighs. Darren was their only kin. If she were to lose the child, I feared Darren's wife may not withstand the blow. We are all unfortunate souls. Chapter 32. The Reappearance of Prophetic Dreams. Observing the child, Nyonyo, Mother Su could not help but reminisce about her own offspring. Inin, do you think Xinyang and Xinguang are experiencing the same fate? Su Baozhu interjected. Sister-in-law, Xinyang and Xinguang are boys. Even if our parents are not fond of them, they would not neglect them so. Besides, third brother is there to look after them. Mother Su nodded in agreement, finding her sister-in-law's reasoning sound. However, Su Yin held a contrary opinion, though her wisdom led her to remain silent. Those 2 grandparents, lacking affection for their own children, could hardly be expected to dote on their grandchildren. Were it not for the fact that Xinyang and Xinguang were boys, their unpopularity might even surpass her own. Choosing not to engage in their discourse, Su Yin fetched water from the nearly empty barrel in the cart, contemplating how to replenish it later. She calculated that the water she was carrying would suffice for a while for her personal use, yet the animals required a considerable amount, which was indispensable. Without this mule, their journey would be far less manageable. Su Yin dared not take too much, pouring it into the pot to boil. Once cooled, she filled the water pouches for the 3 of them. When preparing the pouches initially, Su Yin had anticipated this need. She preferred not to share, thus acquiring 3, ensuring cleanliness and hygiene for each person. Mother Su and Su Baozhu were busy twisting hemp ropes, preparing to weave straw sandals. Although Su Yin had bought them both brand new clothes and shoes, they stubbornly refused to wear them. Initially, she thought they might find the attire too flashy, but it turned out they simply could not bear to don such fine garments. Su Yin allowed them their choice, deliberately sewing some patches onto her new clothing, some of which were cleverly fashioned pockets. Mother, Auntie, it's quite late. We should sleep, she remarked, exasperated as she observed the industrious duo, who, despite their fatigue, continued to work diligently, making her seem lazy by comparison. Mother Su tossed some mugwort into the fire, replying, you go ahead and sleep. I'll finish this before resting. Very well. She did not feign reluctance and promptly lay down to sleep. Under the blazing sun, several villagers wielding shovels obstructed their path. Go away. Our village's water is barely sufficient for ourselves. We cannot spare any for you. Hurry along. Everyone, drenched in sweat, pressed on. Ahead, a group of refugees appeared, and both parties maintained a peaceful distance as they walked. Grandfather, when will we reach Youqing County? Soon, we shall arrive by tomorrow. The sound of hoofbeats grew nearer, stirring up dust that danced in the wind. Run! The horse bandits are coming. The group scattered, panic-stricken. The cavalry arrived in an instant, wielding scythes menacingly at the crowd. Crimson blood erupted as vibrant lives fell. Some rushed forward, others fled into the woods, but the bandits pursued with blades drawn, taking both life and possessions. The air was filled with the haunting cries of despair. Inin, inin. An arm pushed against her, jolting Su Yin awake, beads of cold sweat dotting her forehead. Su Baozhu grasped her hand, concern evident in her eyes. Are you all right? I'm fine, she replied, wiping the sweat from her brow, having just experienced a nightmare. Hearing that it was merely a bad dream, Su Baozhu sighed in relief. You were trembling, your expression pained, and you were sweating profusely. You frightened me to death. She hesitated, asking again, are you really okay? Su Yin nodded earnestly, I truly am fine. If something were amiss, I would certainly tell you. All right. Su Baozhu rose, saying, you sit and rest, we will handle everything else. She began to organize their belongings. Su Yin accepted this, her mind replaying the dream she had last night. Since the tiger hunt, she had not experienced any dreams, let alone prophetic ones. Whether this dream held prophetic significance depended on whether the scenes within it would manifest. After all, ordinary dreams and prophetic dreams are often indistinguishable. A prophetic dream does not announce itself as such. Thus, the verification of its prophetic nature lies with oneself. She meticulously reviewed the various scenes that appeared in her dream, continuously rehearsing and solidifying them in her memory to avoid forgetting. Su Yin moved to the back of the line, seeking out Su Nyangzi. Su Nyangzi's mother-in-law was cradling little Nyonyo, who was still asleep, her tender face having lost its flush. "And has Nyonyo's fever subsided?" "It has," Su Nyangzi replied with a smile, scooping a generous bowl of porridge from the pot. "You haven't eaten yet, have you?" Su Yin glanced at the bowl of porridge, which was quite thin compared to that at home, with some wild vegetable leaves floating on top. Su Nyangzi was not being stingy when she ladled the porridge. She had already put most of the rice grains into Su Yin's bowl, leaving only broth and wild vegetables in her own. "No, I've already had some. Let this be for Nyonyo. She is ill and needs to eat well." Thank you," Su Nyangzi said, tears brimming in her eyes. "Without you, our little Nyonyo might not have made it. I have a bond with Nyonyo. If she is well, I can rest easy. Please, continue with your tasks." After breakfast, taking advantage of the sun's gentleness and the relatively cool weather, they needed to make haste and cover more ground. Traveling during the midday heat was most arduous, often requiring rest, or else both people and animals would struggle to endure. "Not at all." The voice of the eldest aunt rang from behind. Su Yin turned to see a displeased woman. This woman, whom Su Yin recognized as Zhang Shi, the aunt from her eldest cousin's in-laws, had been cast out by her family and was residing at her maternal home. The grandfather of her eldest cousin doted on this sister, allowing her to act imperiously at home, while the younger generation could not voice their discontent. "It is just a sip of water, why be so stingy? When we reach a place with water, I will fetch you a bucket." Zhang Shi, seemingly affronted by the eldest aunt's rejection, retaliated with indignation. "Indeed. It is merely a sip of water, can't you all just endure?" The eldest aunt retorted in a sarcastic tone. "Unreasonable." Zhang Shi huffed, tossing her sleeve and departing. Su Yin approached her eldest aunt, curious to inquire, "Aunt, what happened?" "I encountered someone shameless." Su Yin understood that her eldest aunt was not a petty person. Her refusal to provide water must have a reason. With a sigh, the eldest aunt explained, "It isn't that I refuse, I simply cannot bear to watch. The Zhang family had more water than we did, yet Zhang Shi wasted it recklessly, using clean water for washing her face and hands. Old Zhang is spineless, allowing his sister to behave so outrageously. Does he not realize the times we are in? Does their family think that since my daughter married into theirs, we will always cover for them? How dare someone cast out by her in-laws come here and act superior, flaunting her elder status in front of the younger generation? The Zhang family does not lack respectable matrons. Why should she presume to act the matriarch? Had I known they possessed such a troublesome person, I would never have allowed you to marry your eldest cousin." Su Yin quickly reassured her eldest aunt, reminding her that her cousin's husband treated her sister well, which was rare. The eldest aunt felt a little more at ease, acknowledging that the Zhang family was tolerable in that regard. Su Yin sought out young Hang, learning from him that many households were beginning to face water shortages. The water they had brought was limited, and after several days without a resupply, along with the sweltering weather and daily travel, their consumption had increased significantly. With such demands from a large family, even the most abundant supply would dwindle. Third great-grandfather. "I recall there is a village ahead. Perhaps we can replenish our water supplies there." "Su girl, how do you know there is a village ahead?" Yang Dashu inquired curiously. "I once heard from the proprietor of a pharmacy, who shared with me numerous anecdotes, including tales of this locale. I cannot ascertain their veracity, but if that proprietor did not deceive me, there must indeed be a village ahead, known as Luotsuan." Chapter 33. 10 coins for a bucket. After approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the shadow of a village emerged in the distance. Yang Dashu chuckled, exclaiming, "Indeed, there is a village." As they drew nearer, they noticed a stone tablet at the village entrance, inscribed with the characters Luotsuan. "Huh. It seems that the proprietor spoke the truth. This is truly Luotsuan." Yang Lijeng summoned a few representatives to enter the village and engage in conversation, with Su Yin accompanying them. As they approached the village, the children within caught sight of them and, without waiting for a word, turned and fled, shouting, "Outsiders have come! Outsiders have come!" Shortly thereafter, a group of strong young men brandishing rakes and hoes rushed out of their homes, advancing towards them. Su Yin and her companions halted in their tracks, refraining from stepping forward. The men opposite them glared menacingly, their weapons pointed in their direction. Both parties scrutinized one another, with Su Yin particularly fixated on the first few men at the forefront, recognizing their faces from a dream she had experienced. Just the night before, she had a prophetic dream. In this tense atmosphere, young Lijing seized the moment to defuse the situation, stating, "Please do not be alarmed. We harbor no ill intentions. I am Yang, the Lijing of Xinghua village in Donghua County. May I inquire if your village's Lijing is present?" Before long, an elderly man with a head full of white hair, supported by others, emerged from the crowd. He assessed them, his gaze settling on Yang Lijing. "I am the Lijing of Luozuan, surnamed Luo. Yang Lijing, regardless of your intentions for visiting our village, we do not welcome you. Please leave at once." Yang Butcher, known for his impatient disposition, could not contain himself upon hearing the refusal without so much as a question. "Luo Lijing, we merely seek to replenish our water supply. We implore your understanding. Begone. Our village's water is insufficient for our own needs. We cannot spare any for you," the men of Luozuan flatly rejected. "Leave immediately." "Yes. Depart swiftly, we Luozuan do not welcome you." A voice taunted, "Who knows if you seek water or intend to pilfer?" Luo Lijing interjected, "Yang Lijing, as you can see, our village does not welcome outsiders." Upon hearing this, Su Yin began to comprehend their hostility and exclusion. Yang Lijing's face darkened with concern. "Luo Lijing, our intrusion is truly born of necessity. The river has run dry on our journey, and many in our party are without water. The heat of this day is unbearable. And if we cannot find water, we shall surely perish. If your village could spare even a few buckets, we would be eternally grateful. Your gratitude is of no use to us. We are in need of water ourselves and cannot provide for you," Luo Lijing replied coldly. Yang Lijing and his companions felt disheartened, realizing that further discussion was futile. Just as they prepared to depart, Su Yin spoke up. "Might any household be willing to sell me a bucket of water? I am prepared to offer 2 coins. Upon hearing her proposition, many in the crowd stirred with interest. Yet no one dared to speak, their attention fixed on the Lijing. With a sigh, Luo Lijing relented. "Very well, we can sell you 10 buckets of water. But each bucket will cost 10 coins. The expressions of Yang Dashu and the others, which had just lit up with hope, fell into dismay upon hearing the price. 10 coins per bucket was a sum few could afford. Yang Lijing nodded in gratitude, thanking Luo Lijing for his assistance. He turned to instruct his eldest son, Yang Fu, to inform the villagers that anyone willing to buy should come quickly. When the news reached back, many cursed in disbelief. 10 coins for a bucket of water? How outrageous. That's far too expensive. If it were 2 coins, we might consider it. Initially, they had intended to purchase, but the price was prohibitive. We still have a bit of water at home. It should last a while. What if we find a water source tomorrow? Wouldn't that render the 5 coins wasted? Ultimately, only a handful of households came forward to buy water, those who were truly desperate. Su Yin also purchased a bucket of water. "You foolish girl," admonished her mother. "We still have some water left that can last us a few days. Why waste money?" Auntie, second aunt, and little aunt all gathered around. "Ineen, are you out of water? We still have some here." "Yes, we have some left." Little aunt even brought over a half bucket of water. Su Yin hurriedly declined. "I merely thought to buy a bucket, better to be prepared." Initially, her 3 aunts were skeptical, but upon her mother's assurance, they chastised Su Yin for spending 5 coins on water. Su Yin could only hang her head in acceptance of their well-meaning concern. Having realized that the dream she experienced was prophetic, she knew she must devise a way to avoid the marauders. The only means to evade them would be to enter the forest before they arrived. However, traversing the official road made it challenging to lead everyone into the woods. Su Yin approached Yang Lijing, 3 great-uncle. "I just remembered something." The proprietor who previously shared intriguing tales mentioned a dual-peaked mountain near Luozuan, beneath which lies a spring with sweet water, ideal for brewing tea. Yang Butcher beamed. "Is what you say true, Su girl?" "If he did not deceive me, then it is indeed true. Surely, he did not lie to you. After all, Luozuan serves as the best proof. But I wonder, has that spring run dry?" "It should not have," she replied. The proprietor claimed that the spring would remain abundant for 100 years. "Then why do the villagers of Luozuan still lack water and refuse to share?" Yang Fu inquired, perplexed. Before Su Yin could respond, Yang Dashu interjected with a knowing smile. "It is a long distance, and fetching water from there is a hassle. Uncle Dashu makes a valid point. I heard the proprietor say that the spring is hidden and known to few. He only learned of it through herbalists. The proprietor also mentioned a small path leading from there to Yongqing County. As they conversed, a group of refugees, much like themselves, appeared behind them. Upon seeing them, Su Yin's heart raced. Their presence signaled the imminent arrival of the marauders. However, in her dream, the marauders had come at the hour of Wu. With over an hour remaining until that time, she wondered if their early arrival would mean that the marauders would also come ahead of schedule. Feeling the urgency of the situation with a band of potential killers behind her, Su Yin urged, "Three great uncle, we should head into the mountains. Though the path may be difficult, the forest provides shade and water, two benefits in one." "I believe that is a sound plan," Yang Butcher agreed. "I have no objections." Another chimed in. Yang Lijing pondered briefly before making a decisive call to change course. Upon learning that there was a spring in the mountains and a route to Yongqing County, everyone expressed their agreement. Yang Lijing glanced back at the crowd behind them, not hurrying to depart. "Let us wait for a moment. We shall leave once they have passed." Chapter 34. The worrying concern in these tumultuous times. One must remain vigilant. Yang Lijing's apprehensions were understood by all. Without a word, they feigned a slow pace, allowing the trailing group to catch up. Yang Dashu led the way, gesturing for them to proceed first. No words were exchanged as both parties cautiously observed one another, wary of any sudden attempts to seize their belongings. As Su Yin walked, she discreetly scrutinized those who passed by, her eyes narrowing slightly. The majority of these individuals are young adults, their countenances robust and their skin radiating a healthy, malt-like hue. Their demeanor starkly contrasts with that of farmers. Even in tattered garments, they exude an undeniable aura of strength. It is likely that this group does not consist of mere refugees fleeing famine. Rather, they appear to be masquerading as such to evade something more sinister. Su Yin's thoughts drifted to the bandits that would soon emerge. Should they not be bandits, they might very well be pursuers of a more dangerous sort. The more she pondered, the greater her alarm grew, prompting her to distance herself from this assembly. Approaching Yang Lijing, she lowered her voice to caution him, "Third granduncle, these individuals are not refugees." Yang Lijing, taken aback, turned to her with a look of surprise. Their strides were steady and purposeful, brimming with vitality, unlike the weary souls accustomed to labor. "Look again. The majority of this group comprises young adults," she continued. As Yang Lijing listened to Su Yin's assessment, he discreetly observed the group as they brushed past, his apprehension mounting with each passing moment. Su Yin's subsequent words only heightened his unease. A cadre of trained individuals disguised as refugees, surely they were concealing their true intentions or fleeing from pursuers. Despite having weathered many storms, the prospect of danger lurking within this group shattered Yang Lijing's composure. He summoned his son, Yang Fu, and instructed him to announce a brief halt. They must create a safe distance from these strangers. Yang Fu relayed the message to Yang Dashu, who promptly halted the advance, causing the rear to gradually come to a standstill. "Why are we resting?" someone queried. "Resting is resting. There's no need for so much chatter." "If you're not exhausted yet, you ought to be," came the gruff response. "Hurry up and rest. Word has it we'll need to change course soon." Meanwhile, in another group of refugees, a young man approached the leader and reported, "Sir, the group behind us has stopped. Have they discovered something? Should we be concerned?" The young man's eyes glinted with malice as he mimicked a throat-slitting gesture. The leader cast a cursory glance at the rear, where hundreds of disheveled souls trudged along, clearly weary from days of travel. What could such mud-covered peasants possibly perceive? "Do not waste time on these people. Let us not forget our mission," he ordered. The young man nodded, albeit with a hint of regret. He recognized that this group appeared distinctly more prosperous than the refugees encountered in Yuzhou. If only they could eliminate them, the wealth would be theirs. Alas, orders forbade such actions. As he licked his lips, a cruel smile crept across his face. "Perhaps on our return, we might have another opportunity." In the shade, little Yang Gue lay on the ground, ear pressed to the earth, amusing himself with a stick as he poked at the insects. Upon spotting Su Yin, he quickly scrambled to his feet, his face alight with curiosity. "Sister, the ground makes noises." His words caused Su Yin's expression to shift dramatically. She crouched down, placing her ear to the earth, and indeed felt a subtle tremor, albeit faint. It was undeniably real. Glancing at the distant group, now over 100 meters away, she realized that this distance was insufficient for safety. Yet, there was no time for hesitation. She found Yang Lijing and relayed her concerns. Given her previous insights, Yang Lijing voiced no doubts and promptly commanded the group to head into the forest. Quickly move. Yang Fu urged the others forward, assisting those who lagged. What is going on? Someone asked, grabbing Yang Fu's arm. Is something wrong? Though Yang Fu did not comprehend the cause of his father's grave demeanor, he sensed it was serious. No time for questions, we must leave. The inquirer, seeing his urgency, ceased further inquiries and hurriedly gathered his family. As the group advanced into the woods, the brooding young man from the disguised team cast a casual glance back. Where did that group go? They were just here a moment ago, and now they've vanished. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of menace crossing his gaze. Returning to the leader, he reported, Sir, the refugee group is no longer in sight. The leader turned to look, confirming the absence of the multitude. Those refugees were indeed suspicious. The young man began to sow doubt in the leader's mind. The leader squinted, his eyes betraying a murderous intent. Sensing opportunity, the young man pressed on. Perhaps I should take a few brothers to investigate. The leader regarded him warily, and the young man felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. Just as he anticipated a reprimand, a soft voice emerged from above. Go. Be swift. Delighted, the young man called upon a few like-minded companions and stealthily departed the group, heading in the direction of Su Yin. Within the forest, there were no paths, but as the main body pushed forward, they forged a route. Yang Dashan and Yang Dashu led the way, wielding machetes to clear the way. The ox and mule carts followed, easing the passage for those behind. Su girl, did the shopkeeper mention any landmarks in the vicinity? Yang Dashu inquired. It should be in a hollow between the mountains, Yang Dashan replied, casting a glance upward at the peaks, noting their proximity yet acknowledging the distance still to be traversed. Indeed, for a sip of water, a little extra travel is warranted. Su Yin, however, was calculating the time. Soon, she would need to halt the group to avoid the assassins. Her intent was to lead them away from danger. While the tales of mountain springs and paths to Yongqing County were mere fabrications. While they struggled onward, the 5 men led by the brooding youth had already infiltrated the forest. They should be heading that way, the young man noted, easily following the trail marked by the wheel tracks on the ground. Following the path they left behind, the 5 quickly caught up to the group. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air, startling everyone as they turned to look back. Su Yin, Yang Lijing, and the others pushed through the crowd to see 5 young men wielding long knives, their intentions clearly malevolent. Chapter 35, Robbery. Su Yin instantly recognized the 5 as the members of the earlier disguised refugee group. Not only she but also many others, including Yang Lijing, identified them. Yang Lijing, unwilling to underestimate the situation, stepped forward to negotiate. Is there something we can assist you with? The brooding young man smiled, his gaze brazenly scanning the crowd. You must be their leader. Quite astute of you to guess correctly. We do indeed have a matter to discuss. Pray share it, if we can be of service. We shall certainly oblige, Yang Lijing responded with a smile, feigning ignorance of the men's true intentions. The young man continued with a smile. My brothers and I find ourselves in a bit of a financial bind. We kindly ask that you surrender all your money. As he spoke, he brandished his knife threateningly. The crowd's expression shifted in unison. Su Yin, maintaining her composure, discreetly retrieved the long knife she had purchased earlier and stealthily approached her second and little uncles, handing them the weapon. Yang Dachuan and Yang Dai exchanged a glance, silently acknowledging the need for action as they accepted the knives. Su Yin then produced a machete and handed it to her eldest uncle. Mother, take this for protection. Su Yin handed a dagger to her hand while simultaneously passing another machete to Su Baozhu. The individuals stealthily preparing their weapons were not solely Su Yin. Those with quick reflexes quietly armed themselves as well. Yang Li's smile remained intact as he admonished the strong men not to jest. The sinister youth let out a cold laugh, dismissing their banter. Enough of this nonsense. Are you going to surrender willingly, or shall we take matters into our own hands? Yang the butcher, known for his fiery temper, retorted, and if we refuse, what do you intend to do? The sinister youth scoffed, nothing much. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he leaped forward, brandishing his knife towards Yang the butcher. Watch out! Yang Dashu exclaimed in alarm. The assailant approached with remarkable speed, launching a surprise attack. Yang the butcher, not being a martial artist, was inherently slow to respond. In an instant, the sharp blade was upon him, aimed at his throat. Suddenly, a tremendous force from behind yanked him back, the knife slicing the air dangerously close to his neck. sending shivers down his spine. The blade was mere centimeters away, had it been a fraction slower, or had the knife advanced even slightly. Yang the Butcher would surely have met a bloody end. Having narrowly escaped death, Yang's heart raced as he regained his composure, only to realize that it was Su Yin who had saved him. Before he could fully process the event, Su Yin delivered a swift kick towards the sinister youth. Infuriated by this unexpected retaliation from the audacious commoners, the sinister youth thought to himself that it was time to eliminate this impudent girl. Su Yin remained silent, opting for action instead. As he spoke, she landed a kick squarely to his chest, forcing him to stagger back several paces. Meanwhile, the other 4 individuals surged into the fray, intent on slaughtering their opponents and claiming their riches. The men, gripped by fear and trepidation, formed a circle around the assailants, while the women cowered behind, shielding their children. As the attackers advanced, the men swung their weapons instinctively, lacking any semblance of strategy. Some suffered deep cuts from blades, while others were knocked to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. In this chaotic scene, Su Yin faced the sinister youth alone, while Yang Duchuan and Yang Dai moved to assist. Su Yin quickly interjected, "Uncle, go help the others. I can handle this." The sinister youth was taken aback by her audacity, a mocking smile creeping onto his face. "What bold words! Soon you shall learn the meaning of death. Enough of your prattle." Su Yin advanced, her long knife aimed directly at his heart and lungs. The sinister youth parried with his blade, the clash igniting sparks and producing a jarring clang. She then aimed a kick towards his groin, prompting him to instinctively evade, just as her left hand's dagger grazed his neck. In retaliation, he kicked out at her abdomen, causing her to double over in pain and stagger back several meters. The sinister youth's expression darkened as he gasped, "You." His voice faltered, and he raised a hand to his neck, feeling the warm, sticky liquid. Lowering his gaze revealed his fingertips stained crimson. An expression of resentment and fury flashed across his face as he glared at Su Yin. With a heavy thud, he collapsed, blood spilling from his mouth as his body trembled slightly before falling still. This feint had exacted a price from the arrogant man before her. The entire exchange unfolded in mere moments, swift enough that those surrounding had scarcely noticed. Having dealt with the sinister youth, Su Yin turned her attention to the other battlefield. 40-odd individuals faced off against 4, yet instead of subduing them, many had sustained injuries. The more injuries they incurred, the more their courage waned, leading to hesitant attacks that emboldened the 4 assailants, who fought with a mocking demeanor akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Su Yin chose not to act hastily. Instead, she concealed herself behind the crowd, observing the unfolding situation. Now's the time. Seizing the opportunity, she struck when Yang the Butcher and her uncle were engaged, exposing the enemy's vulnerable back. With a swift thrust, her sharp blade pierced through one adversary's body. Even as he sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade, it was too late. He could only watch as the blade emerged from his chest, droplets of blood cascading from its tip. Yang Dashin and Yang the Butcher stood dumbfounded, astonished that such a formidable opponent had been so easily dispatched by Su Yin. She efficiently withdrew her knife and retreated to the crowd's rear, resuming her role as the 6th wheel. After the initial shock subsided, Yang Dashin and Yang the Butcher quickly regained their composure. Understanding Su Yin's intentions without her needing to speak, they instinctively began to act as bait. Once more, Su Yin seized the moment to ambush another foe. This process was swift, taking less than half a tea's time. The sudden reduction of 2 adversaries did not go unnoticed by the remaining 2. Exchanging glances, they contemplated retreat. Su Yin immediately recognized their intent. Don't let them escape. If they get away, the consequences will be dire. Should they survive and return with others, we will have no way out. Young Lisa echoed the command. Don't let them flee. Kill them, roared Yang Dashin. If we do not eliminate them, we are the ones who will perish, Yang the Butcher reminded them. We have over 40 men, while they are but 2, victory is assured on our side. Chapter 36, 1 against 4. Under the relentless urging of Yang Dashin, Yang the Butcher, and others, those who had hesitated to continue fighting quickly regained their spirits, unwilling to let their guard down. The 2 adversaries, sensing their urgency, began to strike with increasing ferocity. Back to back, they denied Su Yin any opportunity for a sneak attack. With no chance for ambush, Su Yin resolved to face them head-on. She coordinated with her uncles and Yang the Butcher, while the others surged forward to attack the remaining adversary. Despite their skills, These farmers found themselves at a disadvantage against such formidable opponents, their lives hanging by a thread. Su Yin's eyes sparkled with determination as she seized the chance, her large knife piercing through one man's arm, nearly managing to incapacitate him. "Uncle, spread out," she commanded, yanking her second uncle aside as two slender needles shot past Yang Dachuan's ear. The latter felt a shiver of apprehension in such perilous moments. They had to remain vigilant against any last-ditch retaliation that could endanger their lives. The recent ambush was a stark reminder of this reality. With a decisive thrust, her large knife successfully pierced the man's heart, and with a swift kick, she sent him flying, the blade sliding free and trailing droplets of blood. He fell several meters away, lifeless. Su Yin retracted her knife, observing that the battle on the other side had yet to cease. She stood to the side, refraining from intervening. "Yin, why aren't you joining in?" Yang Dachuan inquired, puzzled. "No need, they can handle it. This is just the beginning. We may soon face even more troublesome and dangerous challenges. Most of the people in Xinghua village are law-abiding farmers. Experiencing this now will benefit them in the future. Resolving this conflict with my own hands is the first step towards growth." The last man finally succumbed, his body marred by a multitude of wounds, particularly on his head, where the skull had caved in from a blow by a shovel. His grim visage became the most tragic and humiliating among the five. He was dead, finally dead. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd, which soon morphed into a wave of apprehension. Many trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the gravity of their first act of killing. Su Yin feigned a slight tremor in her hands, and her mother, filled with concern, grasped her hand tightly. She offered her mother a reassuring smile, whispering, "Mother, I am unscathed." Leaning her head on Su Mu's shoulder, she murmured softly, "I do not wish to perish a second time." Su Mu's heart ached for her daughter, having witnessed the profound changes in her over the past days. Though she too had faced death once, her transformation paled in comparison to her daughter's. Her daughter had fought valiantly to shield her from the tempest of life. This evoked both gratitude and sorrow within her. While they were still regaining their composure, Su Yin was the first to rise, striding towards the corpse of the sinister young man. She peeled back his tattered garments, revealing a fine lining beneath. She rummaged through his belongings, extracting a pouch of silver, a dagger, and a bottle of healing ointment, yet found nothing that could attest to their identities. She proceeded to the next corpse, yielding a few more items, but still devoid of any identifying marks. As she searched the fourth body, the stout woman rushed over, exclaiming, "Su girl, dealing with the dead is ominous. Allow me to take over." Su Yin disregarded her, her hands continuing their task until she confirmed the pouch contained no other useful items, then rose to depart. The stout woman watched her retreating figure with a grimace, yet dared not utter a word. The elderly, women, and children at the back had witnessed Su Yin's decisive and efficient manner in slaying 4 men. After thoroughly searching the final body, Su Yin laid the gathered items before Yang Lirong, pouring out all the silver. Among the 5, the sinister youth had been the wealthiest, possessing 12 taels, along with a few copper coins. The others bore significantly less, with only 3 or 4 taels each, totaling 27 taels among all 5. The crowd gazed enviously at the silver, but no one moved, awaiting Yang Lirong's distribution. Standing at the rear, he surveyed the scene, fully aware that each participant would receive a share. A sense of joy swept through the assembly. Yang Lirong then declared, "This is not the time to divide the spoils. We cannot linger here. We must leave at once. We shall divide the silver once we reach a safe location." There were no objections, and they continued on their journey. Yang Lirong approached Su Yin, voicing his concerns. "Su girl, should that group survive and these 5 remain unaccounted for, I fear they will not relent. 3 ancestors and I will scout ahead. We shall ascertain the situation. The rest of you continue your journey. We will rejoin you after our reconnaissance. Our smaller party will be more agile. Should danger arise, we can retreat swiftly." It was evident that this group did not resemble the bandits from her prophetic dreams, indicating a lack of immediate peril. The recurring theme in her premonitions had been warnings of danger. Absence of such warnings suggested a relatively lower risk. Caution was still paramount. "Very well. You too must exercise caution. I shall accompany you," declared Yang the butcher. Yang Lirong regarded him thoughtfully, then replied, "You may join. But heed Su girl's guidance." "Indeed, I shall," he affirmed. Su Baoju's face was etched with worry. "Yin, stay safe. We shall await your return here." Sumu felt an urge to scold her but refrained. You girl. Mother, aunt, fret not, I shall be fine. We will merely observe from a distance. Without approaching that group. While it is still light, we must hurry. Return swiftly. Su Yin, Yang Dae, and Yang the Butcher retraced their steps towards the passageway. Unburdened. They moved swiftly, emerging from the woods onto the main road in less than half a stick of incense's time. As they advanced, they encountered no sign of life. Suddenly, a breeze wafted by, carrying a faint scent of blood. Su Yin and Yang the Butcher were the first to notice. The scent of blood must be just ahead. The trio prepared to traverse through the trees to avoid a direct encounter. After approximately the span of a tea break, the stench of blood intensified, and ahead, 100 paces away, lay a multitude of corpses. Just as Yang the Butcher was poised to step out, Su Yin pulled him back. Wait a moment. He nodded in agreement. The three crouched behind the bushes, waiting quietly for what felt like an eternity. After a long vigil, Su Yin finally assessed the surroundings, confirming that the pursuers had departed before emerging from their concealment. She retrieved 3 pieces of cloth she had prepared earlier, distributing them to Yang Dae and Yang the Butcher. Cover your noses and mouths. They complied without hesitation. Once masked, they approached the site of the bodies, where the overpowering scent of blood attracted swarms of flies and mosquitoes, along with numerous crows feasting on the carrion. As they drew near, the insects took flight en masse. Su Yin crouched down, inspecting the bodies for any identification tokens or belongings. After searching several corpses without finding useful information, she finally reached the leader, whose clothing had been violently torn away. Beside him lay a palm-sized token, made of pure iron, inscribed with the words Yun Shursan. Yun Shursan. This appeared to be an identification token. The man was stripped bare, save for his undergarments, while the others were fully clothed, indicating that he must have possessed something significant, the very source of his demise. Su Yin realized there was no need to search further. Any useful items on this man had likely already been taken. Just as she prepared to leave, she noticed a piece of fabric intertwined with his clothing, its texture distinctly different. Upon inspection, she discovered it was a map, a prized possession. While this map held no value for the assailants, it was of utmost importance to her. In ancient times, maps were privileges of the elite, inaccessible to the common folk, and prohibited from sale. In her previous searches for supplies, she had sought maps in vain, as merchants would scrutinize her with suspicion at the mere mention of one. In this dimly lit era of the Daong dynasty, this map was worth far more than mere coin. As Su Yin unfurled the map, she noted its modest size, depicting terrains, mountains, rivers, and cities, distinct from modern maps yet sufficiently clear. Regrettably, this map only encompassed 2 counties of Meizhou, one of which was their current location, Lingxi County, and the other, the neighboring Nanping County. With this map in hand, Su Yin felt assured she would not lose her way in the upcoming journey. In the past 2 days of fleeing, they had remained within their own Lingxi County, where the paths were familiar. However, venturing beyond it might necessitate inquiries. Now equipped with this map, she would at least have no fears of getting lost in Nanping County. Su Yin tucked the map securely and, as she turned to leave, her foot caught on something, an outstretched hand of a corpse. Forgive me, I meant no offense. Oh. Su Yin crouched down and gently moved the man's hand aside, revealing a silk pouch. As soon as she grasped it, she felt the weight within. Upon opening the pouch, she poured out 3 gleaming gold ingots, each weighing approximately 10 taels, amounting to a total of 30 taels of gold, which could be converted to roughly 300 taels of silver. In the modern world, gold is commonplace. However, in ancient times, it was primarily possessed by the upper echelons or affluent households. For the common folk of the Daong dynasty, possessing even a small amount of silver was considered fortunate, while gold was an unattainable dream. Besides the 3 gold ingots, there were also some silver coins, adding up to about 7 or 8 taels in total. This haul was quite substantial. The value of the map alone was immeasurable, not to mention the additional 300 taels of silver, which instilled a newfound confidence and resources for Su Yin as she contemplated her future escape. Yang the Butcher and Yang Dae were also busy, rummaging through the pile of corpses in search of valuables, their voices occasionally breaking the eerie silence. This one has quite a bit of money, one would remark, while another would comment, this one is rather poor, only a few copper coins on him. This knife is rather good. Yang the Butcher toyed with the knife he had found, and Su Yin noticed its unique design, adorned with the character for Cloud. A blade with such a distinct marking was ill-suited for carrying, as it could easily attract unwanted attention and potentially lead to dire consequences. Without a second glance at the weapon belonging to the leader, Su Yin discarded it. "Uncle Yang, we cannot take this knife. It bears a recognizable mark. And if someone misinterprets it, it could spell disaster." Yang the butcher immediately tossed the dagger aside. Su Yin glanced at the items collected by her uncle and Yang the butcher, which were mostly coins and a few pieces of jewelry. The coins predominated, with only a couple of ornaments. Yang the butcher had managed to gather 52 taels and 5 coins of silver, the majority of which had been taken from the group masquerading as refugees. Yang Day amassed 37 taels and 8 coins of silver, along with 2 pieces of jewelry, one being a jade pendant of mediocre quality and the other a jade hairpin, which was of superior quality and much more translucent. The 3 of them tucked their findings securely into their clothing. As Su Yin surveyed the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, her brow furrowed with anxiety. The implications of the individuals behind this incident were beyond the reach of mere commoners like them. Only after ensuring that their possessions would not implicate them did they dare keep them close. "We should not linger here. We must depart." The others agreed, wrapping their belongings and leaving with their significant bounty. Not long after their departure, a group of men arrived at the scene, each clad in black attire and armed with long knives. At the forefront was a young man, around 30, sporting a distinctive warrior hairstyle typical of the Daong dynasty. One man dismounted to inspect the area and soon returned, reporting respectfully to the leader, "Master, the items are gone. They must have been taken by those who ambushed them." "A pack of useless fools," another man replied cautiously. "Master, we have tracked their direction. They headed towards Yongqing County." Yongqing County lies to the south of Lingxi Prefecture, adjacent to Nanping and Nanshan prefectures, marking the convergence point of the 3 regions. The intentions of that group were straightforward. Once they reached this junction, it would be impossible to trace which way they had gone. "Move out." The group hastily mounted their horses, the dust rising in their wake, ultimately settling upon the cold, lifeless bodies below. No one cared for the plight of the deceased, nor for the ordinary people who might be ensnared by their actions. The trio returned to the woods, following the traces of the larger group. "Su girl, should we share this money with the village chief?" Yang the butcher inquired. "No need," Su Yin replied softly. Offering a brief explanation, "We took considerable risks on this outing. With risk comes reward." Chapter 38, A Skirmish. If they remained idle in the camp, doing nothing yet still receiving silver, many would become complacent, developing a disposition of entitlement. Those who worked hard, risking their lives, should not have to share their rewards with others. If this continued, more lazy individuals would infiltrate their ranks, and the group would struggle to progress, with morale easily dissipating. When trouble arose, it would spell disaster. Yang the butcher chuckled. "You speak the truth." In fact, he was merely testing the waters, in case she desired to share. He offered the suggestion, providing her with an opportunity to voice her thoughts. In the woods, those resting were busy preparing a meal over the fire. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Yang's family and Su Baozhu grew increasingly concerned. Su Baozhu occasionally glanced in the direction from which they had departed, her anxiety mounting with their prolonged absence. "Baozhu, do you think Yin might be in trouble?" Su's mother fretted. "Sister-in-law, Yin is capable. She will be fine. Remember how she handled that perilous situation alone and dispatched 3 men." Despite her reassuring words to her mother-in-law, she too felt a gnawing worry. They had not provoked their adversaries, yet the latter had sent people to eliminate them, revealing their ruthlessness. As night fell and darkness enveloped the landscape, the absence of the trio heightened Su's mother's distress. "Sister-in-law, do not fret. Yin will be all right," Aunt Li comforted. By all accounts, they should have returned by now. De Zhuang's wife passed by, a smirk on her lips, satisfied at the misfortunes befalling the little wretch. Reflecting on the humiliation she had endured at their hands days prior, she could not resist speaking up. "Sister Chuanxiang, I am not saying this out of spite, but what business did she have running off to check on them? If something happened, it would be purely her own fault. What was there to see among those people?" Aunt Li retorted angrily. "De Zhuang's wife, are you even speaking sensibly? Do you forget that if it were not for Su girl, you would not be standing here to make such callous remarks? It is one thing to lack gratitude, but to speak such ill-fated words, has your conscience been devoured by a beast? I stand here because of the support of the community, not merely due to the efforts of that little girl. If she were truly so capable, why not handle everything alone?" Aunt Li, incensed, advanced to confront her. ready to silence her tongue. Su's mother intervened, swiftly delivering a slap across De Zhuang's wife's face. Stunned, De Zhuang's wife clutched her cheek, unable to believe that Su's mother had struck her. You dare hit me? With such a foul mouth, was it not warranted? You wretched woman. No wonder your husband abandoned you. Just wait, I will make you pay. De Zhuang's wife rolled up her sleeves and charged forth. Su's mother and De Zhuang's wife became embroiled in a fierce struggle. Su's wife, quick to react, rushed to assist, while Su Baozhu followed suit, joining the fray. The commotion drew everyone's attention. While the men could not intervene in a women's scuffle, the other women, unfettered by such constraints, surged forward to separate the combatants. If they did not intervene, De Zhuang's wife would surely be beaten to a pulp. Once rescued, De Zhuang's wife appeared disheveled, hair in disarray and numerous scratches marring her face, her clothing in tatters, embodying utter chaos. As the crowd encircled her, she plopped down on the ground, pointing skyward and wailing her grievances. Oh, this is an injustice. The Su family bullies the weak. A mere outsider dares to take advantage of us. She lamented her misfortune. I only spoke a word and was met with violence. Yang the village chief arrived, and De Zhuang's wife's wails grew more fervent, causing him great distress. Cease your cries. Do you not fear summoning beasts? When that happens, you will not even know how you met your end. At his command, De Zhuang's wife fell silent, though she did not relent, declaring, Chief, you must stand up for me. The three of them bullied me alone. Just look at what they've done to me. Yang Dashu's wife interjected, questioning why they would attack you without cause. What have you done to provoke them? Why don't you speak up? Everyone in the village knows what kind of person Da Zhuang's wife is. I merely spoke a truth, I protested. What truth did you utter? Someone pressed. I. Da Zhuang's wife stammered, her guilt rendering her unable to respond. Yang the butcher's wife, with a playful grin, urged, Da Zhuang's wife, do enlighten us. You hesitate to speak. Don't you? Did you say something you ought not to have said, which is why you were struck? Who said that? Da Zhuang's wife retorted defiantly, meeting the mocking gazes around her. Gathering her resolve, she declared, I have nothing to fear. I merely stated that Su Yin should not have gone out to investigate. To my astonishment, they descended upon me like a pack of rabid dogs. Look at me, I've been beaten senseless. Da Zhuang's wife spoke falsehoods, igniting further ire among the onlookers. Others murmured softly, that statement bears some truth. It is likely that Chuanxiang, feeling uneasy, was discomforted upon hearing that remark. If it were me, I would feel unsettled too, but resorting to violence is excessive. Indeed, that remark was somewhat inappropriate, yet it does not justify an assault. Who can ascertain the veracity of Da Zhuang's wife's claim? You are so certain. I trust Chuanxiang and Yang Guoliang. This matter cannot be so straightforward. Yang Lirong turned to Su's mother and the other two. What say you? Su's wife spoke first. Allow me to clarify. When I arrived, I happened to overhear Da Zhuang's wife speaking. Su's wife recounted the events verbatim, and the crowd's gaze towards Da Zhuang's wife turned disapproving. Da Zhuang's wife felt the weight of their scrutiny, yet refused to concede, insisting I spoke no falsehood. The deaths of those individuals were indeed a collective effort, and since Yang Guoliang deems her my benefactor, I must contest that. She chose to investigate. If misfortune befell her, was it not deserved? No sooner had she finished speaking than Yang Lirong's wooden staff struck her sharply. Da Zhuang's wife winced in pain, ready to scream, but the cold, piercing gaze of Lirong silenced her, instilling a sense of fear. Yang Lirong addressed Da Zhuang's father and mother, urging them to better discipline their daughter-in-law. If she cannot speak wisely, she ought to refrain from speaking altogether. He then turned to the villagers, stating gravely, whether Su Yin deserves credit is not for me to decide. You must each reflect upon your own conscience. Su Yin has repeatedly led us out of peril, and her recent foray was motivated by concern for our safety. I do not expect you to shower her with kindness, but at the very least, do not engage in ungratefulness. Each of you possesses a moral compass. Weigh your actions wisely. I hope the people of Xinghua village are not ungrateful souls. Chapter 39. No survivors. Da Zhuang's wife found herself pinned against the pillar of ingratitude. In my view, her beating was well-deserved. Indeed, it was far too lenient. Such a person cannot remain without a conscience. The clan elder shook his head in disappointment, casting disapproving glances at Da Zhuang's family. Da Zhuang's wife scanned the crowd, Noting the hostile gazes directed at her, a chill of realization dawning upon her, she had incited the wrath of the masses, and her confidence waned. Dazhuang's father stepped forward, striking her face and rebuking, "What nonsense are you spouting? Our family owes gratitude to Su Yin." Dazhuang's wife shielded her face and pushed past him, fleeing. No one noticed that as young Liurong approached to mediate, Su Yin and her companions had just arrived. The three stood quietly at the back of the crowd, observing the farce unfold. Yang the butcher murmured to his niece, "You are correct. One must not be excessively kind, for it leads them to take advantage, ultimately making you the villain." He patted the pouch of silver in his pocket, previously considering using it to assist anyone in need, but now realized such generosity must remain concealed to avoid unnecessary turmoil. Yang De shared similar sentiments. He placed a comforting hand on Su Yin's shoulder, assuring her, "Do not take to heart the words of that person. The community still values you. Do not let a small faction dampen your spirit. You are in the right. The blame lies with the ungrateful." Su Yin shook her head, not as sorrowful as her uncle presumed. She acted with a clear conscience, understanding that human nature cannot be measured by one's own standards or expectations. Life is diverse. Some appreciate gratitude, like Su's wife, while others, like Dazhuang's wife, do not. She would never alter her actions based on the opinions or behaviors of others. In truth, she was not as fragile, selfless, or kind as they imagined. Everyone harbors selfishness. She does not mind lending a hand when able, but when her own survival is at stake, she cannot afford to be overly accommodating. Of course, her assistance is not indiscriminate. She helps those deserving, while remaining indifferent to those unworthy, even if they perish before her. Thus, dear uncle, you overestimate my benevolence. Su Yin remained silent. Even if she spoke up now, her uncle would likely dismiss her words as mere politeness, only to later realize the true nature of his niece. At that point, he would label her as cold-blooded. Finally, someone in the crowd recognized the trio, exclaiming joyfully, "Ah, Su Yin and the others have returned." Su's mother, previously anxious, now approached with a bright expression, swiftly grabbing her ear. "You troublesome girl, you've made me worry sick. Mother, it hurts, it hurts." As she cried out, Su's mother immediately released her grip. "Have you eaten?" Noticing her disheveled appearance, she asked with concern. "I haven't eaten. I'm quite hungry." Su Baozhu hurriedly ladled a generous bowl of thick rice porridge. "We've been waiting for you to return for this meal. Hurry and eat. If you don't return, your sister-in-law won't eat either." Su Yin offered the bowl of porridge to her mother, saying, "Mother, you eat first." Su's mother shot her a look, insisting, "There's plenty. It's not just about this moment. You eat quickly. Soon you must go tell your grandfather." "All right." Su Yin ceased her protests and squatted under the tree, savoring the hearty porridge. Time flew by. The journey had been rushed and exhausting, and her stomach had long been empty. The warm porridge slid down her throat, soothing her stomach and restoring her comfort. Upon returning to camp, Yang Dave and Yang the butcher received treatment akin to Su Yin's. After the three finished their dinner, they proceeded to the camp where the village chief was stationed. "You three have toiled all day. Please take a seat." They each settled on a side. "What is the situation outside? Are there any signs of that group returning?" Su Yin inquired. "Those individuals are dead, and their demise likely resulted from being hunted down." Yang Dave and Yang the butcher nodded in agreement. "They are gone. For the time being, we are safe. However, it is best that the details of our encirclement and the killing of those 5 remain undisclosed to outsiders to avoid unnecessary troubles. I perceive that group does not possess simple identities, nor do their pursuers. Should word spread that we have slain those 5, we may all be in peril. They are mere common folk, not to be trifled with when it comes to such influential figures." Yang Lijing nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the thoroughness of the considerations presented. "I will ensure that this matter is communicated down the line, and every villager must keep their lips sealed. Should anyone dare to speak indiscriminately and let this matter slip, according to clan regulations, I will expel them from the family tree." In ancient times, such expulsion was a grave sin, once known. One would find it exceedingly difficult to navigate the world. A person ostracized by their kin could hardly possess commendable character, and thus would naturally be shunned by others. This reflects the essence of the times. Beside him, Yang Fu inquired, "Have they truly all perished? Is there not a single survivor?" This question left Yang Dai and Yang Tufu momentarily bewildered. They had witnessed a multitude of corpses strewn about, but had not counted the specific number of individuals who had lain there. As the two were at a loss for a response, Su Yin interjected, "They are all dead. When I sensed something amiss earlier, I meticulously counted the enemy's numbers. Upon reaching the scene, I also counted the individuals present. Aside from the 5 we dispatched, the remainder lay lifeless there, with no one having escaped. Even if someone did manage to flee, the pursuers would undoubtedly not let them go." A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Third uncle. Have the individuals searching for spring water returned? They arrived before you did, but, as you suggested, they found no spring water. Su Yin replied, "Third uncle. If we do not locate it by tomorrow, it may be that the shopkeeper made a mistake or that the spring has dried up in these circumstances. We shall revert to the main road via an alternate path." The notion of finding spring water seemed improbable, and, not wishing to squander too much time on this, while also needing to preserve her prophetic dreams, she settled for a compromise. She noted on the map that circumventing the lowest peak would allow them to bypass the bloody path and return to the main road. Yang Lijing nodded in agreement, saying, "You speak wisely. We shall search for half a day tomorrow. If nothing is found by then, we shall depart." This period of relentless travel has afforded the elderly, women, and children a chance to rest for half a day. Following this resolution, Yang Lijing summoned the men from each household to select those who would seek the water source the following day, creating a strategic time difference to avoid danger. As discussions neared conclusion, someone approached Yang Lijing cautiously, inquiring about the matter of the reward. Yang Lijing recognized that many were eagerly awaiting their share of the spoils. Now that Su Yin had returned, he decided to release the information, lest discontent fester among the ranks. He gathered the heads of each family. "All right then." Upon hearing the news of the reward, excitement rippled through the crowd. Once everyone had assembled, Yang Lijing began. 5 individuals met their end, 4 of whom were slain by Su Yatu, especially the first, who was taken down solely by her hand. Thus, the possessions of that individual rightfully belonged to Su Yatu. Do any of you have objections? The crowd understood that the sinister young man had held the most riches, yet it was evident that Su Yin had single-handedly dispatched him, and none dared to voice dissent. What she had slain should justly be hers. No objections here. If not for Su Yatu, I fear I would have met my own demise today, Yang Tufu expressed with gratitude, casting a thankful glance at Su Yin. Yang Lijing was acutely aware that their survival rested upon Su Yin's efforts. Her contributions extended far beyond merely slaying 4 men. Her keen insight had enabled them to evade peril. With no objections presented, they continued. The total sum of silver amounted to 15 taels, divided among 43 participants, yielding each individual 3 taels and 38 won. This sum felt like a windfall to many, eliciting joyous expressions. For some families, with 3 or 4 members participating, the total could amount to a full tael of silver, a sum that would typically require extensive labor to earn. The remaining weapons were available for purchase to those in need. Should no one wish to buy, they would be exchanged for silver once they reached Yongqing County and distributed uniformly. As for the medicinal herbs for severe wounds, they would be allocated to the injured. Does anyone have any objections to this arrangement? No dissent arose, and thus, the matter was settled. Those receiving silver, regardless of the amount, were elated. Su Yin was also pleased with her share of the spoils, especially since she remained quite impoverished. As for the night watch at the camp, it was unnecessary for Su Yin to concern herself, so she returned to her own quarters to rest. Chapter 40. Due upon waking in the morning. Su Yin overheard her mother and aunt conversing. "The water is running low. We cannot afford to deprive the mule of its share. We must drink less during the day. Let us not burden Yin with this matter. We should spare her the worry." Su Yin rose, startling the 2 women. "You're awake," they exclaimed. "Did we not just purchase a barrel of water?" Su Yin queried, puzzled. Su Baoju's small face fell. "Do not mention it. The mule accidentally knocked it over." She shot a fierce glare at the mule, which was grazing nearby. Su Mu interjected, "Do not blame it. It is my fault for placing it too close when I took it down." When Su Baoju saw Su Yin fetching a ladle from the cart and heading outside, she asked, "Yin, where are you going?" "To fetch water." "Where to?" Su Baoju's eyes lit up, and she quickly grabbed her own tools, with Su Mu following suit. Understanding their misunderstanding, but opting not to explain, Su Yin instead pointed at the dense thicket of bushes and smiled, "There is an abundance here." "Where?" Both Su Mu and Su Baoju looked around, failing to spot any water. "You silly girl, do tell us where the water is," Su Mu chided playfully. "Follow me." Su Yin carried the ladle to a thicket where the morning leaves shimmered a vibrant green, adorned with glistening droplets of dew. She placed the ladle beneath a leaf's tip, flicking it gently so the crystal droplets fell into the ladle, leaving a long trail of glistening water in their wake. There it is. Su Mu. Su Baozhu. The two were at a loss for words to express their incredulity. Su Mu moved her lips a few times before ultimately falling silent. Su Yin chuckled. It is of no consequence. Since the sun has barely risen and the dew is abundant, let us gather as much as we can. Every little bit adds up, and any additional water we can collect is a blessing. Given our current location, with dense foliage and significant temperature fluctuations, we might still find some dew. Later on, it will be impossible to collect any. Her words resonated with both women. You speak the truth. Every little bit counts. More water is indeed welcome. Collecting dew required no specialized skills, just ample patience. Cousin Taohua approached, noticing Su Yin crouched before the bushes, and curiously asked Yin, "What are you collecting dew for?" "To drink." Taohua was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized, racing back to rummage through their belongings. Her mother, Li, noticed her haste and inquired, "What are you looking for?" "Mom, have you seen my water gourd?" "What do you need that for?" Li asked, intrigued. "To collect water." "Collect water?" Li's eyes widened in surprise. "Dear, where is there water?" Young Taohua pointed in Su Yin's direction. "Over there. Look at all the dew on the leaves. I can gather it and have water." Li was momentarily taken aback, torn between laughter and tears. "That dew hardly counts as water. Collecting it is a hassle." Little Taohua shook her head, disagreeing. "No, Mom, you are mistaken. Right now, any extra water is a good thing. Even if I don't fill a gourd, at least I can gather half a gourd's worth. Half a gourd of water can sustain me for an entire day." Li was left speechless, realizing her daughter was right. Li swiftly handed out containers to the youngest members of her household and issued a command for everyone to collect dew. The neighboring couple, Yang Dachuan and Yang Dashan, took note of the commotion and sent someone over to inquire. Upon learning that they were gathering dew, they were quite astonished, realizing it was initiated by Yin, and immediately instructed their own children to join in the collection. Aunt Wang summoned her son, Arong. "Inform your sister and brother-in-law so they can also hurry to gather dew. No matter how little, every drop counts." With a reply, Yang Rong promptly headed towards the campsite of his two sisters and their husbands. As more people joined in the dew collection, it naturally attracted the attention of others. "Taohua, what are you all doing?" Yang Tu's wife curiously approached. "Oh, what is the purpose of collecting this dew?" "Sister Nin said that dew is also water," came the reply. Yang Tu's wife's eyes lit up as she smacked her forehead, muttering, "Indeed. How could I not have thought of that? Dew is water." She hurried back to her own campsite, stealthily gathering her family to collect dew using pots and pans, regardless of the amount. Observing this, other women also joined the ranks, sending their children to collect dew. "Why aren't you joining in?" De Zhuang's wife inquired Aunt Wang, who lived next door. De Zhuang's wife scoffed. "Just listen to her. The dew is but a mere trickle. Even if we gather more, it's still just a drop. What a waste of effort." Aunt Wang hesitated, but, seeing the elderly and young alike participating, decided to join the throng, reasoning that following the crowd could never be a mistake. Daya glanced at her mother, discreetly picked up her chipped bowl, and joined the dew-collecting brigade. She hadn't had a drink in ages, her lips cracked and parched. With her mother reluctant to give her too much water, she had to endure throughout the journey. Now, collecting dew on her own meant she wouldn't have to ask her mother for water, which brought her great joy. Summer dew, unlike spring's, is sparse due to higher temperatures that cause it to evaporate quickly, necessitating collection before dawn. Thus, it became a race against time. As the sun rose, the air grew warmer and the dew clinging to the leaves began to dissipate. Su Yin glanced at the dew in her container, estimating it to be about half a bowl. Quite satisfactory, she thought. If she sipped carefully, it would yield 4 or 5 mouthfuls, enough to last her half a day. Little Yang Gue proudly presented his collected dew to Su Yin. "Sister, look at how much dew I've gathered." Su Yin inspected it and noted it was about a third of her own amount. For a child his age to collect such a quantity was indeed remarkable. "Our little Bao is quite impressive," she praised. Yang Gue blushed with pride and, in the next moment, poured his collected dew into her container. "For you, sister." Su Yin felt a warmth in her heart as she gently ruffled the child's hair, saying, "Thank you, little Bao." With a bashful grin, Yang Gue dashed away. "What a fine child." Yet, her thoughts turned to her two younger brothers, Su Xinyang and Su Xinguang, and annoyance bubbled within her. Those two little rascals, older than young Gui, had been raised poorly by their grandmother, which irked her to no end. If they were ever in her hands, they could expect no mercy. Mother, that little thief is stealing water. You must punish her. Suddenly, an infuriating voice pierced the air. Su Yin turned in the direction of the sound. De Zhuang was yanking Daya's hair, pulling hard without a care for her well-being. I didn't. Daya protested. Mother, that little thief dares to retort. I saw her stealing water. De Zhuang insisted relentlessly, seemingly intent on achieving his goal. De Zhuang's mother approached, kicking Daya away without listening to her defense. How dare you steal water? Who gave you the audacity? She scolded. If I don't teach you a lesson today, who knows what trouble you might cause in the future. She turned to find a stick, and De Zhuang pointed to a thick one nearby. Mother, over there, over there. Daya, witnessing her mother approach with such a hefty stick, turned pale with fear, retreating and crying, Mother, I truly didn't. I only drank the dew I collected myself. I did not steal any water. Aunt Wang, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, De Zhuang's mother, I can testify that Daya did not steal water. She drank the dew she gathered herself. Several other women chimed in to support Daya. Realizing the misunderstanding, De Zhuang's mother was unwilling to lose face and retorted. The dew she collected should rightfully belong to the family. If she drank it privately, that is theft. Aunt Wang and the others were incensed by such twisted logic. It was clear to everyone that Daya was doomed to receive a beating. Daya was her child, and outsiders could not interfere too much. They could only sigh, lamenting Daya's unfortunate fate to be born into such a household with a mother like that. Mother, quickly punish that wretched girl for stealing water. Beat her to death. De Zhuang urged fervently. Daya, tears streaming down her face, looked in terror at the stick in her mother's hand. No, Mother, I promise I won't dare again. Just as the thick stick was about to fall, a commanding voice interrupted. Stop. Yang Lijing stepped forward, flanked by Su Yin. Uncle Lijing, what's going on? I'm merely disciplining my own child. I haven't done anything else, she implied, as if asserting her right to manage her own family. Yang Lijing scoffed. Are you planning to beat your child to death with that thick stick? Is this how mother should behave? Just because we remain silent doesn't mean we're unaware. If you had given your child just a bit more water, she wouldn't have needed to collect dew to drink. His words warmed Daya's heart, causing her eyes to mist. Yang Lijing then turned to De Zhuang's grandfather. Young Lao Lu, is your spine so weak that you can't see or hear? Being called out, young Lao Lu had no choice but to speak up. Addressing De Zhuang's mother, fourth daughter-in-law, just calm down. Give the child some flatbread and water. Don't let outsiders think we're mistreating the girl. If you continue to ruin our family's reputation, you may find yourself abandoned by your husband. De Zhuang's mother, furious and desperate, turned red with anger. The ones who disliked Daya were none other than them. They would often refer to her as a dead girl or a money loser. And every time they offered her a morsel, they would cast disdainful glances and mutter about her. Now, they were laying all the blame at her feet. Sooner or later, she'd make them pay. With Yang Lijing's intervention, Daya narrowly escaped a beating. How long the De Zhuang family could maintain this facade was uncertain. But everyone knew it wouldn't be long before things returned to their previous state. Since the men were out seeking water during the day, the elderly, weak women, and children remaining at the campsite went without breakfast, saving that meal for the men who were out. Su's mother intended to do the same. But Su Yin stopped her, stating that since they had money now, they could purchase supplies in Yongqing County and didn't need to skimp on food. In the morning, while the men sought water, the women left at the campsite busied themselves with other tasks. Many were weaving straw sandals, while others mended the torn shoes and clothes of their family members, each person engaged in their work. By midday, those who had gone out to find water began to return one after another. Have you found a water source? What happened? In response to the inquiries from the crowd, all returned with a shake of their heads. By the time the last group returned, they too bore no good tidings. Yang Lirzhang sighed. It seemed that the mountain spring had also run dry. Let us proceed, circumventing that mountain and rejoining the official road. Su Yin, having studied the map, naturally took the lead. Su Mu and her companions moved from the middle of the group to the front, positioning themselves adjacent to Yang Lirzhang's family. Her uncles, her elder, second, and younger uncle, similarly advanced to the front for convenience in offering assistance. Following the marked location on the map, Su Yin led the group through a stretch of seldom-trodden paths, colloquially known as a roadless mountain trail. After approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, they encountered a narrow sheep path. The traces of human passage indicated they had reached a safer area. After traversing the path for about an hour, they emerged from the woods, directly facing the blazing sun. The official road. Ahead lay the official road. At last, they caught sight of it. Someone spotted a tower standing not far away and exclaimed in delight, Yongqing Tower. In the Daong dynasty, each county town was graced with a tower on its outskirts to signal to travelers that they were nearing the town. Yongqing County was almost upon them, and joy illuminated every face. Many pointed towards Yongqing County, eager for supplies of water and other necessities. With the sight of Yongqing Tower, the group's spirits lifted, and their steps quickened. Everyone's attention was fixed on the distant Yongqing Tower and the county itself. But Su Yin noticed an increasing number of weary refugees on the official road. These individuals moved in small clusters, their tattered clothing stained with blood. Third great-grandfather. Something seems amiss with those below, she remarked. Her observation prompted Yang Liaozheng and the others to shift their gaze to the throng on the official road. And upon closer inspection, their hearts raced with alarm. We should move ahead. As the vast procession emerged from the woods, their presence instantly captured the attention of the surrounding crowd. Those with ulterior motives swiftly abandoned their imprudent thoughts upon witnessing the continuous stream of people emerging from the forest. Su Yin and Yang Liaozheng set their sights on a family of 4 who appeared significantly more vibrant than the rest, their eyes devoid of greed. Excuse me, young brother, may I ask where you hail from? Yang Liaozheng inquired with a smile. The young man glanced at their group and replied, We are villagers from the surrounding area. His expression turned sorrowful as he continued, Today, a band of marauders stormed our village, committing acts of arson and robbery. Our family lives far away. Despite our escape, we fled in such haste that we brought nothing with us. To have survived is fortunate. Those who could not escape perished under their blades. Chapter 42. A few coins of calamity. Su Yin and Yang Liaozheng exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting shock and concern. Where have those marauders gone now? I do not know, the man shook his head. Did you see what they looked like? Were they bandits or? Su Yin pressed. The young man pondered briefly before responding. They were bandits, a ruthless band of mountain thieves. At this moment, an elder interjected. I know where they have gone. The group turned to the elder, whose tattered clothing bore signs of burns and whose arms and legs bore various degrees of scalds. The elder spoke with palpable bitterness. After plundering, those marauders headed towards Fushan County with young women, grain, and wealth. They are undoubtedly bandits from that region. After their rampage, they not only slaughtered the men but also set our village ablaze. I barely escaped by hiding in a well, where I overheard their discussions about their route. These brigands are inhuman. In these already difficult times, their pillaging and killing push us toward utter despair. As the elder recalled the murder of his son and wife, he was overcome with sobs. Those nearby were moved, many wiping away tears in response to his anguish. Now, we have no choice but to seek survival in the county. Most of the fleeing individuals were young men, with only a few elderly and women among them. The people of Xinghua village understood well why these individuals appeared so beleaguered. Their hearts ached in sympathy, for they too were not far removed from such misfortune. Fortunately, they had some possessions left, otherwise, their plight would be no better. Yang Liaozheng discreetly offered the elder a flatbread, his expression somber. This world is growing increasingly chaotic. Indeed, all manner of demons and monsters have emerged. The lives of ordinary people are becoming ever more arduous. Someone, unable to contain a sense of relief, remarked, Today, we were fortunate to be traveling through the forest. Had we been on the official road, we might have encountered those bandits. This statement startled many, and a wave of apprehension swept through the crowd. Facing such vile bandits, they, mere farmers who toil in the fields, were no match. Yang Liaozheng could not help but glance at Su Yin, feeling a deep-seated sense of gratitude for her fortune. Our Yin is indeed a blessed child, her aunt chuckled. She appears much more astute than other children. Indeed, she possesses wisdom beyond her years and courage that rivals that of a man. Listening to the surrounding praise, Sumu instinctively straightened her back, a tinge of pride swelling within her. Su Yin felt a bit embarrassed by the compliments directed at her. Su Baozhu leaned closer, a teasing smile on her face as she asked, Yin, How do you feel now? Oh, go away. Su Yin playfully pushed the girl's head aside. Still feeling shy, are we? As the group arrived at Yongqing County, they found a gathering of villagers who had been pillaged, all destitute and unable to enter the city. In the Daong dynasty, entry into a city required payment, typically 1 or 2 coins, depending on the local magistrate's discretion. Many merchant caravans arriving at the city gates were met by a throng of individuals clamoring for coins, yet none received any. Upon the appearance of the imposing procession from Xinghua village, the scene mirrored that of the merchant caravans as a multitude approached, pleading for money and food. These individuals bore ragged garments and bloodied faces, some dressed respectably yet still looking disheveled. A young man, accompanied by a frail little boy, rushed to the front of Su Yin's mule cart. "Madam, young lady, please, show us kindness and grant us a few coins, just 2 coins. We need only 2 coins to enter the city. Once inside, I can find work to provide for myself and my child. Please. I beg you for a chance at survival." Before they could respond, he felt his knees, repeatedly bowing before Sumu. The sound of his forehead striking the ground echoing painfully, oblivious to the blood that might flow. The sight of such desperation was truly heart-wrenching. Sumu felt a stirring of compassion, instinctively glancing at Su Yin. Su Yin shook her head. Though she did not understand the full reason behind her daughter's refusal, her unconditional trust in Su Yin led her to remain still. Su Yin turned to the man and said, "We have no money, you should seek assistance elsewhere." The man paused in his bowing but remained undeterred, continuing to beseech them, as if hoping to soften their hearts with his persistence. With an impassive expression, Su Yin stated, "Even if you break your head in supplication, we will not offer you any money. You should abandon this hope." Only then did the man cease his bowing. Raising his head to meet her gaze, devoid of any trace of pity, replaced instead by a well of anger and resentment. He spat contemptuously at the mule cart before turning away with the little boy. Su Baozhu was taken aback by his actions, momentarily stunned before she regained her senses. "Hey, how can you act like that?" Mother Su was momentarily taken aback. She had previously perceived this man as honest and simple, even pitiable. Little did she expect that he would reveal such a countenance in an instant. She turned to her daughter, Inin. "How do you know he is incapable?" "I don't know," came the reply. Then at that moment, shrieks erupted from the rear of the group, the voice of Aunt Wang's family piercing through the chaos. "Don't come any closer, don't snatch it away. You cannot take it. Do not snatch." Su Yin urgently instructed her sister Su Baozhu and their mother. "If you obtain a knife and anyone approaches, just strike them down without fear." With that, Su Yin hastened towards Aunt Wang's family. Yang Liza called out to everyone, "Protect your belongings. Each family should send 1 person to assist." Following his directive, the villagers of Xinghua began to mobilize. Su Yin and a few nearby households were the first to arrive at Aunt Wang's side. At a glance, Su Yin noticed a shifty-eyed man who, rather than joining the others in looting, was reaching for the young grandson of the Wang family. She rushed over and with a swift kick sent the man sprawling. Then firmly grasped Aunt Wang's grandson, shielding the child behind her. The shifty-eyed man cried out in surprise, scrambling to his feet and seeking to regain his footing. But upon seeing the long knife in Su Yin's hand, he retreated in anger. With the assistance of other young men, they soon drove away the opportunists. They sought only wealth and a chance to survive, unwilling to stake their lives in the endeavor. Once the ruffians were expelled, it became evident that much of the cargo on Aunt Wang's cart had been pillaged, with only a small portion being safeguarded by her family, each member bearing varying degrees of injury. Witnessing the devastation of her family, Aunt Wang collapsed onto the ground, wailing uncontrollably. "It's all my fault, all my fault. If I hadn't given that beggar 2 coins, my family wouldn't be suffering like this. How could these people be so ruthless? Oh, my possessions. How will our family survive now?" Chapter 43. To enter the city or not. "I should never have given them money, never." The women of the Wang family wiped their tears, while the men hung their heads in silence. Many in Xinghua village sighed, sympathizing with the Wang family's plight. Mother Su felt a wave of dread wash over her. "Inin, thank goodness you stopped me. Otherwise, we would have been besieged like Aunt Wang, with a mob overwhelming us and our provisions and bedding likely taken away. Mother, the world is chaotic now. Sometimes, kindness can yield uncontrollable consequences. When we help others, we must ensure our own safety first," Su Yin remarked, not only addressing her mother but also speaking to her uncle and aunt. Young Liza gathered the villagers of Xinghua. and the able-bodied men armed themselves, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, ready to fend off anyone who approached. In the midst of the group, young Lisa surveyed the elders and the younger members of the clan. You all witnessed what transpired with the Wang family, did you not? The crowd nodded. Aunt Wang acted out of kindness, giving a beggar 2 coins, which led others to come begging as well. 1 or 2 coins might be manageable. But how could the Wang family support a crowd? When they refused, some began to steal. With the first act of theft, others joined in, and soon the entire crowd was involved. They disregarded all notions of propriety. In the face of life and death, such values mean nothing. The calamity that befell the Wang family served as a vivid lesson for the villagers of Xinghua. Sometimes, mere words cannot convey the lesson. Only through witnessing such events do they grasp the truth. Young Lisa continued, the sun is setting, and according to our previous plan, we were to rest outside the city tonight and enter tomorrow to procure necessary supplies. But as you can see, the situation outside is precarious. If we camp out tonight, we may find ourselves in danger. We have 2 choices. The first is to stick to the original plan, camp outside, and enter the city tomorrow, taking turns on guard duty tonight. The second is to enter the city now and find an inn to stay for the night, purchasing supplies tomorrow and continuing our journey in the afternoon. Which option do you believe is more prudent? Yang Dashan spoke up, let us enter the city. It is unsafe outside. The incident with the Wang family may provoke greed in those with ill intentions. Though we appear numerous, the elderly, women, and children make up over half our group. If these outsiders unite, our 50-odd able-bodied men will not suffice to defend ourselves. I concur with Brother Dashan, another chimed in. I noticed several groups eyeing us. They may be plotting something against us. Yang Dashu added, we are all family people, while these others have nothing to lose. There's a saying, the barefoot do not fear the shoed. It is not worth risking our family's safety to save a few coins. Uncle Dazhuang disagreed. As long as we have guards, we will be fine. If we go in now, we cannot even shop, and we will waste a night's lodging fee. Indeed. My family alone has over 10 mouths to feed, and even the cheapest inn will cost a silver coin. If they come to rob us and we fail to defend ourselves, the loss will far exceed that. It's better to spend some money for peace of mind. Another pointed out. You may have money and not care, but we are a large family and cannot afford it. With so many of us, let us choose a more distant location, with a dozen or so on watch during the first half of the night and another dozen during the second half. If they come, we can fight them off together, just as we did in the daylight. Exactly. If we are just a bit fiercer, they will dare not approach. There's no need to waste money on lodging. The money saved could buy us more supplies. The weather is still warm now, but autumn will soon arrive. And with it, more demands for spending. The debate continued, with varying opinions. Yang Lisa scanned the crowd, searching for someone. Where's Miss Su? She has an upset stomach. Yang Dashan replied. The city gates were about to close, and they needed to make a swift decision. Yang Lisa addressed the group, for the sake of safety. Let us enter the city. Enter the city? Is that really necessary? Yes, it's too late. It wouldn't be wise to go in now. Many voiced their dissent, while others remained silent, heads bowed. Uncle Dazhuang spoke up, Lisa, we are not disregarding your advice, but the majority wish to stay outside for the night. With so many of us, if anyone dares to cause trouble, they will have to reckon with our weapons. Indeed. Several families reluctant to pay for lodging echoed in agreement. How about we vote on it? The majority rules, proposed Yang Fu. Su Yin arrived just in time to hear this. She sat beside her uncle and quietly inquired, Uncle, what is going on? Are we not entering the city? Young Dashan whispered, Lisa has decided to enter, but many oppose it. They feel it's not worth the expense of staying in an inn. She nodded in understanding. Young Lisa announced, all right, let us put it to a vote. This time, there were 26 households from Xinghua village, along with 6 connected families, including 2 older cousins and Su Yin's family, making a total of 32 households and over 200 individuals. At this moment, 32 people came to vote. The results revealed that 14 households favored entering the city, while 18 preferred to stay outside for the night. Everyone was well aware of the pros and cons of entering versus not entering the city. Every household's circumstances vary significantly. Some individuals are willing to invest in safety, while others dismiss the possibility of misfortune, reluctant to squander their funds. Many families, with scant resources and uncertain futures, naturally hesitate to spend even a single coin, preferring to conserve what little they possess. Yang Lijing gazed at the situation with a sigh. Thus, it was decided they would stay outside the city for one night, entering at dawn when the city gates opened. The previously silent Su Yin interjected, 3 great-grandfathers. I plan to enter the city, reuniting with everyone tomorrow. My uncle's family will accompany me. The intention to enter the city was motivated not only by the desire for safety, but also by Su Yin's longing for a good night's sleep and a refreshing bath. After days spent in the wilderness during the sweltering summer, with limited water for cleansing, she felt utterly repugnant. Seeing Su Yin's determination, Yang Tufu, who had coins to spare, promptly added, I shall also enter the city today and join everyone tomorrow. My family will go as well, chimed in Yang Dashu's family. The unassuming Su Nyangzi timidly spoke. My family is entering the city too. With only herself, her mother-in-law, and daughter, her decision was entirely influenced by Su Yin, as they were all women who could support each other. Very well, if you wish to enter the city, let us hasten. We shall reconvene tomorrow morning. Thus, the matter was settled. Chapter 44, Entering the City. Su Yin's family did not linger, leading their mule cart and queuing with the families of her 3 uncles to enter the city. Alongside them were Yang Tufu, Yang Dashu, Su Nyangzi, and other relatives, totaling 10 households. Upon reaching Yongqing County, each individual was required to pay a 2-won entrance fee, regardless of age. As they queued, the expression on Zhang Laodai, the mother-in-law of Su Yin's eldest cousin, was far from pleasant, her lips incessantly muttering, Why enter the city today? It's utterly impractical, plus we must pay for lodging. My in-laws are truly something, why can't we just stay outside? Mind your words, interjected Zhang Laodai's husband, Zhang Laotu, sharply. Unperturbed, she continued her lament. Can't I voice my concerns? With over a dozen mouths to feed in our family, every meal costs money. We barely have enough as it is. Who has extra coins for an inn? Su Yin's eldest cousin, Yang Shuixian, wore a troubled expression. She understood that her mother-in-law's remarks were directed at her parents, aiming to solicit their assistance in covering the lodging expenses. As a married daughter, she felt powerless to speak up, choosing to feign ignorance to her mother-in-law's complaints. Seeing her daughter-in-law's silence, Zhang Laodai persisted in her tirade until her son, Zhang Liangtian, intervened. Mother, if you truly do not wish to enter the city, we need not go. At his words, Zhang Laodai fell silent, casting a resentful glance at her husband and son, feeling they were ungrateful, siding with her daughter-in-law rather than considering her. Yang Shuixian, aware of her mother-in-law's displeasure, did not attempt to placate her. Zhang Liangtian gently squeezed her hand, reassuring her. Do not take it to heart. My mother is just like that. Later, when you speak with your parents, ensure they do not dwell on it. I understand. Yang Shuixian replied, clasping his hand. Were it not for her thoughtful spouse and occasional support from her father-in-law, she would be at a loss as to how to navigate these days. Zhang Laotai's voice carried, and Su Yin heard every word clearly. Su Mu sighed quietly. Your eldest cousin's mother-in-law is quite difficult. When you seek a husband in the future, I will ensure you find a kind and gentle family. Su Yin felt overwhelmed. Mother, your thoughts are rather expansive. What? What do you mean by expansive? Su Mu inquired, puzzled by her daughter's vocabulary. I'm still young. Don't overthink it. Not so young. If it weren't for you being of marrying age. Su Yin quickly shielded herself. Mother, if we're discussing marriage, my little aunt should go before me. Since she is unmarried, how could it possibly be my turn? Innocent Su Baozhu glared at her mischievous cousin. Su Mu turned to Su Baozhu. Do not worry, sister. I will surely find you a good family in the future. In the midst of their conversation, they reached the front of the line. The lead officer glanced at the trio, declaring, 3 individuals, 9-1. Unfamiliar with the corruption of the city guards, Su Baozhu quietly protested, Officer, I believe you've miscalculated. For 3 of us, it should be 6-1. The officer scoffed, 9-1 means 9-1. Oh, pardon. Now it's 15-1. Su Baozhu was incensed by the officer's shamelessness, ready to retort, but Su Yin interjected, stepping forward with a smile as she handed over the 15-1. Officer, thank you for your hard work. The guard, satisfied with the payment, allowed them to pass without further hassle. With this encounter, the rest of the family simply paid whatever was demanded, usually adding a copper coin to the base fee of 2-1. Upon entering the city, Su Baozhu exclaimed in frustration, that person was clearly extorting money. It's outrageous. That girl is still naive. She has yet to witness true corruption and hardship. This was relatively mild, someone chimed in. Indeed, this was quite fair. Wait until you encounter a truly unscrupulous officer who demands a tael of silver. If you dare to argue, it could escalate to 10 taels. Su Baozhu's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that even possible? Let us hope we do not encounter such situations. Su Baozhu nodded vigorously, suddenly feeling that 15 was rather reasonable. Yongqing County was significantly larger than their home in Dongta County. As evening approached and the city gates drew near to closing, the streets were not overly crowded, with many vendors beginning to pack up. Su Yin spotted a nearby meat bun stall and instructed Su Baozhu to guard their belongings. Shopkeeper. I would like 10 large meat buns. Certainly. Each bun is 20 to 1. For 10, the total comes to 2 taels and 21. The shopkeeper, seemingly fearing her discontent over the price, added, My meat buns are thin-skinned and generously filled, brimming with meat. At 20 to 1. The price was slightly higher than in Dongta County, possibly due to recent fluctuations in grain prices, or perhaps Yongqing County was inherently more expensive. Su Yin readily paid the 2 taels and 21, taking a bite of a bun that proved as delectable as the shopkeeper had claimed, with juicy meat spilling forth. Shopkeeper, may I inquire about an affordable inn nearby? She asked between bites. The stall owner, taken aback by the young girl ordering 10 buns, did not inquire about the inn but rather about the foot lodges. Though both foot lodges and inns provided accommodation and meals, they differed significantly. Foot lodges were smaller, offering basic lodging and food, while inns were larger, providing a variety of room types and superior meals, often accompanied by entertainment options. The former catered to common folk, whereas the latter primarily served merchants and affluent travelers, akin to the distinction between youth hostels and luxury hotels in our world. The proprietor of the meat bun stall was quite candid, enthusiastically recommending a reputable foot massage establishment at the corner of East City Street, known for its reasonable prices and amiable owner. After receiving the information she sought, Su Yin expressed her gratitude to the stall owner and returned with a steaming meat bun. As the enticing aroma wafted through the air, Su Baozhu inquired, Yin, what delectable treat did you purchase? Meat buns, Su Yin replied, tucking the bun into her embrace. Unable to resist the tantalizing scent, Su Baozhu eagerly unwrapped one and took a bite, exclaiming, delicious, absolutely delicious. Su Yin generously offered 3 buns to her mother, and then 2 to Xiao Taohua and Xiao Yanggui. Upon receiving his bun, Xiao Yanggui's eyes sparkled with delight as he took a bite, his already large eyes widening even further. Delicious, truly delicious. Xiao Taohua presented her bun to her mother, saying, Mother, you should eat. Li Shi shook her head. You eat it yourself. She was well aware that Su Yin had provided the buns for her children, and she felt it inappropriate to indulge herself. A loving elder sister's concern for her younger siblings was a sentiment she, as a mother, could not betray by taking food from her daughter. As the 10 families entered the city, they began to deliberate on which inn to stay at. Old Lady Zhang hastily declared, Let me make it clear. I won't go to any place that is too expensive. After a quick search, it was noted that during the Warring States period, one could purchase a meat bun for 7 copper coins, while in the Qin dynasty, it was priced at 1 won. The Han dynasty saw it rise to 5 won. And by the Tang dynasty, it was approximately 10 won. The Song dynasty's price was around 21, and in the Ming dynasty, it escalated to 31. By the Qing dynasty, the cost had reached 51. When one considers the average income for commoners during the Qing era, approximately 30 to 50 won per day for laborers, it becomes evident that the average person could scarcely afford meat buns. Chapter 45. A penny for hot water. Su Yin had already anticipated this predicament. I just inquired with the locals, and there's a foot massage shop on the east side of the city that offers reasonable prices and a good-natured owner. We can check it out, and if it doesn't suit us, we can look elsewhere. That sounds fine. Her uncle Yang Dashin was the first to agree. Yang the butcher chimed in, I have no objections. We shall follow your lead. The other families expressed their agreement, but old Lady Zhang continued to chatter. The 10 households trudged towards the east city, spotting a sign with the characters for fortune hanging at the entrance of an inn. Is this the place? Yang the butcher asked. Indeed. It is, Su Yin confirmed as she, Yang the butcher, her uncle, and several others entered the establishment, leaving the rest outside. The inn was modest, with only a couple of patrons inside enjoying noodles. The owner greeted them warmly. Welcome. Are you here for accommodation? Yes, we are, Su Yin replied. What are your room rates? The proprietor quoted the prices, 45 won for a private room per night, and 10 won per person for a large dormitory. The prices were fair, not inflated due to their status as outsiders. Noticing the large group outside, the owner understood their likely choice, but still inquired, "Which type of accommodation do you require?" Su Yin glanced at her uncle and the others. After a silent exchange of understanding, they decided to stay. The prospect of finding something cheaper was slim, especially with the impending curfew. "I would like one private room," Su Yin stated. "Very well," the innkeeper responded. Retrieving a room key. "Please provide your household registration documents or travel permits." In the De Yong dynasty, it was customary for guests to present such documentation to ensure they were not fugitives. Su Yin produced the necessary paperwork, and after the proprietor registered her, he handed her the room number. Yang the butcher and her uncle Yang Day possessed a bit of unexpected wealth and were not concerned about costs. Yet it was Yang Day who requested 3 private rooms. With 12 people in his family, 3 rooms would suffice. The remaining 8 families opted for the large dormitory, only paying for their designated bed spaces. The kind-hearted owner did not charge for children, even exempting the older boys from half-price fees, saving each family a significant amount. "Sir, we have mules and cattle," the proprietor mentioned. He immediately called for a young attendant to escort them to the animal pen at the back of the inn. Su Yin slipped the attendant some silver coins, instructing him to provide the mules and cattle with fodder and water. Su Mu and Su Baozhu began unloading their belongings into the room, while their second uncle summoned 2 older cousins, Yang Hua and Yang Lin, to assist. With their help, Su Yin and her companions found the task considerably easier. Before departing, Su Yin discreetly handed each of them a large meat bun, which she had initially intended to keep for herself. Upon returning to the room, Su Yin summoned the young attendant. "Please bring us a bucket of hot water." "Would you prefer a small bucket or a large bathing tub?" the attendant inquired. "What are the costs?" "A small bucket of hot water is 10 won, while the large tub costs 1 silver coin." Upon hearing the prices, Su Baozhu and Su Mu gasped in shock. 1 silver coin could buy 4 or 5 meat buns, which was quite a luxury. Noticing their astonishment, the attendant calmly explained, "Water is currently in short supply, and we must purchase it. Not to mention the rising costs of firewood, so the prices are somewhat elevated." Su Mu promptly stated, "We'll take the small bucket." Being farmers, they were not accustomed to such luxuries. Even 10 won for a bucket of water felt extravagant. However, Su Yin was not inclined to scrimp in this regard. Having secured lodging, she believed in the importance of comfort after a day of labor. "Let us have a large bucket, please," she insisted. She handed over the silver coin for the hot water. Su Mu attempted to protest, but the clever attendant swiftly departed, leaving no room for her objections. With narrowed eyes, Su Mu looked disapprovingly at her daughter. "Yin, we will require money for other necessities. We must be frugal. 1 silver coin can purchase so many things." "Do not worry, mother, I have money," Su Yin replied, producing a gleaming gold ingot from her bundle and presenting it to her mother. Su Mu and Su Baozhu's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the golden treasure. Su Baozhu had assumed Su Yin's previous mention of wealth referred to the silver coins left over from their purchases after finding money in the cave. She never anticipated it to be a gold ingot. Before they could utter a word, Su Yin placed her finger over her lips, signaling for silence with a shushing gesture. The two exchanged knowing nods, but Su Baozhu could no longer contain her curiosity and whispered, "Yin, where did this come from? Do you remember our previous foray to investigate that group of people? We found it there." Both of them suddenly understood. "Did your uncle find any?" Su Mu expressed concern for her brother's fortunes. Su Yin nodded, "No gold, but there are other things." "What about Yang the butcher?" Su Yin affirmed with another nod. Satisfied with their curiosity, they ceased to inquire further. Neither Su Baozhu nor Su Mu had ever touched gold, and they took turns admiring the gleaming ingot, their faces alight with curiosity and excitement. Su Baozhu even bit down on the gold ingot, noticing the indentations left by her teeth, and laughed foolishly, "It's real." Su Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Once they had admired it enough, Su Mu hurriedly tucked the gold ingot back into her embrace. "You must keep this safe. Do not speak of it to anyone else, understand?" This admonition was directed not only at Su Yin but also served as a reminder to Su Baozhu. "I understand," came the reply. Su Mu nodded with satisfaction, then shifted the conversation. "That you possess money now, you must not spend it extravagantly. The days ahead are long, and there will be many occasions where money will be needed. We should save where we can. Never spend a single coin on hot water. That would be a terrible waste." Even with the newfound wealth, Su Mu's frugal nature remained unchanged. Su Yin understood her mother's mindset. The the older generation was accustomed to thriftiness, making it difficult to alter their ways. This was why, during their time in Blue Star, one often witnessed sons, who were billionaires, hauling scrap for their mothers in luxury cars. Mother, I understand. That's good to hear. Outside the door, the voice of the innkeeper echoed, Guest, the water is ready. Su Yin organized their belongings and Su Baozhu then opened the door. Two young attendants carried in a large wooden tub, which made the already cramped room feel even more confined. Chapter 46. Keeping Watch. As bucket after bucket of hot water was poured into the tub, the temperature in the room rose. Once the tub was nearly full, the attendants swiftly exited, kindly shutting the door behind them. Mother, you go wash first, Su Yin suggested. Sumu refused, recalling the girl's earlier remark about wanting a large tub first. She suspected that the girl might even desire a second or third tub, and she would never agree to that. You should wash quickly. I believe I am still clean and don't need it. Sumu spoke with a serious tone, though it was nonsense. Su Yin wanted to say, Mother, you smell sour. She glanced at her younger aunt. Su Baozhu waved her hands repeatedly. You go first. You're younger. You should go first. Unable to resist the insistence of the two, Su Yin acquiesced. After shedding her garments and giving her body a brief rinse with a small basin of water, she finally immersed herself in the tub. The hot water enveloped her, opening every pore, and she felt an exceptional comfort wash over her. The fatigue from days of travel melted away in that moment. In the Yong dynasty, bathing was done using soap or soapberry to cleanse the body and hair. The effects were decent. Although it lacked fragrance, it bore the essence of the plant. Washing from head to toe, Su Yin felt as if she had shed a couple of pounds, especially her hair. She donned a clean outfit free of patches, as she needed to procure supplies the following day and sell the items from the tiger. Whether in her past life or in the Yong dynasty, she adhered to the principle of respecting clothing from afar while honoring people up close. Sumu gazed at her refreshed daughter, momentarily speechless. Oh my, after tidying up. My daughter is truly beautiful, Sumu remarked with a smile. Mother, after you tidy up, you are even more beautiful than I. I am far too old for such things. It is unnecessary. Sumu gently pushed her away. You go out and get something to eat. But don't order anything too expensive, all right? Understood. The next moment saw Sumu and Su Baozhu take turns washing up. Su Yin ventured to the main hall and ordered 3 bowls of noodles. The attendant first brought out 1 bowl, and Su Yin began to eat alone. By now, the sky had completely darkened outside, and the attendant retrieved the sign from the door, preparing to close. In ancient times, curfew was indeed early. Ordinary folk had little entertainment, so nighttime activities were scarce, especially for children. Su Yin ordered a bowl of chicken broth vegetarian noodles. The noodles were hand-pulled, simmered in a broth made from chicken, drizzled with a touch of soy sauce and garnished with scallions, resulting in a fragrant bowl of chicken broth vegetarian noodles. The chicken broth provided a delicious base, and the hand-pulled noodles were firm and flavorful, making for a delightful dish. After finishing 1 bowl, Su Baozhu exited first, just as the attendant brought in the second bowl of chicken broth vegetarian noodles. One after another, residents of Xinghua village appeared to order food, mostly steamed buns. It was rare to see anyone ordering dishes, let alone noodles. Finally, Sumu came downstairs and spotted the chicken broth vegetarian noodles being served, giving her daughter a disapproving glare for spending so freely. Su Yin looked at her with an innocent expression. She had been quite obedient, opting only for a bowl of slightly more substantial vegetarian noodles. Next time, just order vegetarian noodles. Your mother prefers them. No more chicken broth vegetarian noodles. Su Yin understood her mother's concerns about money. Mother, replenishing your strength is essential for a longer journey. We cannot compromise our health just to save a little. Su Baozhu nodded in agreement. Sister-in-law is right. The road ahead is long. If we have the opportunity to nourish our bodies now, we can endure better. If we falter halfway, no amount of silver can compensate for our health. Unable to argue against the 2 younger ones, Sumu fell silent, allowing them to have their way as she lowered her head to eat her noodles. After their evening meal, Su Yin and Sumu made their way to the communal sleeping area where her eldest uncle and his 2 elder cousins, along with her second uncle and the 4 families, could all share a large sleeping area. Her youngest uncle, along with Su Nyangzi, Yang Dashu, and the families from the first and second houses, shared another large sleeping area. The 2 communal spaces were all occupied by family, which made things much more convenient. Su Yin sought out her youngest uncle to discuss the items for purchase the next day. She still had a tiger skin in her possession, which she intended to sell for some silver. Tiger skins were rare and highly coveted by the affluent, but for them, it was not yet time to indulge in pleasures. After inquiring about the approximate prices of tiger skins, she sought out the owner of a shoe shop for information on stores that purchased mountain goods. Having completed all her inquiries, she finally returned to her room. In the modest room, Su Mu and Su Baozhu had already prepared a sleeping area for three. They had brought along straw mats and bedding, easily laid out on the ground for sleeping. It was summer, so there were not many formalities to observe. Mother and Baozhu can take the bed, I can sleep on the floor. Su Baozhu shook her head, no need. Sister-in-law and Enin can have the bed. I'll take the floor. You two young ones needn't quarrel. I'll take the floor. You both sleep in the bed. It's settled. Su Mu made a firm decision, but Su Yin disagreed. In the end, Su Baozhu suggested a game of rock-paper-scissors to determine their sleeping arrangement, resulting in Su Baozhu and Su Mu taking the bed while Su Yin slept on the floor. Seeing that her mother still had more to say, Su Yin promptly lay down on the floor, denying her the opportunity. Outside the city gates, the village head and the 22 households that remained had finalized the number of night watchmen. To prevent any unexpected incidents, the 22 households remained together, with the elderly, women, and children sleeping in the center, each guarding their belongings, while the men slept on the outskirts. The men were divided into two shifts, with a dozen or so watching during the first half of the night and 20 or so during the latter half. The men keeping watch gathered around a campfire, speaking softly among themselves while the surroundings remained tranquil, occasionally interrupted by the chirping of insects. If only I had known. I would have entered the city with Yang Dashan and the others. Today, at the behest of the village chief, none of the families prepared an evening meal. The reason was simple. Once food was brought out, the refugees waiting outside would swarm, begging for alms. If you refused to give, they would not leave. Merely standing a short distance away, staring intently at you, a shout would cause them to take a step back, only to return again. In such an environment, no household dared to prepare food, fearing they might become the next victim, like Wang Dajiang. A group of people, having journeyed for an entire day, settled for a meager meal of dry cakes accompanied by water. Gurgle. The sound of a stomach rumbling broke the silence, soon followed by a second and then a third. They longed for a satisfying drink, but there was not enough water to go around, forcing them to endure their thirst. Do you think they are feasting and indulging in the city? Someone ventured, attempting to divert attention to stave off hunger. Not at all. At most, they can enjoy a comfortable night's sleep and a proper wash. That is already a luxury in itself. Such comfort is bought with money, and if you had that money, you would surely enjoy it as well. A few men engaged in aimless conversation while, in the distance, a group lay in wait, keenly observing the situation at the city gate. Third Master, I observed during the day that those here are all impoverished souls. The slightly better off are the ones arriving in the evening. Chapter 47. A fright at the city gate. They are over there. A man pointed towards clusters of flickering flames in the distance. How many are there? Approximately over 200, but a few households entered the city early. The rest remain there. The Third Master scoffed. The wealthy have fled into the city. Those outside are nothing but scraps. Third Master, how can we fathom their intentions? One naive man asked. The Third Master turned to another man. How prepared are our people inside? The ones meeting us will signal at the city gate. Understood. Once we see the signal, we will act. First, let us deal with these grasshoppers outside before entering the city. As darkness enveloped the night and the wind howled, a group of 20 or so gathered around several campfires, some resting their chins in their hands, slipping into slumber, while others squinted drowsily. Soon, a light flickered on at the city gate. Seeing this, the men in the woods sprang into action, covering their faces and drawing long knives from their waists, their eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam in the firelight. Go! A group surged from the woods, racing towards the camp located in Xinghua village. Yang Lu, a light sleeper, was on watch during the latter half of the night. While his companions succumbed to sleep, he remained restless, unable to calm his mind enough to close his eyes. Suddenly, he heard rustling sounds approaching. He lifted his head to the left and saw a swarm of dark figures advancing toward them. Yang Lu instantly snapped awake, his pupils dilating as he shouted, "Robbery! They're here to rob us!" His cry roused the night watchmen and the slumbering villagers. The men stationed outside swiftly seized their weapons, aiming at the sudden intruders. Third Master, give the order for a swift resolution. The vicious assailants paid no heed to the villagers of Xinghua, dismissing them entirely. The two sides clashed, and the air filled with chilling screams as casualties mounted. The refugees huddled at the foot of the city gate heard the commotion. Some merely glanced before shutting their eyes again, adopting an indifferent attitude. Others crept closer, hoping to take advantage, but upon witnessing the horrific scene, they fled in terror. People are dying. People are dying. The men of Xinghua village fought valiantly, yet, despite their courage, they found themselves outmatched against the merciless bandits. The attackers broke through, advancing toward the elderly, women, and children. The old folks desperately grabbed makeshift weapons like poles and hoes to resist. With a sickening sound, a sharp knife pierced through Old Man Yang's chest, and he fell to the ground. "My dear father!" Their anguished cries were swallowed by the chaos of the fight. Young Lijing shouted to the elderly, women, and children, "Run! You must flee!" He called out repeatedly. The women hoisted their children onto their backs, grabbing whatever meager belongings they could carry, fleeing deeper into the woods. The men continued to battle, fighting for the lives of their wives and children. The Third Master was astonished by how long the villagers could withstand the onslaught. Yang Lijing noticed the city gate of Yongqing slowly opening. Just as he hoped for the arrival of the city guards to save them, he realized no one was coming. And a chilling thought struck him: the true target of these bandits was not them. Seeing the women and children escape into the forest, Yang Lijing urged the remaining men, "Go, quickly." They were on the brink of collapse, yet for the sake of their wives and children, they gritted their teeth and held on. Many bore numerous wounds, sustaining themselves on sheer willpower. Yang Lijing commanded, "Men, fight while retreating." Once they entered the woods, the bandits halted their pursuit. "Do not chase," the Third Master ordered. He instructed his underlings, "Leave a few here to clean up. The rest, follow me into the city." The group retreated swiftly towards Yongqing County. The refugees who had previously gathered at the city gate, sensing the shift, had already fled in fear, unwilling to show their faces. At the Fortune Inn, within a dark room, a man suddenly sat up from the floor, moved to the window, and peered outside. The room was on the first floor, obscuring his view, but he could faintly hear unusual noises. Su Yin promptly exited the courtyard, using the clutter in the yard to climb up to the rooftop. The rooftop offered a sweeping view, revealing the entirety of Yongqing County. To the south and west, flames danced across the sky, and the sounds of violence echoed from those directions. "This is bad. Something grave has happened." Su Yin descended from the rooftop and hurried back to her room to awaken her mother and sister. Both stirred groggily. "Yin, what is it?" Su Baozhu inquired. "Something has happened," Su Yin replied. "What?" Instantly, both women were alert. "What has transpired?" her mother asked anxiously. "A group has invaded the city, committing arson and robbery, and they will soon reach us. You two need to gather your valuables and hide them. If you can't, just leave them. I will go find Uncle and the others." After giving her instructions, Su Yin hurriedly departed. The loud banging on the door startled the occupants awake. Many opened their eyes in confusion. "Who is knocking at this hour? It's so noisy. Are we not allowed to sleep?" "Uncle Dashu, Uncle Yang." Upon hearing her voice, those in the adjoining rooms ceased their complaints. "It's Su Yin. Has something happened to her?" The brothers Yang Dashan, Yang Dachuan, and Yang Dai hurriedly donned their clothes, opening their doors simultaneously. "Yin, what has happened?" Yang Dashan asked urgently. "Something serious has occurred in the city." "What?" The three men appeared bewildered. "A group has invaded, burning and looting. They are currently in the south and west of the city, and they will soon spread to our area." The southern and western parts of the city housed the wealthy, while the eastern and northern areas were predominantly occupied by the common folk. It was inevitable that the marauders would first target the affluent before reaching the poorer districts. The three men exchanged wide-eyed glances, overtaken by shock. Su Yin did not afford them much time to digest the situation. She promptly instructed everyone to rise and gather their valuables, urging them to disregard everything else for the moment. "I will seek out the proprietor. You must awaken the other guests in the inn." The group dispersed hastily. Yang Dashan and Yang Dachuan returned to the dormitory to inform the others of the unfolding crisis. "Brother Dashan, is what you say truly the case?" one inquired. "What Yin has said cannot be mistaken. There is no time to lose. We must act swiftly." Panic-stricken, everyone scrambled to their feet, the drowsiness swiftly dispelled. The neighboring dormitory was in a similar state of disarray as a throng of people hurriedly donned their attire. Chapter 48. Trouble Within the City. Yang Dae rushed to the adjacent dormitory, knocking loudly on the door to rouse those within. What is all this racket in the middle of the night? A voice grumbled from behind the door. Ignoring the unfriendly tone, Yang Dae, with a serious demeanor and rapid speech, announced, "A band of marauders is wreaking havoc in the city, and they will soon arrive here." "You're talking nonsense. Such a thing cannot possibly occur," the skeptic retorted. However, another man, stepping outside, glanced skyward towards the southern and western parts of the city, where flames flickered ominously, accompanied by distant sounds that tightened his chest and turned his expression to one of dread. "He speaks the truth." The irate man turned to follow the other's gaze, and upon seeing the flames, his spirit fled. Damn it. Yang Dae did not linger and proceeded to the next room. Meanwhile, Su Yin found the proprietor's residence located at the back of the inn. She scaled the wall and knocked on the main door. A light flickered on inside. "Who is it?" "It's the innkeeper. There is a grave situation in the city. Come out immediately." The innkeeper, recognizing Su Yin's voice, hurriedly donned his clothes, his expression wary as he regarded the unexpected visitor. Soon, he noticed the commotion in the front courtyard. "Look over there." Su Yin gestured toward the southern and western parts of the city, where the flames grew ever brighter, revealing the ferocity of the chaos and the increasing number of those affected. The innkeeper, being well informed, gazed at the illuminated sky with a heavy heart. He pondered the inexplicable emergence of a violent group in the city, currently located in the south and west, but certain to spread to the east and north before long. "We must prepare ourselves without delay." Observing Su Yin's composure amidst the turmoil, the innkeeper recognized her potential for greatness, despite her tender age. Though he lacked prowess, he had a keen eye for character. "Child, what do you propose we do?" "Gather everyone in the inn to unite against the marauders. That is our only chance of survival." "Very well. I will require some supplies from you to defend against these brigands." "Agreed." Innkeeper, hasten to summon all the staff to gather in the front courtyard. "Understood." Su Yin exited the back of the inn through the main door. Oil lamps flickered to life within the inn, and all assembled in the courtyard, their faces etched with fear and anxiety. Upon seeing Su Yin, Yang the butcher felt a surge of reassurance and instinctively asked, "What should we do now, Su girl?" Before Su Yin could respond, old lady Zhang interjected with a wail. "Oh dear, what calamity have we brought upon ourselves? After spending all this money to come to the city, we've become lambs to the slaughter. Had we remained outside, we would not be in this predicament. What shall we do now?" Old lady Zhang's lamentations rendered Yang Dashan's expression grim. Noticing her father's distress, Yang Shuixian rushed to grasp her mother's arm. "Mother, now is not the time for tears. Let us first hear what our cousin has to say." "What can that little girl possibly suggest?" Old lady Zhang retorted, discontented. Old man Zhang, noticing the anxious expressions of the villagers, quickly admonished his wife, "Be quiet. What are you shouting about at a time like this? Let us first hear what Su girl has to say. She has many clever ideas and may come up with a good plan. Do not create more chaos." "Mother, please be silent for a moment," Zhang Liangtian added, urging her. Despite her reluctance, old lady Zhang ceased her complaints, granting Su Yin the opportunity to speak. "Our only option now is to unite everyone and resist the marauders together. If we can protect the inn, we will safeguard both our possessions and our lives." A traveler voiced their concern. "With just us, can we truly withstand those ruthless brigands?" Another chimed in. "It would be wiser to find a place to hide before they arrive." Yang the butcher countered. "Hide? Where do you propose to go?" "When they come, they will certainly search. If they find you, it will be your end. It is better to stand against them, as Su girl suggests." The previously irate traveler piped up. "Why don't we take this opportunity to escape through the city gates?" This suggestion garnered considerable agreement, as many were tempted by the notion. Su Yin's words shattered their unrealistic hopes. "You are being overly optimistic. This band of brigands is not merely reckless, they are cunning and calculated. The city gates are heavily guarded. It is impossible for you to escape so easily. If you attempt to leave, you are essentially walking into a trap." Her reasoning dissuaded many, though a few remained skeptical, unable to fully trust Su Yin's assertions. This was understandable, as they had not interacted with her before. Seeing merely a girl of 14 or 15 years, they found it hard to place faith in her words. "This is all mere conjecture. If you intend to stay and fight the brigands, I am leaving," declared a scholarly youth. The fiery traveler followed suit. I want to stick around for this child's play. One by one, travelers began to vacate the inn, preparing to flee the city. Young Dashu wished to intervene, but the departing individuals paid him no heed, instead mocking him. Dashu, let them go. If they wish to leave, let them, young Dachuan urged. While some travelers departed, others, accompanied by women and children, remained behind. Su Yin addressed those who stayed. The situation outside is chaotic. You cannot predict when you will encounter the marauders. These ruthless individuals will not spare anyone. We are situated in the eastern part of the city, within an inn. The marauders come seeking wealth, with inns and brothels as their primary targets. The number of them reaching us will likely be limited. Therefore, if we can withstand them, we all have a chance to survive and protect our belongings. Her words instilled a glimmer of confidence among the anxious crowd. Whether we can withstand the marauders now depends on our ability to work together. The innkeeper was the first to voice his agreement. Child, whatever you ask of us, we shall comply without hesitation. Indeed, speak your mind, we will follow your lead. Yang the butcher echoed. Please, tell us what to do, they urged. Su Yin looked to the innkeeper. Do you have ample oil in the store? We have a large jar recently purchased. And soybeans? Yes. Su Yin listed the items she required, most of which were readily available in the store. She began to direct. You few, block the front and back doors with anything that can serve as a barrier. You others, fill small bamboo tubes with the oil. Chapter 49, Resistance. Each individual has received their assigned task, and everyone has sprung into action. Even the young children are lending a hand. The city has awakened not only its own residents, but also others who are devising ways to fend off the marauders. Some kneel in prayer, others tremble beneath their blankets, while some begin to conceal their wealth and loved ones. Amidst this flurry of activity, Su Yin ascends the rooftop once more, scanning the horizon for any signs of danger. A line of flames approaches from the east of the city. She recalls that there is an inn and a foot shop along that street. With the inn situated at a prime intersection of two main thoroughfares, while the foot shop lies slightly further back. It is inevitable that the bandits will first target the inn before moving on to the other valuable establishments. Their own foot shop, being at the far end of the eastern street, affords them a moment to prepare. Su Yin shouts a warning to those bustling in the courtyard, alerting them that a group of bandits is advancing. What? The crowd gasps, hastening their efforts. The able-bodied men have already barricaded the entrance with furniture and stones, preparing their concealed weapons. The women, children, and elderly have gathered their supplies. Su Yin leaps from the rooftop, organizing the personnel, one group to guard the courtyard wall, another for the front and back doors, and teams stationed on both the front and back rooftops, ensuring that each position is manned by someone from Xinghua village for effective implementation. She cannot guarantee that unfamiliar travelers will follow orders in a crisis, but having familiar faces leading the way will be far more reassuring. All are ready, and as the chilling cries and wails from outside penetrate their ears, tension mounts. Many clutch their makeshift weapons tightly, with beads of cold sweat forming on some foreheads. No! Help! Is anyone there to save us? My lord! The heart-wrenching cries strike a chord with everyone. Following the screams comes the cacophony of destruction, accompanied by bursts of fire. These marauders not only kill and plunder, but also seek to raze the city to the ground, wantonly wreaking havoc. The street has been nearly washed in blood, and the air is thick with the metallic scent of carnage. They're here. This declaration tightens the nerves of everyone in the courtyard, each person steeling themselves, their eyes reflecting fear, anxiety, or anger. Su Yin, lying on the rooftop, clearly sees a group of 10 men, each burdened with loot, their faces smeared with blood, and knives dripping with fresh gore. These men are driven to a frenzy by bloodlust. This foot shop is the last one. Once we ransack it, we can move on to the alleys behind it. This foot shop is filled with nothing but penniless wretches. Alas, we have such ill fortune to be assigned to the eastern street. If only we were on the western street, it would be a delight. I've heard the women at the Xiang Pavilion are all soft and delicate. Enough. Talking only stirs my anger. The leader among them commands, you two, kick open the door. 2 henchmen step forward and, with a powerful kick aimed at the door, are met with an unexpected resistance, eliciting piercing screams from them. My leg. Blood pours from their feet as nails embedded in the door pierce through. My foot. They collapse, clutching their injured legs. In the pitch darkness of night, they had unwittingly kicked a door rigged with nails, and the bandit screams bring a moment of joy to those inside. 2 enemies incapacitated means a significant reduction in the threat they pose. The foot shop is fortified. The leader scoffs, so what if it is? Wealthy households fortify themselves as well, yet they still fall to us. Unfazed, he shouts to those within, listen well, those inside. If you are wise, open the door willingly. We are merely after your wealth and will not trouble you if you comply. However, should you choose to resist, once we breach your defenses, no one will be spared. You have a moment to consider. Once the time is up, do not expect mercy. After issuing his orders, he quietly instructs 2 of his men to depart. Observing this, those on the rooftop grow anxious. Are they going to fetch reinforcements? One murmurs. Regardless of whether they do, we must act, Su Yin asserts. The time they claim to deliberate is merely a ruse to buy time. Agreed. Following Su Yin's directive, her uncle Yang Dachuan and several others retrieve the oil bamboo tubes they had prepared earlier, dousing the marauders at the entrance. Those stationed on the rooftop are skilled archers, possessing a proficiency that exceeds that of the average individual, making them well suited for their positions. The marauders, caught off guard, are drenched. What is this? One exclaims, wiping his face and sniffing the air. The leader's expression shifts as he detects the scent. Not good. Run. But before he can finish his warning, Yang Dachuan and Yang Dai unleash their flaming arrows towards the bandits. The flames ignite upon contact with the oil, engulfing them in fire. Help! The mountain bandits instinctively rush to extinguish the flames, only to realize too late that they themselves are soaked in oil. As Yang Dachuan prepares to shoot his second arrow, he watches as the bandits inadvertently set themselves ablaze. How considerate of them, he muses. Su Yin, keenly observing the leader's movements, sees him attempting to flee. Uncle, don't let that one escape. Both men draw their bows, aiming at the frantic leader. With a swift release, one arrow flies past him, prompting him to dodge right, narrowly avoiding it. But as if predicted, a second arrow follows closely, striking true. He staggers, gritting his teeth against the pain, yet continues to charge forward, only to be pierced by a third arrow, which pierces his heart and sends him crashing to the ground. The 2 bandits who had ventured out return carrying firewood, their expressions shifting from confusion to horror as they behold their charred comrades and the bloodied leader. They drop their wood and flee, but it is already too late. 2 arrows simultaneously find their marks, piercing their hearts. They attempt to move forward, but a second and third arrow swiftly follow, ensuring their demise. Chapter 50. Collusion between officials and bandits. After dispatching this small contingent, Yang Dachuan returns to the courtyard to report on the situation, primarily to reassure the others. What is the situation? The foot shop owner inquires anxiously. The group of 10 that charged at us has been completely eliminated. A moment of silence hangs in the courtyard before it erupts into cheers. Is it true? Does that mean we are safe? They were defeated so easily. Travelers murmur in disbelief. To ordinary folk, mountain bandits are fearsome adversaries, and the ease with which they have been dispatched raises eyebrows, provoking questions about why the authorities have been unable to eliminate these brigands. This reflects the subconscious recognition of the common folk. Yang Dachuan chuckled and remarked, bandits are still human, how can they be invincible? As long as they are human, they can be slain. These individuals are not exceptionally skilled. They are no match for trained soldiers. A woman cautiously inquired, are we safe now? Yang Dachuan's expression faltered, and he shook his head in response. For now, we are temporarily safe. If no one else approaches, we shall indeed be safe. However, if the bandits continue to send reinforcements, we will have to fight a hard battle. Upon hearing his words, the courtyard fell silent, the expressions of joy replaced by gravity. Some individuals could not help but clasp their hands together, praying fervently to the heavens. Until the bandits depart, everyone must remain vigilant. After speaking, Yang Dachuan climbed back onto the roof. On the rooftop, 4 or 5 individuals sat, some gazing into the distance, listening intently to the sounds of galloping hooves and the clamor of battle. It seemed the soldiers had begun their counterattack. Everyone perked up their ears, and indeed, they could hear the distant sounds of hooves and fighting, growing ever closer. The city guards were retaliating. The group erupted with joy. Su Yin withdrew her gaze, her eyes falling upon several bulging packages at the entrance, then glanced once more into the distance. It would not be long before the soldiers arrived, soon. Those items on the ground would be taken away, becoming their spoils. Second uncle, I'll go down for a moment. Yang Dachuan was taken aback. What are you going down for? Su Yin pointed toward the packages near the corpses, and Yang Dachuan understood her intent, cautioning her to be careful. All right. Su Yin approached the edge, found her footing, and jumped down. Those on the rooftop noted her action with surprise. How did she descend? As soon as the thought crossed their minds, they saw her moving towards the packages, and they understood her motive. Without inspecting the contents, Su Yin picked one up and tossed it to the individuals above. Yang Dachuan caught it steadily, and the others followed suit. After completing the task, Su Yin did not rush to return. Uncle, you all keep watch up there. I'm going to take a look outside. Yin, don't go. Yang Dachuan intervened, but he could only watch as she descended. The two men exchanged helpless glances, shaking their heads. This girl was determined, and they could not rein her in. As she traversed the East Street, chaos reigned. All the shop doors had been violently kicked open, and nearly everything inside had been looted by the bandits, leaving behind lifeless bodies and a pervasive stench of blood. Upon reaching the intersection of East Street and West Street, Su Yin spotted a group ahead and quickly ducked behind a wall. Two squads converged at the intersection, and their conversation was unusually clear in the stillness of the night. We've taken everything we need. It should be sufficient. All right, you all hurry and leave. Understood. By the way, has the wealth of the Wan family been moved? Don't mention it. That fellow had less money than Li Yuanwei. We interrogated his household, and they said that Fat One's riches are not kept here. What about him? Before our men rushed into the mansion, that cunning fellow escaped through a secret passage. Give me another hour, and my men will surely capture that fat pig. No rush. Today's haul will temporarily alleviate our lord's troubles. As for that fat one, we'll deal with him once he shows himself. You all can withdraw for now. Understood. The two factions hurriedly parted ways. Su Yin stole a glance. Even in the dark of night, she could distinctly discern that the two groups were not from the same organization. One was affiliated with the government, while the other belonged to the bandits, yet they were currently entangled together. The plundering of Yongqing County today was no accident. It was a trap they had laid. Observing the devastated Yongqing County, a wave of sorrow surged within Su Yin, mourning for the common people living in this dark era. From Dongtu County to Yongqing County, the officials were not truly official, and the citizens lacked semblance of common folk. The Great Yang dynasty had become utterly decayed. Though she did not know when this dynasty would collapse, she firmly believed that it would not be long before someone would rise to overthrow this dark and rotten regime. Su Yin did not venture further. Just as she turned back, a pair of hands suddenly reached out from the ground, gripping her ankle. Instinctively, she kicked at the person beneath her, her foot striking something soft, eliciting a muffled groan. Looking down, she saw a chubby face peeking out from beneath a tattered bamboo basket. The man was bloodied, straining to open his eyes, yet the excess flesh on his face obscured them. Su Yin noted his considerable girth, but her attention was soon drawn to the 5 sparkling rings adorning his fingers. Each finger bore a ring, some made of agate, others inlaid with gold and jade, and some crafted from ivory, each exuding significant worth. Observing the man's garments, she noted they were of fine silk. "Miss, please save me," the fat man pleaded, gasping for breath. Su Yin contemplated silently. The man, sensing her hesitation, quickly added, "I can offer you money. If you rescue me, I'll give you 100 taels." Su Yin crouched down, and the fat man's heart leapt with hope. In the next moment, she began to pry his pudgy hand off her skirt. "Not for less than 500 taels." The fat man hastily raised his offer. "Will 500 taels suffice to purchase what you have?" When the fat man realized there was potential for negotiation, he quickly countered. "If you save me and help me leave the city safely, I will grant you 1,000 taels. 1,000 taels, an amount that could not be exaggerated. It would take an ordinary person several lifetimes to earn. 50,000. Su Yin casually proposed. The fat man's face twitched, evidently unprepared for such a high demand. Does she even realize how much 50,000 taels is? Agreed, I'll take you with me. If you refuse, you may seek out someone else. But I imagine you wouldn't wish to be found by those people, Su Yin implied. Rescuing him bore considerable risk for 1,000 taels. It was not worth the trouble. However, for over 10,000, it might be worth her while. As for whether he would comply, that was up to him. Business is all about mutual consent. The fat man's flesh quivered at her words. Chapter 51, Retreat. To dare emerge at this time. Facing him without a hint of fear, this composed young lady was clearly no ordinary person. All right, 5,000 it is, Wan Sand gritted his teeth. Su Yin detected his reluctance and smiled, saying, if you think of it this way, your life is worth 5,000 taels. Doesn't tea that make you feel a bit better? Wan Sanye's face twitched again. When considered from this perspective, it indeed seemed reasonable. Isn't it particularly comfortable lying on the ground? Su Yin's voice was soft. Wan San paused, then with considerable effort, began to rise from the ground, grumbling. 5,000 taels isn't worth you helping me up? 5,000 taels is for helping you leave Yongqing County. Assisting you is an additional charge. Wan San. Let us go. This place is not suitable for lingering. Su Yin surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one was near before leading him away. After walking a short distance, she noticed the heavy sound of his breathing fading behind her. She halted, turned, and observed his blood-soaked leg limping along. Su Yin retraced her steps, lifting one of her arms to assist the other as they made their way to the far end of East Street. Halfway through their journey, Su Yin abruptly turned a corner, guiding him into a rouge shop and shoving him behind the counter, while she herself leapt onto the rafters. Before long, a group of people arrived, casting a hurried glance before hastily departing. Once they had gone, Su Yin descended from the beams and pulled the pale-faced Mr. Wan out. Observing the silk garments draping his form and the ring adorning his finger, Su Yin declared, "You must change your attire and remove that ring." "Where am I to find clothes?" he replied, glancing at the male corpse lying on the ground. Mr. Wan followed her gaze, his expression shifting slightly. "This man's build does not match mine, and that clothing. Make do with it for now. It is summer, a little exposure will not matter." Mr. Wan hesitated for merely 2 seconds before stripping the garments from the corpse and shedding his own silks to don the other's attire. "Do not discard your clothes. Take them with you, they may prove useful later." Su Yin gestured to the ground, smudging her face with soot. "Do not let anyone discern your identity." She could not guarantee that anyone in the shop would recognize Mr. Wan. This man was likely the fat one spoken of by the gang, a tremendously wealthy merchant, and one whose fortune would certainly draw their attention. They would not spare him. Should he reveal himself, he would be in peril. With this man at her side, she felt a measure of assurance. She stepped behind the counter to rummage through the drawers. Once Mr. Wan had changed, smearing dirt on his face, he noted her calm demeanor as she selected powders and cosmetics, and he couldn't help but admire her composure. He did not rush her. The rouge shop was well stocked, though it lacked certain items, or rather, items not available in this era. In the back storeroom, Su Yin searched through the clutter and found several raw materials, gathering them before her departure. Just before leaving, she produced a small ingot of silver from her person, tucking it away in an inconspicuous corner beneath a ledger and other miscellaneous items. Mr. Wan regarded her actions with surprise, his gaze shifting towards her with a blend of admiration and respect. In such a moment, one could easily take without consequence, yet she chose to leave behind the silver. This act, perhaps deemed superfluous by some, spoke of integrity. Once outside the shop, the two proceeded cautiously, arriving at the foot shop where Su Yin instructed her uncle to fetch some rope. Handing the rope to Mr. Wan, she tied herself securely, saying, "Our people will hoist you up." "And you?" he asked. With a sudden burst of speed, Su Yin propelled herself upward, swiftly scaling the wall to reach the rooftop. Mr. Wan's mouth fell open in surprise, but he prudently closed it, silently securing himself. The individuals atop the roof exerted great effort to pull him up, and with the assistance of others, they descended from the roof. All eyes fell upon Mr. Wan, naturally drawn to the blood staining his garments. "Yin, who is this?" inquired Yang Dashin. "He is the proprietor of the apothecary on West Street. His family fell victim to the tragedy, and by a stroke of fortune, he escaped. The streets are teeming with bandits, and should they encounter him, he would surely perish. Hence, I brought him back." Mr. Wan, tears streaming down his face, recounted his tragic ordeal, his voice choked with emotion, and the courtyard's inhabitants were moved by his sorrow, many women discreetly wiping away tears. His words contained a mix of truth and fabrication. Su Yin was indifferent, as long as he could provide the funds. With a purse containing 50,000 taels of silver, one could not claim immense wealth in the Great Yang dynasty, but it would certainly afford a modest fortune. Su Yin exchanged a glance with Su Baozhu, who understood the signal and approached, saying, "You have injuries, allow me to tend to them first." Mr. Wan, catching Su Yin's cue, obediently followed Su Baozhu away. Inquiries arose about the current situation outside. Su Yin recounted what she knew, deliberately omitting any mention of collusion between officials and bandits. She was acutely aware of what to disclose and what to withhold. So, the bandits have begun to retreat? I perceive signs of that, she replied, leaving her statement incomplete. If they truly have retreated, then we are safe. The individual dismissed any other possibility, choosing to focus solely on the optimistic outlook. Most in the courtyard shared this sentiment, hoping for the best and leaving the worst to be dealt with when it arose. Su Yin climbed back onto the rooftop to assess the situation outside. Although the height offered a good vantage point, it did not allow her to survey the entire city. She could only gauge the situation through the flickering flames. A serpentine trail of fire moved toward the city gate, and as it neared East Street, the sounds of hoofbeats and combat became discernible. The courtyard's occupants also heard it, each one silenced by fear, terrified that any noise might attract the bandits. They endured a tense wait, and after a stick of incense had burned, the sounds of battle faded away, along with the fiery spectacle. The courtyard fell into silence, with no one daring to speak. As they continued to wait, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the street, growing closer. Several constables, brandishing torches, called out into the street. The bandits have been driven away. Everyone must remain indoors and not venture outside. Report any suspicious individuals immediately. The constables repeated their warning thrice to ensure clarity. Once they departed, the tension in the footshop dissipated. They're gone. The bandits have fled. We are safe. Joyful relief washed over every face. A collective exhale of gratitude for having survived the ordeal. Following such an event, the adults dared not sleep, urging the elderly and children to rest instead. Chapter 52. The burden's ownership. Su Yin instructed Su Mu and Su Baozhu to rest while she remained vigilant outside, just in case. Su Baozhu and Su Mu insisted on keeping her company. Unable to sway them, Su Yin relented. Everyone waited, anticipating the dawn, yearning for the night to pass. With the crowing of roosters, darkness gradually receded, and the fiery sun rose in the east, casting its radiant light upon the earth, momentarily dispelling the shadows of night and malevolence. The previous night's harrowing events had left many citizens shaken to their core. Those who should have risen to prepare breakfast or open their shops were conspicuously absent, leaving the streets desolate. When the first individual emerged from their home, cautiously scanning the surroundings, they only relaxed their taut nerves once assured of safety, allowing their pent-up emotions to surface. Before long, the sound of mourning echoed throughout Youqing County. Many had perished the previous night, including merchants, common folk, and even beggars. Inside the footshop, the patrons moved aside the furniture, blocking the door as the proprietor swung it open, sunlight pouring in and illuminating the gathered crowd. We truly escaped a calamity, someone murmured softly. Many wept openly, their tears a mixture of relief and joy, celebrating their survival against the odds. Su Yin gathered the heads of the various families from Xinghua village to discuss subsequent plans. Given the recent upheaval in Youqing County, this place was ill-suited for trade or prolonged stay. Young the butcher and the others nodded in agreement. Let's all tidy up. We will depart Youqing County immediately. Understood. Plans to sell tiger skins and other goods in Youqing County were now dashed. Yang Fu expressed concern, uncertain of his father's well-being. The bandits' target was the affluent residents of the town. The three granduncles were not their primary objective, so they should be safe, Su Yin reassured. Of course. She did not voice her true thoughts. After tidying up, we promptly set out to meet them. Upon returning to the guest room, Master Wan's wounds had been bandaged, and the grime on his face had been washed away. Examining the plump figure before her, it was evident that he was quite overweight, exuding an air of prosperity. We were ready to depart from Youqing County at any moment. How do you plan to escort me out? Master Wan inquired. He added, if you take me out in plain view, the guards will certainly notice and keep a close watch on you. The authorities would not publicly issue a warrant, after all. Master Wan was not a wanted criminal, yet they could operate clandestinely. As a businessman who had navigated the marketplace and frequently interacted with officials, he was well aware of the corrupt nature of these bureaucrats. Rest assured, I have a plan, Su Yin replied, laying out the items she had retrieved from the Rouge shop the previous night. What is this? Master Wan seemed to grasp her intentions. Do not move. After a short while, as he gazed into the mirror at his grotesque reflection, he was utterly taken aback. He reached out to touch the long scar that traversed his face, a hideous mark resembling a centipede, coiling across his visage. Not to mention the pockmarked spots marring his skin. Previously, his visage, while not handsome, was tolerable. Now, staring at this face, he felt an urge to retch. The texture was incredibly realistic, yielding a fleshy, somewhat elastic quality, likely the gelatinous substance she had applied to his face. It was astonishingly lifelike. Master Wan couldn't help but marvel, never anticipating that this girl possessed such remarkable skills. Let us go. The duo exited the guest room. But before they could step into the main hall, they were met with a cacophony of arguments, one faction hailing from Xinghua village. What right do you have to take this? It was our people who acquired it, why should it be given to you? Without us, would you have been able to obtain it? Indeed, we are entitled to a share. The altercation grew increasingly heated, with some individuals rolling up their sleeves. The moment Su Yin appeared, the bickering ceased abruptly, and all eyes turned towards her and Master Wan. Upon glimpsing Master Wan's countenance, they quickly averted their gazes, unable to bear the sight. His face was so unattractive that it dampened the mood. The owner of the foot shop, upon seeing Su Yin, approached her as if she were a savior. Miss Su, you have finally arrived. What has transpired? The foot shop owner explained yesterday. The package you retrieved from outside has led to contention over its contents. Your people refuse to agree. The package belongs to you. How do you wish to resolve this? Young lady, while those packages are indeed what you recovered, had it not been for our collective efforts yesterday, you would not have had the chance to obtain them. Therefore, we are entitled to a share of their contents. The speaker was a middle-aged man, his eyes glinting with greed as they swept over the bulging packages. Turning to Su Yin, he wore a smile, but his tone was assertive. Other travelers chimed in indeed. We should also receive our share, you cannot monopolize it. Everyone present last night is entitled to a portion. The people from Xinghua village were not inclined to concede, particularly the three uncles. Young Dashan stood forward, imposing in stature. To the unacquainted, he could easily be mistaken for a butcher, though he was, in fact, a carpenter. Regardless of his identity, his mere presence was intimidating. You shameless individuals! Were it not for my niece, you would not even have seen the light of day today. You are ungrateful and seek to seize her belongings. The middle-aged man bristled with anger. How dare you speak to me like that? Am I not speaking the truth? A young man in a long robe scoffed, nonchalantly countering. The girl may have merits, but her safe return was also due to the proprietor's financial and physical contributions, along with everyone's combined efforts. Without that, could a mere few have driven away the threat? Do not claim all the credit for yourself, it is utterly shameless. Enraged, Yang the butcher charged forward. Intent on striking the young man, Su Yin quickly intervened. Uncle Yang, do not act impulsively. She restrained him. Yang the butcher's fierce gaze bore down on the young man, who cowered in fear, retreating several steps. What do you intend to do? A gentleman uses his words, not his fists. I am no gentleman, I am a butcher. Yang the butcher declared, mimicking a slicing motion with his hand, his expression menacing. The young man swallowed hard, shrinking back behind the middle-aged man, unwilling to confront them directly. The foot shop owner interjected, I will not claim any of the items from those packages. The items retrieved yesterday were solely to protect our own. Chapter 53. No compensation. The one we should be most grateful to for our safe escape is Miss Su. Without her swift devising of a strategy, we would not have made it out so easily. The foot shop owner's words softened the anger of the villagers from Xinghua. Yang Dai scoffed at the opposing faction. Learn from this, you bunch of ingrate wolves. The middle-aged man had not anticipated that the shop owner would refuse, but they would not relent. The proprietor's noble intentions did not imply that the treasures belonged solely to her. The items were collected by Miss Su herself. If you truly possess the ability, why did you not dare to venture out and gather them last night? Was it not because of the danger outside that you were afraid? Now you shamelessly come to demand a share. I have encountered shamelessness before, but never have I seen such a brazen display. The villagers from Xinghua stood their ground, particularly the elderly matriarch, Zheng, who furiously berated them as if they had robbed her of her wealth. As the tension escalated and both sides threatened to clash again, Su Yin quickly interjected. Allow me to speak. At her words, both factions fell silent. All of those packages were collected by me, and it is my prerogative to decide their fate. Su Yin instructed the owner to bring forth the packages, and before everyone, she unveiled their contents, ensuring all could see what lay within. The first package contained numerous pieces of jewelry, primarily silver adornments, along with a substantial number of copper coins. And the remainder consisted of textiles. In ancient times, textiles were often more valuable than currency, serving as a medium of exchange. This was also true in the Daong dynasty, where textiles held significant monetary worth. The second package was filled with valuable herbs such as ginseng. The third package revealed several silver notes, each worth 50 taels. Merely assessing their thickness, one could estimate around 2,000 taels in total. Upon opening this package, the onlookers in the hall widened their eyes, many displaying glints of greed. Especially the middle-aged man and the young man in the long robe, their breaths quickening, filled with regret for not having ventured out to gather the packages themselves the previous day. The fourth package also contained wealth, but after the previous one. The contents of this package seemed trivial in comparison. In total, there were 4 packages, and a rough estimate of their worth reached approximately 3,000 taels. The middle-aged man cleared his throat. These packages were indeed collected by you, Miss Su, and as for how much of the contents you wish to share with us, we shall raise no objections. Su Yin cast a glance at the other party, and their intentions were crystal clear to her. With 3,000 taels, even if she were to allocate a mere 2 or 3/10 to them, each individual would still receive dozens of taels. Dozens of taels, an immense fortune, especially considering it was money they would acquire without any effort. His insistence on this arrangement was a blatant attempt to ensure they would all receive at least a taste of the bounty. His eagerness to finalize the deal was aimed at making it an unavoidable conclusion for her. However, Su Yin was resolute in her refusal to comply. Share? Why should she share? What do you mean? You intend to give nothing at all? The middle-aged man's expression darkened ominously. Indeed. I will not allocate a single coin to you. Before they could erupt in anger, Su Yin added, of course, I will not take a single coin for myself either. The moment those words left her lips, the people in the hall were stunned. After all, we are talking about several thousand taels of silver. And she casually declared that she would not take any. Su Baozhu could not help but tug at her sleeve. Are you out of your mind? That's several thousand taels of silver. With that amount, they could go anywhere without fearing hunger. What on earth is going on in your head, dear niece? Old Lady Zhang was beside herself, exclaiming, if you don't want it, then give it to us. That money is ours. The eldest cousin incessantly pulled at her mother-in-law, yet could not control her. Su's mother had long harbored disdain for old Lady Zhang, but previously, she refrained from commenting on the Zhang family's affairs. However, now that it involved her own daughter, she felt entitled to speak. My daughter can dispose of this money as she sees fit. No one has the right to interfere. If you truly have the capability, you should have acquired it yourself last night, instead of expecting to reap rewards without any labor. This statement was directed not only at old Lady Zhang, but also at the group surrounding her. Su's mother's support astonished Su Yin, for it was indeed a considerable sum, and a portion would greatly benefit their family. The 3 uncles had intended to counsel her, yet ultimately remained silent. The others from Xinghua village also chose to stay quiet, tacitly endorsing Su Yin's decision. Seeing that the people of Xinghua village had fallen silent, old Lady Zhang was taken aback. Why aren't you urging her to reconsider? We could all benefit from sharing that money. Madame Su's voice, though gentle, was resolute. No need. Such wealth is ill-gotten, and I wouldn't feel at ease using it. She was the poorest among 10 households, enduring the most arduous existence. If she could let go of it, what right did the others have to cling to it? The group waiting for their share looked at everyone from Xinghua village as if they were fools. If they refused it, what qualification did they have to demand money? Master Wan stared incredulously at the girl, his astonishment matching that of anyone present. After all, he had witnessed the avarice of that unscrupulous girl the previous night. Her insatiable greed. Yet today, without so much as a blink, she declared she would not accept thousands of taels. Was this black-hearted girl taking advantage of him? Master Wan's gaze bore into Su Yin. The middle-aged man, now seeking a different approach, softened his tone, smiling as he said, There's no need to be so harsh. You are deserving of this. We only seek a small portion for our expenses. Yes, they echoed. Su Yin disregarded them, her voice calm and deliberate as she began. These funds are the spoils of banditry. Following last night's chaos, the citizens of Yongqing County will surely suffer countless casualties. Among them are those who have lost parents, wives, and children, stripped of their wealth, left utterly alone. We may not know to whom this wealth belongs, but it undoubtedly belongs to the people of Yongqing County. Therefore, I intend to utilize all of this money to purchase grain, to distribute porridge within the city, and to assist the suffering citizens. Master Wan was once again astonished by the girl's vision and generosity. The owner of the foot shop looked at Su Yin with deep gratitude. Yin, aren't we supposed to be on our way? Su's mother inquired softly. Su Yin swiftly replied. She turned to the foot shop owner and said, Mr. Su, we must hasten our departure and cannot linger here. Thus, I would like to ask a favor of you. Please use this money to purchase grain and help distribute porridge to the afflicted citizens. The foot shop owner quickly responded, not a burden at all, not a burden. I thank you on behalf of the people of Yongqing County. You are a good person, a truly great person. Chapter 54. Leaving the City. The middle-aged man and the young gentleman in the long robe, upon witnessing how swiftly they had determined the fate of the silver, felt a mix of anger and urgency. The young gentleman turned his gaze and said, Miss Su, are you not concerned that the shopkeeper might simply pocket all this money? Or that he might embezzle it? Indeed. With such a large sum, who wouldn't he be tempted? How can we be sure the shopkeeper will act according to your wishes? In the face of their doubts, the foot shop owner remained calm, albeit irked, and replied, If you are uneasy, you may stay in the shop and watch until I distribute every last coin. Su Yin interjected, I trust Mr. Su's integrity. She was willing to take a gamble. You are truly something. The young gentleman in the long robe exclaimed in frustration before leaving in a huff. The others followed suit, unwilling to accept defeat. Mr. Su, it is best if all this money is spent today, and that the news of the porridge distribution is spread today as well. The foot shop owner understood immediately and nodded vigorously. I understand. I will send someone out to purchase it right away. The city has just suffered a looting. There may not be much grain available, remarked the shop assistant. Master Wan, who had been silent until now, spoke softly. Do not worry. There are plenty of places where the wealthy merchants hoard grain. They cannot have taken it all. If worse comes to worst, we can give the money to those grain merchants and place an order. Su Yin wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. It was not her understanding of the wealthy merchants, but her trust in Master Wan that reassured her. Suddenly, the foot shop owner bowed deeply to Su Yin. This old man is sincerely grateful for your kindness. Su Yin hurried to help him up, insisting that it was merely a small effort on her part and that she could not accept such praise. It is better for this wealth to be returned to the people of Yongqing County than to fall into the hands of the officials. If it can save a few lives, that is a good deed. Having settled matters, the people of Xinghua village mounted their horses and departed. Master Wan followed them as well. Su Baozhu, curious, asked, Yin, why must you insist that the shopkeeper spends the money today? Money tempts the heart. It is not the fear of a million, but the fear of a single chance. Greed is the original sin. No one can guarantee that someone won't take desperate measures in the dead of night to seize wealth. She did not want the foot shop owner to be harmed because of this matter. Once the money was gone, naturally, no one would covet it. Su Baozhu understood, and in the process, learned something valuable. Upon emerging from East Street and stepping onto the main street, they found the shops on either side had been severely vandalized. The flagstone ground stained with crimson blood, and cries of despair emanating from various stores. Corpses had been laid out at the entrances, covered with white cloths, casting a pall of sorrow over the entire Yongqing County. Su Yin's eyes darkened at the thought of the collusion between officials and bandits from the previous night, deepening her aversion to this dynasty, which she had never liked at heart. A decaying dynasty, where the greatest suffering fell upon the common people. As they approached the city gate, the guards scrutinized the citizens entering and exiting. Fewer people were coming into the city, while many more were leaving. At the city gate, the guards shouted loudly, urging everyone to line up and exit one by one. Each person leaving the city was closely observed, particularly those with carts and baggage, who were scrutinized even more. In front of Xinghua village stood a cart that appeared unadorned, yet it was accompanied by numerous attendants and belongings, indicating that it belonged to a wealthy household. After the bandits had finished their cleansing, the family still possessed such wealth, which evidently indicated their capabilities. Su Baozhu tugged at Su Yin's sleeve, urging Yin, look over there. Following her gaze, Su Yin beheld, not far from the base of the city, a grim sight of corpses laid out unattended. Among them, she recognized several familiar figures, the travelers who had departed from the foot shop. Now, they lay quietly at the foot of the city, becoming victims of the bandits' merciless blades. Sun Yangzi could not help but sigh, reflecting that had those individuals heeded Su Yin's warnings, they might have escaped such a fate. Each person has their destiny, perhaps this was theirs. Su Mu also lamented for them, yet acknowledged that everyone has their own fate. "Officer, we truly have no one hidden in our cart," a voice interrupted, drawing the attention of the group. "You claim there is no one? Let me check, and I shall ascertain if there is anyone." Two officers stepped forward, intent on searching. The contents of the cart were transparent, and whether it could conceal a person was equally evident. Their demeanor suggested they were not genuinely searching for individuals, but rather seeking bribes. The occupants of the front cart promptly instructed their maid to present silver to the officers, who, after a brief inspection, allowed them to pass. Once they departed, it was the turn of the people from Xinghua village. The officers scrutinized the attire of the villagers, glancing disapprovingly at the pots and pans in their cart. "Do you think he would show you mercy and let you go?" "No, they will only tighten their grip," they sneered. Having witnessed the previous encounter, Yang Dashan promptly offered the prepared coins to the officers. The officers glanced at the coins with disdain, scoffing before accepting them. Yet they did not permit departure. "Officer, may we leave now?" "Leave? We have yet to conduct a thorough search. The county magistrate has indicated that there are rogue bandits hiding within the city. We are ordered to inspect. If you happen to be harboring any bandits, can you bear the consequences?" Yang Rong interjected, "But our cart is filled with merely pots, pans, and bedding. We cannot hide anyone." The officer coldly scoffed, casting a dismissive glance in his direction. Yang Dashan hurriedly admonished his son to silence. Then, with a sycophantic smile, he addressed the officer. "The child is merely ignorant. Please do not take offense. You are all acting in the interest of public safety. It is only right to conduct a thorough inspection." As he spoke, Yang Dashan slipped a piece of silver into the officer's hand. The gatekeeper's expression softened slightly. "You understand our difficulties." "Very well," the officer waved dismissively, allowing them to pass with a cursory glance. As Su Yin's mule cart prepared to follow suit, the city guards halted them, causing Wan Sanyi, who was beside the cart, to break into a cold sweat. "We are together," Yang Daja hurriedly declared. Yang Dashan also rushed over to explain, "Officer, we are all of one family." The officer regarded him with a penetrating gaze. "You may pass, but their cart has yet to be inspected." Su Yin handed over the silver to her second uncle. It was clear that these individuals were solely after money. Without it, leaving the city was out of the question. If a little silver could resolve the issue, it would hardly be a problem. Once Wan Sanyi was safely outside, it would be a trivial expense. Yang Daja quickly offered a piece of silver to the officer, who inspected it, pleased, pocketing it before performing a mock inspection. When he approached Wan Sanyi, his eyes roamed over the portly man. "Lift your head." Chapter 55. The scene outside the city. Wan Sanyi trembled, unconsciously tightening his grip. Su Yin interjected, "Officer, my uncle has an unsightly appearance. It might offend your eyes." The officer coldly huffed, but did not relent, insisting, "Lift it." Su Yin quickly added, "Please do not be angry. My uncle has been bullied for his looks and physique since childhood, and he is somewhat fearful. I beg your understanding." Turning to Wan Sanyi, she encouraged, "Uncle, lift your head to show the officer. Do not fear. He is a good man and will not harm you." Wan Sanyi, trembling slightly, complied with her request and slowly lifted his head. Upon encountering the sight of that grotesque visage, the officer recoiled in shock, exclaiming a profane curse. Wan Sanyi, distressed, immediately lowered his head. The officer composed himself and waved them off. Go on, go on." "Thank you, officer." Yang Daja hastily urged the mule cart away. Behind them, any household with a cart would be severely extorted. Once Granny Zhang passed inspection, she hung her head, lamenting. "I told you we shouldn't have come to the city. Look at the cost to enter and leave, after this round trip. We have bought nothing and spent so much silver. Some people are stingy despite their wealth. Why don't they show us some pity?" As Granny Zhang's complaints grew more excessive, Yang Shuixian erupted, "Granny, can you please stop talking? Do you have to meddle in everything I say? Who are you to dictate to me?" Granny Zhang retorted, her heart aching for the silver, even knowing her words might offend. Unable to contain herself, she expressed her distress. "You should be quiet," Grandpa Zhang glared at his wife. Su Yin, though hearing their exchange, paid it no mind as she was captivated by the scene outside the city. Her gaze fell upon the reddish-brown stains upon the ground, where corpses lay strewn about, limbs severed and lifeless bodies quietly resting, crows alighting upon them to peck at their remains. Yang Dashan and the others were equally taken aback by the sight beyond the city gates, their eyes wide with shock. Yang Fu was the first to react. "Where are my parents?" His voice jolted the others from Xinghua village into awareness. Granny Zhang's face strained of color, overwhelmed with fear, and relief washed over her for having accompanied the Su family into the city the previous day. Otherwise, the other daughters-in-law of the Zhang family, who had initially harbored dissent, now felt a wave of dread as they surveyed the grim situation. 3 great-grandfathers. Father. They dispersed among the 10 households to search, reluctant to confront the grim prospect of finding their familiar faces among the deceased. Uncle Yang Lu. Yang Rong's sorrowful voice echoed. They all hurried towards the distant edge of the forest, where they discovered 3 bodies lying on the ground, each recognizable to everyone present. These were indeed the villagers of Xinghua. How could this happen? Where have they gone? Granny Zhang fretted over the numerous charred corpses. Surely they cannot all be burned? Yang Shuixian and her husband shot her a glance of reproach. Granny Zhang opened her mouth to speak again, but, sensing the gravity of the situation, thought better of it. Su Yin surveyed the surroundings, noting the signs of struggle. Venturing into the woods, she found many bushes trampled, with visible signs of human passage in the grass. The further she ventured, the fewer signs of disturbance she observed, suggesting that the 3 great-grandfathers must have escaped along this route. Yang Fu rushed over. Crouching to inspect the area, there are bloodstains here. They must have fled this way. From the chaotic footprints and the unclaimed corpses, it was evident that their departure had been in haste, fraught with peril. Among the 10 households, half possessed mule carts or horse-drawn vehicles, at the very least. There were handcarts. Sun Yangzi's belongings were scant, so she placed her possessions on Su Yin's mule cart, clearing her handcart to transport the bodies of Uncle Yang Lu and the others. Once the main force is located, we shall attend to the matters concerning Uncle Yang Lu and the others. They pressed onward, tracing the path ahead. Time rewinds to 4 hours prior. As the villagers of Xinghua fled desperately into the jungle, each consumed by a singular thought, to run, to run, to run. Only by fleeing swiftly and far could they hope to survive. Along the way, some stumbled, their knees and arms bloodied, yet they dared not cry out in pain. Nor could they afford to pause. As they continued their escape, many became scattered. Under the leadership of Yang Liaozhang, they gradually regrouped, finding shelter beneath a massive boulder. Gasping for breath and striving to calm their racing hearts. Has anyone seen my husband? Yang Lu's wife wandered anxiously among the crowd. Yet her spouse was nowhere to be found. Others joined in her lament. My husband is missing too. Has anyone seen him? Mine is also absent. Yang Liaozhang quickly intervened, urging calm. Do not despair. They may have fled in a different direction. What shall we do then? Yang Lu's wife was frantic. Yang Liaozhang promptly dispatched a dozen lightly injured youths in search of the 3 men. After a prolonged search, they returned empty-handed. Many began to speculate a grim possibility, which cast a pall over the camp's atmosphere. In hushed tones, one murmured, "Do you think Yang Lu and the others might not have escaped?" The expressions of those nearby shifted, yet none dared to refute the notion, for it echoed their own fears. After a brief silence, someone could no longer contain their frustration. Why didn't we enter the city? If we had, perhaps we wouldn't be facing such a calamity. With all their possessions lost, how could they possibly survive in the days to come? If only we had gone to the city. Why did Liaozhang choose not to enter the city? Some voices began to cast blame upon Yang Liaozhang's decision. Others, unable to tolerate such accusations, quickly countered, how can you blame Liaozhang? At that time, he proposed entering the city, but there was dissent. After a vote, the majority rejected the idea. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at those who opposed him, not at Liaozhang. The speaker's voice was loud enough for everyone in the camp to hear. I remember it was old Zhuang who first voiced opposition. If we are to point fingers, he should bear the brunt. Old Zhuang's wife, unyielding, stepped forward in defense of her husband. How dare you speak so shamelessly? If you truly wished to move to the city, why did you not follow them then? What kept you here? I would like to ask, who tied the rope to prevent your departure? Before this calamity, you were silent. Now, you do not blame yourselves, but cast blame upon my husband. Truly shameless. Now that we have lost our possessions and our finances, it is the result of your own unwillingness to spend money. Do not lash out at others. Chapter 56. The Sky Darkened. If it weren't for your husband's vehement objections, we would have heeded Liaozhang's counsel and entered the city, thus avoiding this misfortune. Some continued to press their grievance. Old Zhuang's wife was equally formidable, hands on her hips. Are you our dogs? You listen to whatever we say. Come, give a shout for me to hear. As tensions escalated, the clan elder interjected sharply, "Enough of this. What time is it for you to be squabbling here?" At the elder's command, both sides fell silent, not daring to speak further. Yang Lu's wife approached Liaozhang, pleading, "Liaozhang, is it truly possible that my husband has been left behind there?" "It is too soon to say," he replied. "Come morning, we shall dispatch a few individuals to investigate. Do not dwell on it excessively. He may have simply gone awry and become separated from us." That night, no one could find solace in sleep. Having been ravaged by bandits, their meager possessions were reduced further, compounding the woes of their already struggling households. "We must send people into the city to find Dashan and the others," the clan elder stated. Young Liaozhang lowered his voice. "I have seen that someone has opened the city gates." This single utterance left several clan elders and leaders momentarily speechless. "Is that so?" Young Liaozhang's face was etched with concern, uncertain of the fate awaiting them within the city. "It appears our escape was not due to our prowess. Their target was not us, but rather the affluent within the city." Sensing Liaozhang's anxiety, someone offered consolation. "Sister Su is clever. Perhaps they will be unharmed." "Indeed. If they manage to escape, it stands to reason they should be safe." Such words served only as a balm for others, yet deep down, they understood that within the city, they would be like fish trapped in a barrel, unable to flee. This news spread rapidly through the camp. Upon learning that the bandits targeted the wealthy within the city, and recalling that Su Yin and her companions were there, expressions morphed into worry. Old Zhuang's wife repeatedly patted her chest, grateful, "Thank goodness, we did not enter the city. Had we done so, we would have become lambs for the slaughter. They have a way to escape, but those in the city have nowhere to turn." Some could not help but fret. "Do you think they will be all right?" "I believe Su Yin is fortunate. She should be fine." At dawn the following day, Young Liaozhang dispatched a few individuals, tasked with both locating Yang Lu and the others and gathering news of Su Yin and her group. Following the traces left by them, Su Yin and her companions initially found the marks disordered, scattered about. They took some time to discern the best path forward and finally chose one route to continue their journey. Halfway through, they encountered movement ahead, and the two parties unexpectedly met within the thicket. Dashan, Yang Shi, Liaozhang's youngest son, exclaimed in delight, "You are safe. This is wonderful news." Yang Fu noticed the bandage on his brother's arm and inquired, "What has happened to you?" Upon assessing their situation, he realized they had not suffered any grave harm, but their spirits dampened as they recounted their own plight. "Things are not well for us. Uncle Yang Lu and the others are missing, and the bandits took all our belongings. We came not only to inquire about your well-being, but also to search for Uncle Yang Lu." Yang Fu spoke up. "There is no need to search for Lu Uncle. We have already brought them back." It was only then that they noticed the cart at the back of their group covered with a straw mat. Lu Uncle and the others. Even though they had anticipated this outcome, the reality weighed heavily upon them, making it hard to accept. "Let us return to the camp first," Yang Dashan suggested. Upon hearing the commotion, the camp's inhabitants looked up, their expressions shifting to joy as they saw Yang Dashan and the others return. "They have come back. Yang Dashan and the others are back." The previously somber atmosphere dissipated, and all gazed with delight at the returning families, especially as they noticed their ox and mule carts were intact, envy flickering in their eyes. Yet, as their gaze fell upon the last cart, their joy gradually faded. "What is that?" Yang Lu's wife seemed to sense something amiss, and she stepped forward, lifting the straw mat. Upon seeing her husband lying there, pallid and motionless, her suppressed emotions erupted in that instant. "Why did you leave us? How could you abandon us like this? What are we to do now? How could you be so heartless? You promised to witness Bauer's marriage, to see her wed. Why have you broken your word? You left us here. How are we supposed to live? Oh, heavens. Are you blind?" "My husband was dutiful to his parents, always assisting others in the village. Such a man. How could you take him away? Why not take those scourges instead? Why must you take him?" She incessantly struck him, and no matter how fiercely she pounded, the man who had sheltered them from the storms of life would never respond again. She collapsed upon him, weeping inconsolably. The other two families knelt beside the cart, also wailing in despair. No one dared to intrude upon their sorrow. All stood silently at a distance, many averting their gaze to discreetly wipe away tears. Su Yin stood to the side, watching quietly, her heart heavy with melancholy. In this world, the common folk had no path to survival. "Isn't this day exceedingly dark?" Su Yin murmured softly, as if speaking to herself or perhaps questioning him. Master Wan cast a glance at her before returning his gaze to the wife of Yonglu, his expression as unyielding as the still waters of a lake. If someone were to pierce the sky, it would no longer be dark. But would it be difficult to pierce the sky? Master Wan did not answer. After a brief pause, he responded languidly indeed. Not everyone possesses the mettle of a hero. The villagers of Xinghua village helped the three families rise, and under the guidance of the village head and several esteemed elders, they laid Yonglu and the others to rest on the spot. The men from each household came to assist, swiftly digging 3 graves in the forest. There were no coffins, no grand burial rites. They wrapped the 3 in the meager grass mats they possessed, placing them gently into the earth. The eldest elder recited ancient funeral verses, while everyone stood behind him, watching as the earth gradually enveloped them, forming a modest mound. 3 wooden plaques stood sentinel before the mound, and Yangli took out a cherished bottle of fine wine he had long hesitated to drink. One cup after another. He poured 3 cups of wine over the graves. May your journey be smooth. When peace reigns and we return home, we shall bring you back with us. On the path of fleeing famine, they could not return to their roots. They could only allow them to rest where they fell, hoping for their rebirth in a time of peace and prosperity. Before the graves, there were no incense or candles, only bowls of rice and meat. As each person stepped forward to bid farewell, this departure might be the last, for no one knew what the future held. Chapter 57. A Request for Water. Behind them, there were rioters. Their early departure did not guarantee safety, especially since they had already delayed their journey. As darkness approached, they prepared to set forth again. The deaths of Yang Lu and his companions diminished Master Wan's presence, drawing little attention within the group. Su Yin looked at Master Wan. Now that you have brought me out of the city, it is time for you to fulfill your promise. Master Wan chuckled, Miss Su. It is not that I do not wish to provide, but I simply do not have much money on me at present. However, rest assured, I possess other assets elsewhere. Yongqing County is merely a secondary residence for our trade. Our next destination is Nanping County. What a coincidence. I too have interests in Nanping County. Upon our arrival, I shall ensure your reward is promptly delivered. I trust you, but Su Yin hesitated. In business, there must always be a deposit. Wouldn't you agree? Her gaze fell upon his pocket, where he kept the precious ring he had just removed from his hand. Master Wan understood instantly and withdrew a gold ring inlaid with jade, placing it in Su Yin's hand. Not sufficient. Such a ring paled in comparison to 50,000 taels. Master Wan produced another ring set with a ruby. Su Yin still shook her head. Master Wan continued to dig into his pockets. Once he had retrieved 5 rings, Su Yin finally ceased her demands with satisfaction. Master Wan gazed at this callous girl in disbelief. He was truly left penniless, the valuable possessions all taken by her. Mother. Fatty plans to seek refuge with relatives in Nanping County and will be accompanying us for the next few days. Su Yin extracted an exquisite ring and handed it to her mother. This is the reward from Fatty. Su's mother glanced at Master Wan and nodded in agreement. The villagers of Xinghua village hastily gathered their belongings, preparing to depart. In truth, most of their possessions had been lost. They had fled in such haste that they could hardly carry anything with them. Now, there was little left to collect. Of the 30-odd families, only 10 who had entered the city had managed to retain their entire wealth. With no path through the mountains, they could not continue on within the forest. Instead, they navigated around the hills surrounding Yongqing County, making their way towards Nanping County. Su Yin took a sip from her water flask. Just as she was about to replace it, Aunt Wang, holding her small grandson and granddaughter by the hand, approached them with a solicitous smile. Miss Su, do you still have any water? Could you spare a sip for my grandchildren? Aunt Wang's family had been raided by refugees and later encountered bandits, leaving them with little more than the bare essentials. That morning, the family had barely quenched their thirst with dew, but the afternoon sun had rendered them parched. Their throats dry and painful. The adults could endure, but the children could not. Aunt Wang, filled with concern for her grandchildren, had no choice but to come and plead for water. They had learned from Su Nyang that water in the city was scarce and costly. Even if they were denied, they would understand. Aunt Wang felt embarrassed, but had to beg for her children's sake. Before leaving Yongqing County, the innkeeper had generously filled their containers with water, so Su Yin's family was not in immediate need. She looked at the 2- or 3-year-old child, a farm child who was underfed and poorly clothed, frail yet with bright, eager eyes as they gazed at her. Wait a moment, Aunt Wang. Su Yin retrieved a bamboo tube, crafted by her cousin Yang Hua during his rest, which she had left and used on the cart. She scooped a portion of water into the bamboo tube and handed it to Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang took it gratefully, exclaiming, "Thank you, truly, thank you." The two children were desperate for water, tugging at Aunt Wang's hand. They took turns drinking, and after finishing, they even offered the bamboo tube back to Aunt Wang. "Grandma, drink." After Aunt Wang expressed her gratitude once more, she left with her two little ones. As they departed, Su Yin caught sight of a small figure, clad in tattered clothing, emaciated with large, longing eyes. When their gazes met, the little girl quickly turned away, frightened to look at her. Su Yin observed the family walking ahead of the girl and beckoned to her. The little girl hesitated, her bright eyes filled with confusion. She stealthily slipped away from her parents, unnoticed. "Sister Su," the little girl timidly called out, her voice barely audible, delicate as a whisper, her small lips already chapped. Su Yin dipped a bit of water into the bamboo tube. "Drink." The little girl was momentarily stunned, seemingly incredulous. "Hurry and drink, don't let your parents see." Su Baochu shielded the little girl. The little girl's hands trembled as she clutched the bamboo tube, sipping slowly, her eyes gradually glistening with unshed tears. Su Yin gently ruffled the little girl's hair. The child, living in such a household, was both pitiable and tragic. Outsiders could do little to help. This was the Daong dynasty, not Blue Star. Here, there were no laws to restrain parents. Otherwise, matters such as parental commands and arranged marriages would not exist. A single word from the parents could determine their children's future. Any act of kindness, whether providing food or water, had to be done surreptitiously. Should her parents discover their generosity, given their nature, they would undoubtedly come to extort favors through the little girl. If you refuse to provide, they will resort to tormenting the young girl in various ways, instilling a sense of guilt within you to compel you into submission. Once you yield, prepare yourself to be besieged by this family of leeches. Such occurrences, Su Yin had witnessed during her time on Blue Star. They would not hesitate simply because the child is their own. After finishing her drink, the little girl discreetly scurried back behind her mother. Su's mother gazed at the child and sighed. It was indeed a pity for her to encounter such parents. Were it not for the neighbors who occasionally took pity and stealthily offered her food and drink, that girl would have long succumbed to starvation. De Zhuang's family had gone too far, yet nobody had the right to intervene in their affairs. De Zhuang awoke from the cart, calling out to his mother, "I am thirsty." His mother hastily produced a bamboo tube, which he snatched from her hands, gulping it down greedily. "Don't drink too much, save some for later." She anxiously reminded him, but the little tyrant paid her no heed, only stopping when he felt satisfied, then complaining, "Mother, you didn't even give me a sip of water. Do you not care for your son?" His mother quickly retorted, "What nonsense! How could I not care for you? You are my precious darling. If I do not cherish you, whom shall I cherish?" The older girl walked behind, watching the exchange between her mother and brother with envy. Yet that fleeting feeling of envy was swiftly extinguished by the harshness of reality, ultimately transforming into a sense of despair. Chapter 58, Mutual Aid as dusk approached. The group traversed the woods, successfully circumventing Youqing County and returning to the official road. However, the sight of the official road stirred no excitement among them. The recent experiences had imparted a crucial lesson. Sometimes, the official road could be more perilous than the wilderness. Time was of the essence. They needed to find a place to rest before sunset. Young Lijing surveyed the narrow official road, noting the lack of open space nearby, unsuitable for the gathering of over 30 households. If each family took turns, the distance would be too great. Should any trouble arise at night, timely assistance would be impossible. Master Wan's face flushed red, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as his legs trembled, casting a desperate glance at Su Yin. "Miss Su, when can we rest?" "Since noon." They had hardly paused, and even their brief stops had been merely for the duration of a tea break. For him, that little time was utterly insufficient. The group could not slow their pace for his sake. He had persevered through gritted teeth. Now, with the sun nearly setting, the absence of any sign of respite was driving him to the brink of despair. "Master Fat, do you know of a suitable camping spot for our large family in this vicinity?" "Allow me a moment to think," Master Wan replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. After a brief contemplation, he continued, "If we proceed for another quarter of an hour, we will encounter a small path. A short walk-in will lead us to a shrine of the mountain deity. We can camp there tonight. The shrine is modest, But there is a patch of open ground outside, perfect for your encampment. Su Yin conveyed this information to Yang Lijing, and the group promptly made their way toward the mountain shrine. Approximately half a stick of incense later, they arrived at the shrine. Given the current hardships, the mountain shrine had fallen into disrepair, the earthen walls were half collapsed, and the gate had seemingly vanished. The shrine was small. The statue of the mountain deity inside long since weathered, with numerous holes in the roof due to neglect. With over 200 people from Xinghua village, the shrine could not accommodate them all. The elderly, women, and children would stay inside, while the younger men would camp outside. Master Wan plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath. Second uncle Yang Duchuan found Su Yin. Yin, come here for a moment. He pulled her aside into the nearby woods, where both the eldest and youngest uncles were present. What is the matter? The four of them stood beneath a large tree, its sparse branches and leaves already yellowing. Yang Dashan spoke first. As you can see, among our group, only our 10 households have retained their possessions. The Su family has little, while the others have more. We are all from the same village, and now amidst this calamity, mutual assistance is paramount. If they lack food and water, and we turn a blind eye, when we face danger later, they may do the same to us. In these turbulent times, we do not know what challenges lie ahead. The more people we have, the more assistance we can provide, and the better our chances of survival. Consider an encounter with bandits outside the city gates. If you are alone, they can easily eliminate your family. Even if you are capable of saving yourself, you cannot protect your loved ones. The same applies when hunting a ferocious tiger. Only through collective effort can it be subdued. Sometimes, we must not focus solely on immediate gains and losses. We must have a long-term vision if we wish to traverse further on this journey. As the eldest uncle articulated these thoughts, Su Yin naturally grasped their significance. I wanted to ask for your thoughts on this matter, he continued, expressing his concern for his niece's well-being. Uncle, I understand your perspective completely. When the time comes, I certainly won't stand idly by. However, that time is not now. Yang Duchuan looked puzzled. Su Yin explained calmly, I've observed the items the group possesses, and most of what is lost consists of large utensils like pots and bowls. Although some food has been lost, each family still managed to bring some with them. So we need not rush to provide that. What is truly lacking is water. Many have none, and we must extend our assistance there. Our 10 households have only a limited supply of water, and we cannot freely share it with everyone. Each family should ensure they can prepare at least one meal. Currently, what the people of Xinghua village need most is not food, but water. The 3 uncles nodded in agreement, affirming her words. Then let us proceed as you suggest. For now, let us provide a portion of water. As for food, we will wait until they have none and then assist. Yang Dave interjected. What about the families of the 3rd great-grandfather? This matter was relayed to us by the 3rd great-grandfather. He likely spoke to the other families as well, Su Yin mused, recognizing the challenging role of the 3rd great-grandfather as he tirelessly worked for the villagers' welfare. Upon returning to camp, Su Yin spotted her 2nd cousin Yang Hua and 3rd cousin Yang Lin, who were being assigned tasks by Master Wan. He himself appeared quite relaxed, leaning against a tree, fanning himself while issuing commands incessantly. You're not assembling that correctly. A triangular structure is far more stable. The boiler's height shouldn't be too high. It won't heat well, about an inch is just right. Yes, just like that. As soon as Master Wan noticed Su Yin's return, he promptly fell silent. Su Yin approached him, casting a cool glance before turning to Yang Hua. Cousin, you need not toil any longer. Master Fat is adept in this area. Let him handle it. The honest 2nd cousin waved his hands in refusal. No, Annie said it wouldn't be proper to have a guest work. I've got this sorted out. We wouldn't want to soil Master Fata's hands. Master Wan grinned at Su Yin. Su Yin carried half a bucket of water over and placed it near Yang Lijing. The other households followed suit, contributing a portion of water for the official to distribute. Grandma Zhang watched as a small portion of water was taken away, her heart aching. No, this is too much. We bought this water with money, she exclaimed, grasping Zhang Liangtian's hand and scooping a ladle back. Seeing her mother reach for more, Zhang Liangtian firmly held her hand down. Mother, if you take any more, we'll be running dry. Old Lady Zhang lacked a broader perspective and retorted indignantly, why should my family provide water? They've all taken their share. Their actions are their own concern, we shall not partake. She reached out to reclaim what she deemed rightfully hers. Mother, please don't cause a scene. Zhang Liangtian murmured in a lowered voice. Young Shuexian chose to remain uninvolved, understanding that if she interjected, her mother-in-law's ire would likely be directed at her. She wisely pretended to be oblivious and busied herself with preparing the evening meal alongside her two sisters-in-law. Regardless of Zhang Liangtian's entreaties, old lady Zhang refused to relent. And it was only when old man Zhang intervened that he managed to restrain her. Fuming, old lady Zhang plopped down on a mound of earth, seething in silence. Chapter 59. No Sale of the Secret Recipe. 10 households had gathered a portion of water, which was then collectively delivered to Yang Lijing for distribution. Zhang Liangtian observed with embarrassment that the Su family contributed more water than his own, leaving him unable to lift his gaze. Yang Lijing remained unfazed. He understood that regardless of the quantity contributed, it was the thought that mattered. He addressed the villagers, stating the current situation was clear to everyone. The water came from the mountains, and the Su family, as well as the Zhang family, had saved it from their own resources. This water was purchased with their hard-earned money, and he hoped they would remember this kindness. There is little water available. Those who still have their own supply should refrain from drawing from this source. Should I discover anyone taking water, do not expect assistance in the future. Upon hearing this, the woman from the Dazhuang family was left dumbfounded. She stepped back from the line, only for her mother-in-law to grip her arm tightly. Why are you stepping out? Mother. The Lijing said that if we're caught, we won't receive help in the future. Are you foolish? Does he truly mean it? We are all from the same village. If something happens, will he have the heart to stand by and do nothing? Dazhuang's wife found this argument compelling. I understand now. She stealthily rejoined the line at the back, preparing to take advantage of the chaos. Yang Lijing continued, currently, the water is scarce and cannot be divided into 2 portions. Hence, we will distribute it only this once. Tomorrow morning, we shall need to search for water along the way. How the distributed water is allocated is up to you to decide. Assistance can be given for a moment, but not forever. Yang Lijing was acutely aware of this truth. Upon learning they could only draw water once, the villagers felt disappointment, yet acknowledged the reasoning behind it. With merely a small amount of water from 10 households, it was implausible to share daily among everyone. Yang Lijing allocated the water according to the size of each household, with some receiving more and others less. Each family handled the water with care. When it was Dazhuang's wife's turn, a voice from the crowd called out, Dazhuang's wife, don't you have any shame? Your family brought water, so why are you here to collect more? Caught in the act, she felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. What nonsense are you spouting? Our water is all used up. Used up? I just saw Dazhuang scooping water and flaunting it. I saw it too. Any further defense from Dazhuang's wife was futile. Her face flushed with rage. Yang Lijing snorted, hurry on and cease this disruption. Others joined in urging her to leave. The fewer hands dividing the water, the better, naturally. No one wished for such a person to receive any. Dazhuang's wife returned, dejected, only to be met with a spat from her mother-in-law, who scolded her, useless thing. Mother, how can you blame me? Each household received only a meager supply of water, enough for 2 days for a family, and that was under the condition of minimal cooking. As night fell, few families kindled fires to prepare meals. Wan San leaned against a tree, inhaling the fragrant aroma of rice wafting from the pot, while his stomach grumbled in protest. This Lijing is quite commendable, Wan San remarked. Naturally, he is respectable. In terms of both governance and interpersonal relations, he is worthy of emulation by the younger generation. Alas, age has caught up with him. Had he been decades younger, in such tumultuous times, he might have accomplished great feats. The era has stunted the growth of many, and he is among them. Su Yin glanced at him in surprise, impressed by his high praise. If the Lijing were to hear this, he would surely be delighted. Wan Sanyi smiled at her. You, too, are quite remarkable. Not inferior to your esteemed relative. You flatter me, Su Yin laughed, graciously accepting the compliment. This girl indeed possessed a thick skin. Even the collective skins of 10 young ladies would pale in comparison. Gurgling once more, Wan Sanya's stomach protested. Su Baozhu, smiling, served him a generous bowl of congee, enriched with bits of meat, specifically dried meat. After allowing the congee to cool, Wan San took a leisurely sip, expecting a plain bowl of porridge, only to be pleasantly surprised by the extraordinary flavor, as if several unfamiliar tastes danced upon his palate. He drank again and again, finishing the bowl in just a few moments. Did you add something special to this congee? Su Baozhu, the cook for the evening, hurriedly shook her head. No. It's merely congee cooked with dried meat. That can't be. There are several distinctive flavors in this congee, quite novel. Oh, that must be the flavor of the dried meat that Eunuch marinated. Could you spare me a piece of that dried meat? Wan San's interest was piqued. Su Baozhu produced a piece from her small cloth bag. Wan San sampled it, exclaiming, "Indeed, that's the taste." He curiously turned to Su Yin. "How is this dried meat preserved?" In the case of others, they might have divulged the secret, but Su Yin was no fool. Anything that caught the attention of a savvy businessman like Wan San surely held value. This is a family heirloom recipe, not to be shared lightly. Realizing he couldn't gain an advantage over the clever girl, Wan San asked, "Would you be interested in selling the recipe? I can offer a fair price." Before Su Yin could respond, Su Baozhu, intrigued, inquired, "How much?" Wan San raised both hands. 50 taels? Su Baozhu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Upon hearing this figure, Su Mu's expression mirrored her daughter's enthusiasm, eager for a swift transaction. 50 taels was a substantial sum. Enough to build 3 decent houses or purchase a significant amount of arable land. Faced with the two women, Wan San felt tempted to agree. But the one holding the power was not easily swayed. 500 taels, he stated firmly. Su Mu and Su Baozhu both responded with astonishment. Although 500 taels was indeed a fair price, Su Yin was not swayed. "Not interested, I want to sell." Wan San remained unperturbed, but Su Mu grew anxious. About to interject when Su Baozhu restrained her with a glance, signaling her to remain calm. 500 taels was a considerable amount, yet even if they sold, it would not suffice. If they had 500 taels, their worries about food and clothing would vanish. While Su Baozhu felt tempted, she was also astute. The fact that Wan San offered such a price indicated the recipe's worth, yet Su Yin's refusal implied it was even more valuable. In a short span of time, Su Baozhu grasped the crux of the matter, remaining composed as she awaited the outcome of their negotiation. "You are a girl who cannot endure losses at all. But I assure you, 500 taels is my utmost limit. I understand that your asking price is high. Nevertheless, I intend to establish this business myself once stability returns. A steady, gradual business model suits us." Wan San realized that this girl had a substantial sum of 50,000 taels, enough for her to venture into this trade. And thus he ceased further persuasion. This girl certainly had her own ideas. In Wuzhou, within a lavishly adorned residence, several elegantly attired gentlemen gathered around a landscape painting crafted from silk. "Is this the treasure map?" Chapter 60, The Treasure Map. "My lord," replied an elder with a mane of white hair, "this is the treasure map we seized from the royal guards of the Cloud King." Do not be anxious. Any treasure map is not easily deciphered. It requires meticulous study to identify the correct path before one can glimpse its true essence. Come, let us examine it. A throng of individuals stepped forward in succession to scrutinize the treasure map. It was said that some skilled individuals employed special secret concoctions to treat silk, allowing the genuine inscriptions and images to be concealed. Only through exposure to fire or water could the true content be revealed. Perhaps this treasure map is of such nature. "Bring water and candles," commanded a young man adorned in a purple brocade robe. The attendants promptly presented a basin of water and a candlestick. "Who shall proceed?" the purple-robed youth inquired, casting his gaze at the strategists beside him. "My lord, I shall give it a try." Refined middle-aged man stepped forward, gingerly placing the silk painting over the flames to roast it. The silk could not be positioned too close to the fire to avoid burning. Yet it could not be too distant either. He carefully oscillated the silk over the heat. Time meandered on, but the patterns on the silk remained unchanged. After 2 cups of tea, the refined man conceded defeat. "My lord, it seems that fire is not the solution." The elder stroked his long beard. "Allow me to try." He took the treasure map, moistened a brush, and delicately applied it to the silk, setting it aside to await its transformation. After 1 cup of tea, there was still no change. The elder muttered, "Perhaps there is insufficient water." He dipped the brush again and repeated the process. After several attempts, he confirmed this method was also erroneous and ceased. Another voice arose, suggesting that certain renowned paintings possess dual faces, with the front displaying a false image while the true one lies concealed behind it. Could this also be the case with the authentic treasure map hidden behind the landscape painting? When they sought out local experts in this regard, the outcome revealed that the silk was merely a single layer, devoid of overlapping traces. Any attempt to unravel it would surely result in damage. This revelation left them deeply dissatisfied. No matter their subsequent efforts, the landscape painting remained unchanged, devoid of any anomalies. At the Cloud King's palace. Incompetence. The teacup shattered in response, shards scattering as the kneeling guard dared not move, allowing the fragments to slice through his flesh, blood flowing freely while he bowed his head in silence. Regardless of your schemes, you must retrieve that band of scoundrels. The Cloud King seethed at the thought of the treasure map he had painstakingly acquired from the noble families of the previous dynasty. Only to have it snatched away, how could he not be furious? Once he possessed the treasures of the former dynasty, he would have the credentials to vie for supremacy in the Central Plains. Which scoundrel intercepted it? Let him not evade my grasp, should I find him. He shall suffer 1,000 tortures. At the Mountain God Temple. After dining, Su Yin strolled nearby to stretch her limbs. Just a few steps in, she heard faint rustling from the thicket ahead. She squinted, trying to discern the source, but the dim light rendered it difficult to see clearly. Suddenly, a small rabbit darted from the underbrush. The rabbit seemed to sense the presence of a stranger and swiftly fled into the depths of the forest. Su Yin's eyes sparkled. Roasted rabbit. Do not run away. She pursued the creature and eventually caught it. This was not just a wild delicacy, it was a rare source of sustenance. Little bunny. You truly made me chase you. Su Yin held the rabbit by its ears, standing tall and surveying her surroundings. Her gaze fell upon a verdant expanse of bamboo. The bamboo was substantial, with some stalks as thick as bowls, and though the leaves should have been a vibrant green, they were tinged with yellow at the tips, reminiscent of early autumn, despite it clearly being midsummer. The bamboo was treasure in itself, perfect for the villagers of Xinhua to transform waste into wealth. Noting her distance from the Mountain God Temple, she understood why they had not discovered it. Taking advantage of the remaining light, Su Yin hastened back to the temple. Upon her return to the camp, everyone noticed the rabbit she was carrying. Su girl, you caught a rabbit. Yes, it was a stroke of luck. Many women gazed at her enviously. Master Wansan glanced at the scrawny wild rabbit, commenting, it's a bit too thin, mostly bones, not very appetizing. Well, having anything to eat is better than nothing. We country folks are not picky, replied Fat Master. Indeed, Su Baozhu joyfully accepted the rabbit from Su Yin's hands, and with no cage available, she used a rope she had prepared earlier to bind the rabbit, preventing its escape. Little Peach Blossom and little Yonggue, hearing their cousin had caught a rabbit, rushed over with a gaggle of friends to watch. Su Baozhu smiled, instructing the group of children, do not loosen the rope. Let it not escape. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on it, little Yonggue assured, patting his chest. Little Peach Blossom chimed in. I will watch it too. Su Baozhu paid no mind to the children, allowing them to play. It's so small. Is it still a baby? De Zhuang, noticing the commotion, squeezed in to take a look at the trembling rabbit. Unconsciously, he licked his lips, swallowing the saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. Roasted rabbit must be delicious. Just as little Peach Blossom was about to speak, De Zhuang suddenly seized the rabbit, pushing aside the onlookers, and sprinted back to his own camp. His action stunned all the children. After a brief moment of shock, they snapped back to reality. Little Peach Blossom, furious, turned to find Su's mother to report the incident. Little Yonggue, equally incensed, did not seek out an adult but instead chased after De Zhuang. De Zhuang, don't run. Return my rabbit, he shouted as he ran. De Zhuang ignored the cries behind him. The men had been called away by the village chief. The women, still bewildered by the situation, watched as the children chased after one another without giving it much thought. De Zhuang excitedly approached his mother, presenting the wild rabbit before her. De Zhuang's mother and grandmother stared at him in disbelief. Where did this come from? Before De Zhuang could answer, little Yonggue arrived, exclaiming, that rabbit is mine. Give it back. As he spoke, the little one lunged forward to reclaim his wild rabbit. De Zhuang's mother, a formidable woman, would not allow anyone to snatch something from under her nose. She raised her hand to block him and instinctively pushed forward, causing little Yonggue to stumble and fall heavily to the ground, the pain prompting him to wail loudly. Little Peach Blossom, accompanied by Su Baozhu, arrived just in time to witness this scene. She was infuriated. This family not only stole things, but also bullied children. How outrageous. Having faced death once, she was no longer the timid girl of the past. Su Baozhu first helped little Yonggue to his feet, then charged at De Zhuang's mother, seizing her hair. De Zhuang's mother was taken aback, caught off guard by Su Baozhu's sudden attack, as if faced with a wild beast. Chapter 61. The Wild Rabbit Theft. De Zhuang's mother, unprepared, found herself at a disadvantage as Su Baozhu held firmly. "You little wretch, let go of me." De Zhuang's mother attempted to grasp Su Baozhu's hair in return. Yet, Su Baozhu not only refused to relent but also intensified her grip. "You shameless wretch, stealing from others and bullying children." The clash between the two transpired with such swiftness that the onlookers were left momentarily stunned. Wang Dingyang, Su Nyangzi, and others hastened forward to separate the combatants. "Cease this at once. Let us discuss matters amicably. We must not mar harmony." "Oh, do loosen your grips." Yet, despite the pleas, both individuals clung fiercely to each other's hair, impervious to the entreaties. Meanwhile, after entrusting the rabbit to Su Baozhu, Su Yin sought out the village head, recounting the situation concerning the bamboo grove. "This is splendid news. Besides 10 households that are well stocked with pots and pans, the rest are in dire need. With bamboo, we can resolve this predicament. Lead the way, Su girl." Immediately, young Lurzhang summoned the village men to venture to the back mountain to harvest bamboo. As they assembled teams and gathered tools to embark on their journey, just a few paces from the mountain god temple, an anxious individual rushed in, seeking young Lurzhang. "Lurzhang, it's terrible. De Zhuangniang and the Su family's little ant are fighting." "What is happening?" Su Yin, leading the way, was bewildered as to how the little ant had ended up in a quarrel with De Zhuangniang. Young Lurzhang frowned, turning to issue orders. "Su girl, you take the others ahead. I will attend to the situation here. You need not worry." The final 3 words were directed at Su Yin. "Understood." Upon Yang Lurzhang's return, he found Su Baozhu and De Zhuangniang still engaged in their hair-pulling struggle. Regardless of who attempted to mediate, neither would relent. "Release your grips at once." Yang Lurzhang's countenance was stern. The moment he spoke, both women immediately released their hold. Su Mu quickly inspected Su Baozhu, noticing the redness on her scalp. Her heart filled with concern. "Now, what could have possessed you both to behave in such a manner?" De Zhuangniang, with a face full of grievance, spoke first. "Lurzhang, you must advocate for me. This wretched girl, I know not what has gotten into her, but she immediately seized my hair. Look, my scalp is nearly torn away. I cannot fathom where she finds such strength." "Oh dear. Enough of your wailing." Yang Lurzhang's reprimand silenced De Zhuangniang instantly. "Now speak." Su Baozhu pointed towards the nearby wild rabbit, which had been caught by Su Yin, asserting that they had stolen the rabbit from their household. When young Gue came to retrieve it, this woman mercilessly pushed him down. "Lurzhang, look. His arm and palm are scraped and bleeding." Little young Gue, displaying his cleverness, promptly began to sob. "Grandfather Lurzhang, it hurts." "Wah." Young Lurzhang gently patted the boy's head. "Do not cry, do not cry. A man must endure. Such minor injuries should not bring tears. If you cry, you shall never grow up." Little young Gue, caught between tears, found himself unable to decide whether to weep or not, his cries gradually subsiding. De Zhuangniang felt a twinge of guilt, realizing that the rabbit had likely been taken by her son from the Su family. Yet, despite her unease, she remained resolute, asserting, "How could I know that rabbit belonged to you? You did not disclose it, so how could I be aware?" Yang Guinyang scoffed. "Your son brings back a bound rabbit. Do you truly believe it came from his own hunt?" De Zhuangniang, do not feign ignorance. If you wish to claim it, say so directly and spare us your innocent act. De Zhuangniang's face flushed with embarrassment. "You speak nonsense." "Whether it is nonsense or not, everyone here understands the truth." Young Lurzhang felt a headache coming on from the De Zhuang family, particularly from De Zhuangniang. He regarded her coolly in these trying times. "We must set aside petty grievances. In times of hardship, we must unite and support one another. If you cannot grasp this, creating discord here will not be tolerated." Upon hearing this, not only was De Zhuangniang's family startled, but even Su Mu, Yang Guinyang, and the others were taken aback. This time, Yang Lurzhang was genuinely incensed. De Zhuangniang's face turned pale with fear for the first time. De Zhuangnai immediately interjected, "Lurzhang, please do not be angry." She then turned and struck De Zhuangniang across the face. "You troublemaker. Our family has married you, bringing us nothing but misfortune. Should you continue to stir chaos, I shall have my son divorce you and send you off to fend for yourself." De Zhuangniang lowered her head in silence. The situation had escalated beyond anyone's expectations. Yang Lurshang surveyed the women present, his remarks directed not solely at De Zhuang but at all of them. In this turbulent world, only through unity can we survive. If you choose to continue sowing discord and undermining our solidarity, then there is no place for you here. I shall not permit such behavior in our ranks. If one wishes to steal, let them do so at their own peril. Direct your aggression towards outsiders, not your own kin. Wang Dinyang spoke up, rest assured, Lurshang. Which of our little rascals would dare to do such a thing? You need not intervene. I shall handle it myself. Indeed. Others chimed in. Anyone who dares to pilfer from their own will find no support from me. Gradually, more voices echoed this sentiment, causing De Zhuang to lower her head even further. Let this matter rest here. No further disturbances shall be tolerated. Yang Lurshang turned to Su Baozhu. Baozhu, if there are any grievances, speak to me directly. Even though my surname is Yang, I shall not show favoritism towards my kin. Uncle Lurshang, I was impulsive this time. I apologize, Su Baozhu said. Her head bowed in contrition. Yang Lurshang waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse. Meanwhile, Su Yin led a group to the bamboo grove. Upon seeing the expanse of bamboo, joy illuminated each face. Despite the fatigue from a day of travel, spirits soared. A band of strong men collaborated in harvesting bamboo, and as each group felled another stalk, darkness enveloped the land. Tonight is the full moon. Let us fell one more before we depart. Agreed. 20 or so individuals returned, dragging 10 bamboo poles. Upon arriving at the mountain god temple, the women had been waiting, ready to process the bamboo as soon as it arrived. Previously, I was troubled by the lack of materials for collecting dew. Now, with bamboo tubes, we are well equipped. Indeed, this bamboo has come at just the right time. The once somber expressions of the crowd were now graced with smiles. Wang Dinyang addressed everyone. You should all express your gratitude to Su Girl. Were it not for her keen eye, we would have missed the opportunity to gather dew tomorrow. Su Girl is truly fortunate, some echoed, while others joined in praise. Zhang Laodai scoffed, feeling unsettled. De Zhuang rolled her eyes heavenward, but dared not speak a word. Chapter 62. The drought intensifies. What led to the fight? Su Yin sat beside Su Baozhu, reaching out to inspect her scalp. Su Baozhu murmured softly, I do not quite understand what happened. I merely wanted to teach her a lesson. Perhaps I was simply irked by her presence. Oh, you. Su Yin too harbored disdain for De Zhuang and, at times, felt the urge to confront her, especially after witnessing her mistreating De Ye. Yet, since De Zhuang had not truly harmed her, it would not be justifiable to act without cause. She glanced at Su Baozhu, her heart beginning to comprehend her actions. Did you feel better? Su Baozhu smiled faintly. Her spirits lifted considerably. Next time, do not act impulsively. If you were to get hurt, it would be a different matter. I will be more cautious. At the mountain god temple, both women and men busied themselves crafting containers. The injured men refrained from engaging in labor, while the others, including Sumu, joined in the efforts. As the hour approached the third watch, Yang Lurshang called for a break. We must rest well for the journey tomorrow. Su Baozhu had long prepared a sleeping area, which was quite simple. She merely sought a spot in the temple and laid down a mat of straw. The mat was sufficiently large to accommodate Su Yin, Su Mu, and Su Baozhu lying together. Not far from them were Xiao Jioma and Xiao Taohua, along with Xiao Yanggui and his companions, while on the other side were Jioma and her family, as well as De Jioma and hers. The two elder cousins closely followed De Jioma. With the evening teeming with mosquitoes, they decided to burn some mugwort for additional protection. Sumu felt great sorrow for her daughter, while others suffered only a bite or two. Her daughter would invariably endure several more. Spending the night in the woods was no small ordeal. Granny Zhang expressed her discontent, questioning the need for so much smoke. De Jioma could not resist chiming in. We fear the mosquitoes. We must use more. Mother-in-law, if you are not afraid of mosquitoes, perhaps you could shift a bit to the side to avoid the smoke. Her words rendered Granny Zhang suddenly mute. Jioma had brought some mugwort outside, as it was her husband's turn to guard the first half of the night. That night passed without dreams and peacefully. Before dawn, Su Yin heard a rustling sound emanating from the mountain god temple. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed several people stirring in the moonlight. Quickly, get up. While it's still dark, let us collect some dew. They urged one another. Gradually, people of all ages began to rise within the temple, armed with containers prepared the night before, eager to gather dew. The dew must be collected before the sun rises, as it would vanish swiftly thereafter. Sumu joined in. Where are you going, mother? I'm helping them collect some. Su Yin, initially wishing to sleep a little longer, reconsidered and decided to join. Every pair of hands would aid in gathering more dew. Whether they could find a water source today remained uncertain. I'll go too, she offered. No need, you can sleep a little longer. It's fine. Su Baozhu also got up. Upon stepping outside, the men of Xinghua village had already taken their tools to collect dew, with the only one resting being Wan Sanyi, who leaned against a tree, snoring soundly. Su Yin chose not to disturb him. Nearby the mountain god temple, numerous villagers were present, and the three of them ventured a little deeper, seeking a thicket to begin their dew collection. The dew here was scarce. Indeed, there's hardly any dew on many of the trees, Su Yin noted. A realization shared by others. Before the sun had risen, the dew on the bushes had evaporated. They collected little, and others fared similarly. The three presented their gathered dew to Wang Dinyang's family, who expressed heartfelt gratitude, nearly bowing in thanks. Due to the water shortage, aside from a few households cooking, most were subsisting on dry rations. Wan Sanyi, sipping his bowl of rice porridge, displayed some disdain. Accustomed to feasting on delicacies, he could tolerate a meal of plain porridge and simple sides occasionally, but having porridge consecutively, with each meal worse than the last, was quite disheartening. Why not add some meat? He grumbled. Having something to eat is a blessing. Look at the others. Wan Sanyi glanced up and noticed several children watching him eagerly, their eyes fixated on his bowl, silently consuming their porridge. Once everyone was prepared, they set off on their journey. Approximately an hour later, they encountered the boundary marker of Nanping County. At last, we have arrived at Nanping County. I've heard it is more prosperous than Arlingsi, with a larger population. Indeed, I've heard merchants mention it as well. I wonder what life is like there. Could it be better than ours? Upon entering a new locale, the spirits of the people lifted momentarily, but as they continued walking, an unsettling realization began to dawn upon them. Su Yin observed her surroundings. Not far off were many fertile fields, yet all the crops were withered and lifeless, the earth cracked, forming an intricate web of fissures. Yang Dashan crouched down, running his fingers over the shriveled wheat heads, filled with sorrow. These grains won't yield any harvest. The further they advanced, the more desolate the crops appeared. Nanping County is in a worse state than Arlingsi, someone exclaimed in astonishment. Perhaps this area is particularly affected. The situation further on may improve. Everyone clung to such hope, though most understood the likelihood of it was slim. Wan Sanyi, however, seemed unfazed by the dire circumstances. Brother Peng, how well are you acquainted with the situation in Nanping County? Not well at all, he replied tersely. These 3 words sufficed to convey the gravity of the situation. The entire industry of Nanping County, aside from the booming grain trade, was faltering. Not long ago, I transported a batch of grain here, intending to leave afterward. By chance, a friend from Yongqing County invited me over, and I accepted. Wan Sanyi paused momentarily. Without needing to elaborate, Su Yin inferred he had been ensnared, the invitation concealing a trap for his life and wealth. The fact that he managed to escape unscathed demonstrated his astuteness. Fortunately, I encountered a young friend. What does that imply? Su Yin inquired. I am curious to hear more. It signifies that we are fated to cross paths. Wan Sanyi laughed heartily, his reasoning sound. As they continued onward, the mood among the Xinghua villagers grew increasingly somber. They saw no signs of life, only vast stretches of abandoned fields. Ahead lay a river. Everyone's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and some hastened forward. Yet, the entire river was dry, its bed cracked and devoid of any water. This outcome was hardly surprising. To describe their feelings as disappointment would be an understatement. Gazing at the parched river, Yang Lijing declared, "We must press on. By the hour of you." They spotted a village ahead, but upon nearing, they discovered it was utterly deserted. The village was not entirely dilapidated. Some houses merely lacked doors and windows. We shall stay here for the night. The few households were not too far apart. After settling their belongings, each family sent someone out to search for a water source. Su Yin's family, along with Su Nyangzi, Xiaojiu, and Erjiu, shared a dwelling. Once their things were arranged, Su Yin set out with her 2 cousins and Su Nyangzi to look for water. Return before dark and be cautious, Yang Lijing instructed, sending their respective small teams to seek water. Su Yin led her 2 cousins and Su Nyangzi towards the south of the village. Chapter 63. Searching for water sources. With still an hour before complete darkness enveloped the sky, they had only half an hour left for their search. Inin, Which direction shall we take? Su Yin did not hastily plunge into the woods blindly. Instead, she sought a higher vantage point to survey the surrounding trees. Many trees in the forest had already turned yellow and withered, even those still bearing some green appeared to be wilting. Everyone understood that the chances of finding a water source in this area were slim. If there were truly water, the villagers would not have relocated. Yet, to do nothing would mean awaiting demise. Searching offered a glimmer of hope and a small measure of comfort to everyone's hearts. After her observations, Su Yin noticed a patch of greenery that appeared more vibrant than the rest. Let us head over there and take a look. All right. The three naturally followed her lead, showing no objections. This location was not entirely shaded, yet the vegetation was evidently healthier than elsewhere, suggesting a higher probability of water. Upon entering the forest, a refreshing breeze greeted them, and the four relished this brief moment of coolness as they hastened towards their destination. Su Yin gazed at the underbrush beneath the tree, which had turned a desolate yellow. The fallen twigs and leaves, when stepped upon, emitted a crisp sound. This location was situated on the hillside, and upon arrival, one could distinctly feel the cooler air compared to other areas. The foliage was denser here, with a greater abundance of underbrush than elsewhere. Let us split up and search, suggested one of the group. Very well. Each person wielded a wooden stick, sweeping aside the surrounding shrubs as they walked, both to scare away snakes, insects, and rodents, and to facilitate their search. Su Yin crouched down, picking up the dry soil beneath her fingers. Although parched, it was significantly better than that at the foot of the mountain, indicating a more favorable condition in this area. After proceeding a little further, she crouched again and grasped another clump of soil, which held more moisture than the previous sample. The probability of a water source nearby was quite high. Indeed. As they ventured ahead, they stumbled upon a water pool. However, upon closer inspection, they discovered it to be completely dried up. The soil was damp, yet not a trace of water could be found. It seemed this pool had been dry for quite some time. Regrettably, they had arrived too late. As the sun began its descent, the light within the forest grew dimmer. The four of them regrouped beneath a grand tree. No luck, one said. I spotted a mountain stream at the gorge ahead, but alas, it too has run dry. I found nothing on my end either. Not a drop of water. Nor even a single animal. Cousin Yin, what about you? Asked second cousin Donghua. I found a water pool, but it was already dry. A collective sigh escaped their lips. It's getting late. We must descend the mountain. By the time they returned to the village, darkness had enveloped the sky, and those who had ventured out in search of water were trickling back in. Many awaited anxiously, and upon seeing Su Yin and her companions return, they hurried over with questions. Did you find a water source, Su girl? No, Su Yin replied with a shake of her head. Oh dear, what shall we do? They had sent several groups out, yet each returned empty-handed. Do not fret, there are still some who have yet to return. Perhaps they have found a source. Yang Lijing, with a pipe in hand, held it to his lips but refrained from smoking, waiting quietly, his eyes clouded with worry. When the last wave of searchers returned, all hope was extinguished. Su Yin and Su Yin, along with her two cousins, made their way back to the shelter for the night. Did you find any water? Su Yin shook her head. What shall we do now? We can hold out for a while longer, but the others may not last much longer. A person can survive for days without food, but water is another matter entirely. Su Mu sighed. Let us rise early tomorrow and gather as much dew as we can. Collecting dew was challenging. What could be gathered in a morning would scarcely suffice for one adult. Yet even the smallest drop could prove life-saving. Su Mu had already prepared a simple meal, consisting of porridge. The porridge not only replenished moisture, but served as a staple, a dual benefit. Eating solid food could lead to increased thirst. Heeding Su Yin's advice, Su Mu added a pinch of salt to the porridge. Wan Sanyi observed the bowl of tasteless porridge, pinching his nose as he finished it. Su girl, when will you roast that rabbit for us? If you wait any longer, it will spoil. Su Mu recalled the money Wan Sanyi had given them and said, Yin, why not cook the rabbit? They had come back late from cutting bamboo the previous day and had only managed a hasty preparation. Upon hearing the mention of rabbit meat, Xiao Taohua and Xiao Yanggui looked eagerly at Su Yin. Surveying the group before her, Su Yin declared, Very well, today we shall roast rabbit meat. The children were elated at the prospect of roasted rabbit. Second cousin, third cousin, could you please sharpen the bamboo? Certainly. We'll help too. Xiao Taohua and Xiao Yanggui volunteered. They crafted the skewers while Su Yin took out her knife, preparing the rabbit meat by cutting it into pieces. placing it in a bowl, sprinkling salt, adding a splash of oil, and then applying her secret marinade before letting it marinate. Wan Sanyi watched intently, having never seen such a method of roasting before. In the Daong dynasty, roasting was not uncommon, yet it typically involved placing the entire game on a fire and basting it with honey or oil. Once the bamboo skewers were ready, the children immediately began threading the pieces of meat. Su Yin assumed the role of the roaster. As soon as the rabbit meat was placed over the fire, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, not simply the scent of meat, but a delightful blend of various spices that whetted everyone's appetite. Wan Sanyi inhaled deeply, unable to resist the enticing fragrance. "How fragrant!" he exclaimed, fixating on the sizzling skewers of rabbit meat. Xiao Yanggui, also salivating, asked, "Sister, when can we eat?" "Just count to 30, Su Yin replied. Xiao Yanggui eagerly extended his small hand, counting on his fingers. Not only he, but the others too could not help but stare intently. Once the first batch of roasted rabbit meat was completed, Su Yin first served the two children, followed by Su Mu, her uncles, and a few elders. Wan Sanyi watched eagerly, noticing the dwindling number of skewers in her hand. Unable to contain himself, he reminded her, "Su girl, there's still one more person here." Su Yin handed him the last skewer. Upon receiving it, Wan Sanyi did not rush to eat but instead inhaled its aroma, seemingly trying to discern the secret spices within. Xiao Yanggui, having devoured his portion, looked at Wan Sanyi and asked, "Uncle Fat, don't you want to eat? Can you give it to me?" Wan Sanyi glanced at the little fellow staring at the skewer in his hand and, in front of him, took a big bite. The taste of the roasted meat was something Wan Sanyi could only describe as delicious. The only downside was that the rabbit meat was not as fresh. Had it been roasted the previous day, the flavor would have been even better. He squinted his eyes in enjoyment. Indeed, it is good. Chapter 64. The Robbery of Water. This girl possesses quite the culinary talent. Seeing him savoring his meal, Xiao Yanggui shot him a playful glare, quickly turning away to approach Su Yin, who was busy roasting the second and final batch of skewers. This wild rabbit was not large and had little meat on its bones, so she even roasted the skeleton. When the second batch was ready, Su Yin served it to her two cousins and her aunt. She took 3 skewers to Su Nyangzi's family, offering the roasted rabbit meat. Su Nyangzi repeatedly waved her hands. "No, I cannot accept this. Our family does not have enough to share. How could I, an outsider, accept it?" In Su Nyangzi's arms, little Nyonyo, with her big, watery eyes, gazed longingly at the roasted rabbit meat. Though she yearned to reach out, she remained still, instinctively glancing at her mother. Su Nyangzi, noticing her daughter, spoke gently, "Go ahead and take it." Nyonyo joyfully accepted it, and without needing further prompting, she sweetly thanked. "Thank you, sister." "You're very welcome, Nyonyo. What a good girl you are." Su Yin affectionately patted the little girl's soft cheek. Upon her return, Su Yin was met with Wan Sanyi's mournful gaze. One skewer was hardly sufficient. Had she known, she wouldn't have suggested it, as it left them in a predicament. All the rabbit meat could hardly fill a gap in your teeth, it was merely for a taste. Master Wan shrugged nonchalantly, choosing not to delve further into the matter at hand. With a mischievous grin, he leaned in closer. "My dear girl, what is that seasoning you poured into the basin? Is it yet another of your family's secret recipe?" "Naturally," she replied. "Would you consider selling it?" Master Wan inquired, attempting to negotiate. "Not for sale," she stated firmly. He feigned disappointment. What a pity, that truly is a great loss. With an early rise on the morrow, everyone retired to their rest. Su Yin, Su Mu, and Su Baozhi spread out 2 straw mats, allowing for a more spacious slumber, devoid of the usual crowding. Meanwhile, Master Wan and his second uncle settled in the outer chamber. As dawn broke with a faint light, all arose early. Hearing the commotion, Master Wan lifted his eyelids to glance at them, noticing they were once again carrying bamboo tubes outside. He sighed, turned over, and returned to sleep. As the horizon began to glow, the group gradually returned. Master Wan observed their downcast expressions and softly inquired, "What troubles you?" Su Baozhi sighed, "The dew here is scant. After much effort, we scarcely collected any." "Better to have some than none at all," Master Wan offered, though unspoken was the thought that the situation would likely worsen. Having not kindled a fire that morning, they resorted to dry rations before embarking on their journey. The deeper they ventured into Nanping County, the more pronounced the frowns upon their faces. They witnessed the trees lining the official road, wilting in vast clusters, a stark testament to the severity of the drought. How could Nanping County be in such dire straits? They pondered, realizing that several villages had been abandoned, clearly long before they arrived. The inhabitants must have fled to escape the impending doom. Remaining here would surely spell death. Departing might offer a glimmer of hope. Previously, they had only heard of the severity in Yunzhou, unaware that Nanping County was equally afflicted. Su Baolu gazed at the desolate villages, her eyes reflecting the weight of future uncertainties. In the face of this desolation, Master Wan remained composed, his voice steady. The conditions in the 3 regions of Yunzhou are even graver than what you behold. There, the land is strewn with the dead, and cannibalism is a frequent occurrence. Nanping County is comparatively fortunate. If that is considered fortunate, what then is unfortunate? Su Baozhu could hardly fathom. Su Yin might have understood, yet without witnessing it firsthand, she could not fully grasp the depth of despair. It was not merely those 3 regions. Even Yuzhou and Meizhou were not faring any better. Corruption permeated the ranks of officials, who disregarded the lives of those beneath them. The truth in Yunzhou could no longer be concealed, leading to an inevitable eruption. If this continued, it would not be just your lives at stake, ours would be in peril as well. The world had already sunk into decay, and they had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. Under the blazing sun, young Lijing instructed everyone to take refuge in the shade of the trees. Su Yin supported Su Mu in sitting beneath a tree, where the coolness provided some respite from the heat. She took a sip from the water pouch, noting that it was nearly empty. A few more swigs and it would be depleted. While they rested, a group of ragged individuals approached along the official road. Each one gaunt and emaciated, many relying on wooden staffs for support as they trudged forward. Upon spotting them, Su Yin swiftly grasped her weapon and signaled her cousins and uncles. Yang Lijing reacted promptly, calling out to everyone, "Draw your weapons and protect your belongings." The men brandished an assortment of tools, wooden sticks, axes, and machetes, bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. The newcomers, too, noticed them, particularly their possessions, including ox carts and mule carts, causing their eyes to glimmer with greed. One individual spotted the water pouch hanging from Su Baozhu's waist and shouted in excitement, "They have water!" Pointing at Su Baozhu, the crowd's gaze shifted towards her, their expressions transforming with palpable desire. Suddenly, the feeling of being hunted washed over Su Baozhu as she was fixated upon by a pack of ravenous wolves, an instinctual fear surging within her. "Take it from her!" Someone yelled. 2 frail men lunged at Su Baozhu, and the rest followed suit, closing in on Su Yin and her companions. In their eyes, the other individuals were merely men and women, but the trio with the mule cart were all vulnerable young women. They understood the principle of choosing the easiest target. Pale with fright, Su Baozhu gripped her machete tightly, her panicked expression gradually transforming into one of resolve as they approached. She refused to die. Unwilling to meet the same fate as her previous life, slain by a mob. She would survive. Whoever stood in her way would be met with lethal force. Su Mu, too, was terrified but held her knife firmly, refusing to retreat even an inch. Master Wan was equally startled, the predatory glint in the eyes of the approaching mob sending chills down his spine. Su Yin addressed her companions, "I will take the first wave. Mother, you and my aunt remain behind me. If anyone gets past me, work together to eliminate them. Fat uncle, ensure the safety of our belongings. Should anyone breach our line, you are to kill them. Remember, mercy towards the enemy is cruelty to ourselves. Do not fear, they are unarmed and weaker than us. As long as you remain calm, we can prevail." Su Mu and Su Baozhu nodded earnestly, and Master Wan followed suit. Yang Hua approached, axe in hand. "Yin, let me assist you." Su Yin appreciated the offer, knowing that the assailants would only increase in number. "Thank you. Don't mention it." Yang Hua took his place beside Su Yin, facing the fiercest and most relentless wave of attackers. Chapter 65. Another wave approaches. The assailants quickly closed the distance, with 2 men leading the charge, their bloodshot eyes wild like starving wolves, intent on tearing into them. Su Yin surged forward, delivering a swift kick to one of the men, sending him flying back into his comrades, causing a domino effect as they stumbled and fell. With a single kick, she toppled a group, yet those behind did not relent. They trampled over their fallen comrades, pressing forward. Desperate to survive, they cared not for the lives of others. After sending one man sprawling, Su Yin's long knife followed through, slicing across another man's throat. In an instant, his head rolled away, blood splattering onto the crowd behind him. The onlookers, their eyes glazed with rage, seemed oblivious to the man's demise. Regardless of age or gender, anyone who charged at her would be met with death. Yang Hua mirrored her resolve, initially trembling but gradually numbing to the chaos, even as he sustained injuries from their assault. Su Yin's ferocity instilled fear in the attackers, who began to redirect their aggression towards other families. As Su Yin and Yang Hua became entangled with several opponents, one destitute man stealthily slipped past them. Su Mu and Su Baozhu swiftly blocked his path. Su Baozhu was the first to strike, swinging her knife at him. He dodged the blow. Su Mu quickly followed suit, but her attack was also evaded. After several exchanges, both women were breathless, yet their coordination improved. Seizing an opening created by a feigned move from Su Mu, Su Baozhu lunged forward, driving her knife deep into the man's chest. She attempted to withdraw the blade, but it seemed lodged within him. In a moment of panic, she pulled and twisted, blood gushing forth from the wound. With a determined grunt, she exerted force, finally freeing the knife, which emerged stained with blood and entrails. Ugh! Su Baozhu felt a tumultuous churn in her stomach, the world around her fading into a blinding white, with naught but silence enveloping her ears until a voice pierced through the haze. Be careful. In the next moment, warm blood splattered across her face. As if awakening from a dream, her vision and hearing returned to normal. Are you all right? Su Yin inquired, withdrawing her knife and glancing sideways at her. Su Baozhu shook her head, reassuringly replying, I'm fine. Do not let distractions cloud your focus during battle. Understood. After resolving her immediate predicament, Su Yin dashed towards Yang Hua. At that moment, a man circled around from the direction of Yang Dachuan, approaching from behind. He snatched something from the mule cart and fled. Old Man Wan drew his knife and gave chase, but after only a couple of steps, he halted abruptly. Standing guard by the mule cart, his eyes scanning the surroundings, particularly the rear. The man who had seized the rations paused, noticing that Wan Sanyi had not followed, his brow furrowing slightly. Once the thief had distanced himself, several men, who had been hiding nearby, revealed themselves, spitting disdainfully onto the ground. They had intended to lure the unsuspecting away, but found that the plump thief had not fallen for their ruse. Had they coordinated their efforts, they might have seized more. But now that the opportunity was lost, it would be challenging to attempt it again. In the past, they had successfully executed this plan, often acquiring more than they would have alone. There was even an instance where they took more than half of a cart's worth. Yet this time, they had met with failure. The corner of Wan Senye's eye caught sight of the three figures, narrowing slightly. These little rascals think they can pull tricks under my nose. They are still too naive. Every household in Xinghua village had been impacted, particularly Su Yin's, which had the most people. A quarter of an hour later, the assailants, gripped by fear, began to retreat. That madman! Someone exclaimed in terror as they fled. The first to run was soon followed by a second, then a third, and gradually the crowd that had once surrounded them dispersed. Even those who wished to advance found the lack of numbers too daunting, realizing that rushing forward would only lead to demise. Despite their reluctance, they dared not press on, instead choosing to follow the tide of retreating souls. As Su Yin's group withdrew, the others were similarly influenced, each individual retreating. Some left with stolen goods, while others simply followed the main group. Once the crowd had departed, Yang Lijing disregarded the lamentations of the women and called out to everyone, "We must leave this place immediately." They needed to distance themselves from the remaining throngs. No one opposed him, and all hurriedly moved forward. Even the injured persevering despite their pain, uncertain if more of these refugees lurked behind. Silence enveloped the group as they journeyed onward, each person focused on the path ahead. Gradually, the distance between Xinghua village and the refugees widened, yet they dared not pause until the sun dipped below the horizon. "We will camp here tonight. All families should gather together, do not scatter too widely." As they settled, the camp was soon filled with various cries of despair. "Those scoundrels took my saved water. They stole my clothes and bedding. The bamboo tube I just made is gone." Su Yin and her companions began to assess their belongings. Old Man Wan spoke up. "A little thief took a bag of something. I'm not quite sure what it was." Su Baozhu inspected it and sighed in relief. "Fortunately, it's just some aged millet, and not too much at that." The bag of aged millet was meant for Wang Dinyang, which Su's mother had just finished preparing to sell. The other items on the mule cart were securely bound. The little thief would have to exert considerable effort to take them. "Oh no! My water!" Su's mother exclaimed in shock. The water pouch I left on the mule cart is missing. Could it have fallen inside? Su Baozhu suggested. I've checked. It's not there, came the reply. The three of them searched the cart but found no sign of the water pouch, leading them to conclude that it had indeed been stolen. Had I known, I wouldn't have left it on the cart, Su's mother lamented, distressed. Su Yin hurried to comfort her. Mother, it's all right. It's just a water pouch. When we reach the next town, I will buy you another. You don't understand. It's not just about buying another. She was upset not only about the pouch, but also the water itself. Yes, Su Yin reassured her, though she was unable to soothe her mother's distress. After a night, she'll come to terms with it, Su Baozhu consoled, patting her shoulder. Su Yin, armed with ointment and bandages, approached donghua. As they traveled ahead, she hastily tended to his wounds. Cousin, let me reapply the medicine. No need, this is fine as it is, he replied, feeling that he was better off than others. It would be a shame to undo this. Yet, under Su Yin's insistence, he allowed her to redress the wound. At that moment, a renewed sound of footsteps emerged from behind. Looking up, they were met with a group of ragged refugees. The sight of them sent a wave of alertness through all of Xinghua village. The elderly and children were shielded behind the men, who brandished their knives, prepared to defend against any approach with lethal force. The approaching throng also sensed the tension and halted. From within the crowd, a middle-aged man emerged, hands raised in a gesture of peace. Do not misunderstand, we saw the firelight and were preparing to camp as well. The villagers of Xinghua remained silent, their vigilance unwavering. The middle-aged man continued, we are the village leaders from Chiashan village in Nanping County. Yang Lijing stepped forward from the back of the crowd. If you wish to camp, you may do so over there. He gestured toward a distant area. The man bowed in acknowledgement. Very well. The group of refugees, unaccompanied by any livestock, differed considerably from the previous band they had encountered. It seemed they, like those from Xinghua village, had escaped together, maintaining a respectful distance from each other. Both groups continued on without interference. Su Yin finished bandaging her cousin and, as she rose, felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, realizing something had slipped from her. Yang Hua swiftly supported her, noticing bloodstains on her skirt. Yin, you're injured. Su Yin quickly waved him off. I'm fine. She had an inkling of what was happening. Yin, do not move. Rest well, she insisted, firmly pressing him back down. Perhaps due to her resolute demeanor, Yang Hua dared not stir. Su Yin hurried back to her mother. This was her body's first visit from Aunt Flo, and she had not anticipated it would occur at such a time. Mother, I've come to my monthly cycle, she said, feeling a mix of annoyance for having forgotten the necessary supplies. After all these years without need, it had slipped her mind amidst concerns over food, water, and safety. Su's mother smacked her forehead. Oh dear, how could I forget something so crucial? Su Yin turned to Su Baozhu, who waved her hands dismissively. Don't look at me. I haven't experienced this yet. It was peculiar, given that Su Baozhu was a year older, yet still had not seen her first cycle. However, this was not entirely surprising, as nutritional deficiencies in ancient times often led to delayed maturation. In ancient societies, the arrival of such a cycle signified a young woman's readiness for marriage and motherhood, marking the threshold of adulthood. Just wait a moment. Su's mother retrieved a tattered piece of cloth from the mule cart, adorned with a kaleidoscope of colors and various patches. Mother, you aren't truly intending to use this, are you? Of course. Fortunately, I didn't dispose of it. It's just right for making you a menstrual belt. This ragged piece of fabric had once belonged to their worn-out garments, and Su's mother could not bear to throw it away. No. Su Yin hastily produced a pristine piece of fabric. Though not of the finest quality, it was clean and soft. Mother, use this instead. That one can serve as a rag. Knowing her mother's stubbornness, Su Yin realized that persuading her to part with the old cloth was utterly impossible. Such scraps could be repurposed for mending shoes or other uses. Su's mother glanced at the new fabric in her daughter's hands, furrowing her brow in disapproval, deeming it wasteful. Before either could react, Su Baozhu boldly snipped a piece of cloth with scissors, declaring, "Sister-in-law, here, let us use this." Su's mother regarded the cut fabric, then shot a disapproving look at the two girls. You two are far too careless. When you marry, you must not behave this way. It will earn you disdain from your in-laws. Sister-in-law, that logic doesn't hold. If someone is unwilling to spare even a piece of cloth for you, they certainly won't care for you. Su Yin looked at her younger aunt in surprise, giving her a thumbs up. After her rebirth, The younger aunt had matured significantly, becoming stronger and more opinionated than before. Mother, when seeking a husband, one must look for someone who is willing to spend on their wife and genuinely cares for her, rather than merely professing affection while allowing her to endure hardships. Su's mother paused, as if recalling something, her eyes dimming momentarily before regaining composure. Very well. I cannot argue with you too. She accepted the fabric from Su Baozhu and began measuring and cutting it into 4 pieces, each approximately the size of a palm and roughly 6 inches long. She then fashioned several strips of varying lengths, sewing 2 pieces together with an opening in the middle, attaching the smaller strips on either side to serve as ties for securing the belt. The opening was designed to hold plant ash, which would absorb moisture, allowing for easy replacement once the ash was saturated. Thus, she created menstrual belts commonly used by the ordinary folk of the Daong dynasty. Having crafted 2 belts, Su Yin deemed it insufficient. Given the difficulty of sourcing water at present, frequent washing of the menstrual belts would be impractical. Yet using soiled ones could lead to gynecological issues. Mother, make a few more. You and my younger aunt will need them too. 2 should suffice for rotation. Su's mother disagreed. Sister-in-law, what if I also require 1? 2 simply 1 tea be enough. Su Baozhu joined in the persuasion. Amid their back and forth, Su's mother was eventually swayed, playfully chastising them, you 2 wasteful girls. Though she grumbled, she did not hesitate to proceed with the task. Nearby, the Su family matron, having spotted Su's mother stitching, entrusted her child to her mother-in-law and approached to lend a hand. I once heard a doctor say that new cloth is best for menstrual use. It minimizes the risk of illness. Is that so? Su's mother inquired. Indeed. With this revelation, Su's mother's reluctance dissipated, and she cut an additional piece. Once she finished a menstrual belt, she scooped some plant ash from the fire and filled it within. Su Yin, clutching this primitive version of a sanitary pad, quietly retreated to a small grove. Once conditions allowed, she would certainly replace the ash with cotton. Cotton had already been cultivated in the Daong dynasty and woven into fabric. Thus she still had the opportunity to create a modern version of a sanitary pad. However, under current circumstances, she had to make do. Su family sister-in-law. The village head is calling for someone to fetch water. Who from your household will go? I will. Su Yin stepped out from the grove. Su's mother firmly pushed her back. Stay put, I will go. Su Baozhu volunteered, sister-in-law. You stay here and tend to the household. I will go. Ultimately, Su's mother departed with several uncles. Under a tree, Wan San leaned back, chewing on a piece of grass, his hopes dim. Yet, despite this, they still had to search. Meanwhile, on the opposing campsite, a gaunt man approached the middle-aged village head. Village head, it seems that group over there has ventured out in search of water. Chapter 67, Concerned. The middle-aged village head glanced across at the opposing camp. Should we not also send a contingent to seek water? Very well, you handle the arrangements. And ensure someone keeps an eye on their movements. The gaunt man understood immediately. I will take care of it. Be cautious. Avoid any trouble. The village head surveyed the group from Xinghua village. They were not to be trifled with, especially since many bore the marks of past battles. Their bodies adorned with bloodstains and scars, indicating they were far more formidable than ordinary refugees. As Su Yin turned, she inadvertently locked eyes with the middle-aged village head. Both were momentarily startled, yet he quickly offered her a warm smile. Su Yin raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly before calmly averting her gaze. The village head returned his attention to his thoughts, stroking his chin in contemplation. Wan San approached Su Yin. What else for dinner tonight? Su Yin had already steamed rice and placed a few strips of jerky atop. Dried rice. Upon hearing this, Wan San felt disinterested, finding it rather bland. As night fell completely, Su Baozhu and her uncles returned. Su Yin immediately noticed the abrasions on her mother. Mother, what happened? It's nothing. I slipped while on the mountain. Let me see. Su Yin rolled up her mother's sleeve, revealing a multitude of bruises and a scraped elbow, with blood seeping through. Seeing her concern, Su's mother grasped her hand. Oh, I'm truly fine. Did you injure your foot? Su Yin, still worried, removed her mother's shoes and socks, discovering swelling around the ankle, all without a sound from her mother. Su Baozhu promptly rummaged through the mule cart for medicinal alcohol for treating bruises. It might sting a bit when I rub it. Bear with it. If I don't apply enough pressure, it won't heal properly. All right. Wan San sat nearby, glancing over occasionally until he noticed Su Yin's adept handling of the injury, his gaze lingering. Once Su Baozhu had finished tending to the wound, Wan San finally sat down to eat. Positioned beside Su Yin, he took a spoonful of millet rice, the flavor of the jerky mingling with the rice, rendering it less monotonous and quite palatable. This simple bowl of millet rice satisfied Wan San. While it could not compare to gourmet delicacies, it possessed its own unique charm. Girl, I observe that your technique in treating wounds is quite proficient. Have you studied it? Su Yin shook her head. Not at all. I merely learned by watching doctors. That's even more impressive. What's impressive or not, it's all born from necessity. If I had the money, I wouldn't have to learn this, would I? Fat Lord? Wan San chuckled lightly. The men of Xinghua village gathered around the campfire as young Li Zheng spoke solemnly. Today's encounter is but a precursor. We may face even graver challenges ahead. Those keeping watch tonight must be exceptionally vigilant. His gaze shifted toward the direction of the people in the front mountain village. Everyone understood the unspoken implications. Injured individuals need not keep watch tonight, they should rest well. Those uninjured or only lightly wounded would follow the previously assigned duties at the gathering of the front mountain village. The man with a sharp nose and gaunt features approached the front mountain village, accompanied by the village head. They had failed to locate a water source, and neither had our people. They were all mentally prepared for such a result. If a water source were so easily found, the villagers in this area would not have departed. However, the sharp-nosed man lowered his voice, casting a greedy glance at the individuals across from him. I observed several families with vehicles, and there seemed to be plenty of water. His gaze shifted toward the direction where Su Yin was situated, focusing on a family consisting of 3 women and 1 man. The man, with his round face and ample stature, radiated affluence. It was rare to encounter such a well-fed individual in a farming household, suggesting that the family must be quite prosperous. The village head followed his line of sight, fixating on the same direction as Su Yin. Sensing something, Su Yin turned to look back at them. The 2 individuals across appeared taken aback by her gaze. Even through the darkness, they recognized each other. They quickly averted their eyes, engaging in hushed conversation. Village head. Do you think we should make a move in the latter half of the night? The sharp-nosed man's eyes glimmered with a hint of malice. The village head stroked his chin, contemplating the opportunity to act. Very well. Meanwhile, Su Yin observed for a moment, noting that the 2 individuals across were engrossed in their conversation, seemingly unaware of any wrongdoing. Yin, what are you looking at? Su Baozhu followed her gaze, noting nothing particularly unusual aside from the villagers from the front mountain. Nothing. I'm going to find my 3rd great-uncle. Yang Lirong greeted Su Yin with a smile as she approached. Little Su, is there something you need? Yang Fu's wife attended to her as she settled beside a large stone. 3rd great-uncle, we should set off early tomorrow to distance ourselves from that group. Su Yin stated. Yang Lirong felt a chill run down his spine. Having traveled this far, he understood Su Yin was not one to speak without reason. His demeanor grew serious. Have you discovered something? Su Yin shook her head. So far, I haven't noticed anything amiss, but I have an unsettling feeling about that group. Especially their village head. He appears humble and polite, yet something feels off. Yang Lirong nodded. Even if they pose no threat, we must maintain our distance. I will notify everyone shortly. After collecting dew in the morning, we shall depart immediately. Yang Fu conveyed his father's orders, informing everyone without delving into details. And they all nodded in agreement. Su Nyangzi, noticing Su Yin's return, casually inquired, how do we leave early tomorrow? It seems there won't be much time for everyone to gather dew. The 3rd great-uncle reasoned that taking advantage of the cooler morning hours would allow for more travel and less sweat, ultimately conserving water. Su Nyangzi agreed. That makes sense. In truth, given the arid conditions here, the dew would be scant, particularly near the official road. Only in the depths of the forest would there be a little. But even that was rare. Rather than squander time, it would be wiser to set off sooner, ensuring both adults and children would be more comfortable. Above all, it was essential to maintain distance from the people of the front mountain. Su Yin approached her uncle. Uncle, please wake me when it's time to change shifts. I'm prepared to keep watch for the latter half of the night. No need. I will have Yang Rong take your place. No. Brother Yang Rong has to look after the children and his wife, and searching for water is too taxing. Keeping watch is much easier, and I can manage. Seeing her determination, Yang Dashan relented. Sumu understood that the latter half of the night was the most arduous time, often marked by lapses in vigilance. With that group across, Su Yin could not shake her unease. You should rest early. Sumu lit mugwort around her, warding off mosquitoes. Chapter 68. Being Watched. Su Yin lay on the straw mat and quickly fell asleep. Sumu remained awake, fanning her with a hand fan to drive away mosquitoes and ensure she could rest peacefully. At the hour of the rat, young Dashin awakened Su Yin. She joined several other villagers on watch. 6 individuals were guarding during the latter half of the night, divided into 3 pairs, patrolling the perimeter of the camp. Su Yin was paired with Yang Dashu. They held makeshift torches as they circled the camp. Out of the corner of her eye, Su Yin occasionally glanced at the front mountain village, which remained eerily quiet, devoid of any anomalies. There were also guards from the front mountain village, but only 3. 2 of whom were women, and the other an elder. Young Dashu noted this, realizing that if something were to happen, they might not have time to react. Just as he voiced his thoughts, young Dashu caught himself and quickly added, "If it were you, it would certainly be different. I just learned a bit in secret from a courier master in town." "What is that courier master's name? Perhaps I've heard of him?" Young Dashu inquired. "Yan Yongchun," Su Yin replied, half-truthfully, as the name was indeed familiar. "Yan Yongchun," young Dashu murmured, pondering. After a moment, he concluded he had never encountered such a formidable courier master before, nor had he heard of him. He seems to have been invited by the escort agency to train the couriers. He must be quite a master. No wonder. To train couriers, he must be an expert. "I see you practice boxing every day. May I learn from you?" "Of course." Young Dashu was thrilled. "Really?" "Indeed." "Then I will join you each day for a bit of practice." "Sounds good." The stronger their team, the safer they would be. And Su Yin saw no reason to refuse. Suddenly, Su Yin halted, pretending to adjust her skirt while discreetly scanning her surroundings. Young Dashu did not rush her, patiently waiting. Was it merely her imagination? Since the start of their patrol, she had felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. She never believed it was just her overthinking. Yet after observing for some time, she found nothing amiss, and even the feeling of being scrutinized had faded. Wait. If it vanished, that means... Su Yin rose, feigning ignorance, and continued her patrol. Soon, the sensation returned. This time, Su Yin stopped again, crouching down, her gaze sweeping toward the right rear. Not far behind the thicket, something stirred. The moonlight was exquisite tonight, being the full moon. Had it not been for the bright moon and her keen eyesight, she might have easily overlooked it. Someone. There was someone behind that thicket. Su Yin remained silent, rising calmly to approach young Dashu, whispering, "Uncle Dashu, someone is watching us over there." Before he could speak, she warned, "Shh, don't look around. We'll continue walking and not let them notice." Young Dashu suppressed his instinct to turn, maintaining a facade of calm as they proceeded forward. "Who could it be? Did you see clearly?" Young Dashu whispered. "If I'm not mistaken, it should be people from the front mountain village." Young Dashu swallowed the words he was about to say, choking them back. "How many are there?" "I can't see clearly." Upon returning to the watch station, the other 4 were squinting, somewhat drowsy. Young Dashu approached and roused them. As they opened their eyes, 2 of them prepared to rise, but were halted by his voice. "Hold on. What is going on?" one of them asked. Young Dashu wore a grave expression, lowering his voice as he addressed you all. "I must share something important. When you hear it shortly, do not move, do not speak. And certainly refrain from any unnecessary actions." Witnessing young Dashu's seriousness, the 4 of you felt a surge of tension. Had something occurred? Young Dashu nodded, revealing that Su Yin had just spotted individuals concealed behind the thicket. The 4 exchanged alarmed glances, one nearly unable to contain himself, startled enough to rise. "What shall we do now?" Young Dashu turned to Su Yin, who spoke up. "At present, we cannot ascertain how many are hiding there. This is the first point. Secondly, we are uncertain whether their actions represent the intentions of the entire Qianshan village, or if it is merely a few individuals with malicious intent. If it is the former, this could become quite troublesome. We must be wary of a sudden attack from them. If it is the latter, we could surprise them. How do we determine which it is?" Someone could not help but ask. Su Yin cast a glance in the direction of the thicket. "I suspect the latter is more likely. However, to be prudent, we must prepare for both scenarios. First, we should quietly awaken some villagers to prepare them. Second, we will lure out those who are hiding, striking when they reveal themselves, ensuring we can apprehend them without hesitation. This way, we can act with legitimacy. Otherwise, even if we capture someone lurking behind the bushes, if they do not act, they can craft various excuses, leaving us powerless against them. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, One must seize the evidence. We must hold onto their weaknesses. The five nodded in agreement. Uncles, you continue your patrol as usual. Do not let them sense anything unusual. Head towards their location to prevent them from lifting their heads to observe our situation. The four of you split up to quietly awaken a portion of the villagers. Su Yin conferred with a few on the list, determining which individuals were apt for stealthy apprehension and which should remain at the camp to guard. All actions must be executed with utmost caution, ideally surprising the adversaries. The element of surprise would significantly mitigate the risk of casualties. They had already sustained injuries over the past few days. Another encounter might leave many unable to endure. Even if they could hold on now, the journey ahead was long, and it remained uncertain whether they could persevere. Should they falter, death would be their fate. Thus, it is imperative to avoid direct confrontation. The loss of personnel would also diminish their team's combat effectiveness and safety. In essence, minimizing bloodshed is of utmost importance. If the adversaries sought to launch a surprise attack, they could counter with their own ambush. Understood. The six dispersed into their respective tasks. The two on patrol held torches and continued their rounds, while the other four moved stealthily. Su Yin approached her uncle, covering his mouth. Upon opening his eyes, she whispered, "Shu." Yang Dashan, his body tense, gradually relaxed upon recognizing his niece's voice. "Uncle, the people from Qianshan village are up to no good." Quietly awaken second uncle and the others, but do not make a sound. Yang Dashan's heart sank, and he nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Chapter 69, Seizing the Thief and the Stolen Goods. Su Yin quickly outlined their plan, and Yang Dashan nodded in agreement. "All right, I will take care of the next steps." Su Yin felt a sense of reassurance and trusting the matter to her uncle. The two patrolling stood merely a few steps away from the hiding place of the others, lingering there. "What will we do if we cannot find water again?" one lamented. "Indeed. I barely had a few sips yesterday. I wonder if we can find a water source ahead. If not." They exchanged idle chatter, suppressing the urge of those concealed nearby to reveal themselves. It was only when the two received a signal that they departed. Before leaving, one of them relieved himself, causing the hidden figures to nearly lose their composure. Led by the sharp-faced man, the six felt a wave of relief wash over them as the two departed. "Finally, they've left," one exclaimed. "Damn. Why do I feel like I got splashed?" From this distance, that's impossible. It's just the overwhelming smell. Concern creased a face as one looked to the sharp-faced man. "Brother Air, do you think they have discovered us?" Wang Zida scoffed, "Are you foolish? If they had discovered us, they would have charged over rather than saunter around casually." The man awkwardly chuckled, as another chimed in, "Brother Air, this fellow is just timid." "Brother Air, when do we strike?" Wang Zida glanced at the night watchman of Xinghua village, then at Yang Dashan's position, where numerous bags were piled high, particularly the rotund mule cart driver, who certainly had valuables. "No rush, we'll wait until they're drowsy before we stealthily approach. Remember, just like before, seize what we can, and if we can't, retreat immediately. We must not allow them to capture us." "Understood, understood. Rest assured, Brother Air. We know what to do." They waited patiently, soon noticing that the 6 night watchmen had not resumed their patrol and were all nodding off. The 6 squatting in the thicket had legs that felt numb from crouching and had endured a night of mosquito bites, making them quite uncomfortable. The cautious man noticed the night watchman's movements and immediately nudged the drowsy Wang Zaitu. "Brother Air, the opportunity has come." The others were roused, and after observing the 6's lack of movement, they recognized their chance. The 6 swiftly retrieved black cloth from their pockets to cover their mouths and noses. "Remember, target the objective and take what you can." "All right," 5 voices murmured in unison. The rustling noise echoed through the quiet night as the 6 moved swiftly and cautiously towards their respective targets. Among them, 2 headed towards Su Yin's residence. Su Yin, who had been feigning sleep, kept a watchful eye with her peripheral vision. Upon seeing their direction, her brow furrowed. "Are they coming for our meat and bones?" Su Yin understood that her family was too small and simple compared to others, often consisting of 10 or more members, making them appear vulnerable and easy to prey upon. As the 6 descended upon their belongings like ravenous wolves, the instant they touched the bags, those feigning sleep sprang to their feet. "Catch the thieves!" someone screamed. Amid the momentary shock of the 6, a group emerged from nowhere, surrounding them completely. Among the 6, some had yet to even attempt to steal, while others had just slung bags over their shoulders. The shout successfully roused everyone in Xinghua village, alongside the residents of Qianshan village, who began to awaken in succession. Many wore bewildered expressions, but upon seeing the men of Xinghua village wielding various weapons, surrounding the 6 from Qianshan and noticing the bags in their possession, they quickly grasped the situation and rushed forward in anger. The villagers of Qianshan, just awakening, squinted at Xinghua village with fierce glances, but soon those expressions dimmed. Li Jing. It seems Brother Heir and the others have been captured. Families of Heir Zhe and the other 5 hastily approached Li Jing, pleading, "You must help us. In our household, we have but a single descendant, Ers." Over in Xinghua village, young Li Jing commanded that these 5 individuals be bound. Wang Zai's eyes darted about, insisting it was all a misunderstanding. Suddenly, he shoved a companion aside and bolted for the exit. Su Yin had already noted his furtive movement. As he rushed out, she stepped forward to block him, causing him to tumble headlong. Yang Dashin, realizing what was happening, rushed forward and pinned him down. "Bring me some rope. Let me go." Wang Zai struggled desperately against his restraints. No matter his efforts, he remained firmly bound. "You seek death," he yelled, spitting at those in front of him. Yang Tuofu wiped the saliva from his face, his gaze fierce as he approached. "What do you think you're doing?" Wang Zai quivered with fear. Yang Tuofu delivered 2 resounding slaps, growling, "If you shout again, I'll cut out your tongue." Perhaps it was the intensity of his glare that silenced Wang Zai. Yang Dachuan and the others remained vigilant, directing their weapons at the people from Qianshan village as they drew near. Yang De pressed a knife to the throats of the 6 captives. A standoff ensued. The people from Qianshan village raised their hands, wearing gentle smiles, assuring everyone not to be alarmed, stating they bore no ill intent and had merely come to ascertain the situation. Yang Lijing stepped forward, declaring, "Your villagers have dirty hands. And now we have the evidence." The leader of Qianshan village squinted, displeased as he glanced at Wang Zaitu and the others. "What were you thinking? No matter how dire the circumstances, this is not the way." Tears welled in Wang Zai's eyes as he pleaded, "Li Jing, we truly had no choice. My child and mother have gone 3 days without food. If we don't eat soon, we will." He continued, "If we had any means, would we resort to this? The world is merciless. We merely wish to survive, to provide a morsel for my child. I know stealing is wrong, but for my family, I had no other option. We only sought to take a tiny bit. We truly had no way out." Wang Zai sobbed inconsolably, his cries evoking pity from some of the women, softening their gazes. Others joined in, lamenting their own miseries. And the night was filled with the echoes of men's wails reverberating through the woods. Suddenly, Wang Zai fell to his knees, prompting the other 5 to follow suit. Chapter 70. Spare them. Wang Zai repeatedly bowed to the villagers of Xinghua, adjusting his position to prostrate himself in every direction, making a complete circuit while each bow was loud and clear. When he finally lifted his head, his forehead was bloodied. The others were similarly marked. Their demeanor stirred compassion in many of the villagers from Xinghua. The leader of Qianshan village seized the moment, lamenting, "Alas, it is this predatory world that has led to such misfortune. Why must it come to this?" He turned to young Li Jing. "Might you grant Wang a favor and forgive them this once? All of us from Qianshan village will remember your kindness." As he spoke, he bowed deeply to young Li Jing and the villagers of Xinghua. The villagers stood in stunned silence, uncertain, casting glances at young Li Jing. Su Yin observed the leader of Qianshan village and then Wang Zaitu and his companions, her expression darkening as she narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing both factions. She surveyed the crowd, clearly noting that some had been swayed, their initial anger giving way to conflict. She turned her gaze toward the 3 elders. Young Li Jing remained composed, his wise eyes smiling at the leader of Qianshan village. Su Yin could not discern his thoughts from his expression. Unamused by the disturbance, Mr. Wan San, having been roused from his slumber, watched the unfolding drama with keen interest. His gaze flitted between the factions before settling on Su Yin. With a deep sigh, he rose, brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes, and strolled leisurely towards Su Yin. "Li Jing, do you see?" Someone could not help but exclaim. Before Su Yin or Yang Li Jing could respond, Mr. Wan San interjected, suddenly applauding. The sound of clapping echoed loudly in the stillness, drawing all eyes to him. With a smile reminiscent of Maitreya, he spoke at a measured pace. "What a splendid performance. I never expected to witness such a riveting spectacle tonight." "What do you mean by that, Mr. Fat?" Su Yin inquired, playing along. Mr. Wan San chuckled. Have you considered that if you had not discovered them beforehand, they would have indeed taken what they claimed? That is point 1. Point 2. They are pitiable, but do you not feel pity as well? Just reflect on how long you can sustain yourself with what you possess. If they succeed, it will be your mothers and children who go hungry. Stealing is stealing. There is no room for debate, nor any reason for sympathy. You should feel compassion for yourselves, not for others. In this predatory world, sympathy is the gravest folly. Once you soften your heart, countless others will exploit your kindness for their gain, leading to your own family's demise. Sacrificing oneself for the sake of others is not benevolence, it is folly. To summarize, they are not merely stealing food or drink, they are stealing your lives. Point 3. That leader from Qianshan village, with a mere light-hearted remark, thinks to brush aside the matter of bloodshed. Your bow carries great weight. Mr. Wan San's words jolted those who had previously felt compassion and indecision, each regretting their earlier thoughts. The smile in the leader of Qianshan village's eyes dimmed significantly, and he regarded Mr. Wan San with icy disdain. The most incensed were not the leader of Qianshan village, but rather Wang Zaitu and his companions, especially the vengeful Wang Zaitu, who at that moment wished nothing more than to see Mr. Wan San brutally punished. What are you looking at? Mr. Wan San, feeling the tension, instinctively stepped aside, taking refuge behind Su Yin. The crowd's gaze turned to Wang Zaitu, many catching sight of the unrestrained malice in his eyes. Devoid of any semblance of pity, he was a ravenous wolf. With this, the villagers of Xinghua felt an even greater aversion toward the group. Their resolve to not let them off the hook strengthening. The hot-tempered Yang Tuafu exclaimed, "Li Jing, let us execute them. They don't appear to be novices at this. They've likely committed such acts before. Such people are a menace. Better to eliminate them. Indeed, let us kill them." Seeing the villagers of Xinghua truly harboring thoughts of murder, Wang Zaitu and his companions panicked. "You're talking nonsense. This is our first offense. We made a single mistake. You are magnanimous. Please spare us." Someone pleaded. "We truly understand our error. We promise never to do it again. Besides, we haven't taken anything from you. Just disregard it as a trivial matter and let us go. We will remember your kindness." Another stammered, the Buddha said. "Sparing a life is worth more than building a pagoda." Wang Zaita's family grew frantic. "If you dare to kill them, we will fight you," they cried. "Please spare them. My son is still young. Have mercy, we will kneel before you. Do not plead with them, should they dare to strike. We shall fight to the bitter end and see if they have the audacity to do so," declared the fierce matriarch of Wang Zaitu. Su Yin observed the vociferous relatives and then glanced at the villagers from Qianshan, noting the varied expressions. Some were seething with rage, while others wore a mask of indifference. "Are you truly intent on resorting to violence? You must consider this carefully. Once the first blow is struck, the blades do not discriminate. You may find yourself facing the king of hell sooner than expected. This matter originally did not concern you. But if you choose to sacrifice your own men for the sake of another's, then ponder whether it is truly worth it. If you deem it worthwhile to exchange their lives for your own, I can only offer my respect and blessings." Her words caused the villagers of Qianshan to shift uncomfortably, with some women gripping their husbands' arms tightly. The villagers, who had been watching Su Yin with keen interest, were now captivated by the young lady's eloquence, as she deftly sowed discord among them. However, they were mistaken in their calculations. "All of us from Qianshan stand united, and we will not sit idly by. Are you suggesting that you are prepared to engage us in battle?" Su Yin countered, unwavering, her smile betraying a glint of cold ferocity. "I must confess, I look forward to witnessing how many of you will fail to see the dawn of tomorrow." She plunged the knife she held into the ground, casting a menacing smile over the assembled villagers, as if selecting her prey. The palpable aura of slaughter emanating from her caused the demeanor of the Qianshan villagers to shift once more, prompting one to chuckle nervously. "My young friend, you jest. While they are indeed at fault, their transgressions do not warrant death." He turned to young Li Jing, who had remained silent thus far. "Young Li Jing, feel free to voice your demands, anything to spare their lives. They are from our village, and we cannot simply watch them perish. As fellow leaders, you must understand my sentiments." Chapter 71, 60 Tales. Yang Lijing pondered deeply. He comprehended both the words of Master Wan San and the sentiments expressed by Su Yin. He understood the actions of the Qianshan village head and recognized their implications. Should he remain passive, the unity of the people would inevitably crumble. Once that bond was severed, governance would become exceedingly difficult. In times like these, should conflict arise, their path forward would be fraught with peril. He was acutely aware that if they were to execute the six, they would undoubtedly provoke a confrontation with the villagers of Qianshan, suffering assaults from both factions, leaving little time for recuperation amidst dire conditions. Yang Lijing weighed the pros and cons in his mind. "Since you have spoken, I must accord you this courtesy," he conceded, eliciting a few more smiles from the head of Qianshan. Yet while capital punishment may be avoided, lesser penalties must be imposed to ensure they learn from this folly. "Would you not agree, Wang Lijing?" The latter nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, you speak wisely. Impose whatever punishment you deem fit, so long as they are allowed to live and continue on their journey." Su Yin could not help but internally scoff at the cunning of the Qianshan village head. His words were artfully crafted. It would have been better to refrain from the latter half. The astute listeners recognized the veiled implications, their expressions darkening with indignation. "What manner of people are these, taking advantage of our kindness?" Young Dashan prepared to interject, but Su Yin gestured for him to remain silent. The three elders could handle matters deftly. They would not easily be led astray. While they feared the prospect of violence, surely their adversaries felt the same trepidation. Thus, the restraint was mutual, though the initiative lay firmly in their grasp. Yang Lijing spoke with calm authority. "Let us forego the notion of battle. Should things turn awry in this desolate wilderness, rescue would be unlikely. Instead, let us settle for compensation. Each of the six shall owe us 10 taels of silver." "What?" The relatives of Wang Zai gasped in shock. The villagers of Qianshan were equally taken aback by Yang Lijing's audacious demand. Good heavens! 10 taels of silver? Many families can scarcely gather a few taels. To demand such a sum felt akin to extortion in the eyes of the villagers. The faces of Wang Zai's group paled. They were worth far less than that. In this era, a man could be sold for merely 3 to 5 taels. And some children could be bartered for a mere morsel of food. Wang Lijing's expression soured, yet he maintained a facade of cordiality. 10 taels is beyond what they can provide, would you not agree? Yang Lijing interjected decisively. "I see that the villagers of Qianshan, like us, are a united and caring family. Surely, they can muster the funds. If each household contributes a single tael and a half, the sum will be readily available." Master Wan San and Su Yin exchanged glances, their brows raised in appreciation of Yang Lijing's deft maneuvering. He had not disappointed her. This tactic was truly masterful. Before they could object, Yang Lijing added, effectively closing off their avenues of dissent, "I am confident that your village can meet this demand. After all, you are willing to risk your lives for them. It should be no burden to part with a mere tael and a half for a life. Would you not concur?" Wang Lijing appeared to be enraged yet amused. "You are correct, Yang Lijing." One villager could not contain himself. Silence. Wang Lijing barked, silencing the dissent. He was well aware of Wang Zai's family's financial situation, and while the other 5 families might possess some wealth, Wang Zaitu was his loyal subordinate. If they could not protect him, his own authority would be rendered meaningless. Time and again, he would require Wang Zaitu to navigate matters, ensuring he could maintain an image of fairness and justice to better govern the rest. Wang Lijing cast a steely gaze upon the families of Wang Zaitu. Each household will contribute 5 taels, the remaining families will cover the rest. I, as village head, will contribute 2 taels, with each household providing 1 tael. You have encountered a challenge this time. Next time, others will likewise lend their aid when you are in need. He then turned to Wang Zai's family. This sum is merely a temporary loan from the village. Once you are financially stable, you must repay it. Do you understand? We will remember this and will not forget. They affirmed. Once we have stabilized our situation, we shall repay the debt at the earliest opportunity. We will not forget this kindness. While they voiced their gratitude, the remaining 22 families felt a lingering discomfort. In times of famine, who could predict when stability would return? Who could guarantee that they would remain unscathed? Should misfortune befall them, retrieval of those funds would be impossible. In such dire times, losing even a single tael could mean forfeiting a measure of security. Despite their reluctance, they ultimately pooled together 60 taels of silver, and only then were the 6 released. It seemed they had attempted to steal a chicken, only to lose the rice. Wang Zaitu and his companions kept their heads bowed, unable to face the village. "We must rest. We have a journey ahead of us tomorrow," Yang Lijing declared, prompting everyone to return home, reassured that their leader would not pocket the 60 taels. As the others retired for the night, Yang Lijing remained awake, seated with the 6 night watchmen. Suyatu, you have once again proven your worth, they praised her. Yang Lijing shifted the conversation. Now that we have stirred up trouble with the villagers of Qianshan, we must tread carefully on the road ahead. All of you must remain vigilant. They nodded in agreement. The following morning, Su Yin sought out a clearing to practice her martial arts, with Yang Dashu eagerly trailing behind her, standing by her side and attempting to mimic her movements. Whenever he encountered something he did not comprehend, Su Yin would patiently provide guidance. As she practiced, the villagers of Xinghua village, both elderly and young, rose early to gather dew. Despite the meager amount of dew available, so scarce that it was almost non-existent on the periphery, they remained undeterred in their efforts. Several households had already run out of water, relying on limited provisions from others. The residents of Qianshan village noticed the activity, particularly when they saw the villagers carrying bamboo tubes towards the mountains, leaving them puzzled. Why were they all heading into the mountains with bamboo tubes? Who could say? Someone remarked absent-mindedly, could it be that they have found a water source? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the Qianshan villagers widened with excitement. Quickly, gather your things and follow them. But keep your distance to avoid any potential conflict. Su Baozhu led several children into the mountains, where the outskirts yielded no dew, and only the depths of the forest offered a scant trace. Little ant. That group of rascals is following us, Zaidawawa tugged at Su Baozhu's sleeve. Chapter 72, Departing Early. Su Baozhu glanced back to see the Qianshan villagers following closely behind, carrying various containers for water. Her aunt's expression was one of disdain, likening them to a stubborn adhesive. Everyone, be cautious, the villagers of Xinghua reminded each other, sticking close together as they collected dew. The underbrush near the main road revealed no dew, compelling them to venture deeper into the forest. They knew that the dew would not last long, it might vanish before dawn. They had to gather as much as possible before it disappeared. Many homes were already dry. The Xinghua villagers ignored the presence of the Qianshan people, focusing solely on their task of collecting dew. The Qianshan villagers, witnessing the Xinghua villagers crouching to gather dew, were initially taken aback. They had assumed that the Xinghua villagers had discovered a water source, only to realize that it was merely the paltry dew they were collecting. How much could they possibly gather from such a trivial amount? This is just a waste of time, someone muttered, turning away in disappointment. After the first person departed, many others from Qianshan soon followed suit, although a few remained to collect the meager dew alongside the Xinghua villagers. After completing her set of martial arts, Su Yin noticed her mother preparing breakfast and quickly intervened. Mother, your leg is still injured. You shouldn't be moving. I've already applied medicine yesterday. It feels much better now. A little movement won't hurt. No, you must not strain it. If it doesn't heal properly in the first few days, it could worsen. With Su Yin's firm insistence, Sumu reluctantly returned to her seat. Old Master Wan stirred awake, rubbing his eyes as the dawn light remained dim. He noticed that everyone was already up. He wished he could sleep a bit longer, but his thirst was unbearable. Reaching for his designated bamboo water tube, he found only a small sip remaining. He dared not drink too much, taking delicate sips, but even that small amount barely quenched his thirst. Licking his dry lips, he turned to Su Yin. What are we having for breakfast, Su girl? Flatbreads. How about we have porridge instead? It quenches thirst and fills the stomach. Though it may leave them hungrier sooner, porridge contains moisture, and he was parched. All right, Su Yin replied, moving to the mule cart to scoop a handful of millet, which she then crushed before placing it in the pot to cook. This was all to conserve water. Opening the only wooden barrel still containing water, Su Yin noted with a sigh that it was 3/4 full. They wouldn't last long with such a meager supply. She only scooped out half a ladle of water to pour into the pot. Washing rice was out of the question, with water so scarce. There was no way to clean the rice. Old Master Wan observed her scant portion of water and wondered if it was too little. If you find a water source at the next stop, I will double it. Old Master Wan awkwardly closed his mouth. After a while, Su Baozhu returned with the main group. Su Yin glanced at the dew they had collected. It barely covered the bottom of the bowl. The conditions were too dry for much dew to condense. Su Baozhu sighed, deeply concerned. Little ant, don't worry. Where there S.A. will, there S.A. way. Let us eat. Su Yin handed her the bowl and chopsticks. Su Baozhu sipped slowly, as each drop of water was precious. She finished every last bit of porridge, leaving no residue. Their bowls and utensils were carefully separated, ensuring no one used another's. After finishing, each person tended to their own dishes. with the water supply tight. They hadn't washed their bowls in quite some time. At times, they would rinse them with the water used for washing rice, and when that wasn't available, they would lick them clean or use leaves to wipe them down, emphasizing a return to simplicity. They considered themselves fortunate compared to others like Wang Dama, who only had a few sips of water each day, leaving them utterly exhausted. They looked as if they were lost travelers on the brink of death in a desert. As Su Baozhu drank her porridge, the water Su Yin had placed over the fire began to boil. She had only prepared half a pot, which would be divided among 4, waiting for it to cool before transferring it into containers. Yin, we set off in 15 minutes, Yang Fu came to inform her. All right. While Su Baozhu and the others were gathering dew in the mountains, Su Yin had already prepared the mule cart, organizing their belongings. Once she arranged the pots and bowls, they would be ready to depart. 15 minutes later, the grand procession set off once more. With Su Mu's leg injury, she was not fit to walk. Su Yin had specially prepared a spot for her, just large enough for one person to sit. As Xinghua village departed, the Qianshan villagers were still busy preparing their breakfast. Surprised by the commotion from across the way, Wang Zita leaned towards Wang Lijing. It seems they are planning to leave early. Wang Lijing squinted at their departing figures and quickly grasped their intention. Should we follow? Wang Zita inquired. No need. Their village is on par with ours. A confrontation would yield little chance of success. Any further schemes would be thwarted by their vigilance. It is best that we remain apart given the current animosity. Su Yin glanced back to confirm that the Qianshan villagers had not followed, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief, fearing they might cling to them like stubborn adhesive. Today, Su Yin was in charge of driving the cart, while Su Mu busily mended shoes made from old clothes brought from their home. Su Baodu walked alongside Old Master Wan, as Sayatawawa and Xiao Yanggui happily trailed behind Su Yin. An hour later, the sun grew increasingly intense. Old Master Wan, being more corpulent than the others, began to sweat profusely, his thirst escalating swiftly. He took small sips of water, wary of drinking too much at once. If he indulged, it would not suffice for the day. Su Yin felt her own thirst mounting, daring only to take tiny sips. Why does it feel like the sun gets more relentless the deeper we go into Nanping County? Su Baozhu remarked, glancing up at the blazing sun, feeling dizzy and disoriented. We are heading south, where the climate is warm. If you reach the southernmost point of the Daong dynasty, you will find that it is perpetually summer, with no snowfall throughout the year. Is that true? Su Baozhu listened with curiosity, while Xiao Taohua and Xiao Yanggui gazed at him with wide, sparkling eyes, brimming with astonishment. Indeed, but the humidity there is quite heavy. Once the rainy season begins, the entire house becomes damp. Seeing that the children were enraptured, Master Wan continued his tale, but soon found himself parched and quickly took a sip of water. He waved his hand at the children, signaling that he would say no more to avoid wasting water. Master Wan, could you tell us just a bit more? Su Mu interjected with a smile. Don't pester Master Wan, can't you see he's sweltering? She added. You should also speak less, it wastes breath. Chapter 73, A Failed Quest for Water. Su Baozhu then asked, aren't you thirsty? The two little ones tilted their heads, furrowing their brows in contemplation. Master Wan is thirsty, but we are not, Xiao Yanggui replied in a childish voice. Master Wan pinched the little fellow's cheek, saying, if you give Master Wan some water, he will tell you a story. Xiao Yanggui spun around, marching over to Su Yin to complain, Sister, Master Wan is bullying children. Su Baozhu chuckled heartily, your sister won't help you. Should I ask Auntie for assistance? No. Xiao Yanggui turned on his heel and scampered to the back. Su Yin glanced at the perspiring Master Wan and said, Master Wan, why don't you take a break from driving for a while? I will walk a bit. All right. He agreed. They switched places, and though he was not walking, beads of sweat poured down Master Wan's forehead like they were free. You all head on ahead. I will go into the nearby woods and catch up with you shortly. Be careful. Su Yin turned and entered the adjacent grove, walking toward the left front. After taking a few steps, she confirmed that she had not been mistaken. Indeed, large-leaved trees were growing beneath the forest canopy. Though called trees, the largest of the large-leaved trees barely reached an adult's height, being a drought-resistant plant. The most striking feature of this plant is its leaves, which are quite large, resembling those of the Chinese evergreen. Some of the better-growing specimens were even larger than those. Before her stood a dozen or so large-leaved trees, which, despite being in the cool shade, appeared wilted, attesting to the aridity of the area. She selected a few relatively decent leaves before exiting. In the Daong dynasty, Large-leaved trees are often used as makeshift umbrellas by those who cannot afford proper rain gear, although their effectiveness is minimal. Upon emerging, she noticed that the group had already moved 100 meters ahead, so she hurried to catch up. Someone noticed the item in her hand. Su girl. Where did you find that large-leaved tree? I just picked it by the roadside. Oh, you have a keen eye. I didn't even notice it. Auntie. You were too busy looking after the children to see it. If you were like me, glancing here and there, you would have spotted it before I did. Su Yin replied with a cheerful compliment. Su Yin handed the leaves to Su Baozhu, who joyfully raised them above her head, effectively shielding herself from the sun and alleviating the sunburn on her face. This is wonderful. It perfectly blocks the sunlight. Master Wan looked at the reins he was holding and said, "What am I to do now?" "I have a solution." Su Yin retrieved the braided vine rope she had made earlier from the mule cart and connected the two large leaves, fashioning a simple version of a fisherman's hat. Master Wan took it from her. "Girl, you have quite the crafty hands." Su Yin made another for Sumu, who also donned it to protect herself from the sun. Young Lijing glanced back at the trailing group, his brow furrowed in concern. Many individuals had cracked lips, indicating their struggle with dehydration. He looked up at the blazing sun, which was unclouded. This weather would persist. Yang Fu approached his father, saying, "Father, why don't you sit in the cart for a while?" "No need." Yang Lijing waved his hand, glancing at the heavily pregnant wife of his second son. "Let the second son's family take a turn in the cart." Yang Fu understood his father's worries. "Father, perhaps we will find water ahead." The water they had brought from Yongqing County was nearly exhausted. The cattle consumed the majority, leaving the family with barely enough for themselves. Every drop counted. As the village head, his father could not refuse those who came pleading for water, which only complicated their own situation. Just as he was contemplating this, De Zhuang's mother approached with her daughter. "Village head, look at my family. We've run out of water. We didn't receive any when water was distributed earlier. Shouldn't we be entitled to a share now?" Yang Fu was both amused and exasperated by her words. Unable to speak up, he nudged his wife with his elbow. His wife understood immediately. The distribution was for those without water. "Your family has water, but still wants more. Everyone should have a share. Why should my family go without?" De Zhuang's mother began to argue stubbornly. "Your family has water. Now mine does not," his wife countered. "If your family has no water, you should blame the timing of your shortage." Frustrated with De Zhuang's mother's stubbornness, she pulled her daughter closer, angrily scolding her while pinching her arms and waist. "You foolish child, why can't you ask for help?" De Zhuang's daughter refrained from crying. The more she cried, the harsher her mother's grip became. "Are you mute? Hurry and ask your village head grandfather for some water." With tears brimming in her eyes, De Zhuang's daughter opened her mouth, but the words caught in her throat. "Village head grandfather, may I please have some water?" She managed to stammer, immediately lowering her head, too afraid to meet Yang Lijing's gaze. Yang Lijing sighed, just as he was about to speak, when Yang Shou, the third son, interjected. "We have no water. We can't spare any." "Village head, you cannot turn a blind eye. My De Zhuang's lips are cracked from thirst. If he dies of thirst, our whole family will perish. Please, just a little bit." "No water means no water. No amount of pleading will change that," the eldest son's wife asserted firmly. Seeing that Yang Lijing remained silent, De Zhuang's mother seethed with frustration and, unable to direct her anger at the village head's family, turned it towards her own child. "You useless girl, you can't even beg for help. I'll teach you a lesson." Raising her hand, she struck De Zhuang's daughter across the face, leaving 5 distinct marks on her frail visage. "If you want to hit a child, do it at home. Don't bring it here," the second son's wife interjected. Being pregnant, she could not bear to witness such behavior. Yang Lijing remained resolute, unyielding to both soft and hard pleas. De Zhuang's mother, with no outlet for her anger, dragged her daughter away. Upon returning, De Zhuang cried out, "Mother, I'm thirsty. I want water." His grandmother hastily asked, "Did you get any?" "No, we didn't." With a fierce glare, De Zhuang's grandmother scolded, "You worthless child, you can't even handle this simple task." "Mother, it's not my fault." "Blame that useless girl De Zhuang." She wouldn't even open her mouth to ask. De Zhuang's grandmother turned to her granddaughter, who cowered in fear. "You want to eat dinner tonight?" De Zhuang hung his head, too frightened to respond. "Mother, I don't care. I want water." "Son, just bear with it a little longer. Once we find a water source, we will have water to drink." "I don't care. Why do they get to drink water?" De Zhuang pointed at Su Yin and her family walking ahead. Upon realizing it was that family, De Zhuang's mother hesitated, her expression troubled. That family is even more miserly than the Berrizing clan. Visiting them could very well result in being turned away. Chapter 74, The Five-Person Group. The two young ladies from the Su family, though appearing delicate and frail, can be quite ruthless when it comes to taking lives. I dare not provoke their wrath. De Zhuang's mother disapproved, prompting De Zhuang to stir up trouble again. He pointed at Daya, declaring, "Mother, if you're too afraid to go, let this money-wasting girl go instead." To placate De Zhuang, naturally, whatever he said would be adhered to. "You stubborn girl, didn't you hear your brother? Hurry up. If you can't fetch water, don't even think of coming back." While De Zhuang's mother was demanding water, others were also approaching the Su family for the same. "Su girl. I truly have no choice," spoke Yang Youtsai's wife. "The dew collected these past few days is hardly sufficient. If I had any means, I would not have dared to ask." She gently wiped away her tears with her sleeve. Su's mother appeared somewhat moved but remained silent. Su Yin spoke up, "Aunt Yukai. It's not that I am unwilling to help, it's just that we have very little water ourselves. If we had more, we would certainly assist you. You know my character by now. Is it truly impossible to spare a little? We only need a bit," pleaded Yang Yukai's wife. Su Yin wore a troubled expression. "I genuinely have none to give. I've even begun to ponder whether to keep this mule. If it stays, it won't have water to drink." With that, she let out a heavy sigh. Yang Yukai's wife was not one to press the issue, and upon hearing her response, she ceased to pursue the matter further. As she departed from the Su household, a number of onlookers had been watching. Seeing her return empty-handed, those who had intended to ingratiate themselves with her abandoned their thoughts. Following Yang Youtsai's wife, Daya hesitated, her steps faltering as she cast her gaze downwards, her fingers nervously twisting the fabric of her sleeves. She glanced at Su Yin, then at her parents behind her. As she turned, she met her mother's fierce gaze, urging her to go forth. She did not wish to impose on Sister Su Yin, yet she was acutely aware that if she did not comply, she would undoubtedly face a severe beating upon her return. Torn and conflicted, it felt as though iron weights were chained to her feet, preventing her from taking that step. After a moment's deliberation, she made her decision and turned back. De Zhuang's mother had been watching Daya intently. Upon seeing the girl return without approaching, her anger flared. "You worthless child, now you want to even heed my words." Before Daya could fully articulate her protest, a slap sent her crashing to the ground. "Had I known it would come to this, I should have drowned you at birth to save you from wasting food here." Wang Dinyang, who had been walking ahead, turned back to help Daya up. The little girl bore scratches on her arms and legs. Touching her arm felt like grasping at mere skin over bone. "Enough." De Zhuang's mother. "It's time to cease this. Everyone is short on water. Who has any to spare? If I asked you for water, would you give it? If you're too afraid to go yourself, why burden a child? I discipline my own child. What business is it of yours? In my presence, I will manage my affairs." Just as the two women seemed poised to clash, the men intervened, quickly defusing the situation. After walking for over 2 hours, it was finally noon when Yang Lurzhang ordered a break. At the mention of rest, everyone immediately sought out a shaded spot to recuperate. Su Yin helped her mother down from the mule cart, guiding her towards the trees. Everyone wore expressions of worry. "The sun is blazing. We shall rest for a short while before setting off again," instructed Yang Lurzhang. No sooner had he spoken than he turned to his second son, Yang Lu. "While we rest, take a few people nearby and see if you can find any water." Yang Shou disagreed. "Father, look at the trees around us. They are all withered. There is surely no water. It would be better to let brother rest and conserve his strength. That way, he won't tire or become thirsty so quickly." Yang Lu shared the same sentiment. "Father, with just this short time, we cannot venture far. A round trip would yield little benefit." Yang Lurzhang's expression darkened. "I said go, so go you shall." Yang Lu, unable to argue with his father, relented. "Fine, I'll go. Wait, take care to find not just anyone, but try to locate those who have previously ventured into the city. They're the families with the most water reserves in Xinghua village. They might hold out longer than others. If water cannot be found, this group is bound to encounter trouble." Yang Lurzhang was filled with anxiety. He knew well that a short time wouldn't allow for much distance, and understood that locating a water source in this terrain was akin to seeking the unattainable. Yet, despite this, he felt compelled to act. He needed to maintain the morale of the people. Yang Lu first approached Yang Dashan. Old Zhang, upon hearing this, Before Yang Dashan could respond, declared, "We're not going, it's blistering hot. After a day of walking, my legs are nearly broken. After finally resting. You want us to venture out again?" Yang Lu smiled awkwardly. He had not expected much from the Zhang family upon his arrival. After spending time together, they were well aware of old Zhang's disposition. He turned to Yang Dashan, "Brother Dashan, what say you?" Yang Dashan rose, "I will go." Though his wife disapproved, she did not hinder him once he had spoken. Yang Lu skipped over Su Yin, heading directly towards Yang the Butcher and Yang Dashu. "Uncle Yang Fu, where are you headed?" "While everyone is resting, we'll search the vicinity for water." Su Yin surveyed the surrounding area. In the distance, bizarre rock formations jutted up, with several trees managing to survive amid the stones. Such karst topography is not conducive to water retention. When rain falls, it seeps underground, forming subterranean reservoirs. It was unlikely there would be any water here. Yang Lu sighed, "I think the same. However, my father insists, so I must comply." Su Yin's mind raced, and she grasped Yang Hang's intention. "I will accompany you." No, you should rest here. It's fine." Seeing her persistence, Yang Lu ceased to argue. Su Baozhi spoke up, "How about I go? I can manage the cart. You need rest after walking all this time." Villagers had heard that Yang Lu, Su Yin, Yang Dashan, Yang the Butcher, and Yang Dashu were heading out to search for water. Some wished to join, but remembering their own dwindling supplies, they hesitated, knowing the physical exertion involved would be arduous. The five of them entered the forest, splitting into two teams, Su Yin, Yang Dashan, and Yang the Butcher in one group, with Yang Lu and Yang Dashu in the other. The first group headed west, while the latter moved in the opposite direction. This area had few trees atop the hills, but many protruding rocks, with trees and stones intertwined. Standing atop one of the stones, Su Yin gazed into the distance, her attention drawn to a particularly lush tree. Chapter 75, The Special Tree. This tree stood vibrantly, a stark contrast to the surrounding foliage, exuding a sense of independence and transcendence. "Uncle, I'm going to check that out," announced Yang Dashan. "It's too far, we might not have enough time," he replied. Yang the Butcher chimed in, "Let's just search in this area." They did not expect to find water in such a place. Anyone with any knowledge understood that in this type of terrain, during periods of ample rainfall, water was not stored well, let alone during a drought. They understood Yang Hang's reasoning behind his actions. Their arrival was merely a formality, intended to convey a message to others. Su Yin beckoned the two men, "Elder Uncle, Uncle Yang, come take a look." The two climbed onto the stones, and she pointed towards a lush tree in the distance. "Do you see it?" Without a moment's thought, Yang Butcher dismissed it as just a tree, failing to discern anything remarkable about it. Yang Dashan, however, remained silent, contemplating for a brief moment before glancing at the surrounding trees. This particular tree was significantly sturdier than the others, its foliage dense and verdantly vibrant. As they spoke, Yang Dashan's eyes gradually widened. "Are you suggesting?" Su Yin nodded, "I can't be certain, but we should investigate." Yang Dashan's words registered with Yang Butcher, but he understood them only at face value, never considering other implications. He stared, bewildered, at the two who were speaking in riddles. "Stop with the enigmas. Just tell me, what is over there? It isn't water, is it?" "I'm not sure, but the likelihood is greater than in other places." Upon hearing Su Yin's words, Yang Butcher perked up. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry and take a look. If we truly find a water source, it could save the lives of an entire village." The path was difficult, strewn with rocks and thickets, requiring both hands and feet in some places. Fortunately, all three were agile enough not to linger too long. As they approached the vicinity of the tree, they distinctly felt a refreshing coolness, with the vegetation appearing more abundant than elsewhere. There must be water. Yang Butcher clasped his hands in prayer, looking skyward. The closer they got to the tree, the more anxious both he and Yang Dashan became. Having finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope, they naturally wished for it to materialize. Su Yin, too, prayed silently that water would be found there, no matter the quantity, as long as there was water. Standing beneath the tree, it loomed over them like a colossal umbrella, shielding them from the blazing sun. Behind the tree lay a massive rocky cliff, half of which was obscured by foliage, with only the sharp tips visible. 7 inches above the base of the cliff, a narrow crevice dripped water steadily. Drop by drop, the sound of water falling resonated in their ears, akin to celestial music. The trio was captivated by the water seeping from the stone crack, and in the next moment, Yang Butcher erupted into joyous laughter. "Ha ha ha! We found it! We actually found it. Though the flow was minimal, any water was a blessing. Initially approaching the search for water with a casual attitude, they were astonished to have discovered it. Let us hurry back and inform everyone. Yang Dashan turned to Su Yin, saying, Yin, you stay here. We'll go down first. Elder uncle, once you return, please inform the 3 great-grandfathers to be cautious of the villagers from the front mountain and other migrants. We must ensure no one else learns of this water. Its scarcity could lead to trouble. The 2 hurriedly departed, their steps lightened with newfound hope. Su Yin drank deeply from her water pouch, placing it beneath the crevice to catch the droplets. They wouldn't return quickly. So she found a relatively flat spot to rest beneath the tree, awaiting their return. Meanwhile, another group searching for water, comprised of Yang Lu and De Yangshu, walked a fair distance through the woods, keeping an eye on the time as they headed back. As they neared the descent, they noticed the absence of the 3. Haven't they come down yet? They scanned the direction from which the trio had departed but saw no sign of them. Could they have gone down first? It's possible. Yang Lu glanced up at the sky, noting the time. Let us go. Upon returning, the expressions of the 2 were telling, leading others to inquire, did you find anything? No, Yang Dashu shook his head. A collective sigh swept through the crowd. Haven't Dashan and the others returned? Yang Lu hadn't seen the trio. Not yet. You all return first. Everyone is waiting for the 3. Why haven't they come back? The agreed-upon incense sticks time had passed, yet the trio was still missing. Perhaps they made a discovery, someone speculated optimistically. In this terrain, that's unlikely. They could have encountered danger. It's possible. This mountainous area is riddled with hidden caves. A misstep could lead to peril. As the conversation grew increasingly exaggerated, the usually reticent elder of the Yang family tapped his cane for attention. If you have nothing of substance to say, it's best to remain silent. Stop spreading baseless fears. His words silenced the murmurs. Let us wait a bit longer. They should return soon. A tea's worth of time passed without sign of the 3. Su Mu, usually calm, began to fidget, glancing frequently into the woods. Su Baozhu noticed her concern. Sister-in-law, Yin is incredibly capable. She'll be fine. Yet another tea session passed, and most became restless. Could they really be in trouble? Don't jump to conclusions. They might just be lost. Young Li Jing's expression turned grave. Eldest, 3rd, take some people and go search for them. Understood. The 2 gathered a team of about 10 and were about to set off when Yang Dashan and Young Butcher emerged from the forest. The sight of them brought a collective sigh of relief, but soon they noticed one was missing. De Zhuang's wife, seeing this, felt a surge of joy. Could it be that girl is in danger? If so, that would be splendid news indeed, divine retribution at play. Su Mu anxiously inquired, Elder brother, where is my Yin? Su Baozhu followed suit. Why didn't Yin return with you? Concerned faces surrounded them. Where is Su girl? Young Li Jing pressed, the crowd bombarding the 2 with questions, leaving them no chance to speak. Young Butcher, with an impatient demeanor, raised his voice to quiet the crowd. Stop asking. Let me finish. The crowd hushed. Yang Dashan finally had the opportunity to speak. Yin is safe. Su Mu's heart, which had been in turmoil, relaxed. Then why didn't she come back with you? Young Butcher, with a radiant smile, scanned the crowd because Yin is guarding the water source. Silence enveloped the scene for 3 seconds. In the next moment, the crowd erupted in exclamations, many moved to tears of joy. Yang Lijing stepped forward, gripping Yang Dashan's arm tightly. Dashan, is this true? Have you really found a water source? Yang Dashan nodded affirmatively, indeed. Yin discovered it. With their confirmation, a smile broke across Yang Lijing's wrinkled face, repeatedly murmuring, That's wonderful. That's wonderful. He began organizing the group to ascend the mountain, instructing each household to leave some members behind to guard their belongings while others took containers to fetch water. 3 great-grandfathers, before we came, Yin gave us a warning. I found it quite prudent. What did she say? We need to be wary of the people from the front mountain village. Although we left earlier and created distance, upon our return, we could easily encounter them again. We must devise a way to elude their notice. If we leave them here while others depart, I fear the villagers from the front mountain will take notice. Secondly, regarding the matter of our discovery of the water source, it must remain strictly confidential. The water there is not as abundant as we might envision. It merely seeps through the crevices of the rocks and could dry up at any moment. It is uncertain whether each household will be able to fill their containers. Should others uncover the secret, our ability to protect it will be in jeopardy. Yang Lijing nodded in agreement, acknowledging your prudent considerations. Allowing others to linger here is indeed conspicuous and unsafe. The thought of the villagers from Qianshan and their character is troubling, even if they cannot discover our water source. Their greed might lead them to harbor ill intentions towards those guarding the supplies. Yang Li halted the men preparing to ascend the mountain. The water up there is scarce, and it is imperative that no one else learns of it. Otherwise, we might lose not just the water but our very lives. The villagers from Qianshan are right behind us, and there are other refugees on the road. We must remain vigilant. Therefore, everyone should retreat into the forest and refrain from emerging. We shall leave together once those at the mountain return with the water. Remember, the existence of the water must remain a secret. Utter not a word. Anyone who jeopardizes this matter shall face my wrath without mercy. The crowd nodded in agreement. With so many of us and our possessions, where could we possibly hide? Yang Lu spoke up. I know of a suitable location. There is a vast rock face that conveniently obscures the view below, surrounded by trees that can provide further concealment. The area is sufficiently spacious. This place was discovered during their search for the water source. With a plan in place, the villagers of Xinghua quickly urged their carts into the mountains. Be cautious. People should pass this way, while cattle and mules should take the other path. Watch your step, and do not fall into any hidden pits. This route is more treacherous than the usual mountain paths, particularly with the carts. While the animals can navigate alone without issue, the burden of the carts complicates matters. Despite the difficulties, for the sake of safety and to safeguard the precious water source, they must exert additional effort. Be careful. One of the mule carts nearly toppled as it veered off course, but fortunately, those behind reacted swiftly and steadied it in time. Wan Sand broke into a cold sweat. If it had toppled, he would have rolled down the mountain alongside it. The terrain is littered with uneven stones, and should one strike their head or another part of their body, the consequences could be dire. Yang Date cautioned the families with ox carts. There is a protruding rock here. Please be mindful. Those nearby offered assistance, prioritizing stability over speed. Not only the families with livestock need to be cautious, those pulling carts were equally careful. Young Lijing surveyed the area. Standing behind the cliff would effectively shield them from the main road site. As long as they do not venture out, the individuals below are unlikely to detect them. Those remaining here should stay put and avoid wandering. We will return shortly. Su Mu, having trouble with her legs, stayed behind to guard the belongings. Su Baozhu gathered all available containers and brought Wan Sand along. Wan Sand appeared despondent, yet for the sake of a sip of water, he had no choice but to comply. With the water secured, the enormous weight that had been pressing down upon everyone was lifted, and smiles blossomed on their faces. After several days of consuming nothing but dry rations, their throats had been parched. Aunt Wang's lips were cracked and peeling. We are all in the same boat. If we cannot find water, even if we escape starvation, we shall perish from thirst. My children cannot endure much longer. Today's water search has proven fruitful, Aunt Wang remarked, glancing at Su Mu. It is thanks to Su Girl. Had it not been for her, we might have missed out. Indeed. Su Mu replied with a smile. It is merely the good fortune of Xinghua village. Heaven is aiding us. Her words elicited smiles from the women and elders present. De Zhuang awoke to find Xiao Yanggui and a few others squatting beneath a rock, playing with insects. He approached, eager to join, but the others ignored him. Anger flared on De Zhuang's face, and taking advantage of the distraction, he crushed an insect beneath his foot. Why did you kill it? You didn't pay attention to me, De Zhuang retorted defiantly. If you won't play with me, I'll just kill it. Xiao Yanggui felt a surge of anger and was about to strike De Zhuang, but his sister Taohua intervened, huffing at De Zhuang. Let us not play with him. The other children promptly distanced themselves, refusing to engage. De Zhuang, fuming, ran off. De Zhuang, don't run. Watch your step. His grandmother, fearing he might fall into a hidden pit, chased after him, but her age hindered her speed. On the main road, the villagers of Qianshan moved swiftly, their pace unrelenting. Even though they too were parched, the circumstances did not permit prolonged exposure to the sun. Yet, the relentless threat of pursuing rebels and the increasing influx of fleeing refugees from Yuzhou and Dongtu County compelled them to press on without delay, occasionally pausing to rest. Wang Laodu attempted to draw from his water pouch, but found it completely dry, cursing his misfortune as he hung it back at his waist. He longed for just a drop to moisten his throat, but could not achieve even that. He wondered where that group had gone. They must be at least 10 miles ahead of us. This time, he truly felt the loss acutely, having been swindled out of 5 taels of silver. Which gnawed at him. He questioned whether he would ever have the opportunity to reclaim his losses with interest. Suddenly, someone beside him glanced towards the mountain. "What is the matter?" Wang Laotu casually inquired. "Laotu, look up at the mountain." Following the direction of the pointed finger, Wang Laotu scanned the rocky terrain interspersed with various trees. "What is it? Didn't you see? To the left of that rock that resembles a pair of scissors. There are 2 figures running, one of whom appears to be a child." Wang Laotu, attuned to the information, soon discerned the 2 silhouettes sprinting through the woods. Squinting, he focused on the figures, increasingly convinced they looked familiar, especially the child leading the way. Suddenly, his eyes widened as realization dawned on him. No wonder they seem so familiar. Aren't they the people from Xinghua village? He distinctly remembered the child, a spoiled brat who had once attempted to steal from them. How did they end up on the mountain? This revelation jolted Wang Laotu into action, prompting him to rush to report to Wang Lijing. "Lijing, I just spotted the people from Xinghua village." "Oh? Where are they?" Wang Lijing asked, surprised. The villagers from Xinghua had departed half an hour earlier. If they had quickened their pace, they could have gained at least 10 miles on them. "They're on the mountain," Wang Laotu replied eagerly. Wang Lijing followed the direction of his finger and spotted De Zhuang and his grandmother. The 2 figures were dashing through the forest, prompting him to narrow his eyes. "I wonder if the entire gang from Xinghua village is up there?" Wang Laotu speculated, unsure if the family had strayed from the group. After contemplating, Wang Lijing issued a direct order. "You, take a few men up the mountain to investigate. Be careful not to be seen." "Understood." Wang Zaitu, accompanied by 2 agile men, ventured into the forest, while the rest of the group continued their journey at a more leisurely pace. Upon entering the woods, the trio had a clear objective, heading towards the direction where Da Zhuang was located. Midway, one of the men trailing behind abruptly seized Wang Zaitu, restraining him. The 3 of them concealed themselves behind a rocky outcrop, their gaze fixed on a short distance away, where the people from Xinghua village were taking refuge, laughing and chatting. Their previous sorrows seemingly vanished. This stark transformation compelled Wang Zaitu to contemplate further. He observed the distant figures of Da Zhuang and his grandmother, then glanced at the cluster of individuals nearby. Why were there so few people from Xinghua village? Where had the others gone? Why had they suddenly sought refuge here? The 2 men beside him appeared perplexed, yet Wang Zaitu harbored a thrilling hypothesis. Perhaps they had discovered a water source. "What?" one of them exclaimed, immediately clamping a hand over his mouth to stifle his voice. "A water source here? How could that possibly exist in such a place?" Wang Zaitu surveyed the surroundings, finding it indeed hard to believe. If my conjecture holds any truth, it can easily be verified. He shifted his gaze back towards the retreating figures of Da Zhuang and his grandmother. The 2 men understood his intent. After a brief discussion, they decided to lay an ambush along the way. Da Zhuang and his grandmother remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. At that moment, Da Zhuang's grandmother was bending down, patiently coaxing her grandson. "Tonight, Grandma will make you something delicious." "I want meat pie." "All right, Grandma will make it for you." Suddenly, 2 figures sprang from either side. The man on the left swiftly enveloped Da Zhuang in his arms, simultaneously covering his mouth to prevent any sound from escaping. Meanwhile, another man clamped his hand over Da Zhuang's grandmother's mouth, dragging her behind the rock. The 3rd man assisted in restraining her to prevent any escape. Wang Zaitu's menacing voice hissed into Da Zhuang's grandmother's ear, "Don't move. If you dare to struggle, I will kill your grandson." Terrified, she shook her head vigorously, signaling that she would remain still, gradually ceasing her struggles. One of the assailants stepped forward, retrieving a length of rope from his waist to bind her hands. Once she was secured, they proceeded to bind Da Zhuang as well, stuffing a filthy rag into his mouth to muffle his cries. Da Zhuang, frightened, began to weep, tears and snot streaming down his face as he looked fearfully at the 3 men before him. He attempted to spit out the disgusting cloth, but it was wedged too tightly for him to manage. Witnessing her grandson's plight, Da Zhuang's grandmother felt a pang of both sorrow and fear, trembling as she pleaded, "What do you want? We have no money. Please, spare my grandson. If you must strike someone, strike me instead." Wang Zaitu, with a sly smile, replied, "We are civilized individuals, not prone to violence. However, should you fail to cooperate, I cannot guarantee your grandson's safety." Da Zhuang's grandmother nodded insistently. "I will comply. I will comply." Having sufficiently intimidated her, they moved to the crux of the matter. I ask you, why did you seek refuge in the mountains? Dazhuang's grandmother recalled the village chief's words and understood the significance of water. Choosing her words carefully, our village chief said it is cooler and safer in the mountains. Smack. A resounding slap struck Dazhuang's face, eliciting a wail from the young boy. What are you doing? I was merely answering your questions honestly. Why are you striking my grandson? Dazhuang's grandmother cried, tears streaming down her face. Wang Zai scoffed, because you are not being truthful. I will grant you one more chance. Think carefully before you answer my question. What are you doing in the mountains? I am not lying, it is truly as I say. We do have grievances. But our village chief is a tyrant who does not tolerate dissent. We dare not disobey him. Dazhuang's grandmother averted her eyes. Without waiting for further instruction, one of the men unleashed a barrage of slaps across Dazhuang's face, leaving it crimson. Dazhuang, having never endured such punishment, was both pained and frightened, tears and mucus flowing freely. He looked desperately towards his grandmother for salvation. Dazhuang's grandmother's heart ached, yet she gritted her teeth and held her tongue. One of the men scoffed, resting here? Do you take us for fools? Why are there so few resting? Where are the others? They went to find a water source and have not returned yet, she stammered. Wang Zai chuckled derisively. I believe they are not merely searching for a water source, but rather fetching water. No, that is not it. I am telling the truth. Wang Zai drew a dagger from his waist, its sharp blade aimed at Dazhuang's heart. I will ask you one last time. Where did those people go? Dazhuang's grandmother looked at the fierce man before her, then at her beloved grandson, and with a steely resolve, she admitted, yes, you are correct. They all went to fetch water. Upon hearing this, the three men exchanged glances, their faces alight with uncontainable joy. You truly found a water source? Dazhuang's grandmother, desperate, confirmed. Yes, we found a water source in the mountains. The three men could hardly contain their delight. Chapter 78, Encountering a Dilemma. Brothers I2, we are saved. Damn it. After all this time searching, we have finally found a water source. Let us hurry down to inform the village chief. They had suffered from thirst for far too long, reaching a point of desperation akin to that of the people from Xinghua village. Indeed, Wang Zaitan nodded, turning to one of the men, you go down to notify them. The man hastened down the mountain, not daring to waste a moment. Brothers I2, what shall we do with these two? Dazhuang's grandmother noticed the murderous intent in their eyes, her heart racing. No, please don't kill us. Rest assured, we will not kill you now, Wang Zaitu replied cryptically. Meanwhile, Su Yin waited patiently beneath a large tree, having filled her water pouch, yet still no sign of her companions. After a while, sounds emerged from behind the rock, prompting her to conceal herself until she confirmed it was indeed her people before stepping out. Upon seeing her, the crowd greeted her warmly. Su girl, well done. Su girl, thank you for your hard work. As they approached the platform, their attention was captivated by a trickle of water streaming from the crevice at the base of the massive stone, droplets falling to the ground, quickly absorbed by the soil. There really is water. Heaven has opened its eyes and granted us a lifeline. I thought I would perish from thirst, but now that fear is gone. The village chief, Yang, gazed at the water seeping into the earth with a heavy heart, urging, stop the chatter and hurry to collect the water. At this rate, it would take considerable time for the entire village to fill their containers, and they would not be able to continue their journey today. For the sake of water, they would need to linger for half a day longer, departing the following morning. Since Su Yin had discovered the water, no one contested her, willingly allowing her family to fill their containers first. Su Baozhu took the lead, placing the bucket below to catch the water. Having learned of the village chief's arrangements from her uncle, Su Yin nodded repeatedly. This way, they would attract no attention and be much safer. 3 great-grandmothers. The water flow here is too small. At this dripping rate, it will take several days to fill all the containers for the entire village. Su Yin's estimation of several days was still quite conservative. While waiting for her companions, she used her water pouch to calculate the flow rate based on its capacity and the time taken to fill it. To merely fill her household's 3 water buckets, in addition to 4 water bags, would require a day or 2. This is no exaggeration. Take, for instance, one of her water buckets, which has a capacity of approximately 38 liters, while each water bag holds about 600 milliliters. Filling one 600 milliliter bag takes roughly a quarter of an hour. 38 liters equates to 38,000 milliliters, or about 63 water bags. If one bag takes a quarter of an hour, then filling one bucket would take approximately 15 hours. Nearly 6 complete time periods. With 3 buckets of similar size at her home, it would indeed consume a considerable amount of time to fill them. I just calculated the time. Filling one of my water bags would take about a quarter of an hour. The villagers are not particularly skilled in arithmetic, but with the comparison to the water bags, it becomes clear that relying on such trickles to grant the entire village freedom in water usage is exceedingly difficult, unless they are willing to remain here for several days. However, they do not possess the luxury of time, and who can guarantee that the water will continue to flow? What if, one day, it simply ceases? There are inherent risks in this situation. The earlier joy of the crowd faded significantly, their smiles diminishing, optimism waning. Young Lirong nodded thoughtfully, contemplating that they could not linger here for too long. Uncle Wang's husband suggested that they could simply collect a little less water per household. Tomorrow, they should hasten their pace during the day and forego their midday rest. Some disagreed, stating that they already walked hurriedly each day, not daring to stop even for a moment, only resting during the peak of the midday sun. Now, they were to rush even more? The adults could bear it, but the children could not. In truth, everyone's pace had quickened, moving as swiftly as possible. No one complained, as they were all in the same predicament. Many of the younger children struggled to keep up, with adults having to place them on carts or carry them on their backs. Those a bit older, however, faced greater difficulty. After a day's journey, many children's legs ached, their feet blistered. This was not acceptable. That was not acceptable. What were they to do? If they only collected a meager amount of water, it would not be long before they faced another shortage. At that point, they would be unable to walk, let alone lift their legs. Each person's argument held merit. Everyone had their own scale to weigh the significance of each matter in their hearts. Young Lirong turned to Su Yin. What do you say, girl? I have a method in mind, but it carries a certain risk, she replied. The crowd fell silent, awaiting her words. Old Man Wan, seated beneath a tree with a blade of grass in his mouth, observed her with keen interest. He too was curious to see whom she would side with in this dilemma, or if she would propose a superior solution to the two pressing issues. I have just been surveying the surrounding terrain and this rock. I suspect there is an underground river or spring behind this stone wall. We might have a solution, which involves prying the crack in the rock wider. The crowd's eyes brightened. Oh, how did I not think of that? Indeed. If the water trickles from a small opening, then enlarging the opening should suffice. Su Yin, however, was not as optimistic. She was not a geologist and could not guarantee that her actions would yield fruitful results, nor could she assure that they would not inadvertently deplete the scant water they had. Su Yin, are there any flaws in this plan? Someone inquired. Currently, I can think of 2. First, I cannot assure that widening the crack will indeed increase the flow of water. It may remain unchanged, resulting in wasted effort and time. Secondly, I worry that our hammering on the stone wall could compromise its structure. If that spring ceases to flow due to the disturbance, it would be a grave loss. How to proceed was dependent on the consensus of the group. In matters of great significance, Su Yin would not presume to make decisions for everyone. Old Man Wan's eyes sparkled with interest. This girl had indeed considered the situation thoroughly. It must be said that all 3 options presented both advantages and disadvantages, particularly Su Yin's third option. Should it succeed, it would be a remarkable leap forward. If it failed, they might lose everything. Compared to the first 2 choices, hers was a gamble. Old Man Wan remained composed, refraining from offering any opinions. Yang Lirong addressed the crowd. You have all seen the current situation. Please share your thoughts. Uncle Wang spoke. Time is of the essence. We cannot linger here too long. I believe we should take the risk. Yang De added, I opt for the third option. Let us see what lies beyond the rock. I think we should consider the second option. Not everyone needs to collect large quantities of water. We can spend this afternoon and the night collecting, and regardless of how much we gather, we should leave at dawn, Yang Dashu suggested. But how will the collected water be divided? Someone questioned. Let us divide it by heads. That seems fair, replied Young the butcher. But we have livestock. They consume more water than we do. We can control our intake, but the animals cannot. Indeed. After such difficulty in finding water, we cannot let it go to waste. And not being able to fill our containers is simply unacceptable. Have you considered whether we will find another water source later? If we only take a little and cannot find more, what shall we do? The agony of water scarcity is something we all understand. Nanjing County is far drier than our own. No one knows if the journey ahead will be even more arduous. Yang Dashu suddenly had an idea. That chubby shopkeeper knows a lot. Perhaps we should consult him. At his suggestion, the others began searching for Old Man Wan. Caught off guard, he had intended to remain a mere observer, but found himself suddenly thrust into a pivotal role. Faced with the eager gazes of the crowd, Old Man Wan rose from the stone, spitting out the grass in his mouth. Traveling south, past Nanjing County, leads to Nanshan County and Jinghe County. The drought levels in Nanshan County are comparable to those of Nanjing County. Jinghe County is somewhat better, akin to your Dongta County. The people there still have some means of survival, but from what I have seen along the way, most villages in Nanjing County are nearly deserted, likely heading towards Jinghe County. With so many people moving, Jinghe County may also be in jeopardy. I cannot guarantee that water can be found further on. I can only share what I know. The decision is yours to make. Yang Lirong addressed him, shopkeeper Bai, which choice would you make? Old Man Wan, not revealing his true surname to the villagers, opted for the surname Bai instead. The Su family referred to him affectionately as Fat Master. The other villagers honored him with the title Shopkeeper Bai. Old Man Wan refrained from giving a direct answer, instead stating, as a businessman, there is a saying that rings true: fortune favors the bold. The riskier the venture, the greater the potential reward. I will choose the third option. Many who were previously indecisive began to lean toward the third choice. Yang Lirong turned to Su Yin, and you? Su Yin pondered briefly before responding, I favor the third option. Widening the crack may take some time, but overall it is more efficient than the other two. The first two options carry risks that are not immediately apparent, but nonetheless exist. The third offers more immediate results. This is merely my personal opinion, ultimately. It depends on the consensus of the group. Yang Lirong nodded. Let us have everyone raise their hands to express their stance. Yang the butcher declared. The girl Su Yin is fortunate. I believe following her will yield no regrets. Yang Dashan cast him a stern glance before turning to the others, saying, regarding this matter, do not heed the opinions of others, make your own decision. This was precisely what Su Yin wished to express. Yang Shu's trust in me brings me great joy. Yet I still hope you will contemplate this matter and make your choice according to your own thoughts. Yang the butcher burst into laughter, declaring, I have considered it, and I choose the third option. Many turned their gazes between Su Yin and Old Man Wan, with the two of them leading the way in choosing the third option. An invisible encouragement prompted more to take the risk. In truth, they remained oblivious to the fact that throughout their interactions, they had subconsciously begun to favor Su Yin's opinions and enjoyed following her lead. Those who reached such a consensus were typically local elders, village heads, and gentry, possessing a certain prestige. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. I too will choose the third option. To stick your neck out is to risk a blade, and to withdraw is to face the same fate. I choose the third. The third option, after all, is a matter of life and death. Let us not be so pessimistic. Consider this. Had the village had not sent someone to search, and had Su girl not found it, we might not have even this meager water. The fact that we have it now is already a blessing. This reasoning resonated deeply. Without the need for a vote, the majority opted to take the risk. With a decision made, the people of Xinghua village prepared to pry open the rock crevice. Su Yin had initially intended to contribute a swift method for breaking the stones, only to find her uncle directly leading people to gather firewood to heat the stone wall, then dousing it with water to facilitate cracking, thus saving them considerable time. As they busily prepared, the villagers from Qianshan returned with news. Having reached the foot of the mountain, village head, he exclaimed eagerly as he approached Wang Lijing. What about the others? The other party took a breath and excitedly replied, we have good news. The people of Xinghua village have found a water source. Nearby households turned to him in unison. Someone could not contain his joy, exclaiming, they truly found a water source? This exuberant shout caught the attention of all around. Wang Lijing shot a fierce glare at the overly enthusiastic man, who quickly realized his error and lowered his head, avoiding the village head's gaze. Observing his surroundings, Wang noted that aside from the villagers, only a few scattered refugees walked the official road, maintaining a safe distance and posing no threat to them. Can you elaborate on the situation up the mountain? Wang Lijing, though excited, managed to suppress his emotions and asked calmly. The messenger recounted their ascent, noting the odd behavior of the Xinghua villagers and how they had interrogated a pair of grandparents for information, detailing everything. Wang Lijing nodded in satisfaction. You have done well. Inform everyone to rest. Let every household gather together. Have the heads of each family come to discuss matters. The decisiveness of the Qianshan villagers was no less than that of the Xinghua villagers. In no time, all families convened. Wang Lijing shared the news of the water source, and every face lit up with surprise. However, based on the information extracted from the interrogated elder, it seemed the water source was quite small and likely scarce. The joyous expressions that had just graced their faces were quickly replaced by solemnity. Regardless of how little it may be, we must seize it. Indeed, indeed. My child is so parched they are nearly collapsing. If we have no more water, not just the children, but we adults shall also fall. Every household was in dire need of water, rendering logic irrelevant in such times. Chapter 80. The villagers of Qianshan arrive. Village head, whatever you say, we shall follow. Someone chimed in supportively. This sentiment garnered unanimous agreement. The survival of so many in Qianshan village was largely due to Wang Lijing. While the neighboring villages had nearly perished, theirs had the highest number of survivors. Wang Lijing standing among the villagers of Qianshan was even more esteemed than Yang Lijun's in Xinghua. Everyone trusts me, so I shall take a bold step. From now on, all actions will follow my command. Each household should send 2 strong and young individuals. Those who remain will guard our belongings and prevent other refugees from plundering our possessions. I do not wish to return to find our things stolen. Wang Lijing turned to the village butcher. Butcher, you will stay behind to safeguard our belongings, ensure they are well protected. The butcher pounded his chest in assurance. The others ascending the mountain gathered their tools and containers for water. As they set out, a group of over 100 appeared on the official road. Wang Lijing called for a halt. Let them pass before we proceed. The villagers of Qianshan waited anxiously, hoping the group would move quickly. As they drew nearer, Wang Lijing sensed something amiss. Just as he was about to warn his companions, they found themselves encircled. Both sides drew their weapons, poised for confrontation. Wang Lijing cursed inwardly, yet maintained a warm smile. Gentlemen, what is the meaning of this? Have we offended you in some way? From the opposing group stepped a refined young man, perhaps in his early 20s, sporting the distinctive hairstyle of a scholar from the Daong dynasty. With sharp brows and bright eyes, he held a folding fan and regarded Wang Lijing with a smile. Offense is not the issue. I merely wish to inquire about something. What is it? A sense of foreboding washed over Wang Lijing. I have heard that you discovered a water source. Might you share its location? The scholarly youth asked with a smile that belied an undercurrent of authority. You have misheard. We have not found any water source, Wang Lijing replied with a smile, his gaze discreetly assessing the group before him. Over 100 individuals, the majority being youthful and in better spirits than they were. Despite their numbers, it would be challenging to gain the upper hand. The refined youth's demeanor suggested he was not to be trifled with. The smile faded from his face. It appears you are unwilling to assist. Then I must take offense. As his words fell, the men behind him unsheathed their swords, revealing gleaming blades that glinted menacingly in the sunlight. These weapons were evidently of superior quality, far beyond those found in a typical blacksmith's shop. Wang Lijing's expression darkened. The refined youth was formidable, and the men behind him were equally intimidating. Gentlemen, we are all refugees here. If we were to fight, it would only benefit others, Wang Lijing cautioned. The official road was not merely occupied by their group of villagers. Many smaller factions traveled as well. We dare not, the scholarly youth replied calmly, his assured tone lending an inexplicable air of credibility. Just as he stated, the sight of over 100 armed individuals facing off caused other travelers to steer clear, many taking wide detours to avoid them. Wang Lijing's expression grew grim as he ultimately conceded. If he had an opportunity to overpower them, he would not have backed down, but the odds were stacked against him. He did not wish to see his people suffer unnecessary losses here. I can inform you of the location, but we must share in the water. As you can see, we are in dire need. Without water, we face certain death. If you refuse, we shall have no choice but to fight. The scholarly youth raised an eyebrow. Very well. Both parties left a contingent behind to guard their belongings, simultaneously serving to restrain one another. The inhabitants of Qianshan village dispatched 50 individuals, while the scholars from the other faction sent forth 30, culminating in a grand assembly of 80 individuals who marched resolutely into the depths of the forest. Each member of this formidable group bore either a water pouch or carried wooden buckets. They encountered a villager who had ascended the mountain earlier, but only one remained at the original site, with Wang Laotu conspicuously absent. Upon sighting the approaching throng from Qianshan village, Dazuangnai felt a chill of dread wash over her. Her gaze fell upon the refined scholars, and despair enveloped her heart. It was over for them. Xinghua village was doomed. Where's Wang Lao to? Wang Lijing inquired. The remaining villager, pulling back his curious gaze, quickly replied, Brother Laodu saw the people from Xinghua village descending the mountain. Upon noticing they were returning up with hammers and their tools, he followed after them. How long ago was that? About the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Wang Lijing's eyes flickered as he lifted his gaze to the scholarly figure. In truth, the ones who located the water source are not from our village, but from another group. Some of their villagers remain not far off, while others are at the water source on the mountain. We are not entirely certain of its precise location, but I have a thought. We could control those left at the mountain base and compel them to relinquish the water source. This way, we would acquire the water without exerting any effort, and perhaps gain an unexpected bounty. Wang Lijing's proposal elicited joy from those previously wronged by Xinghua village. They could exact revenge and seize their belongings. The refined scholar regarded the middle-aged man before him with a bemused smile. To keep your little schemes to yourself. Our sole interest lies in the water. Wang Lijing chuckled awkwardly. At that moment, Wang Laotu hurried down the mountain, his brow beaded with sweat. Upon witnessing the vast entourage, he momentarily froze, then joyfully rushed to Wang Lijing's side. Uncertain of the extra group's identity, he cautiously approached and whispered in his ear. I have discovered the location of the water source. One must admit, Laotu proved to be a clever ally. Without this group, they might secure an unexpected fortune and the water source. However, now they could only choose one. The refined scholar gestured to Wang Laotu, lead the way. Wang Laotu turned to Wang Lijing, who nodded in understanding that concealment was futile. Wang Laotu proceeded ahead, quietly maneuvering around to approach the water source. Su Yin, hearing commotion behind her, turned to see a throng of people emerging below. Upon counting, there were no fewer than 70 or 80 individuals. Her expression shifted dramatically. By the heavens, the people from Qianshan village have arrived. Chapter 81. The stone wall opens. The individuals engaged in smelting the mountain rocks turned abruptly, their expressions darkening upon sighting the unexpected guests. How could they have found this place? How did they know? This question gnawed at everyone. Without needing Wang Lijing to speak, the people of Xinghua village raised their weapons, aiming at the intruders. With only about 40 individuals from Xinghua village, they faced a daunting 80. Su Yin noted that, aside from the Qianshan villagers, there was also a group of unfamiliar faces. It appeared two factions had conspired together to force them out. She scrutinized the strangers. They were all able-bodied young men aged between 20 and 40, each wielding long knives, appearing far from ordinary farmers. They had evidently kept their plans under wraps. From where had they received their information? Now was not the time for such inquiries, but rather for resolving the immediate predicament. Wang Lijing smiled at Yang Lijing. Well met again. It seems we are quite fated. Yang Lijing remained silent. I hear you have found the water source. How fortuitous. For we are also in need of water. Why not let my younger brothers take this place? You may seek elsewhere. They had discerned that there was no pond here, nor any spring, only a meager trickle of water seeping from a vast stone wall crevice. The water was scant, and collecting it would consume considerable time. Wang Lijing's mind began to churn with calculations. Yang Tufu, known for his fiery temper, shouted, You're talking nonsense. This is our discovery. If you want water, go find it yourselves. Wang Lijing chuckled. Do not be foolish enough to refuse our hospitality. Should hostilities ensue, do not blame us for not allowing you to see the dawn of tomorrow. The people of Qianshan village glared menacingly, weapons brandished, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Let us see you try. Yang Dachuan raised his bow and arrow, aiming at Wang Lijing. Wang Lijing cast a sidelong glance at Yang Dachuan, turning back to Yang Lijing. Let us not act rashly. This water source was indeed discovered by you, and we wouldn't wish to monopolize it. Hear us a proposal. Allow us to collect the water first, and once we've finished, you may take your turn. This way, we all secure our survival without any unpleasantness. What do you think? The people of Xinghua village nearly laughed in disbelief. This man was calculating with a deft hand. Not to mention how long it would take for both groups to collect water, they simply couldn't afford to waste time. Furthermore, they had no assurance that the Qianshan villagers wouldn't disclose the water source to other vagrants after leaving, which might plunge them into an endless conflict over water. Wang Lijing's scheme was a cunning maneuver to embroil the people of Xinghua village in chaos without lifting a finger. One had to admit, his mind was dark and ruthless. Impossible. Yang Lijing flatly rejected. Then do not blame us for being merciless. Wang Lijing's gaze hardened. Su Yin interjected, I believe this matter is beyond your jurisdiction. Is it not? Her gaze fixed on the refined scholar amidst the crowd. Though he stood casually and had not spoken a word throughout, the positioning of his group suggested he was the leader, in a protective stance around him. Hence, she deduced that the refined scholar was indeed the head of this unfamiliar faction. If she could win him over, the Qianshan villagers would pose no threat. The refined scholar raised an eyebrow in surprise, leisurely stepping forward from the crowd, gently waving his feather fan. My dear lady, you possess remarkable insight. This remark was akin to a slap in Wang Lijing's face, trampling his dignity beneath it. The Qianshan villagers seethed with anger, but Wang Lijing silenced them with a mere glance. The refined scholar disregarded the weapons aimed at him by the Xinghua villagers, advancing towards the fire pit beneath the stone wall, then glancing at the pitiful trickle of water. Are you planning to chisel this place open? Indeed, Su Yin replied, nodding. I suspect there may be stored water within, or perhaps a spring or underground river. Relying solely on the dripping water from the stone wall is far too time-consuming, hence our intention to excavate it. There may be surprises, or perhaps nothing at all. And we could lose even this last drop. She spoke candidly. In truth, even without her words, the opposing side could surmise as much. The likelihood of discovering an underground river was slim, yet in this vast world, the extraordinary was not uncommon. Thus, it remained a possibility. What is conjecture? If not a bold hypothesis, an audacious thought? If one lacks the courage to even entertain such ideas, their path is surely destined to be short-lived. The refined scholar nodded in agreement, recognizing it as a commendable approach. Upon hearing Su Yin's explanation, the first to dissent were the people of Qianshan village. Are you not being reckless? If we do not have water, it would be akin to squandering our last precious drop. Li Jing. We must swiftly intervene to prevent them from proceeding. This is a rare find, and we cannot allow them to act recklessly. Wang Lijing raised his hand to quell the murmurs of those below, turning his gaze towards the scholarly gentleman. This seems excessively hazardous. I find it rather inappropriate. What do you think? The scholarly gentleman paid him no heed, keenly observing the stone wall, circling around it, squatting down to grasp a handful of soil, bringing it to his nose for a whiff. As he remained silent for an extended period, the smile lingering on Wang Lijing's lips began to stiffen, a fleeting shadow of gloom passing over his brow. The scholarly gentleman rose, brushed the dirt from his hands, and turned to Su Yin. Perhaps your conjecture is indeed correct. He then looked back at Wang Lijing. It is merely a risk, and it is worth attempting. If we can unearth water, it would be advantageous for all three parties involved. Wang Lijing could only awkwardly acquiesce. Time is of the essence. Your people should head up the mountain to gather firewood, while others commence the excavation. As the adage goes, many hands make light work. With their assistance, the once unyielding stone wall began to crack. Striking the stone required considerable strength, yet with their numbers, each person took a turn, and after several rounds, even the hardest of walls could not withstand such relentless assault. The villagers of Xinghua were filled with trepidation, while Yang Lijing pulled Su Yin aside. Once that stone wall is breached, none can predict what lies within. Should there be an underground river, we need not waste our breath on them, as we can simply procure water for ourselves. However, if there is only a small pool of water, it is likely we will be left empty-handed. This is also a source of concern for Su Yin. Suya, do you possess any means to persuade that scholar to align with us? They have had conflicts with the people of Qianshan village, and they would certainly not allow them to have an easy time. Thus, rallying a third party would be the most prudent choice. Third great-grandfather, rest assured, I shall devise a plan. Su Yin squinted, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. Unless absolutely necessary, she would not resort to such measures. Just then, cheers erupted beneath the lush canopy of a large tree. It has opened. It has opened. Chapter 82, Dividing the Water. Yang Lijing and Su Yin hastened back. Everyone, step aside. A massive boulder detached from the stone wall, crashing down with a thunderous roar, and all eyes were drawn to the stone face ahead. Su Yin and Wang Lijing moved closer. The situation within could determine the future course for everyone present. The scholarly gentleman and Wang Lijing followed suit. The four stood in a line, their gazes fixed within, where the cave was dark yet faintly glimmering with the promise of water. Water. This discovery alleviated a significant portion of the anxiety that hung over the crowd. The scholarly gentleman turned and commanded, "Continue the excavation." The group retreated, and the three teams took turns striking the stone. Master Wan approached Su Yin. "Is there much water inside?" "It remains unclear, but it is certain there is a pool. The depth and size are uncertain." TSK. If the water within is insufficient to be shared among the three factions, that would not bode well for you. Master Wan's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the three factions, fixating on the sword at the scholarly gentleman's waist. Su Yin turned her head, noticing Master Wan's unwavering gaze on the sword, and lowered her voice. "Do you recognize it?" Master Wan withdrew his gaze. "I have seen it before, but I cannot be sure." "Speak of it." "Payment." Master Wan extended his hand. He was currently penniless. All valuables had been seized by that merciless little girl. Su Yin promptly swatted his hand away. "Brother Fat, we are of one body. United in glory, united in loss." Master Wan raised an eyebrow. "Very well, you stingy miser." The two shifted aside, standing on the periphery. "Tell me, what is your impression of that group?" Su Yin stole a glance at him. They appear to be of similar age, each robust and vigorous, their demeanor not akin to that of ordinary farmers. The long knives they wield are uniform and sharp, distinctly superior in quality to those found in a typical blacksmith shop. The ability to afford such knives, combined with their uniformity, suggests that this group is not to be trifled with. Master Wan's lips curled into a smile, his gaze towards Su Yin filled with increasing admiration. The girl possesses a keen eye. Indeed, their identity is far from ordinary. The sword at the scholarly gentleman's waist bears a mark that ordinary people would not recognize. Coincidentally, I have encountered it and heard of it. That mark belongs to the Nangong family, renowned for their weapon forging. The Nangong family is a lineage that has persisted for centuries. The current Minister of War in the Great Yang Dynasty is a direct descendant of the Nangong lineage. Su Yin was astonished. She knew this group had some background, but did not anticipate it to be so significant. The Nangong family. Any family that can be regarded as a lineage is certainly no ordinary clan. Their confidence is rooted in decades of legacy, having weathered dynastic changes and still standing firm. The individuals before us, aside from the leading scholarly youth, who possesses an air of exceptionalism, the others do not display much, but appear somewhat more formidable than ordinary farmers. I cannot be certain if the others are members of the Nangong family. However, that scholar is very likely to be one of them. It remains unclear whether he is from the direct line or the collateral branch. In the Great Yang Dynasty, distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate heirs are sharply defined, with strict regulations in place. Should the other party be a direct descendant of the Nangong family, their status would be considerable. Even in ancient China, many dynastic emperors were firmly controlled by powerful families. Emperors dared not challenge these families, but rather sought to marry their daughters to gain their support and maintain the state's stability. A century of dynasties. A millennium of families. This adage is not to be taken lightly. Master Wan cast a glance at the scholarly gentleman. "That one. It would be wise to cultivate a good relationship. Even if we incur some losses, it is better than fostering enmity. In their eyes, we are but insignificant ants." "Understood." With Master Wan's counsel, Su Yin realized her previous plan needed adjustment. She rubbed her temples, feeling a bit of a headache. Now, she could only pray that the water within is sufficient for all three factions. Otherwise, a fierce battle would inevitably ensue. Master Wan patted her shoulder. "Where there's a will, there's a way." As the two conversed, another stone fell from the wall. "Let us go." Upon her return, Su Yin was surrounded by people, leading her to the forefront. The cave entrance had widened, allowing ample light to penetrate, revealing a hollow space within the stone wall. Adorned with stalactites above, and below lay a pool approximately 30 inches in diameter, with a small spring bubbling forth in the center. The modest pool overflowed, with water seeping into the cavern below, which was riddled with holes, except for a single crevice from which water gushed forth. Had it not been for this particular crevice, they would have never discovered this hidden water source. The wonders of the vast world are indeed ingeniously crafted. The scholarly gentleman cast her a glance. "You are correct. There is indeed a spring within. The flow appears to be quite substantial." Wang Lijeng moved closer to take a look, a broad smile spreading across his face as he addressed the two. "This is truly joyous news. Heaven favors us." Wang Zai asked, "Is there enough for us all?" "There is plenty," with some despair. The villagers of Xinghua could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Their greatest concern had been the possibility of conflict. Given their smaller numbers, they would easily find themselves at a disadvantage. Truly, it is a blessing from the heavens. Many turned their gazes skyward in gratitude. The scholarly gentleman looked towards Su Yin and the others. Since this place was discovered by you first, you may take water first. Thank you. Yang Lizhang also offered a gesture of gratitude towards the individual. Wang Lizhang's expression soured, but due to the formidable presence of this faction, he dared not voice his objections and tacitly accepted the arrangement. Hurry, gather the water. Yang Lizhang called out. Su Baowu deftly ladled spring water into the wooden barrels, filling 3 to the brim, supplemented by their own water pouches and previously collected bamboo tubes. The subsequent counties would present a formidable challenge in sourcing water. Thus, with this abundant supply at hand, they naturally sought to carry as much as possible. Su Baozhu and her mother had gathered every conceivable container for water. Once the villagers of Xinghua village had filled their vessels, they descended the mountain together. As they departed, Wang Chaidu attempted to step forward to take their place, but was met with a blade that obstructed his path. The scholarly gentleman smiled at Wang Lizhang, requesting a brief moment of his patience as he was pressed for time. Wang Lizhang, returning the smile, acquiesced, urging him to proceed. The residents of Qianshan village, seething in silence, dared not voice their frustrations until the scholars had finished collecting water, at which point they unleashed their curses. Wang Chaidu spat in the direction of their retreat. What a disgrace! Wang Lizhang narrowed his eyes, coldly withdrawing his gaze, and bellowed at the others, "Don't just stand there, hurry and collect water. Once done, we must leave immediately." Meanwhile, the group from Xinghua village returned joyfully, only to be met with a cacophony at the campsite. What has happened? They hurriedly approached. The elderly and young left behind, upon seeing their return, were filled with anxiety. "Old partner, it's terrible. Dazhuang and his grandmother have gone missing." Missing? Su Yin exchanged a worried glance with Old Man Wan. Dazhuang's parents and grandfather had accompanied them to fetch water, and upon hearing of their beloved son and grandson's disappearance, they were frantic. How could they simply vanish? They were here just moments ago. The 3 were beside themselves with worry. "Where's that wretched girl?" Dazhuang's mother yelled, having not seen her. Upon discovering their absence, she had set out to search. "Lizhang, you must help us," she implored, ready to kneel in supplication. Yang Lizhang furrowed his brow, remarking that if she had the time to lament, she should rather be searching. Dazhuang's mother, chastened by his sternness, ceased her wailing. Stepping forward, Su Yin declared, "We can search for them, but there must be a time limit. If they are not found within half an hour, everyone must return. We must descend the mountain." Her words ignited fury within Dazhuang's family. Dazhuang's mother was the first to object. "What do you mean? Are you abandoning us? We are all from the same village. Lizhang has stated that we must help one another. Now that my son is missing, you set a time limit for assistance? Do you think you are Lizhang?" Young Lizhang attempted to interject, but Su Yin preempted him. "When we arrived here, the 3 elders instructed everyone not to leave this place. If you disregard these rules and venture out on your own, you must bear the consequences of any harm that arises. If everyone acted as you do, disregarding the rules and causing trouble, then expecting others to clean up after you is unreasonable. We owe your family nothing and are not obligated to bear the burden of your recklessness. The 3 elders have indeed said that as members of the same village and clan, we should assist one another, but only if you adhere to the rules. Considering our kinship, granting half an hour is the best compromise." Su Yin surveyed the villagers of Xinghua, seeking their consensus. Her gaze scrutinized each face. If most remained oblivious, she would wish to disassociate from this group, for a single rotten apple could lead to the demise of the entire party. However, should they all be enlightened, she could proceed with her next step, to excise this malignant influence. Old Man Wan perceived Su Yin's intent, his expression curious as he observed the villagers. "Su girl speaks rightly. One must bear the consequences of their own misdeeds," remarked Yang the butcher. Yang Dashu grunted in dissatisfaction, retorting, "You are now burdening us all, wasting precious time. Our half-hour delay shows consideration for our kinship." Wang Dama chimed in, "You should reflect on the current situation. We are fleeing for our lives, not indulging in leisure. And we have no time for your antics." As dissent grew louder, the expressions of Dazhuang's family darkened. "Very well, half an hour it is. If they are not found, we shall remain behind to continue searching and will not burden anyone else," Dazhuang's grandfather declared, bowing in supplication to the villagers. Yang Lizhang sighed, "Enough. Let us not waste more time. Each family should send out 2 people to search separately. Exercise caution while doing so. Simultaneously, the scholarly gentleman, while descending the mountain, passed by where Dazhuang's grandmother and Dazhuang were bound, guarded by a villager from Qianshan. The scholarly gentleman cast a glance at the trio. A burly man quietly inquired, "Young master, shall we rescue them?" The scholarly gentleman, recalling the girl and the elder, narrowed his eyes at the disheveled Dazhuang and his grandmother, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. Suddenly, an intriguing idea struck him. "Release them," he commanded. The burly man approached, brandishing his knife, an intimidating gesture that compelled the villager to comply, swiftly unbinding Dazhuang and his grandmother. Grateful, Dazhuang's grandmother bowed repeatedly, thanking her benefactor. "You should thank him." The burly man pointed towards the already descending young master. Yes, yes, she nodded vigorously. Dazhuang, having learned a lesson, nestled in his grandmother's embrace, too terrified to speak. A clear sign of the fright he had endured. His grandmother hoisted him onto her back, fleeing as if for their lives. Yang Fu and Yang Dashin, along with 3 others, made their way southward when they spotted figures ahead. "Is someone there?" Yang Fu squinted and soon recognized Dazhuang's grandmother, racing towards them with Dazhuang on her back. "It's them." The group breathed a sigh of relief. They had not fallen into the dark pit, which was the best news they could hope for. Had they done so, rescuing them would have proven exceedingly difficult. Dazhuang's grandmother, upon seeing Yang Fu and the others, broke into a smile. "At last, we found you." Yang Dashin scrutinized the pair, his brow furrowing. "What happened to you?" "Nothing, just took a tumble." She quickly changed the subject. "Did you manage to get the water?" Upon mentioning water, smiles spread across their faces. "Indeed. Once you return, we can set off." "That's wonderful." Truly, a blessing from the heavens, Dazhuang's grandmother thought to herself, secretly relieved. She hesitated before asking, "No one was hurt, right?" "No," came the reassuring response. With that, Dazhuang's grandmother relaxed completely, her posture straightening. Yang Dashin and his companions went off to inform the others that the search was no longer necessary. Yang Fu led the 2 back. "They're back," Yang Fu called out to the gathering crowd. All eyes turned toward the trio, landing on Dazhuang and his grandfather. The villagers gaped at the disheveled pair. "What happened to you?" Su Yin noted the bruise on Dazhuang's face, distinctly resembling a handprint. Dazhuang, a boy accustomed to being doted on, could only have encountered ill-intentioned individuals in the presence of his family. Master Wan lowered his voice, for an informant had emerged. Indeed, an informant had appeared. Upon returning to the familiar surroundings and seeing the well-known faces, Dazhuang could no longer contain his grief and burst into tears. "Wu-wu, father, mother. I thought I would never see you again." Dazhuang's parents, noticing the handprint on their son's face, turned to the grandmother. "Mother, what on earth happened? Where have you 2 been?" Dazhuang's grandmother intended to cover her grandson's mouth, but it was too late. Faced with her daughter-in-law's inquiry, her anger flared. She instinctively glanced at the village chief and the surrounding villagers, stammering, We just went out to find something to eat and accidentally fell." Su Baozhu scoffed. "From the looks of you, it hardly seems like a mere fall. It resembles a beating." Chapter 84, Departure. "You're just a little girl, what do you know?" Dazhuang's father interjected. "Regardless of whether it was a fall or otherwise, the important thing is that he has returned. Once everyone who went out comes back, we can set off." "Set off?" Su Yin shook her finger at him. "There is no rush to leave until the matter is resolved." "What matter?" "Everyone has returned safely." Dazhuang's father replied. "Grandmother, I ask you, how did Dazhuang end up with that handprint on his face? We all have eyes and can see." "Don't think you can fool us," Su Yin pressed directly, unwilling to beat around the bush with Dazhuang's family. Dazhuang's grandmother harbored resentment towards Su Yin, but had no choice but to respond. "Dazhuang misbehaved. I struck him." Su Yin crouched down, producing a piece of dried meat from her pocket. "Dazhuang, if you answer your sister honestly, I will give you this piece of meat, all right?" Dazhuang's eyes fixated on the treat, nodding eagerly, "Yes, yes." Dazhuang's grandmother attempted to intervene, but Su Baozhu stepped forward to block her. "Who hit you on the face?" "It was those people from the previous village," Dazhuang replied fiercely. "Why did they strike you?" Before Dazhuang could respond, his grandmother shouted, "Dazhuang!" Startled, Dazhuang instinctively looked at his grandmother, who glared at him fiercely, causing him to feel a pang of fear. Su Yin gently patted his shoulder, shaking the dried meat in her hand. Do not fear, de Zhuang. No one here dares to harm you. You are the treasure of the Yang family, are you not? De Zhuang nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, I am indeed the treasure of my grandparents and parents. They would never strike me. He glanced at the dried meat and replied honestly. They asked my grandmother if she had found water, and she told them. As the returning villagers heard De Zhuang's response, their faces turned an ashen gray, glaring at De Zhuang's grandmother. Realizing the hostility in the villagers' gazes, De Zhuang's grandmother felt a pang of fear but remained defiant. They forced De Zhuang to make me speak. I had no choice. If I didn't comply, they would have killed us. If you found yourselves in such a situation, you would surely do the same. Not at all. For they would heed the arrangements and not wander off, ensuring they never encountered such a predicament, Su Yin countered, shattering her attempt to sway others and steering the conversation back on track. The women who had remained behind were soon informed of the situation on the mountain by their husbands. Upon grasping the gravity of the matter, their faces turned furious. Su Yin, what do you intend to achieve? De Zhuang's mother demanded. Must you cling to our minor transgressions? Yes, we have offended you. Will you accept our apology? Su Yin refused to fall into her trap, striking at the heart of the matter, a minor transgression. Do you understand what it signifies if there is not enough water in the mountain? It signifies that we must fight for our lives. Even if we fight and lose lives, we may still not secure water. If we do not obtain water, we will all perish from thirst. With each word, her voice rose in intensity until she finally shouted in fury. It was the first time the crowd witnessed Su Yin lose her composure. Throughout their journey, she had maintained her calm demeanor, facing every challenge with poise. The exasperation caused by De Zhuang's grandmother was evidently unbearable. De Zhuang's grandmother retorted defiantly. But you all seem fine, don't you? We acquired water, and no one was harmed. Su Yin coldly laughed. This time we were fortunate. But that does not guarantee our future luck. She ceased to confront De Zhuang's family. Her aim had never been to engage in pointless debates with them. Turning to the village chief, she addressed him directly. Grandfather, without rules, there can be no order. We are currently fleeing for our lives. If everyone behaves recklessly like her, our group will inevitably meet a tragic end. We were fortunate this time to avoid disaster. Were we to encounter a similar situation next time, luck may not be on our side. We would be facing the peril of death. After narrowly escaping Donghua County, with a chance to seek refuge elsewhere, I refuse to allow a few reckless individuals to endanger us all. Grandfather, you must make a decision. Yang Lirong sighed deeply, raising his gaze to the crowd, his eyes settling on De Zhuang's family, who realized the gravity of the situation and looked increasingly alarmed. De Zhuang's mother hurriedly interjected. Village chief, we truly know our mistakes this time. Thankfully, everyone is safe, so please spare us this once. We promise we will never err again. De Zhuang's father added. Yes, yes, if we ever err again, we will accept whatever punishment you deem fit. Cowering in his parents' embrace, De Zhuang, the small child, finally began to feel fear. Yang Lirong spoke. The mistake has been made. You must face the consequences. Before we departed, I made it clear that anyone who leaked information about the water source would inevitably bear the repercussions. There is no room for you in this group. You must fend for yourselves. The faces of De Zhuang's family turned ashen. De Zhuang's mother collapsed to the ground, weeping bitterly. We made but this one mistake. And you cast us out? Forcing us to travel alone is pushing us towards a dead end, leaving us no chance of survival. Oh, heavens. De Zhuang's grandmother fell to her knees, bowing her head to the village chief. It is all my fault, an old woman's fault. All the blame lies with me. Please forgive us this once. We promise we will never dare again. De Zhuang's grandmother and mother continued to bow before the villagers of Xinghua village, pleading and weeping. Please, do not drive us away. Once we are out there, we truly have no way to survive. Everyone understood that during such tumultuous times, a family traveling alone was exceedingly perilous. One misstep could lead to becoming victims of others' blades. Seeing Yang Lirong's unwavering resolve, De Zhuang's father, with reddened eyes, implored, Third brother, are you sending us to our deaths? Considering our long-standing relationship, could you not spare us this time? De Zhuang's father turned to the clan elder, Uncle. Can you truly bear to watch us perish? Kneeling, De Zhuang's family begged, with De Zhuang's father even crawling to the elder, clutching his trousers, weeping uncontrollably. Some felt compassion and wished to speak, yet dared not utter a word. The sixth elder sighed, looking at young Lirom, old third. Why not let this slide? Grant them another chance. If they dare err again, we can expel them then. Su Yin shook her head in disappointment. It was indeed difficult to expel those of the same kin. Another elder, unable to withstand De Zhuang's father's pleas, spoke up. Let us give them one more chance. Villagers began to murmur in support, as many shared familial ties with De Zhuang's family. Young Lirom could not help but glance at Su Yin. Su Yin received the signal from her 3 great-grandparents and let out a soft sigh. Very well, she could grant them one chance. However, my family will part ways. Chapter 85. The 7 Families. As these words escaped her lips, a profound silence enveloped the room. Not only was Yang Lerzhang taken aback, but even Su's mother and Su Baozhu were equally astonished. Among those present, only old man Wan was entirely unperturbed, fully aware of the implications. The Dazhuang family, upon hearing her declaration, was momentarily stunned before an overwhelming joy surged within them. They welcomed Su Yin's departure, for it heralded a future fraught with difficulties for her. Su girl, what are you doing? Yang Lerzhang was the first to regain his composure, attempting to persuade her. We can discuss this. There's no need to act rashly. It's far too perilous for you to venture out alone. Yang the butcher chimed in. Indeed, you cannot let your emotions dictate your actions. Su girl. They're in the wrong. It is they who should leave, not you, protested Aunt Wang. Others exchanged glances, uncertain how to respond. Yang Dashan spoke up. Enin. Do not act impulsively. We have faced numerous challenges on this journey, and the road ahead is long and fraught with unknown dangers. Dazhuang's grandmother, her eyes darting, exclaimed, Oh dear, Su girl, you're resolutely forcing us to leave. You've caused a stir, presenting everyone with a dilemma. Is it truly so intolerable to have us here? From now on, I shall never dare to offend you again. I'll simply take a detour to avoid you. Please, spare my family. Regarding Dazhuang grandmother's attempt to sway others, Su Yin found no need to waste her breath. Sometimes, words fall on deaf ears. She had already laid out the pros and cons for everyone, yet they still wished to keep that family. Undeniably, they were well-meaning, but such kindness could, at times, cost lives. She and her mother, along with her aunt, had finally been granted a second chance. She would not allow a single rotten apple to jeopardize their lives. Paths diverge for a reason. We are not of the same ilk, and there is no necessity to remain together. The elder of the 6 Yang families interjected. Su girl. They have acknowledged their mistakes. There is no need for you to harbor resentment towards them. Should they dare to err again, I shall be the first to hold them accountable. Elder, you misunderstand. I harbor no resentment towards anyone. The words I spoke were the result of careful consideration. I am grateful for your assistance along this journey, but I believe my family is ill-suited to continue in your company. I fear that one day, while I am bravely fighting the enemy, my kin might stab me in the back. I do not fear the enemy. Rather, I fear the treachery from those behind me. I possess but one life, and I cannot afford to gamble it. I refuse to entrust my fate to the goodwill of others. I prefer to seize my destiny into my own hands rather than pray others do not err. Her heartfelt declaration prompted many to lower their heads in contemplation. Yang Dae spoke up. Yin is my niece. I cannot abandon her. I shall leave with her. My family too. Yang Dachuan followed suit. Yang Dashan concurred. The 3 uncles expressed their intent to depart with her, causing a ripple of concern among the others. Suddenly, Sun Yangzi, who had been silent until now, spoke. I too fear being betrayed by my own, so I shall follow Yin. Yin, would you allow my family to join you? As she uttered these words, Sun Yangzi felt a surge of anxiety, fearing Su Yin might reject her, perceiving her as a burden. Welcome, Su Yin replied graciously, leaving no room for rejection. Who would refuse a clear-headed and resilient sister? After a moment's hesitation, Yang the butcher declared, my family will also follow Su Yin. The 3 brothers of Yang Dashan naturally decided to accompany Su Yin, given their familial ties. Sun Yangzi's willingness to join them was well understood. Su Yin had always taken care of her, and their bond was strong. Moreover, whether they stayed or departed was inconsequential to the remaining families in Xinghua village. However, Yang the butcher's decision held greater weight than the others, as his allegiance could easily fracture the group. Su Yin was taken aback. Yang Lerzhang shot him a disapproving glance. Do not act foolishly. Yang the butcher chuckled. Lerzhang, I speak with utmost sincerity. I have considered this carefully. Throughout our journey, Su girl has faced danger with calmness and has skillfully turned peril into safety. By virtue of her wit alone, she surpasses anyone else. Though there are many in Xinghua village, a larger number does not guarantee better fortune, especially with the Dazhuang family in the mix. He could not trust that they would fundamentally change. He was unwilling to gamble his life in their hands, thus, he opted for a wager. Perhaps following Su Girl would prove as favorable as remaining with the larger group. We shall not follow Su Yin. Suddenly, old lady Zhang interjected. Young Shuixian was taken aback. Staring at her mother in disbelief, "Mother, what are you saying?" As Yang Dashan's daughter, and with the Zhang family having allied with them. If her father's family departed, they too would need to leave. Continuing with the larger group was not an option. Zhang Liangtian tugged at old lady Zhang's sleeve. "Mother, do not interfere. If they wish to leave, they may do so. Our family will certainly not follow." Old lady Zhang made her stance clear. In a voice she believed to be hushed, she admonished her son, "Are you foolish? They are so few. Should anything arise, they will be utterly helpless. The unscrupulous individuals on the road prefer to rob those like them. What good can come from following them? I will not go if anyone leaves. It should be the two of you." Her words resonated clearly in every ear. Those who had considered following Su Yin began to reconsider. Although Su Yin was resourceful and remarkable, her strengths could not compensate for the fatal flaw of a small group. They would be easy prey for threats. "Father." Zhang Liangtian looked to Zhang Laohan. Zhang Laohan remained silent. His quiet demeanor spoke volumes. Yang Dashan felt a twinge of disappointment, though not anger. He turned to his second daughter's family. "What about you?" Old man Zhou exchanged glances with his sons before speaking up. "We will follow our in-laws." Thus, 6 families expressed their willingness to depart alongside Su Yin, the 3 uncles, the Zhou family by marriage, Su Nyangzi's family, and Yang the Butcher's family. Including Su Yin's, their collective number reached 7 families. The eldest uncle's family comprised 5 members, the uncle and his wife, along with their eldest cousin and his family of 3, including a child of merely 1 year. The second uncle's family included 4, the uncle and his wife, alongside 2 cousins, Yang Hua and Yang Lin. The third uncle's family consisted of 4, the couple and their 2 children, Zaidawawa and Xiao Yanggui. The Zhou family by marriage had 10 members, 2 grandparents, 2 in-laws, and 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest son, Zhou Yukai, was married to young Shuixian and had 2 sons. The other 2 had yet to establish families. Su Nyangzi's family included 3, a grandmother and her granddaughter, Nyonyo. Yang the Butcher's family accounted for 7, the butcher and his wife, their eldest son's family of 3, plus 2 younger sons. In total, these 6 families, along with Su Yin's 4 members, comprised 37 individuals. Chapter 86, Parting Ways. Yang Lerzhang attempted to persuade them to stay, but Su Yin shook her head in refusal. 3 great-grandparents, I have made my decision clear. Yang Lerzhang remained undeterred. Let us first descend the mountain. Once we reach the main road, should you change your mind, it can be reconsidered. Su Yin nodded. Fetching water should have been a moment of joy, yet the atmosphere within the group was notably oppressive. The 7 families, led by Su Yin, naturally walked together at the forefront. Approaching Wan Sanyi, Su Yin inquired, "Is the sign ready?" "Yes," Wan Sanyi replied, handing over a wooden plaque, upon which was boldly inscribed the words, "There is water on the mountain." Su Yin inspected it, feeling that something was amiss. Suddenly inspired, she took the fire stick from Wan Sanyi and drew a small turtle at the end. Wan Sanyi's lips twitched, questioning the significance of her embellishment. "It looks nice," she replied nonchalantly. "It's merely a decoration, no need for excessive deliberation. Let spontaneity reign. You possess a kind heart, even going so far as to create a sign to guide those behind us." Kind-hearted? Perhaps, but there may be a hint of self-interest as well. If those behind have water, they won't resort to fighting over it. Upon reaching the official road, Su Baozhu volunteered to place the sign. The villagers from Qianshan rested not far away, yet Su Yin did not immediately distance herself from the Xinghua villagers. Instead, she continued with the main group for a while. Once they had left the Qianshan villagers far behind, Su Yin bid farewell to young Li Jing and the other elders and villagers. "Third granduncle, I cannot continue on this path with you." Young Li Jing approached her again. "Su Yatu, have you truly made up your mind?" "I have, and it is best we part ways." With a resigned sigh, young Li Jing lamented, "It is we who have hindered you." "Not at all," she reassured him. "The road ahead is long. Should you encounter any difficulties, remember to seek us out." "Indeed." Su Yin, feeling uneasy, added, third granduncle. Please keep a close watch on the Dazhuang family and expedite your departure to create distance from Qianshan. Their village head is cunning and treacherous. One cannot be too careful. Understood, Yang Lijing replied, reluctant to see her go but respecting her resolve. They had dragged her down. Sighing, he wished for an escape himself, yet as the village head, he could not abandon his responsibilities. Aunt Wang clasped Su Yin's hand, her face etched with reluctance. Child, I truly do not want to part with you. Su Yin embraced Aunt Wang, gently patting her back. Aunt Wang, may we meet again by fate. The other families also took turns saying their farewells. Butcher Yang, are you truly not coming with us? No, I have elders above and children below. I cannot take such a gamble. If it were just my wife and I would not hesitate to join you. Take care. Take care. The group, comprising 7 small families, was relatively well off compared to others in Xinghua village, except for the Su family. Among the 7 families, they possessed 3 livestock. Su Yin had a mule, Butcher Yang owned a cow, and the 3 uncles shared another cow. This arrangement was rather luxurious. To expedite their journey, Su Yin ensured that the children rode on the mule cart or the ox cart, thus preventing them from slowing down due to their small legs. Su's mother, due to her leg injury, also sat with the children in the cart, keeping an eye on the youngest infant. They moved swiftly, soon creating a considerable distance from Xinghua village. The villagers of Xinghua watched their departing figures, some sighing, others filled with envy. Just like that, they have scattered. Indeed, just like that. I believe we should not have allowed the Dazhuang family to remain. Yang Daju's wife glanced back with discontent. The elders of the clan voiced their opinions. What can be done? Sighing, the Dazhuang family could clearly feel the disdain from their neighbors, discomfort settling in their hearts, yet they dared not show it, maintaining forced smiles. Yang Lijing, sensing the unrest, addressed the crowd. If we unite our efforts, we can traverse far, fostering hope to survive in these times. Should a similar situation arise again, no pleas will suffice. His gaze lingered on the Dazhuang family. Several elders also noticed the discontent within the group. Someone spoke up, I wonder if what we did was right? Do not dwell on it. The deed is done, and we must move forward. Su Yin and her group of 37 moved swiftly, without pausing. If anyone grew weary, they would switch places, allowing one to ride while the other pushed or pulled the cart, ensuring everyone rotated. The older children alternated resting on the cart, while younger ones either sat or were carried by their mothers. Descending the mountain, they continued along the official road. As the sun began its descent, they had yet to take a break. Ahead lay a village. Bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, a small hamlet nestled among the mountains appeared eerily tranquil, where one would expect the rising smoke of cooking fires. Su Yin spoke, we will rest there tonight. Upon hearing this, both the elderly and children sighed in relief. The entire afternoon without rest had left them thoroughly exhausted. Let us go. As they approached the village, the dilapidated houses exuded a scent of decay. Su Yin noticed fresh wheel ruts on the ground, indicating recent activity. Be cautious, she cautioned. As they neared the village, they discovered that the few houses in relatively better condition were occupied by none other than the group of scholarly gentlemen. The leader of the scholars noticed Su Yin's party. Su Yin nodded slightly in greeting, to which he responded with a polite smile. Both parties, understanding each other's intent, naturally avoided further interaction. We will head to the back, Su Yin suggested. The houses at the rear of the village were far more dilapidated than those at the front. They found a relatively intact house to settle in. Let us all stay together. We shall make do here for the night. Everyone agreed without objection. In the crumbling courtyard at the village's entrance, a burly man handed roasted rabbit meat to the scholarly leader. Young master, it seems they are but a handful. The scholarly gentleman leisurely tore off a piece of rabbit leg, chewing slowly, his voice light and airy. Quite intriguing, a girl so resolute and fearless is indeed rare. The burly man pondered, young master, could this fun game you mentioned earlier be about this? The scholarly gentleman offered no response. The burly man covered his face, realizing his young master had a penchant for toying with others. As the young master himself would say, human nature is fascinating, teasing it makes it even more so. Chapter 87, A Voluntary Offering. In the dilapidated house at the village's end, the 7 families divided their tasks. Mrs. Su and Zhou Yotsai's parents tidied the place, clearing a space suitable for sleeping. Su's mother, due to her leg troubles, kept watch over the 2 sleeping infants. Little Yang Gue and little Tawa assisted in monitoring the children, as Su's mother was unable to attend to them entirely. Yang Rong, Yang Hua, and Young Lin brought pots and pans from the cart while also caring for the 3 livestock, providing water and feed. Su Yin, Butcher Yang, and Zhou Yukai ventured out to gather firewood. The village's location at the foot of the mountain, coupled with the dry weather, meant they did not have to venture far to find ample dry twigs. Butcher Yang sniffed the air. I smell roasted meat. Zhou Yukai chuckled. Uncle Yang, are you hungry? Indeed, there is the scent of roasted meat, Butcher Yang retorted. Su Yin inhaled deeply, detecting a faint yet enticing aroma of roasted meat lingering in the air. At the edge of the village, a group of locals was roasting meat. Recently, thirst had plagued him severely, and it had been quite some time since Yang the butcher had savored the taste of meat. In Xinghua village, his household was among the most prosperous, and as a butcher, he frequently indulged in various pork offal or lesser cuts, ensuring that his family never lacked for meat. Consequently, they were all quite robust and imposing in stature, making quite an impression when they stood together. The aroma of the roasting meat wafted through the air, and Su Yin felt a twinge of desire for it. I, too, long for roasted meat, especially rabbit. It is the most delectable, she mused, gathering firewood while smacking her lips. Zhou Yukai, influenced by their conversation, felt a pang of hunger as well, though his infrequent encounters with meat tempered his longing somewhat. Suddenly, a rabbit darted out in front of Su Yin, and her eyes brightened. Before she could act, the rabbit charged forward and collided with a tree trunk, collapsing on the ground in a straight line. This astonishing spectacle left Zhou Yukai and Yang the butcher momentarily dumbfounded. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yin picked up the dazed rabbit and smiled at the 2 men, announcing, "Meat has arrived." Observing the slender rabbit, she noted it was somewhat lacking in meat, which would render it a waste to barbecue, given the preciousness of her secret seasoning. No sooner had she spoken than another rabbit burst forth from the thicket, panicked by the sight of 3 unfamiliar figures, and met the same fate, crashing into the tree trunk and honorably sacrificing itself. Before the astonished duo could close their gaping mouths, one rabbit after another emerged, recklessly colliding with the trees or each other, allowing Su Yin and her companions to collect them effortlessly. The trio gleefully examined their catch of 6 rabbits. "Oh, tonight we shall feast," Zhou Yukai exclaimed. "How foolish these rabbits are," he added with delight. Yang the butcher, though unsure of the genetic reasons behind such behavior, recognized the truth in the statement. Su Yin swiftly bound the 6 rabbits together while Zhou Yukai and Yang the butcher carried the firewood, each fulfilling their role. Upon hearing the commotion, those in the courtyard turned their attention to the entrance, and their astonishment grew at the sight of Su Yin proudly displaying a string of rabbits. Little Yang Gue and little Taohua rushed over, exclaiming, "Sister, does this mean we can have roasted meat again?" The mere mention of barbecue caused both children to lick their lips, awakening the appetites of the surrounding adults. "Splendid!" They cheered in response to the affirmative. The eldest cousin's 1-year-old child, witnessing little Taohua's laughter, joined in with a delighted giggle. Yang the butcher willingly took on the task of preparing the rabbits, deftly wielding his seemingly cumbersome cleaver to expertly skin them. Su Mu, wishing to assist with the skinning, was restrained by her sister-in-law, who insisted on handling the task herself. Presently, with water being less of a concern, they dared indulge in this luxury. At other times, even with rabbit meat available, they would have hesitated. Even with water at hand, only a spoonful was used to wash the 6 rabbits, resulting in a basin of bloody water. Su Yin contemplated rinsing them again, but, considering the future scarcity of water, decided to make do. "Since we have rabbit meat, let's make flatbreads tonight," Su Mu suggested. The others quickly agreed, preparing to make the flatbreads as well. Drawing from previous experiences, the older cousins came to lend a hand, with little Taohua and little Yang Gue eager to assist. Even the exhausted Wan Sanyi, gasping for breath, joyfully joined in, tempted by the prospect of a meal, especially in such harsh conditions where sustenance was scarce. Once the meat was properly cut, Su Yin poured in her secret seasoning for marination, preparing to skewer them shortly. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Su Baozhu occasionally shaking her hand. "Little aunt, have you injured your hand?" Su Yin inquired, noticing a blister on it. Su Mu quickly retrieved a needle and thread from her bundle, expertly puncturing the blister to release the fluid, explaining that this would promote faster healing. She turned to Su Yin, asking, "Do you have any blisters on your hands or feet? I can take care of those too." "No. The blisters I had previously have all dried up and peeled," Su Yin replied. Despite their daily toil in the fields, their legs could hardly bear the strain. The first to suffer were their feet, which would develop blisters. If left unaddressed, the discomfort would only intensify. Initially, walking with broken blisters brought excruciating pain with every step. But over time, as scabs formed, they grew accustomed to it. "This cart is quite burdensome," Su Baozhi remarked, gazing at her hand. The Su family lacked livestock, relying solely on Su Nyangzi to pull the cart, with her mother-in-law assisting from behind. Little Nyo was carried on Su Nyangzi's back, and fortunately, she was a sensible child, only asking to be put down when truly uncomfortable. Today, they had traveled quickly, and Su Nyangzi found it a struggle, prompting Su Baozhi to offer her assistance. As they pushed along, constant friction on her hands had resulted in the formation of blisters. Once the marination was complete, Su Yin began grilling the rabbit meat. The marinated rabbit, once placed over the flames, quickly filled the air with a distinctive aroma. The scholarly gentleman at the village's edge took a few bites of meat, but soon lost his appetite, opting to rinse his mouth. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a tantalizing scent, roasting meat blended with unknown spices, stirring his appetite. The burly man sniffed the air, asking, "Have you all caught a whiff of something delicious?" The others followed suit, confirming they, too, detected the fragrant scent. It must be that group at the village's end preparing some food. Just as the burly man finished speaking, he noticed his master striding towards the door. "Young master, where are you going?" The scholarly gentleman offered no reply, making his way toward the source of the enticing aroma, which intensified the closer he got, igniting his hunger. Chapter 88, The Southern Scene. He took a deep breath and approached the dilapidated courtyard. As he reached the threshold, the people within turned to regard him warily. The scholarly gentleman's gaze swept past them, landing on Su Yin, who was engrossed in her grilling. When their eyes met, she inquired, "Is it convenient for you to join us?" Recognizing the gravity of his status, she nodded. She was curious about his intentions for visiting their humble abode. The scholarly gentleman approached Su Yin's side, his eyes fixating on the roasted meat in her hand. Noticing his interest, Su Yin tentatively offered, "Would you like to have some?" He smiled faintly, replying, "I would be delighted." After inhaling the unique aroma, he took a bite, savoring the exquisite flavor. Consuming 2 skewers of rabbit meat left him yearning for more. His gaze remained fixed on the remaining rabbit meat in her hands. Just then, the freshly roasted batch was ready, prompting Su Yin to begin distributing them. As her hand moved from left to right, each person received 2 skewers, and after the rotund fellow, it was his turn. She had precisely 4 skewers left, just enough to allocate him 2. "Haha, I shall forego the next batch. Leave the remainder for me," Wan Sanyi chuckled, gleefully claiming all the leftover skewers from Su Yin. The scholarly gentleman could only watch as his 2 skewers vanished before his eyes. Noticing his gaze, Su Yin pondered, could he be here merely for a free meal? "Excuse me, may I ask what brings you here?" The scholarly gentleman reluctantly withdrew his gaze, remarking, "Your culinary skills are impressive. My family suffers from poor digestion and lacks appetite, yet upon catching a whiff of your delightful aroma, their hunger has been somewhat rekindled. I wish to procure some meat skewers from you, young lady, if it is not too much trouble." "It is for my family." Su Yin is well aware of this routine. "It is indeed possible, yet my recipe for barbecued meat is a closely guarded secret, and the price is somewhat steep." Su Yin inquired with a hint of caution. The refined scholar produced a silver ingot from his pocket, asking, "Is this sufficient?" The onlookers gasped at the sight of that ingot, which must have weighed at least 5 taels. Wan Sanyi was not surprised, rather taken aback by Su Yin's approach. Knowing that the other party likely hailed from the esteemed Nangong family, she chose not to curry favor, instead opting to charge a premium. Any ordinary person would have offered it for free to build goodwill, as one never knows when such connections might be of use. Trading a trivial piece of rabbit meat for a favor from a member of the Nangong family would be an undeniably wise exchange. With a beaming smile, Su Yin accepted the silver, declaring that this batch and the next would be his. While waiting for the food, Su Yin casually probed, "May I ask your esteemed surname?" "Sir?" "Nangong, given name Jingji," he replied. "Nandong? As in the direction south?" "Indeed, the Nangong family," he confirmed. Such coincidences are rare in this world. It seems that this gentleman, Nangong Jingji, should be referred to as Nangong Jingji or simply Nangong. Oh, Su Yin nodded, then praised. "What a unique surname you possess, and your name is even more melodious." Before he could inquire further, Su Yin eagerly introduced herself. "I am Su Yin. Miss Su. Your name is also delightful." Once the skewers were ready, Su Yin handed them over, also offering a flatbread from the side. Eating the meat wrapped in this flatbread enhances the flavor. Nangong Jingji glanced at the flatbread in her hand, hesitated for a moment, then took it from her. Following her suggestion, he wrapped the meat and took a bite. The flavor was indeed different. The flatbread alleviated the greasiness of the meat while imparting a delightful wheat aroma. This manner of consumption was truly enjoyable. After devouring more than 20 skewers and 3 pieces of flatbread, he felt quite satisfied. It was the first time since leaving Yuzhou that he had eaten so contentedly. As Nangong Jingji rose to take his leave, Su Yin did not attempt to retain him. Throughout their interaction, Su Yin treated him as she would an ordinary traveler seeking sustenance. Once he departed, Wan Sanyi approached her, raising his thumb in admiration. "You are quite impressive, my girl." You neither fawned nor pried, but engaged him with a casual inquiry. Had you sought to ingratiate yourself, it would have been a misstep. In the dilapidated courtyard, 2 fires burned, one inside and one outside. The indoor fire pit was infused with mugwort, its fragrance wafting through the space, repelling mosquitoes. 3 straw mats were laid out, with several children sleeping soundly within. Su's mother, Grandma Zhou, and Aunt Su watched over the children. Outside, everyone else gathered. You must have noticed that those fleeing Yuzhou have already crossed paths with us. Therefore, I propose that we consolidate our resources to expedite our journey. What are your thoughts? Speak freely, we are listening, suggested the butcher Yang. Among the 7 families, we possess 3 livestock. We could easily allocate half a cart's worth of space for the children. We can categorize our belongings as well. For instance, pots and pans could go on one cart, while foodstuffs could be placed on another. Lighter items should be loaded onto a handcart, thus saving effort for those pulling and pushing it. A separate cart can be reserved for valuables and those responsible for their transport. As for gold and silver, we should carry those on our persons. The advantage of this arrangement is that in the event of danger, we can position the less critical handcart at the front, shielding the essential food and water at the center. This way, even if someone rushes past us, they will not easily seize our core supplies. That essentially captures the idea. We can further discuss the specifics of categorizing our belongings, Yang Dashan added. I concur, another chimed in. This plan is feasible. But we must avoid placing all items of a single type on one cart. If anything were to happen to that cart, it could spell disaster, Yang De warned. Su Yin nodded in agreement, having considered the same, but choosing not to shoulder the entirety of the responsibility alone. It was crucial for them to think and participate as well. Soon, others began to voice their opinions. The usually reticent Aunt Su shared her thoughts. We could each sew a few pockets into our clothing for storing valuables like silver. In the event of separation, we would still have money on hand. Su Bao's eyes brightened at Aunt Su's suggestion. What a wonderful idea. Chapter 89. The prophetic dream resurfaces. The others praised Aunt Su, causing her to blush. I was inspired by Yin's pockets. You should be praising her instead. Su Yin waved her hand. No, I hadn't thought of that. Hearing the compliments from those around her warmed Aunt Su's heart. She had always feared being a burden and resented, yet now she found herself able to contribute, which eased her anxious mind considerably. Aunt San spoke up, tonight, let us make some progress. Anyone with ideas to help the group should share, even if uncertain. Please voice your thoughts. Su Yin encouraged everyone to speak freely. Thus, they conversed for half an hour before concluding. As the ants rummaged for old clothes to cut fabric for pockets, Su Yin retrieved a piece of cloth from the cart. Let us use this fabric to sew the pockets, making them deep so that the contents do not fall out easily. The younger ant hesitated, reluctant to waste such new fabric. No, this is too extravagant. We can simply repurpose a worn-out garment. Su girl, you mustn't waste like this. The younger ant added with a smile. Aren't you afraid your mother will scold you come morning? The group of women refused to accept her generosity, insisting on finding an old piece of clothing to cut and sew instead. Meanwhile, the men discussed the watch schedule among themselves. Wan Sanyi observed the lively scene in the courtyard, admiring Su Yin. After parting from Xinghua village, he could sense the unease each person felt about their departure and retirement, unspoken yet palpable. Tonight's discussion alleviated their concerns and invigorated everyone's spirits. What a masterful maneuver! This girl is proving to be increasingly extraordinary. In the dead of night, as all succumbed to slumber, a few men remained awake, engaged in casual conversation in the courtyard. The towering castle gates were tightly shut. Outside the gates sat or lay a throng of emaciated refugees. The individuals before her appeared vacant and motionless, only stirring when a crow alighted upon them. The city gates creaked open, revealing a cadre of attendants pushing forth barrels of porridge. Those lying on the ground, resembling lifeless corpses, slowly rose and ambled toward the makeshift straw huts erected by the city walls, forming an orderly queue as if compelled by an unspoken understanding. In the blink of an eye, the line stretched long, akin to a dark, sinuous dragon. A newly arrived group of refugees halted at the city gates, clustering around the porridge stalls. As the night deepened, a band of veiled figures in dark attire emerged from within the city gates, brandishing gleaming blades, their intent fixed upon the unarmed refugees burdened with their meager possessions. Under the cloak of night, countless souls fell victim to the sharp edges of their swords, their bodies pierced, echoing with the wails and cries that reverberated through the darkness. Vivid crimson blood flowed, coalescing into a serpentine stream, the metallic scent staining the morning mist with a tinge of red. Suddenly, Su Yin awoke with a start, gasping for breath. It had been a long time since she last dreamt, and she suspected that this vision was prophetic. She distinctly recalled the three prominent characters inscribed above the city gate: Huiyin Prefecture. Huiyin Prefecture, the capital of Nanping County, was also the destination of Master Wansan. Glancing at the sky, Su Yin noted that dawn was yet to break. She rose quietly, careful not to rouse anyone, and stepped outside the courtyard to practice her martial arts. Yang the butcher followed suit, positioning himself behind her, mimicking her movements. After half an hour, they paused, and Yang exhaled deeply. "What is the name of this set of techniques, Yin? I feel invigorated after practicing alongside you." "Yongchun Quan," she replied. "A beautiful name indeed. It's no wonder one feels so revitalized afterward. Uncle Yang, if you wish, you may practice with me daily." Previously, Yang Dashu had trained with Su Yin, but she wondered if he would continue after her departure. If he persisted, even if he did not reach the heights of martial prowess, he would still bolster his health. That sounds splendid. The courtyard gradually filled with people rising for the day. For breakfast, they consumed the leftover pancakes from yesterday, accompanied by a bit of water to tide them over. Her uncle had begun organizing their belongings, determining what should be loaded onto which cart. Su Yin's meal cart was primarily laden with grain, each family as provisions clearly marked to prevent confusion. A portion of water buckets was also placed there, secured to prevent splashing that might dampen the grain. In truth, Su Yin preferred to keep the water separate from the food, but the others were not at ease with that arrangement, and she acquiesced. Her uncle's ox cart was filled with pots, bowls, and water, while Yang the butcher's cart contained lighter items, leaving half the space open for children to sit, sparing the adults from carrying them. The adults were already burdened with pushing carts and managing their offspring while on the move, which was tremendously taxing. The remaining 3 carts held bedding, clothing, and other lightweight parcels. With this organization, there was still room for a few to sit. While it was inconvenient for adults, toddlers could comfortably rest on the carts. Once everything was arranged, their 37-strong party set forth into the morning light. As they commenced their journey, they encountered a group from the village led by Nanjingji, also on the move. Su Yin and Nanjingji exchanged a slight nod, acknowledging one another. The two groups instinctively maintained a respectful distance while traveling. After some time, Nanjingji glanced back, initially believing they would not see their pursuers, only to discover that the band was still trailing behind. The members of that group were predominantly young and robust, their pace brisk. Ordinary refugees found it difficult to keep up, even those with carts. From Yuzhou, they had outpaced many fleeing individuals. Today, it was unexpected that this group could match their speed. Remarkable. As they neared Huiyin Prefecture, the throngs of fleeing citizens increased, most accompanied by families, with only a scant few traveling alone. Whenever anyone approached them, young Dashin and the others brandished their knives. Those who caught sight of the blades dared not advance. "Fatty, if we continue forward, we will reach Huiyin Prefecture, correct?" "Indeed," he affirmed. "Are you planning to part ways with us there?" "Yes," Master Wansan nodded. Recalling her dream from the previous night, Su Yin cautioned, "I do not recommend lingering in Huiyin Prefecture. You must have observed the situation in Nanping County along the way. Staying here is perilous. It would be wiser to move on to the next county seat." "That is precisely my intention," he replied, having reconsidered his earlier plans based on the unfolding circumstances. By midday, the heat was oppressive. They had traveled the entire morning without a break. Su Yin glanced at the blazing sun and noticed a grove of trees ahead, perfect for shade. Let us rest under those trees, she suggested. Zhou Yukai interjected, no need. We are not fatigued. Indeed. Let us press on, others echoed. Thanks to their well-organized schedule, they managed to rest intermittently on the carts, allowing them to feel less wearied. However, the oxen and mules required a respite, a fact they nearly overlooked. Upon reaching the grove, they guided the ox and mule carts beneath the shade, allowing both adults and children to rest. Just as they settled, another family with a cart and an ox cart also paused nearby. This family, comprising about 20 members, exchanged polite nods with Su Yin's group from a distance. Uncle, place the knives in front of you, Su Yin instructed. The others understood the reason without needing further explanation, their eyes scanning the surrounding refugees. Su's mother produced some flatbreads and a piece of jerky, handing them to Su Yin. Mother, you eat the jerky. I only need a piece of bread. Beside them, the Su family shared a single flatbread among 3. They tore it in half, giving one half to the grandmother while the other half was shared among themselves. Each family took out their rations to munch on. In the neighboring household, upon observing the feasting, the children clamored for food. Typically, farming families ate only twice a day, skipping lunch and enduring hunger until they could either bear it or fill up on water. But Su Yin could not afford such a luxury. The journey was already taxing, and with little sustenance in her belly, her hunger intensified. After merely an hour of walking, her stomach would gurgle insistently, and by noon, she was at her limit. Thus, she usually consumed a small portion to stave off the gnawing hunger. Of course, this was contingent upon having resources. Without sufficient provisions, she could endure. As she began to eat, others around her felt compelled to partake as well, knowing that water was a precious commodity not to be wasted. Those scattered refugees, seeing them eat, rushed over to beg for food. However, upon noticing the gleaming knives held by Su Yin's group, they hesitated, recognizing that this was not a group to be trifled with. Unfortunately, the neighboring family was not so fortunate. They were besieged by beggars. Despite their attempts to shoo them away, they were unable to disperse the crowd. Only when someone attempted to snatch a flatbread from a child's hands did the head of that household raise a hatchet and hoe to fend off the greedy masses, finally driving them away. After a brief respite, the group set off once more. Upon witnessing Su Yin and her companions embark, the household immediately followed suit. Su Baozhi took note, Yin, they have come after us. The vigilance among the group was exceedingly heightened, wary of any unforeseen occurrences. Su Yin glanced back at the trailing household, reassuring herself that as long as they did not draw too near, they were of no concern. An hour later, it became evident that the following family was struggling with fatigue. Father, could we not slow down? I can hardly keep up. A girl of about 13 or 14 pleaded from within the ranks. The man driving the cart did not relent. We cannot afford to slow down. We are falling further behind those ahead. But they are moving so quickly, I cannot keep up. The difficulty was not hers alone. Several younger and older members also struggled, each gritting their teeth to maintain pace. What could be the reason? How are they able to move so swiftly? The head of the household observed his slowing family and the ever-increasing distance between them and Su Yin's group. Endure a little longer, he urged. Father, why must we follow them? The eldest son questioned. The man replied, you did not see what transpired when they were eating. They placed their knives down boldly, leaving no one daring to approach. Clearly, these individuals possess formidable skills and knowledge that surpasses our own regarding survival. By accompanying them, we might glean some wisdom. Thus, we must not lose sight of them. Bear with it, they will likely rest soon, and then we too can take a break. Upon hearing their father's words, the others could only grit their teeth and endure. However, their endurance stretched until sunset without any sign of rest from the group ahead. Father, why have they not yet stopped? The man driving the cart looked equally perplexed, unsure of the reason for their continued journey. Yet soon, they believed they had discerned the cause. Look ahead, it is the city of Huyan. They had followed to reach Huyan before nightfall. Father, shall we not rest now? The young daughter asked innocently. Yes, we may rest now. The family collectively exhaled in relief. Ahead, Su Yin's group also beheld the imposing city walls, though the grand gates remained firmly shut. Su Yin's gaze fell upon the emaciated refugees outside the gates, all stripped bare of possessions, each either lying or sitting motionless. Even when approached, they merely lifted their eyelids for a fleeting glance before returning to indifference. The group led by Nanjingji sought a suitable spot to set up camp. While Yang Dashin and the others began their search outside the gate, Su Yin interjected, "Uncle, we should not linger here." Why not?" the others inquired, puzzled. Nightfall approaches swiftly. Just then, several individuals clad in official uniforms struck gongs, announcing to the newly arrived refugees. In a quarter of an hour, the affluent citizens within the city would distribute porridge, 1 bowl per person, instructing them to bring their own bowls and line up at the nearby thatched shelter. No looting. Anyone who disregards this order will face my wrath first. The newly arrived refugees, upon hearing of the free porridge, were elated. Saving even a little was a blessing. A family member from the Zhang clan exclaimed, "Father, did you hear? There is free porridge to be had. We are fortunate to have followed them here, otherwise we would have surely missed this opportunity. Let us quickly find bowls and line up. If we delay, it may be gone." Yang the butcher and his companions shared in the joy at the prospect of free porridge. "I mean, this Huyan city seems promising. There is free porridge available." Indeed. This is far better than Yongqing County. Yet Su Yin felt no joy. Her gaze lingered on the individuals sprawled on the ground, their movements sluggish. In stark contrast to the newly arrived refugees who eagerly formed lines. The porridge, she suspected, was likely not as nourishing as it appeared. In her prophetic dreams, those freshly arrived refugees resembled sheep awaiting slaughter, lost in a slumber. Even Nan Jingji and his companions remained oblivious to the impending danger. The night watchmen were dozing off, which was decidedly unusual. This indicated that the porridge distribution was not as benign as it seemed. It might contain something sinister. Su Yin dared not raise a ruckus and lowered her voice to her uncles. "Something is amiss here. We must depart swiftly." Yang Dashin and the others were taken aback. Su Yin's expression was so grave that it inexplicably tightened their hearts. "What is wrong?" Zhou Yukai instinctively whispered. "I will explain after we leave." Understood. They had come to know Su Yin well. She was not one to speak without reason. Her words indicated she had perceived dangers they had overlooked. "Let us go." With a decisive nod, the group ceased their delay and prepared to continue on. Meanwhile, the group led by Nan Jingji, having begun to set up camp, observed that Su Yin's party was not stopping but instead driving away. The burly man expressed surprise. "Young master, that group is leaving? It is nearly dark. Do they intend to travel through the night?" Nan Jingji squinted, watching their departure before shifting his gaze to the refugees and the lengthy queue for porridge. "How close we came to missing that," he murmured, noting their reluctance to claim the free food, setting them apart from other fleeing individuals. Rising, Nan Jingji commanded, "Notify everyone to assemble and prepare to depart." The burly man nearly thought he misheard. "Young master, it is nearly dark." Nan Jingji shot him a cold glance, causing the man to stiffen and his demeanor to shift to one of seriousness. Understood. Quickly, all members of the group received the order, each bewildered, uncertain why they were to leave after just arriving and unloading their belongings. Despite their confusion, no one dared voice dissent. The party commenced its movement. At the city gate, a patrol of soldiers quickly noted Su Yin's group departing. The captain squinted, not overly concerned. "Captain, the newly arrived group of over 100 seems to be preparing to leave," a city guard reported. "Where?" The captain stepped forward on the city wall, gazing into the distance along the official road towards Nan Jingji's direction, where he observed their party packing their belongings. "What shall we do now?" "Send 2 clever officers to inquire and attempt to persuade them to stay. If they cannot be retained, do not reveal our intentions." Understood. The party led by Nan Jingji moved swiftly, and within the span of a tea break, they had gathered all their belongings. 2 officers approached, quickly identifying their leader. "Gentlemen, why the sudden departure?" "The porridge distribution has already begun over there," one officer inquired with a smile. Nan Jingji ignored him, while the burly man cheerfully replied, "We are pressed for time and cannot linger here. Thank you for your kind offer. Having a bowl of porridge before setting off is not too late. Filling one's belly is essential for the journey ahead." The constable's words were laden with double meaning. The burly man shook his head, casting a compassionate glance toward the refugees beyond the city gate. It would be better to leave these provisions for those in greater need. Another constable seemed about to speak, but was silenced by his companion, who smiled and added, "Travel safely, everyone. Recently, wild beasts have been frequently sighted near the official roads in the mountains. If you are traveling at night, take heed." Certainly, certainly," the burly man responded, expressing gratitude with a respectful gesture. Once the 2 constables had departed, the man's smile vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. Lowering his voice, he remarked, "Young master. Something feels amiss here." He had just realized the intent of the young master, but he was even more astonished by Su Yin and her companions, who had sensed the unease even earlier. "Let us depart." The group led by Nanjing hurried away. The Zhang family had just found a suitable spot when several children, accompanied by their grandparents, rushed to queue for free porridge. Zhang's wife looked up and, not spotting Su Yin's group, began searching the surroundings, eventually noticing Nanjing's party hastily leaving. She quickly tugged at her husband's arm. "My dear, that group ahead has vanished. Another group is leaving as well." Upon hearing this, Zhang, the head of the family, followed her gaze and indeed saw Nanjing's party departing in haste. "What is going on?" Zhang's wife inquired, puzzled. "Why are they not staying here? The day is nearly dark, and there is ample space for lodging, not to mention free porridge." Zhang, equally bewildered, glanced between the line for porridge and the imposing city gate, where the soldiers patrolled with an air of authority. "Quickly call your parents and the children back." "What is wrong?" "Hurry." Zhang's expression turned grave. His wife jogged over to find her in-laws and children, along with a few younger brothers. "Father, mother, brothers. The head of the family wants you to come back." Old man Zhang asked, "What has happened?" A sister-in-law chimed in, "We're about to receive our turn. We can wait until after we get the porridge to discuss this." "No, we must leave at once." Seeing the seriousness in his eldest daughter-in-law's expression, old man Zhang realized something was amiss. "All right, no more queuing, we'll return home first." Once he spoke, others had no choice but to comply and retreat. The refugees behind them, witnessing their departure, surged forward, their eyes filled with a mixture of envy and incredulity. "What is wrong with them?" grumbled the second daughter-in-law. "Why are we being called back in such a rush?" The other sisters-in-law glanced at the eldest daughter-in-law. She surveyed the surroundings cautiously and replied, "You'll find out soon enough. This isn't a place for idle chatter." Returning to the ox cart, Zhang's eldest son and the younger siblings had already packed their belongings back onto the cart and handcart. "Brother, what is going on?" Old man Zhang queried, eyeing the neatly arranged luggage. "Eldest, what is the matter?" Zhang's eldest son, with a solemn expression, replied, "Look. The group that was ahead of us is no longer here." The others looked around, failing to spot Su Yin and her companions. "Huh? They're not setting up camp here?" the eldest daughter-in-law remarked. "Not just them, look over there, the group that was resting has also left." Chapter 92, Discussing Cooperation. Why is this so strange? This area is spacious, right at the city gate, far safer than the desolate wilderness, not to mention the free porridge. The Zhang family could not fathom why those two groups had departed, thinking perhaps they had lost their wits. The eldest son spoke up, "Let us not forget. Those people are quite cautious. They did not stay here despite the favorable conditions. There must be some danger present. We cannot linger, we must leave promptly." "Are we really going to leave? What if they were just in a hurry?" the third son protested, reluctant to depart after a tiring day's journey that had left his calves aching. "No," the eldest son asserted, "the previous group had set up camp, and their sudden departure indicates they must have discovered something alarming. I may not see the danger myself, but it is wise to follow those who are cautious. In these times, it is better to endure hardships than to gamble with fate." Old man Zhang had great faith in his eldest son. Despite their poverty, he had managed to care for the entire family without any child going hungry, which was why he had been entrusted with leading the family. If he sensed something was amiss, it was best not to ignore it. "Enough talk, we'll heed the eldest's advice. Today we shall endure a bit of hardship and press on." With old man Zhang's directive, though reluctantly, the others fell silent. The eldest's child, hearing they were to leave again, wore a glum expression. She ran to her father and asked, "How long are we going to be gone this time?" "I don't know. We'll just get as far away from here as we can for now. But, Daddy, my feet hurt. I have blisters on my soles. When we rest, I'll have your mother tend to them." The Zhang family, 20 strong, with an ox cart and a handcart in tow, departed from the city gate in a grand procession. Observing their exit, the apathetic refugees exhibited a strange envy. New arrivals noticed the three groups, their expressions filled with curiosity. "What is wrong with those people?" "Mind your own business, we'll be up next." On the city gate tower, a few soldiers noticed the direction of their departure. Their brows furrowed. "What is going on with them?" "Who knows? Hurry and report this to the captain." Meanwhile, after leaving Huyan Prefecture, Su Yin and her companions continued along the official road, circumventing the town. After traveling a short distance, they quickly noticed a group following behind them. Inin. That group is tailing us, Su Baozhu observed, glancing back. Su Yin merely looked over without comment. Yet, Wan Sand cheerfully remarked, they're quite clever. As night descended, darkness enveloped the sky. Young Dashan retrieved the prepared makeshift torches from the cart. 3 torches were placed at the front, middle, and rear of the procession. Gurgle. Wan Sany's stomach audibly protested. Having no time to prepare a late meal during their night journey, Su Yin pulled out a piece of dried meat and handed it to him. Wan Sand chewed slowly, savoring the flavor, wishing it could be added to porridge. Sumu produced some flatbreads from the cart and distributed them to Su Yin, Su Baozhu, and Wan San. She kept one for herself and, noticing Nyo sitting beside her, tore half of the flatbread and offered it to her. Thank you, Auntie, Nyo beamed, accepting it. Auntie, can I give this to my mother? You can eat this half. I'll give the other half to your mother. Sumu felt a pang of sympathy for the 2 girls. After a full day of walking, they had not eaten a single flatbread, and even when hunger gripped them, the little girl remained silent, not demanding food. Such understanding from a child was heart-wrenching. The 7 families each consumed their rations, each person focused on the journey ahead. Even though everyone took turns resting, by the end of the day, their legs were beginning to tire. Su Baoyu wished to take a breather, yet feared that once she did, she would lose the motivation to continue. Inin, when shall we rest? Su Yin calculated the time. It had been an hour since they departed from Huan Prefecture. She felt a twinge of unease about the distance they had covered. Let us hold on a little longer. Just half an hour more, she urged. Su Baozhu's eyes sparkled with hope. Really? Indeed, came the reply. She quickly shared this encouraging news with the others. Upon hearing that they only needed to persist for an additional half hour, smiles blossomed on their faces. In truth, traveling at night was far less convenient than during the day, and their pace was considerably slower. Were it not for necessity, Su Yin would have preferred to journey by daylight, especially since many among them struggled to see clearly in the dark. A stout man trailing behind them, observing that the moon had risen high in the sky with no sign of rest from their group, couldn't help but mutter, why haven't they taken a break yet? Young master, shall we continue to follow them? Nan Jingji inquired, glancing at the 3 flickering lights ahead and deciding to keep pace. The burly man felt frustrated. Were they to persist without pause, so must they. Meanwhile, the Zhang family was in hot pursuit but struggled to discern either group due to the obscured visibility of the night. Eldest brother, should we find a place to rest? Zhang's elder shook his head, anxiety gnawing at him. No, we must catch up to them. Since leaving Huan Prefecture, they had distanced themselves significantly. Yet neither of the 2 groups showed signs of stopping, indicating they did not feel safe enough to rest. Thus, they had to keep pressing onward. After half an hour, Su Yin located a suitable place to halt. We shall stay here for the night. Several younger children were already fast asleep in the ox cart. The adults began to prepare. Elder uncle, light 2 campfires tonight. One down below and the other in the center of the campsite. All right. It was indeed quite late, and many belongings remained packed in the mule and horse carts. Su Yin scattered some sulfur powder around the perimeter of the camp and laid down mats on a relatively flat area. Upon witnessing their halt, Nan Jingji's group also came to a stop, organizing their own resting quarters for the night. Master Wan glanced back at the trailing party and remarked, Su girl, it seems they are following us. Do you think that's a good or bad thing? He pondered. It's a mixed bag, came the reply. Su Baozhu, overhearing, was left puzzled. What does that mean? What riddle are you 2 playing at? I'll tell you tomorrow, Master Wan replied as Su Yin strode toward Nan Jingji. What are you preparing to do? He asked. What do you think? Su Yin countered without a direct answer, summoning her 3 uncles along with Butcher Yang, Madame Su, and the Elder Zhou. Inin, what are we going over there for? To discuss cooperation, she stated. The others were still bewildered, save for Master Wan, who understood.